A heavy rain had completely washed away the last traces of autumn heat. The cool breeze swept through the streets, when suddenly an out-of-place shout shattered the peace. "Fuck! Driving that fast you in a rush to be reborn." Yao Yuan frantically jumped aside, trying to avoid being splashed by the water kicked up from a speeding SUV. As he landed back on the ground, he froze instantly. People on the street turned their heads to look at him staring, as if he were some kind of lunatic. Just moments ago, it was the final day of the national holiday in 2023. Yao Yuan had come to this familiar street near his alma mater for dinner with some old university classmates. Knowing there would be alcohol, he hadn't driven. He also didn't plan to return home in Yinjiao tonight. After all, going back meant facing another lonely night alone in the cold wind and rain. Due to the recent downpour, the street was full of puddles. While dodging small water holes and chatting on the phone with friends, Yao Yuan made his way toward the restaurant where they were supposed to meet. "Fucking blind, are you?" A curse came from behind, followed by the roar of a car engine. In the next second, an off-road vehicle sped past from behind, splashing water everywhere. It was already upon him. Seeing what was coming, Yao Yuan hastily leaped sideways to dodge the dirty water, yelling angrily as he instinctively closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, everything had changed. That damned SU spewing smoke like a chimney had vanished in a thin air as if it had evaporated. The cars driving along the street now looked like models from over a decade ago. Not a single new energy vehicle remained. This familiar street had suddenly become nostalgic, even aged as if someone had applied a vintage filter to reality itself. Many buildings that had long been demolished, shops and restaurants that had gone bankrupt, now stood magically restored along the roadside, like illusions pulled from a magician's hat. Everywhere he looked, things had transformed as though time had reversed. Even the Huawei Mate 60 Pro in Yao Yuan's hand, once cutting-edge technology, had turned into an ancient Nokia sliding phone. It was a second-hand model. This was the first mobile phone he'd ever bought with money earned from part-time jobs during college. Though outdated when he bought it, it was practical and durable. "I'm sure I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing, and you're my prey, my innocent lamb. They'll send you away, miles beyond, silent and colorless." Familiar melodies floated from two nearby barbershops, filling every passerby's ears. One was Wolf in Sheep's Clothing by Dao Lang, the other Far Away by Jay Cho. For Yao Yuan, these songs were part of his youth. Through the glass window of a clothing store, he saw his own reflect-Iona, younger version of himself, acne still visible on his face. Everything felt surreal, leaving him stunned. It was also deeply familiar, like the dreams Head often had while reminiscing about his youth. After a brief daze, Yao Yuan started spinning in place, joyfully taking in his surroundings. Then he began flipping through his phone, checking the meager information available, the date, contacts, etc. Before long, he was certain. He had been reborn back to the same day in October 2006. His body was young, again full of energy, vibrant, no longer the worn-out shell of a salaryman burdened by life and barely able to move. He knew this street well, walked it countless times. Everything around him had reverted to how it was in 2006. Only separated by a wall, Yinjiang University of Finance and Economics, his alma mater, was surely just as it had been back then. Realizing he had returned to his youth, Yao Yuan was overwhelmed with joy. He threw a few punches in the air, nearly shouting in excitement before managing to hold himself back. But to everyone else around him, he looked even more like a madman. As for the concept of being reborn, Yao Yuan felt no anxiety, no hesitation. In his previous life, he had been crushed under endless troubles and nightmares, dreaming constantly of restarting his life. In 2018, because his company's CEO evaded taxes, Yao Yuan, who worked as the finance manager, was implicated and imprisoned for over a year. After his release, he could no longer work in finance. He switched careers, but suffered a drastic pay cut. Worse, he still carried millions in mortgage debt, suffocating under its weight. Back in 2017, at the peak of property prices, he bought a 4-bedroom apartment in Yinjiao, pouring all his savings into it and taking on millions in loans. By 2023, the value of that house had plummeted to only 70% of his down payment. More alarmingly, despite the price drop, there were no buyers, making it impossible to sell even if he wanted to. He had to keep working hard to repay tens of thousands in monthly payments, or the bank would seize the house and auction it off, turning him into a defaulter. Because of that cursed house, after countless arguments, his wife finally decided to divorce him, refusing to sink further into this pit. The only blessing was that they had no children, so the split was clean. Even now, having been reborn, Yao Yuan still clearly remembered the words his ex-wife said the day she left. Just stay with your damn house until you die. I can't keep dragging myself down with you anymore. Let's part ways. Beyond the house and broken marriage, there were countless other burdens weighing him down, each one chipping away at his spirit. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly feel anything but relief at the chance to restart his life? Thinking about all this, Yao Yuan suddenly felt incredibly lighthearted. Just then, his old Nokia phone rang, its ringtone simple and plain. But to Yao Yuan, even the most basic sound now sounded like divine music. On the screen appeared a name buried deep in his memories. Lu Jingwen. Seeing that once familiar name, Yao Yuan paused for a moment. Then he smiled faintly. My God, is 没想到我们还有重逢的机会. Didn't expect we'd meet again. He swiped to answer the call casually. In an instant, a soft voice came through the receiver, seeming to bridge across time itself. Yao Yuan, we're almost at the east gate. Just wait for us outside. Okay, Yao Yuan responded, somewhat absent-minded. That voice was too familiar. It had echoed in his dreams every night throughout college and even years after graduation. He had pursued Lu Jingwen for 6 years, dedicating nearly all his time and emotions to her, yet never receiving any response. Eventually, passion burned out, and he quietly left. Although the term spare tire didn't exist in 2006, wasn't that exactly what he had been? Thinking of this, Yao Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Jingwen hung up the phone. Yao Yuan hesitated briefly, then put the phone away. He resumed looking at the shops lining the street, reliving the memories of his youth. He had visited nearly every shop here, bought things, eaten meals. As his gaze passed by a bookstore nearby, something suddenly caught his attention. On the notice board outside the bookstore, written in colorful chalk, were several eye-catching lines. New arrival, landscape painting collection by Qi Baishe, landscape painting collection by Huang bin Hong, portrait collection of beauties by Zhang Daqian. Limited stock. Come soon. In recent years, with a rise in art collecting, works by Chinese painting masters like Qi Baishe had skyrocketed in value, reaching unimaginable heights. Their printed collections had also become popular, even selling out frequently. Especially in bookstores near universities, such painting albums always sold quickly. There was always someone ready to buy. Looking at those words on the signboard, Yao Yuan's eyes grew increasingly bright, practically glowing. Not only that, but his body even trembled slightly with excitement. He knew he might have found the opportunity to change his life entirely. Yao Yuan remembered clearly. Back in his previous life, today marked a shocking discovery in Beijing's antique market. That evening, a collector who had finished browsing Lulichang was heading home for dinner when he ran into a young man rushing to sell paintings at the eastern entrance of Lulichang Street. They accidentally bumped into each other. The young man dropped 2 inkwash landscape paintings he was carrying. Luckily, both scrolls were stored in silk boxes and weren't damaged. Out of curiosity, the collector asked to see the paintings. Upon seeing them, he was delighted and bought both for 4,000 renminbi. He didn't know whose works they were. Days later, he took them to Rombo's Eye for appraisal and learned the shocking truth. Those 2 inkwash landscapes were actually masterpieces by Zhang Daqian, the legendary Chinese painter known for his splashing style. After confirming their authenticity, Rombo's Eye immediately offered 80 million renminbi to buy them. After negotiations, the deal settled at 105 million renminbi. The news spread like wildfire, causing a sensation in China's antique world. Major media outlets reported the story extensively. Even Beijing television covered it with a special report on their collectibles program. It was through these reports that Yao Yuan first learned of the incident. In 2011, one of the inkwash landscapes was publicly auctioned for 160 million renminbi. By 2022, Rombo's Eye auctioned off the other for 320 million Hong Kong dollars. These 2 paintings caused multiple waves of public fascination, leaving a lasting impression on Yao Yuan. And that was precisely why, seeing the bookstore's advertisement, he suddenly thought of this story, the 2 priceless Zhang Daqian paintings that had shocked the nation. Thinking of this, Yao Yuan quickly checked his phone again, afraid he might have misremembered the date. Time was correct. Now the problem was, how could he get his hands on those 2 incredibly valuable splash ink paintings and truly change his fate? If heaven has granted me a second chance, only a fool would let it slip away. Muttering to himself, Yao Yuan suddenly turned and strode directly toward a nearby bus stop. Zhang Daqian's splash ink masterpiece, Peach Blossom Spring. Chapter 2. A stunning oversight at the east gate of the financial university. Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran emerged from the school amidst laughter and light-hearted conversation, effortlessly attracting numerous admiring glances. These 2 enchanting young women were the center of attention wherever they roamed. particularly Lu Jingwen, whose striking beauty was reminiscent of a captivating maiden from the picturesque waters of Jiangnan. As the belle of the accounting department, she exuded an air of grace, her gentle charm and slender figure making her the epitome of desire for many male students at the university. Among the throng of suitors pursuing Lu Jingwen was Yao Yuan, her classmate, who had ample opportunities to interact with her. Despite his persistent courtship for 6 long years, he found himself with nothing to show for his efforts. However, that was in a previous life. The present held a different narrative. Upon exiting the school, Lu Jingwen and her companion noticed the absence of Yao Yuan, who was expected to be waiting for them. They glanced around, but his figure was nowhere to be seen. Where could Yao Yuan have gone? This is quite unlike him, Wang Xinran remarked in surprise. He must have been delayed by something. I'm sure he will arrive shortly, Lu Jingwen replied with a confident smile. The two beauties then settled into a shady spot by the school gate to engage in casual conversation. Jingwen, Yao Yuan has pursued you for 2 whole years. What are your thoughts? Wang Xinran inquired. I am planning to apply for a graduate program in finance at Renmin University. I don't wish to divert my attention to romance just yet. I'll consider it after I secure a spot in graduate school, Lu Jingwen responded. But keeping Yao Yuan in suspense might not be fair to him. He is quite a catch and rather handsome, Wang Xinran teased. If you think he is so great, I'm happy to relinquish him to you, should you wish, Lu Jingwen jested. At that moment, a bus approached along the street, heading southward. Suddenly, Wang Xinran raised her hand, pointing at the vehicle. Jingwen, look, Yao Yuan is on that bus. Where could he be going? Without hesitation, Lu Jingwen turned her gaze in the indicated direction. In an instant, she spotted Yao Yuan seated by the window, a radiant smile on his face. Yet oblivious to the scene at the school gate, the sight darkened Lu Jingwen's expression immediately. Before long, the bus had passed by the school entrance and was disappearing into the distance. Wang Xinran stared blankly at the retreating bus, then stomped her foot in frustration. P.S. leaving us hanging. Yao Yuan has gone too far, she exclaimed, pulling out her phone to make a call. On the bus, Yao Yuan's phone suddenly rang, its monotonous tone echoing in his ears. He glanced at the screen and gently pressed the answer button. Moments later, Wang Xinran's voice came through. Yao Yuan, you invited us to dinner, yet you've left us waiting at the school gate while you take off. What is the meaning of this? Hearing the familiar voice, Yao Yuan paused momentarily. With a smile, he replied, I apologize, Wang Xinran, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. We can discuss the dinner later. I will treat you to a grand meal another day. With that, he promptly ended the call. As he ended the call, he muttered to himself, wealth is paramount. My grandson must remain a backup. Standing at the school gate, Wang Xinran, with phone in hand, was utterly taken aback. He hung up so swiftly without even mentioning Jingwen. Has Yao Yuan lost his senses? Lu Jingwen, her expression darkened, nodded in agreement. Indeed, he must have lost his mind. Let us see if I'll entertain him again. With that, she stomped her foot in frustration and turned to walk back into the school. Despite her annoyance, a glimmer of reluctance and a hint of questioning flickered in her eyes. More than half an hour later, Yao Yuan arrived at the Lioli factory in the southern city. It was the National Day holiday, and although it was past 5 in the afternoon, the Lioli factory remained bustling with visitors, vibrant and lively. The antique shops lining the streets had extended their hours, appearing to be filled with customers. As he stood at the intersection of East Street, Yao Yuan swiftly scanned the crowd. However, he did not spot the young man clutching 2 brocade boxes that Spendthrift had yet to arrive. With this realization, Yao Yuan felt a slight relief wash over him. Noticing a few ATMs along the street, he promptly headed in that direction, intending to check his bank balance. On his way here, he had sent his father a text, explaining that he had an urgent matter and requesting a transfer of 5,000 yuan. He was uncertain if the money had come through. Arriving at the ATM, Yao Yuan first glanced around to ensure safety. Confirming it was secure, he took out his wallet, retrieved his bank card, and began to check his balance. His father had indeed transferred the money. He had a total of 500 yuan in his account, which would suffice. Yao Yuan promptly withdrew his card and returned to the intersection to await his opportunity. Before long, it was around 6 o'clock. The sky gradually darkened, and the streetlights began to illuminate the surroundings, with significantly fewer tourists than before. The antique shops along the street started closing, wrapping up their day's business. Yao Yuan, who had been standing at the intersection, grew increasingly anxious. Could the old man from his previous life, who had struck it rich, truly have been spinning tales? If that were the case, All his excitement would have been in vain, he mused, continuously scanning the passers-by at the street corner. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. A rock and roll youth, hurrying down from the overpass, was making his way to the intersection, and more importantly, he was carrying 2 tied brocade boxes. Witnessing this, Yao Yuan was nearly overwhelmed with excitement. In the next moment, he swiftly turned his gaze toward the inner street. Sure enough, the old man who once appeared on television was humming a tune as he approached the intersection, ready to head home for dinner. My apologies, old man. This windfall is mine to relish. Yao Yuan silently resolved. In the next instant, he strode toward the rock and roll youth. In just a few strides, the 2 individuals were rapidly closing the distance. When they were about a meter apart, Yao Yuan unexpectedly stumbled, his body lurching forward and colliding into the rock and roll youth. Caught off guard, the fellow was startled, almost colliding with something. The 2 ornate boxes he held slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a thud. Are you blind? What good is having eyes? Upon noticing that Yao Yuan was younger than himself, he immediately began to berate him. Yao Yuan, suppressing his inner excitement, retorted, "Come on, can we not be so rash? I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, you're not injured. Is it really necessary to shout in the street?" The rock musician scrutinized him and casually gestured towards the fallen boxes. "I'm fine, but the contents of these 2 boxes might not be." Yao Yuan glanced at the 2 boxes and disdainfully replied, "What's the big deal? If the items inside are damaged, I'll compensate you. Let us just open them and see." Upon hearing this, a flicker of delight crossed the rock musician's eyes. "You said it. Don't backtrack later." Yao Yuan scoffed. "Come on, I'm not that kind of person." The rock musician nodded and bent down to pick up the fallen boxes, preparing to open them. Their exchange attracted a crowd, many of whom were familiar with the antique market and chuckled, casting sympathetic glances at Yao Yuan. To them, this was just another common instance of deception in the antique market, something that occurred daily. Little did they know, it was Yao Yuan who had orchestrated this scenario, not the rock musician. In the midst of their conversation, the rock musician had already opened the 2 ornate boxes, revealing 2 scrolls inside. Each scroll was tied with a satin ribbon and appeared undamaged, save for some minor nicks and cracks at the ends. Seeing this, Yao Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Indeed, these were the 2 remarkably valuable ink wash landscape paintings, masterpieces by the renowned Chinese painter Zhang Daqian. When publicly auctioned in 2011 and 2022, the ends of these scrolls were identical to what they were now. Rongbo's eye had not replaced the ends of these paintings, and the nicks and cracks were exceptionally clear under high-definition lenses. Noticing that the paintings in the boxes were intact, a flicker of disappointment crossed the rock musician's face. However, this was swiftly replaced by a sudden change of expression as he pointed at the ends, saying, "Did you see that? Both scrolls have nicks. So, how do you intend to compensate?" Yao Yuan gave him a penetrating look and coldly replied, "All right, you've indeed found an excuse. Today, I'll take the blame. For 1,000 yuan, I'll take these 2 paintings off your hands. I'm not in the mood to haggle here. If you can't accept this price, we can go get them appraised, and you'll cover the appraisal fee. Whether I buy them or not is another matter. It's just 2 ends. Don't treat me like a fool." As his words settled, the rock musician's face flushed slightly. He was in urgent need of money to impress someone, otherwise, he wouldn't be selling these paintings. As for the true worth of these 2 paintings and their creator, he remained utterly oblivious, showing no inclination to delve into such matters. To him, the stark emptiness of his humble abode rendered any valuable possessions implausible. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally nodded. "All right, I shall sell you these 2 paintings for 4,000. "Very well, follow me to withdraw the funds," he declared, gesturing towards a nearby ATM. At that moment, an unexpected voice interjected. "Gentlemen, may I have a look at those 2 paintings?" The inquiry came from the elderly gentleman who, in a previous life, had purchased the very same artworks. Upon recognizing him, Yao Yuan couldn't help but inwardly scoff. What a farce! If he were to lay eyes upon them, what chance would I have? In the blink of an eye, he resolutely shook his head. "I apologize, sir, but I am in a hurry and cannot afford to indulge your curiosity. I appreciate your understanding." With that, he swiftly turned his attention to the rock musician. "Let us go, mate. No need to linger." He strode towards the ATM. The rock musician glanced at the elderly gentleman, hesitating for a moment before he picked up the 2 ornate boxes and followed. Soon enough, Yao Yuan had withdrawn 4,000 and handed it over to the young man. As the cash was drawn directly from the ATM, there was no need for him to count it. The rock musician accepted the 4,000 and casually passed the 2 boxes to Yao Yuan. All right, you are quite straightforward. Let us be friends. I am Matian, residing near Nyojia. With the paintings in hand, Yao Yuan felt as though he were soaring with joy. He had no desire to make acquaintances with the individual before him. He was keen to distance himself. Nevertheless, a semblance of courtesy was still in order. Ma Gu, I am Qin Bin, living in Haitian Huang. I have pressing matters to attend to. Let us chat another time. Farewell. Saying this, he shook Matian's hand before turning away to hail a taxi, departing in haste. Observing his urgency, Matian assumed he truly had pressing affairs and thought little of it. Subsequently, he too left the intersection of Lilikang East Street to seek romance with his girlfriend. Zhang Daqian's ink and color painting, the pinnacle of Huangshan. Chapter 3, Madness for Money. It was around 10 in the evening. After wandering countless circles around the campus to calm his emotions, Yao Yuan finally returned to the long-missed dormitory building. From the moment he stepped inside, he was met with many familiar faces, each bearing a youthful exuberance, yet brimming with vitality. In the year 2023, however, these individuals appeared worldly wise, their edges smoothed by the trials of life. Each one turned remarkably shrewd. Among them, some had thrived, some languished in mediocrity, while others found themselves incarcerated, consuming prison fare. Even Yao Yuan had partaken in over a year of government sustenance, euphemistically termed as further studies. This was a hallmark of graduates from the accounting department of the prestigious financial university, renowned in later years. As he spoke, Yao Yuan arrived at the door of room 320 on the 3rd floor. The lively sounds emanating from within indicated a bustling atmosphere. Some were engrossed in gaming. Others engaged in jovial banter, while the television played the 2006 version of The Return of the Condor Heroes. Yet, standing at the threshold, Yao Yuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He dreaded the moment he would push open the door and find another version of himself seated on his bed, a scene that would be nothing short of extraordinary. But he had come this far. There was no turning back. If he were to perish, so be it. Gritting his teeth, Yao Yuan reached out and opened the dormitory door. In the next instant, a remarkably familiar scene unfolded before his eyes. Everything within the dorm was strikingly reminiscent, as though a dream had spilled into reality. Su Zhou and Wu Lan, adorned with headphones, were enthusiastically connecting with fellow students from another dorm to play Counter-Strike, their shouts echoing throughout the room. Li Tianfeng was engrossed in the Return of the Condor Heroes, while Zhang Feiyu and Xia Haitao engaged in idle chatter. Most importantly, there was no other Yao Yuan in sight. The king does not meet the king. It seems this golden rule of traversing and reincarnating also applied to him. Yao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief before stepping further inside. Upon his entrance, the boisterous occupants of the dormitory turned to him in unison, their expressions filled with curiosity. Did he betray some flaw or reveal a vulnerability? A wave of apprehension gripped Yao Yuan. In the next moment, Xia Haitao suddenly approached and threw an arm around his shoulder. Hey, Yao Yuan, I heard you stood up Lu Jingwen. Word has spread throughout the girls' dorm. Is it true? I can hardly believe it. Has the love sage turned over a new leaf? With his words, the others began to chime in, teasingly urging him on. I find it hard to believe too. Yao Yuan, would you really forsake the gorgeous Lu? Exactly. Who doesn't he know you only have eyes for her? Everyone else is just a fleeting shadow. Listening to their playful jests, Yao Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The next moment, he playfully shoved Xia Haitao away. You heard correctly. I indeed stood up Lu Jingwen. Just this afternoon, I had a moment of enlightenment and decided to cease pursuing her. From now on, I shall navigate through the myriad of flowers without being ensnared, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to my studies, striving to become a pillar of society, beneficial to the nation. As he spoke, he emphatically waved his arm, embodying a newfound resolve. Deep within his heart, however, there resided an entirely different set of beliefs. Now that he had been reborn, his sole focus was on amassing wealth. Everything else was but an illusion. He vowed never again to be subservient to anyone, nor would he ever again be beholden to another's disposition. His display left his dormitory mates utterly bewildered, rendered speechless. After a moment, they finally regained their senses. Humph! They collectively scoffed, clearly disbelieving his outlandish claims. In the next moment, Xia Haitao leaned in closer, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he whispered, Yao Yuan, are you truly not planning to pursue Lu Jingwen any longer? If that is the case, I shall not hold back. To be frank, I have admired the beautiful Lu for quite some time, but with you standing in the way, It would have been improper to intrude on your affections. Yao Yuan turned to scrutinize this fellow, shaking his head dismissively. If even I, a dashing and handsome lad, stand no chance, then you, with your coarse and rugged demeanor, ought to refrain from futile pursuits. It would be a waste of effort. What of my robust appearance? I possess an intriguing soul. Besides, a fierce woman fears a persistent man. I am certain I can win her heart. Very well. If you are willing to risk it all, I shall not stand in your way. Pursue her without concern for my feelings. All right. With your blessing, I shall call Lu Jingwen immediately and invite her to dinner tomorrow. Saying this, Xia Haitao pulled out his phone and merrily strode towards the balcony. Yao Yuan observed the retreating figure and offered a word of caution. Old Xia, heed my advice. Do not become a sycophant. You may find yourself with nothing in the end. Before he could finish, Xia Haitao turned back, his expression one of bewilderment. What is a sycophant? The others looked at Yao Yuan, equally puzzled. Your current behavior epitomizes that of a sycophant. Yao Yuan replied with a chuckle as he made his way to his bed. Just then, Xia Haitao muttered, "The crow mocks the pig. We are equal in folly." Ha ha. Yao Yuan erupted into laughter, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Upon reaching the edge of his bed, he casually placed 2 brocade boxes atop it, preparing to freshen up. It was only then that Zhou Su and the others noticed the 2 boxes. What do you have there, Yao Yuan? They resemble paintings. Why not open them? Yao Yuan quickly shook his head. Better not. They belong to someone else and are merely resting here temporarily. Moreover, the paintings are bound with ribbons. It would be improper for me to open them. Though he said this, he had indeed examined the 2 artworks previously. Last night, he had sought out a secluded classroom to inspect the pieces, confirming his suspicions. The results were beyond doubt. They were the 2 extraordinarily valuable paintings by Zhang Daqian, unmistakably authentic. Upon hearing his words, Zhou Su refrained from further inquiries. The following morning, the 11th holiday had concluded, ushering in a new week. All the others in the dormitory were already awake, while Yao Yuan remained sound asleep. The previous night, he had been in a state of heightened excitement. Unable to find rest, enduring a long and restless night. It was only around 4 in the morning that he finally drifted into a hazy slumber, and before long, dawn had broken. With the first class of the day being a crucial one in his major, the others had risen early to freshen up in the bathroom. Moments later, they returned to the dormitory one by one. Upon their arrival, Yao Yuan was roused from his sleep, yet he chose to remain motionless, feigning slumber with his eyes closed. Noticing him still in bed, Xia Haitao immediately called out, "Yao Yuan, why are you still in bed? The first class today is investment banking. And old Huang is notoriously strict. If he catches you skipping, you can expect to fail." Before he could finish, Zhou Su shook his head. "Stop calling him. This guy tossed and turned all night. He has no energy for class. If old Huang takes attendance, let us just call his name and hope for the best." The others paused momentarily, then understanding dawned upon them. They assumed Yao Yuan was troubled by matters of the heart, hence his restless night. Little did they know, his sleeplessness stemmed from a fervent obsession with wealth and the monumental shift in his fate, leaving him too fearful to open his eyes. Before long, Zhou Su and the others had gathered their belongings and departed for class. As soon as they stepped outside, Yao Yuan swiftly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was bloodshot. In an instant, he looked towards the 2 ornate boxes resting on the inner side of his bed. Throughout the night, he had kept his hands firmly pressed against these boxes, fearing they might sprout wings and fly away, or that this was merely a fleeting dream. Seeing the 2 boxes still beside him, he exhaled deeply, then raised his hands skyward, wildly waving in silent celebration. After this private jubilation, Yao Yuan finally sat up. Plunging into contemplation, he pondered how to handle the 2 extraordinarily valuable masterpieces, contemplating to whom he might sell them. He was acutely aware of the immense worth of these ink-splash landscape paintings, yet he had no intention of keeping them for himself. Currently, he lacked the means to collect such high-caliber art. More importantly, he had pressing matters that required substantial funds. After much deliberation, Yao Yuan could only think of one place capable of acquiring these paintings, the illustrious Rongbiozai, a renowned establishment of great repute. Chapter 4. Meticulous preparation. Having resolved to sell the 2 ink-splash paintings to Rongbiozai, Yao Yuan finally rose from his bed. As soon as he got up, he promptly secured the dormitory door to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. He then returned to his desk, cleared its surface entirely, creating ample space. After accomplishing this, he reached for a brocade box from the bed. Opening the box, he gently untied the satin ribbon that secured the artwork within and slowly unfurled the painting. What emerged was a grand, impassioned, and majestic ink-splash landscape painting. Although Yao Yuan had little understanding of traditional Chinese painting, let alone Zhang Daqian's technique, he was nonetheless captivated by the artwork, leaving him in a state of profound awe. Perhaps this was the cultural essence ingrained in the bones of the Chinese people, effortlessly evoking resonance. After indulging in the painting for a moment, he regained his composure. He then picked up his phone to capture photographs of the landscape painting. During this process, he also powered on his laptop, locating a current news article that had just been released, and took several photos of the painting alongside it. His intention was clear: to preserve evidence. Rongbiozai, a venerable brand with a rich heritage, would unlikely engage in any unscrupulous behavior that could tarnish its reputation or deceive its patrons. Nonetheless, Yao Yuan felt the need to prepare for every eventuality. Before long, he had completed photographing the landscape painting. He then carefully rolled it up and returned it to the brocade box. Next, he retrieved the second painting, continuing with the previous actions. As he prepared the second artwork, Yao Yuan took out a high-power magnifying glass he had purchased the previous night, directing it towards a particular area of the painting. As he examined it, for dynamic, cursive Chinese characters gradually came into view. Daqian Mashi. Undoubtedly, this was the signature left by Zhang Daqian, cleverly concealed within the mountainous scenery, exceedingly difficult to discern. In his previous life, Rongbiozai had identified this signature, confirming the piece as Zhang Daqian's masterpiece. Upon discovering this hidden signature, a triumphant smile spread across Yao Yuan's face, and he quickly snapped a few photographs. After finishing the photography for both paintings, he imported all images into his computer, storing them in separate email accounts with scheduled sending. The recipients included his parents, Zhou Su and others, the principal, as well as various legal and administrative departments. The emails were set to be dispatched 2 days later. If all proceeded smoothly, these emails would remain unsent. Otherwise, they would be automatically transmitted. Having completed all these preparations, Yao Yuan let out a long sigh, feeling a slight sense of relief. In the lecture hall, the investment banking course was a large class, filled to capacity with over 200 students. At this moment, it was intermission. As soon as class concluded, Wang Xinran and Lu Jingwen swiftly rose and made their way to the back of the classroom, heading straight for Zhou Su and his companions, who were engaged in light-hearted conversation. As they approached, Wang Xinran, biting her lower teeth, quietly inquired, "Zhou Su, where is that fellow Yao Yuan? Why hasn't he come to class? Yesterday, I adorned myself with exquisite makeup and donned beautiful contact lenses, only to be stood up by him. I shall hold him accountable for this transgression. He cannot escape my reckoning." Beside me, Lu Jingwen remained silent, yet her countenance betrayed her displeasure. Meanwhile, Zhou Su and his companions erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, you truly are like a charming gaze directed at the blind. What a waste of effort." Yao Qinxing, heartbroken, had tossed and turned throughout the night, and now he was catching up on sleep. As the conversation unfolded, all eyes turned towards Lu Jingwen. Everyone in the accounting department of the class of 2004 was aware of Yao Yuan's relentless pursuit of Lu Jingwen for over 2 years, yet to no avail. Feeling the weight of their stares, Lu Jingwen's delicate face flushed instantly. "Why do you all look at me? We waited aimlessly at the school gate yesterday, only to be stood up by him. If he truly is heartbroken, it has nothing to do with me." Despite her words, an unsettling wave of anxiety washed over her, as if she had lost something significant. At that moment, Xia Haitao interjected. "Last night, that fool Yao Yuan proclaimed he had an epiphany and decided to embrace the life of a libertine, shunning romantic entanglements." Wang Xinran and Lu Jingwen gasped in astonishment, momentarily rendered speechless. Following this, Wang Xinran dismissively shook her head. "Yao Yuan, a libertine? Who would believe that? Jingwen, let us leave and settle the score with that fellow later." With that, she took Lu Jingwen by the hand and turned to leave. Noticing their departure, Xia Haitao hastily called out, "Beautiful Lu, would you honor me with your presence for lunch?" "My treat. Rest assured, I would never stand you up like Yao Yuan." "Not interested." Lu Jingwen declined without looking back, too apathetic to offer an excuse. Observing Xia Haitao's face turn crimson, one could sense his embarrassment. "Huh." Zhou Su and his friends erupted in gleeful laughter, simultaneously mocking. "Yao Yuan was right. Old Xia, you are merely a sycophant. Be wary of ending up with nothing." Before he could finish speaking, Xia Haitao, incensed with embarrassment, lunged at Zhou Su and his companions. "You rascals, I shall fight you." By noon, when Zhou Su and his friends returned to the dormitory, Yao Yuan had already risen, appearing quite normal, save for the faint traces of bloodshot eyes. Observing his condition, the others were not surprised, attributing it to a late night. "Yao Yuan, you should be cautious. Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran are searching the world for you to settle the score." "Not a concern." Yao Yuan chuckled, shaking his head before shifting the topic. "Tomorrow, I will need to borrow your car, Zhou Su. I'll fill it up afterward." Zhou Su nodded in agreement. "No problem. Just give me a heads up when you need it." The usual arrangement applies. This fellow was a native of Yanjing and a second-generation property developer, enjoying a comfortable upbringing and possessing a commendable character. He owned an old model of a Golf, parked beneath the dormitory. Anyone in class who urgently required a vehicle could use the Golf, provided they had a driver's license. Yao Yuan had obtained his license during the summer break of their freshman year. Regarding his driving experience in his past life, he traversed the bustling streets of the capital daily, becoming exceptionally familiar with the traffic conditions. Indeed, he was a seasoned driver. With a smile, Yao Yuan nodded and remarked, "I understand. I shall bear the responsibility. Any accidents will not concern you." He added, "I will be absent from a few classes over the next couple of days. If attendance is taken, please excuse me." "Certainly, no problem," Zhou Su replied, trusting him without a second thought. The others shared the same mindset. Oblivious to Yao Yuan's true intentions behind skipping class, time swiftly passed, and by 9 o'clock the following morning, everyone else had gone to class, leaving Yao Yuan alone in the dormitory. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a text notification jolted him from his contemplation of a painting selling program. He picked up his phone to check, discovering a message from Lu Jingwen. "Why didn't you come to class again? Are you ill?" A smile crept across Yao Yuan's face, quickly followed by a dismissive shake of his head. In his previous life, he had been too easily swayed by Lu Jingwen's occasional displays of warmth. He had been lured into believing that hope was just within reach, convinced that he could embrace her beauty at any moment, resulting in a futile 6-year pursuit filled with unrequited love and missed opportunities. Having weathered life's storms, Yao Yuan was determined not to fall into the same trap again. He chose not to respond to Lu Jingwen, shutting down his laptop instead. He changed into a new set of sportswear he had purchased the previous night, neatly folding his discarded clothes to stow in his backpack. After a thorough check to ensure he hadn't forgotten anything, he slung the backpack over his shoulders, grabbed 2 ornamental boxes, picked up the car keys from his desk, and departed the dormitory. After selling 2 traditional Chinese paintings today, he intended to dispose of his clothes entirely, leaving not a single piece behind. This decision was driven by a desire for secrecy. Once Zhang Daqian's paintings were sold, they would undoubtedly create a sensation in the antique world. Much like in his past life, many would be eager to uncover the identity of the seller, including those with dubious intentions and even criminals. Yao Yuan planned to maintain strict confidentiality with everyone, including his peers and those in the dormitory. Otherwise, unpredictable consequences could ensue. Even his parents would remain in the dark temporarily, waiting for the storm to pass before revealing the truth. Otherwise, those with ulterior motives, who would come knocking for loans or donations under various pretexts, would undoubtedly besiege his home. While acquiring wealth is undoubtedly a joyous occasion, Yao Yuan was keen to avoid any misfortune arising from excessive delight. Moments later, he descended from the building and headed straight towards the golf parked at the entrance. Once inside the car, he donned a newly purchased baseball cap and sunglasses before driving away from the dormitory. Exiting the campus, Yao Yuan expertly navigated the familiar route along Shuyuan South Road, heading directly towards Lilikang. Chapter 5. The newly minted billionaire. Half an hour later, Yao Yuan arrived at Lilikang. With the conclusion of the National Day holiday, the influx of tourists had diminished significantly, yet the streets remained bustling with activity. After securing a parking spot, Yao Yuan made his way directly to Rongbiozai, located on Shijie Street, while carrying 2 ornate boxes. At that moment, he wore a baseball cap and sunglasses, rendering him inconspicuous amidst the crowd. The passers-by paid little attention to him, each engrossed in their own pursuits. Yet, who could have imagined that the 2 boxes he carried contained Zhang Daqian paintings valued at over 100 million each? In the coming years, their worth would undoubtedly escalate even further. Before long, Yao Yuan stood before the entrance of Rongbiozai. He surveyed the venerable establishment, which boasted a heritage of over 300 years, and took a moment to compose himself before stepping inside. The melodious strains of a guzheng filled the air as several customers quietly perused the selection of scholarly supplies, while others explored the myriad of antique artworks and notable calligraphy that adorned the shop, with an abundance of writing instruments and materials on display. As Yao Yuan entered with his 2 ornate boxes, a staff member promptly approached him. "Good morning, sir. Welcome to Rongbiozai. How may I assist you today?" Yao Yuan regarded the staff member briefly before articulating his purpose. "Good morning. Could you kindly summon your manager? I am not here to purchase items, but rather to sell paintings. I would like your manager to examine these 2 pieces." The staff member hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Certainly, sir. We do have appraisers on staff. Would you like them to take a look first?" "Of course. I have great trust in the expertise of Rongbiozai, being a storied establishment with a rich legacy. Thank you for your acknowledgement. Please, lead the way to the reception room." With that, the staff member gestured for him to follow. Yao Yuan nodded and accompanied him to the reception area. 10 minutes later, in the reception room, 2 appraisers from Rongbiozai, equipped with magnifying glasses and gloves, were closely examining the 2 ink and color landscape paintings Yao Yuan had brought. As they assessed the works, they offered commentary. The paintings indeed bore a striking resemblance to those of Zhang Daqian, particularly reminiscent of his style from the late 1940s to early 1950s. During that period, Zhang had just transitioned from traditional ink landscapes to the more expressive ink and color technique, making such pieces exceedingly rare and valuable. Regrettably, both paintings bore only a vague seal, possibly Zhang Jian's, but this alone made it difficult to definitively authenticate them as Zhang Daqian's works. Just as their discussion concluded, Yao Yuan suddenly rose from his seat and approached the painting table. In the next moment, he pointed towards a verdant forest depicted in one of the artworks. "Gentlemen, please observe here. Mr. Zhang did not omit his signature. Rather, he concealed it within this scene. Given the tumultuous environment of the 1940s, it is entirely reasonable for him to have taken such a precaution." Both appraisers were momentarily taken aback. In the following moment, they promptly brandished their magnifying glasses towards the forest that Yao Yuan had indicated. The outcome was beyond question. Indeed, the inscription read De Qian Mo Shi. This was unmistakably Zhang Daqian's ink-splashing masterpiece. His signature was masterfully concealed, rendering imitation impossible. The 2 appraisers were overwhelmed with excitement, providing a definitive authentication. In the next moment, they turned in unison to Yao Yuan. "Young Yao, we appreciate your trust in Rongbiozai for bringing such invaluable treasures to our establishment. Pray, tell us, for how much do you intend to sell these 2 exquisite ink-splash landscape paintings by the master Zhang Daqian?" Yao Yuan glanced at the 2, contemplated briefly, and then responded. "For these 2 masterpieces by the esteemed Zhang Daqian, I intend to sell them as a package for 150 million RMB. Upon hearing this figure, both appraisers were taken aback. "Well, 150 million is quite a hefty sum. Is your asking price not a tad excessive?" Yet, Yao Yuan remained unperturbed, merely smiling at the 2 appraisers. Observing his unwavering demeanor, the appraisers exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with concern. They quickly smiled and replied, "This quoted price for the ink-splash paintings is rather steep. We fear it may be challenging for us to accept. Under such circumstances, I shall take these paintings away with me. I will then reach out to the auction house for a public auction," Yao Yuan declared, preparing to reclaim the artworks. Witnessing this, the 2 appraisers from Rongbiozai became anxious. "Hold on, young Yao. Let us discuss this further. Besides, we also have auction services," they continued. "The value of these 2 national paintings is too significant. We must inform our general manager and have him come to assess them." Yao Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, we may continue our discussion. And we can certainly invite the general manager of Rongbiozai to take a look. Now we are speaking sense. I shall call the general manager immediately." With that, one of the appraisers took out his phone to make the call. Amidst the bustling activity, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Yao Yuan finally concluded his transaction with Rongbiozai and emerged from the construction bank on Shijia Lilikang. The past several hours had felt surreal, as if he were dreaming, having experienced a multitude of events hitherto unknown to him. The 2 ink-splash landscape paintings by Zhang Daqian underwent 4 rounds of authentication. First by the 2 appraisers from Rongbiozai, followed by the general manager and 2 other expert appraisers, and then by experts from the Palace Museum, as well as those from the National Museum. As for the authentication results, there was no doubt whatsoever. All experts unanimously concluded that these were indeed 2 exceptional ink-splash works by the master Zhang Daqian. Once the authentication results were announced, Yao Yuan commenced negotiations with the general manager of Rongbiozai. After a back-and-forth exchange, the two paintings ultimately sold for 115 million, a full 10 million higher than the previous sale price. Subsequently, the general manager personally accompanied Yao Yuan, carrying the transaction contract and check, to the nearby bank to process the transfer. Before long, a staggering sum of 115 million had been credited to Yao Yuan's bank account. Upon receiving the payment, he promptly paid a personal income tax of 3, thereby averting any potential tax-related troubles. The reason for this specific tax rate is due to legal stipulations. In the realm of antique transactions, if there is no complete purchase receipt, individuals are required to pay personal income tax at a rate of 3 based on the transaction price. While processing the deposit transfer, Yao Yuan was fortunate enough to enjoy the privileges afforded to a high-profile client. The president of the bank personally attended to him, accompanied by several staff members, ensuring that every detail was meticulously handled with exceptional service. With his consent, they also issued him a prestigious platinum credit card with a limit reaching 1 million, demonstrating a commendable attitude throughout the process. Faced with such attentive service, Yao Yuan felt a slight sense of elation. Anyone would. Fortunately, having previously served as a financial supervisor for several years, he had encountered sums many times greater than this, allowing him to remain grounded and clear-headed. During this time, two attractive bank employees frequently cast flirtatious glances in his direction, attempting to entice him into financial investments. Yet, he resisted the temptation, steadfast in his composure. Once all procedures were concluded and he exited the bank, Yao Yuan had transformed into a billionaire, his fortune surpassing 100 million, a stark contrast to his morning self. Upon checking his balance at the ATM, he was momentarily awestruck by such an astonishing figure, almost believing he was in a dream. In just a few days, he would also receive a platinum credit card with a limit of 1 million from the bank. Having settled all matters, Yao Yuan finally drove away from Lili Factory. As he navigated the city streets, a surreal feeling enveloped him, yet he remained acutely aware and vigilant. While driving, he surveyed his surroundings, cautious of any potential followers. Although he detected no signs of being followed, for the sake of safety, he chose to take a winding route through the city. Chapter 6. A heart full of love fed to the dogs before long. The clock struck 4:30 in the afternoon. After circling the various districts of the city countless times, Yao Yuan finally returned to the university. At this point, he had discarded the inconspicuous sports attire he had been wearing and donned his original clothing, leaving no trace of his earlier appearance. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, he promptly exited the vehicle and peeled off several pieces of Velcro tape affixed to both the front and rear license plates. This small trick proved to be exceedingly useful. Utilizing the Velcro he had purchased at a street stall the previous afternoon, he altered the license plate of the Golf. Following the modifications, no one could trace Zhou Su through the license plate and subsequently find him, unless the personnel from Rongbiozai or the Bank of China decided to leak information. However, they were unaware of his enrollment at the university, only knowing he was a student. With over 1 million university students in the capital, it was no simple feat to locate him based solely on a name. Just as Yao Yuan was erasing the remnants of the Velcro tape, a familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. Yao Yuan, what are you fooling around with? You haven't scratched the car, have you? Zhou Su and Xie Haitao had approached, each carrying books, evidently just after class. Yao Yuan turned to regard them, then smiled and replied, with my driving skills, I could rival even the legends of Akino Shida. How could I possibly cause a scratch? Rest assured, Zhou Su, your car is in perfect condition. It merely has a bit of residue on the license plate, which I was just wiping off. At this point, he deftly shifted the conversation. Today, I spotted a Golf at Dong and sporting a sleek, minimalist wrap. It looked exceptionally cool. Compared to that vehicle, yours resembles something freshly unearthed from the ground. What do you say? Interested in a new wrap for a touch of novelty? If you're keen, I'll take care of it, and 1T even charge you for gas. Zhou Su, thrilled at the prospect of such a generous offer, replied, Is this really happening? You'd better not backtrack on this. Yao Yuan chuckled and assured him, Don't worry, I'll have it sorted in a day or two. With that, he casually retrieved the backpack resting on the passenger seat and ascended the stairs with Zhou Su and the others. His proposal to apply a wrap to the Golf stemmed from a desire for discretion, just in case. In the blink of an eye, they returned to their dormitory. Upon entering, Xie Haitao casually inquired, Yao Yuan, are you planning to continue skipping classes? I covered for you in the morning's monetary finance class. I nearly got caught by Professor Li, he added. Yao Yuan tossed his backpack onto the bed and replied, "For the next few days, I will need to maintain my absence from class. I trust you guys will manage for me. If it becomes untenable, I'll handle it myself." Upon hearing this, Xia Haitao and the others exchanged incredulous glances. "Wow, you've really gone wild, haven't you? This is complete self-liberation. Am I hearing this right? Skipping classes for several days, surely that's not just for heartbreak? Most of the current classes are specialized. It's best not to skip too casually," Xia Haitao cautioned. Yet, Yao Yuan simply smiled nonchalantly. "Compared to attending classes, I have certain matters of greater significance to attend to. If all goes well, perhaps I won't have to skip so many lectures and could return at any time. My entrepreneurial venture is about to commence, and that is of utmost importance. This week is particularly crucial. I cannot afford to be delayed by classes I have already attended." In the afternoon, around 6 o'clock, Yao Yuan entered the school cafeteria with a few roommates, preparing for dinner. Despite being a billionaire, Yao Yuan did not enter the cafeteria shouting, "Everyone, order whatever you like. It's on me." Such juvenile antics were beneath him. Each of them took a tray and gathered some dishes before finding an empty table to sit down, engaging in light-hearted banter while enjoying their meal. Before long, Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran approached their table with trays in hand. Upon reaching them, Wang Xinran fixed Yao Yuan with a piercing gaze and exclaimed, "Yao Yuan, I finally caught you. Now, where do you think you can run? Tell me, why did you stand us up before? We came all the way to the east gate for nothing." Standing beside her, Lu Jingwen also wore an expression of indignation, her gaze tinged with a hint of resentment. As the belle of the accounting department, she had never before been stood up, and the mere thought of it was infuriating. Zhou Su and the others looked toward the two beautiful ladies and then back at Yao Yuan, all wearied expressions of schadenfreude. Faced with the two women demanding answers, Yao Yuan found himself momentarily lost in thought. In an instant, memories from his past life flooded back to him. He recalled the countless times he had confessed his feelings to Lu Jingwen, only to be met with various excuses as she kept him at arm's length. "Yao Yuan, we're only freshmen. We barely know each other. I don't want to rush into a relationship," she had said. "My best friend just got dumped, and it has affected me deeply. I understand your feelings, but I'm hesitant. Let us talk about it again in our junior year. Junior year will be too intense. I'm preparing for the graduate entrance exam in finance, and I simply don't have time for romance." Thus, Lu Jingwen continued to dangle Yao Yuan's hopes, neither granting acceptance nor outright rejection. As their second year of graduate studies approached, their meetings became increasingly rare due to attending different universities. Yao Yuan, unfulfilled in love, gradually lost his fervor and ultimately chose to fade away, severing all ties with Lu Jingwen. Soon after graduating, he received news from Wang Xinran that Lu Jingwen, now working in Shanghai, had become engaged to a high school classmate within just a few months. The moment he received this news, Yao Yuan felt his heart turn to ash, as if all his affection had been wasted. "What are you thinking? Why don't you defend yourself?" Wang Xinran pinched Yao Yuan's arm, pulling him back to reality. Yao Yuan quickly gathered his composure and offered an explanation. "I apologize, ladies. I truly did not mean to stand you up the other day. I had an urgent matter to attend to, which is why I had to leave on the bus. As I mentioned, I'll treat you to a grand meal as a gesture of apology. Let us convene this Saturday. The choice of restaurant is entirely yours, and I shall treat you all." Although Yao Yuan has resolved not to pursue Lu Jingwen any further, his fervent affection has dissipated entirely. Nevertheless, as classmates, they encounter one another almost daily, making it implausible for them to remain estranged. Furthermore, there is still Wang Xinran. His rapport with Wang Xinran has always been amicable, and for the subsequent decade, it shall remain so, as they both work in Yanjing and frequently dine together. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinran's expression brightened considerably. "Now, that is more like it. Your attitude of contrition is commendable, so I shall grant you forgiveness. You mentioned treating us on Saturday, so do not claim we are taking advantage of you. Should you dare to stand us up again, we shall see how you fare." Yao Yuan gently shook his head. "That is not permissible. Once you have selected the restaurant, simply give me a call, and I shall make the reservation. Everyone should attend. Let us seize this opportunity to celebrate our first-class gathering of the semester." The Yao Yuan from 2006 has yet to reunite with all his classmates. He longs to rekindle the camaraderie that has faded with time. Additionally, he wishes to avoid a private encounter with Lu Jingwen, which would undoubtedly be somewhat awkward. "Oh, you are treating the entire class to dinner and allowing us to choose the restaurant at our leisure? Have I misheard, or have you struck it rich?" Wang Xinran exclaimed. and the others gazed at him in astonishment. Struck it rich? I still possess enough to treat everyone to a meal. Yao Yuan replied with a smile. At that moment, Lu Jingwen interjected. Yao Yuan, why have you been skipping classes these past few days? Is something amiss? I texted you, yet received no reply. Why have you blocked me on your QQ space? As her words echoed, a profound silence enveloped the room. Chapter 7. An indelible love. All eyes were fixed on Yao Yuan as the flames of gossip blazed fervently. He glanced at Lu Jingwen and casually remarked, I had some matters to attend to, hence my absence from class. Thank you for your concern, but it was truly unnecessary. When you texted me this morning, I was driving and could not respond, and later, it simply slipped my mind. As for my QQ space, I not only blocked you, but also everyone else. The things I post there are rather juvenile. It's best to maintain a modicum of privacy. Laughter erupted from Zhou Su and the others, who secretly gave him a thumbs up. In the next moment, Yao Yuan stood up decisively. I've finished eating. You may remain here. Farewell, he declared, before taking his tray and departing. Zhou Su and the others hastily followed him. After walking a few steps, they excitedly patted Yao Yuan on the shoulder. Impressive, Yao Yuan. You actually managed to say those things to Lu Jingwen. Is that really you? I'm starting to believe that you have indeed decided to stop pursuing the stunning Lu. Wang Xinran and Lu Jingwen, however, were left in a state of shock. After a brief pause, Wang Xinran exclaimed, Why do I feel as though Yao Yuan has transformed into an entirely different person? He seems much more mature. Lu Jingwen remained silent. Her gaze fixed on Yao Yuan's retreating figure, her eyes revealing a hint of vulnerability, with a slight redness around them. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yao Yuan and his companions returned to their dormitory. As soon as they entered, Zhang Feiyu suddenly asked, Yao Yuan, are you truly not pursuing Lu Jingwen anymore? Have you noticed that she seems a bit different today? I noticed a hint of sadness in her gaze when she looks at you, something I rarely see before. I have a feeling that if you were to pursue her now, you might actually succeed. Why not give it a try? Before Yao Yuan could respond, Wulan chimed in, I understand what is happening. This is simply human contrarian psychology. Feiyu is right. If you keep Lu, the beauty, at bay for a few more days, and then pursue her, you'll surely win her over. Yao Yuan looked at them and shook his head. Forget it. Women only hinder a man's ability to act swiftly. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly recalled something, his voice cutting off abruptly. In the next moment, he dropped a final remark and turned toward the exit. I'm heading to Beijing Normal University. With that, he pulled open the door and walked out. Why are you going to Beijing Normal University? Are you perhaps going to chase after girls? There are indeed many beauties at the university, Zhou Su asked curiously. I'm going to see someone and check on her current situation, otherwise, I shall be restless. Yao Yuan replied as he dashed down the stairs. As for Zhou Su and the others, they were left in a state of bewilderment. Beijing Normal University is located on South Academy Road, just a stone's throw from the Financial University. 20 minutes later, Yao Yuan arrived at the student cafeteria of Beijing Normal University. Upon entering the bustling dining hall, he began to search through the crowd, scanning every corner with haste. It was dinner time, and the cafeteria was teeming with students, predominantly females, a veritable sea of beauty. This is a distinctive feature of Beijing Normal University, one that incites envy among male students from other institutions. However, Yao Yuan's attention was not drawn to the numerous beautiful women, but rather to the diligent cafeteria staff. Regrettably, he failed to spot the person he was seeking. He swiftly ascended to the second floor. Upon entering, he immediately recognized a familiar silhouette. It was a slender girl clad in ill-fitting camouflage attire, busily clearing the debris from the dining tables. Though she faced away from the entrance, Yao Yuan effortlessly identified her amidst the crowd. The freshman military training had long concluded, and most students had discarded their military uniforms. Yet this delicate first-year girl remained among the few still wearing hers. Furthermore, she would don this uniform for an entire year, enduring even the winter months in its thin fabric. Observing this familiar yet heart-wrenching figure, Yao Yuan felt a pang of emotion, his eyes quickly moistening. The girl's name was Zhou Xiao, a first-year student from the Chinese department at the university, who had just begun her studies a month prior. Hailing from a poverty-stricken mountain village in Xiangxi, she had taken up work in the cafeteria to support herself as soon as she enrolled. Throughout her college years, this would be her way of life. While other girls reveled in the vibrant experiences of university life, she toiled away. As her peers indulged in the romantic escapades of campus life, she remained focused on her work-study balance. Despite the challenges, she persevered, managing to graduate with exceptional grades. Over the 4 years, she never asked her family for a single penny, often sending money back home. Even after graduating and securing a job in Beijing, her circumstances did not change significantly. Yao Yuan sought her out due to a poignant, albeit fleeting, love story. This unfolded after he learned of Lu Jingwen's engagement, leaving him heartbroken when by chance he encountered Zhou Xiao. They lived in the same neighborhood. Yao Yuan shared a 2-bedroom apartment with classmates, while Zhou Xiao resided in a basement shared with several other out-of-town girls, deprived of sunlight. Their commutes coincided, leading to frequent encounters that gradually fostered familiarity. Over time, Yao Yuan discovered that despite Zhou Xiao's simplicity and her refusal to wear makeup, she was an undiscovered gem. She possessed striking beauty, yet hid her forehead behind bangs, often lowering her gaze, revealing her shyness. Her clothing was perpetually oversized and ill-fitting, yet her character was rich with depth. More importantly, her gentle and fragile nature evoked a strong protective instinct within Yao Yuan. As they spent time together, he quickly developed feelings for her and began to pursue her. The courtship was not arduous. Zhou Xiao, having never been in a relationship before, was easily won over by Yao Yuan's affections. Just over a month after establishing their relationship, they moved in together. Those days living with Zhou Xiao marked the happiest period of Yao Yuan's adulthood. They commuted together, prepared meals side by side, shared laughter and playful banter, and enjoyed each other as company, filling each day with joy and fulfillment. In their time together, they dreamed of marriage and the life that would follow. To this day, Yao Yuan vividly recalls the question that Zhou Xiao would often ask. Each night before they drifted off to sleep, she would hold Yao Yuan close and softly inquire, "My dear, do you love me? Will you love me forever?" Yao Yuan's response was invariably the same, "Of course I love you. I will always love you." This would be followed by passionate embraces, kisses, and nights ablaze with fervor. However, such bliss was fleeting, and the notion of forever proved to be an illusion. A few months later, Zhou Xiao quietly departed, leaving behind a letter and taking all her belongings back to Xiangxi alone. In her hometown, she had a mother who had long been bedridden, a father suffering from pneumoconiosis, and a younger brother who was oblivious to their hardships. Prior to this, her father had managed to supplement the family's income with odd jobs, allowing them to scrape by. Yet, an unexpected car accident shattered his leg, exacerbating their misfortunes and placing all burdens squarely on Zhou Xiao's shoulders. Faced with such dire circumstances, she had no choice but to resign from her job and return home to care for her family, while finding work in her hometown. Upon reading the breakup letter left by Zhou Xiao, Yao Yuan felt as if struck by lightning. He was utterly bewildered and nearly succumbed to despair. Subsequently, he rushed to Xiangxi, desperate to seek clarity from Zhou Xiao. Upon arriving at her village and witnessing her family's plight, he found himself unable to utter a single word of reproach. All he could do was leave all the money he had on him and depart silently. Thereafter, he maintained contact with Zhou Xiao. After she obtained her teaching qualification, she became a Chinese language teacher at a local middle school. She remained single until both her parents passed away, eventually marrying a man who had previously been married. However, her married life was far from joyful, merely serving to uphold a semblance of family. For Yao Yuan, although their relationship was brief, lasting only a few months, it left an indelible mark on his heart. Now, observing Zhou Xiao, bustling about like a busy little bee, he felt a pang of deep sorrow. Yet, he refrained from approaching her to reveal his identity, knowing it would only frighten this cautious and resilient girl, shattering her pride in the process. Standing at the entrance of the cafeteria for several minutes, Yao Yuan finally turned to leave. Just as he departed, Zhou Xiao glanced back toward the entrance, exhaling a sigh of relief. She had long sensed that someone was watching her from that direction but had not dared to look up. She was unaware of the identity of this person. It was around 10 o'clock at night when her counselor arrived at the dormitory with several new garments and called for Zhou Xiao to step outside. In the corridor, the counselor handed her the clothes and whispered, "I have wonderful news for you, Zhou Xiao. Someone is willing to provide you with financial support until you graduate from university." These clothes were all purchased by him. All your tuition and living expenses for the next 4 years will be paid regularly. And he will also top up your meal card, hoping you won't hesitate to spend. Zhou Xiao gasped in astonishment, momentarily frozen. The next moment, her cheeks flushed as she pushed the garments back. Who was this benefactor? Why was he offering her such support? "Buy me some clothes. I cannot accept these items," she exclaimed, suddenly reminded of the individual who had appeared in the cafeteria that evening. The counselor, aware of her thoughts, offered her some comforting words. "You need not overthink this. When the person approached me, I verified his identity on the spot. He is not a societal outsider, but rather a university student, albeit not from our institution, and harbors no ill intentions. He assured me that you could completely disregard his existence, focus on your studies, and do not burden yourself. The garments in question were not designer labels, but rather commonplace attire. Should any classmates inquire, simply say they were gifts from a distant relative. The counselor continued to persuade Zhou Xiao. After her earnest entreaties, Zhou Xiao ultimately accepted the notion of being supported by an anonymous benefactor. Upon witnessing her acquiescence, the counselor exhaled a sigh of relief. Subsequently, she requested Zhou Xiao's bank account number, preparing to take her leave. At that moment, Zhou Xiao timidly asked, "Teacherin, could you provide me with the other party's phone number? I wish to express my gratitude." Taken aback by this request, the counselor paused momentarily before gently nodding and providing Zhou Xiao with a number. Around 11 o'clock, as Yao Yuan lay in bed preparing for sleep, he received a text message. "I am Zhou Xiao. This message is sent from my roommate's phone. Thank you." Upon reading the message, Yao Yuan couldn't help but smile. In the next instant, he swiftly replied, "No need for thanks. Enjoy your university life and don't make it too arduous." As he sent the message, he quietly mused. "The gratitude should be directed towards me. You have given me the most beautiful memories." Chapter 8. The most profitable venture once again. It was a day of liberation for Yao Yuan. For him, today marked the inception of his grand pursuit of wealth. The discovery of the 2 paintings by Zhang Daqian was, in his eyes, a divine reward bestowed upon a reincarnated soul, allowing him to continue the illustrious legacy of his past life. Before 8 o'clock, Yao Yuan departed from the school, driving Zhou Su's golf car. Upon leaving the campus, he navigated directly to the nearby Normal University, eventually halting his vehicle in front of Zhou Xiao's dormitory. He remained seated inside, observing the entrance of the girls' dormitory in the distance. Before long, Zhou Xiao and several of her dorm mates emerged from the classroom, preparing to head to their next lecture. The other freshmen chattered excitedly, their spirits high, while Zhou Xiao kept her head lowered, appearing quite bashful. However, today she had shed her military training uniform in favor of the new attire Yao Yuan had purchased for her. Her footwear had also transformed from the standard issue green shoes to a pair of white domestic sport sneakers. Witnessing this transformation, Yao Yuan could not help but smile and nod in approval. Once Zhou Xiao and her friends had moved on, he departed from the university, making his way to the nearest Volkswagen dealership, intending to apply window tinting to the golf cart to avoid drawing attention. Around 9 o'clock, Yao Yuan returned to the vicinity of the school by taxi, stopping in front of the branch office of Citic Securities on South Road. Stepping out of the taxi, he immediately surveyed the building before him. Familiarity enveloped him. As a seasoned investor, his first stock trading account had been established at this very office, a place he had frequented until the moment of his rebirth. Aside from a year and 2 months of further education, his stock account had never remained inactive and had seen a flurry of transactions. Yet, despite the activity, he had garnered little profit and instead suffered substantial losses, repeatedly falling prey to the predatory tactics of market manipulators and various speculators. However, the tides had turned. Such misfortunes would not befall him again. With a confident smile, Yao Yuan grasped his laptop bag and entered the branch. Now in possession of over 100 million in capital, he could not allow this fortune to languish in a bank account. Although the interest on this substantial sum was considerable enough to sustain him comfortably for a lifetime, the reincarnated Yao Yuan was unwilling to succumb to a life of mediocrity and complacency. Before him lay an unprecedented opportunity for wealth accumulation. With a background in accounting and years of experience as a financial supervisor, coupled with his status as an astute investor, he was acutely aware of the imminent arrival of the 2007 super bull market. The 2007 bull market would be a historic surge in the Chinese stock market, creating countless legends and establishing an unparalleled pinnacle in its history. During this super bull market, the Shanghai Composite Index skyrocketed from 998 points in mid-2005 to 6,124 points by November 2007, igniting fervor among countless investors. If one were to consider the period from October 2006 to the peak of 6,124 points in November 2007, there remained an astonishing potential for an increase of over 4,300 points. For the prescient Yao Yuan, this was an extraordinary opportunity not to be missed, a veritable goldmine. Without mentioning the identities of the financial supervisor and the seasoned investor, in the last 2 years of his undergraduate studies and the 3 years of his graduate studies, Yao Yuan not only personally experienced this remarkable bull market, but also under the guidance of his mentor, systematically and profoundly studied the phenomenon of this super bull market. He possesses an acute understanding of its causes, developments, peaks, and eventual conclusion. He is particularly well-versed in the super stocks that emerged during this period, such as China Shipbuilding and Guangzhou Shipbuilding International, which saw astonishing increases, soaring nearly 50-fold from their nadir to their peak in 2007. Among these, China Shipbuilding skyrocketed from a mere 7 or 8 yuan to a staggering 300 yuan. A truly extraordinary rise. If we take October 2006 as a starting point, it still reflects an increase of over 10 times. Even Matai experienced a phenomenal surge, multiplying 4 to 5 times within that year. Currently, housing prices in the capital have begun to ascend rapidly, having merely doubled from 2006 to 2007. Knowing this, how could Yao Yuan possibly let such a golden opportunity slip away? It would be sheer folly. With 100 million yuan in cash at his disposal, if he partakes in this super bull market, he could transform it into 1 billion, or even more, within a year. What business could be more lucrative than this? None at all. Even the profits from robbery or drug trafficking pale in comparison, falling woefully short, having spent nearly a decade in finance. Yao Yuan is acutely aware that the most profitable venture in this world, the one that yields the quickest returns, is finance, even surpassing all illegal enterprises in terms of speed of profit. Naturally, this is also the quickest path to financial ruin. One might ponder why he wouldn't use this money to embark on an entrepreneurial venture, leveraging his foresight to dominate the market and grow exponentially. Let us be realistic. Would you ask someone versed in accounting to start a business? With the likes of Ma Huateng, Lu Qiangdong, and Zhang Xiaoming, future moguls endowed with entrepreneurial zeal and exceptional talent at his disposal, Yao Yuan need not involve himself directly. On the night, he profited handsomely from selling paintings. He lay in bed contemplating how best to seize the super bull market. His plan was to earn a substantial profit and then allocate half of his wealth to invest in super stocks like Matai, reaping enormous returns in the future. The other half would be dedicated to enjoying life and establishing an investment company operating from the shadows as an angel investor, while the likes of Ma Huateng and Lu Qiangdong would strive on his behalf. For instance, Lu Qiangdong, who is currently in dire need of funds and reportedly seeking investments everywhere, would surely be humbled if, at this moment, Yao Yuan descended as an angel investor, casually offering him hundreds of millions to spend as he wished. As it was a trading day, the brokerage office was bustling with activity. A diverse crowd of new and experienced investors congregated in the hall, engrossed in market observations and discussions. Yao Yuan felt entirely familiar with this scene. He cast a casual glance around the lobby and then approached the lobby manager directly. I intend to open an account at your brokerage and require immediate access to the large account room. Please take me to meet your general manager. The lobby manager gasped in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. He regarded Yao Yuan with a look of astonishment and skepticism. Not only him, but several others nearby cast their incredulous gazes in Yao Yuan's direction, unable to fathom the possibility. Yao Yuan appeared far too youthful, seemingly unqualified to enter the elite trading room. Sir, the prerequisites for accessing our trading room are quite stringent. A minimum of 5 million in your securities account is required. Do you meet this criterion? Simply take me to meet the general manager of the trading department, and you will soon discover whether I am eligible to enter the elite room. Yao Yuan replied with a confident smile. Very well, given your assurance. I shall escort you to the elite room upstairs. The lobby manager's tone shifted swiftly, adopting a more respectful demeanor as he gestured for Yao Yuan to proceed. Consequently, Yao Yuan followed him to the elite trading room located on the second floor. Upon witnessing this scene, several elderly gentlemen lingering in the lobby on the first floor were left momentarily speechless. Could he be a second-generation heir? Perhaps he is merely a prodigal child squandering relocation compensation. Many have amassed wealth overnight through such means in recent years. They murmured amongst themselves, a mix of envy and jealousy evident in their tones. Before long, it was around 11:40 a.m. Accompanied by the general manager and others from the CITIC Securities Nanjing South Road branch, Yao Yuan exited the brokerage and departed in a vehicle. At this juncture, he had successfully opened an account and transferred 20 million into his securities account. As soon as the funds cleared, he commenced trading. Feigning seriousness, he scrutinized the market before purchasing approximately 3 million worth of China Shipbuilding stocks and around 2 million of Matai stocks. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He intended to continue diversifying his investments in these two stocks until his account was entirely depleted. Simultaneously, He installed the high-level trading software exclusive to major clients on his laptop. He enjoyed every privilege entitled to such clients, including lower trading fees and expedited transaction channels. After departing from CITIC Securities, Yao Yuan took a circuitous route before eventually returning to campus. When the market opened in the afternoon and his dorm mates had left for class, he promptly logged onto his laptop and transferred an additional 80 million renminbi into his securities account. Upon completing the transfer, he immediately commenced trading, fervently acquiring stocks. However, this time, his purchases were not limited to China Shipbuilding and Matai. He opted for several other stellar stocks, such as Guangzhou Shipyard. Without exception, these exceptional stocks would experience over a tenfold increase in value over the subsequent year. In comparison, Matai exhibited the smallest growth as he executed his trades. These remarkable stocks soared like rockets, creating a minor stir in the stock market. Fortunately, there were no top-performing lists at that moment, allowing him to trade without fear of exposing his positions. Chapter 9. Examination of the investment environment on a Friday afternoon, around 3 o'clock. Yao Yuan drove back to the university in Zhou modified Golf. The vehicle had undergone a transformation, now adorned with an eye-catching Le Mans 24-hour endurance racing wrap, making it difficult for anyone to trace Yao Yuan through the car. During the past few days, Yao Yuan had been industriously engaged in trading activities through his CITIC Securities account, converting substantial funds into stocks. Unlike his initial hefty investments, he had since adopted a strategy of making smaller, diversified purchases of several outstanding stocks, including shares of Matai. This cautious approach was intended to avoid drawing attention to his trading activities. After 2 or 3 days, he had accumulated over 60 million in stock value. With more than 30 million still available in his securities account, Yao Yuan planned to invest the remaining funds entirely in stocks the following week, after which he intended to lie low and await the onset of the super bull market in 2007. In fact, the super bull market was set to commence that very week, with its peak expected the following year. He also reserved around 10 million in his bank account for emergencies, such as when he wished to display his newfound wealth. Earlier that day, he had taken a taxi to the Bank of China in Lulikang, where he acquired a prestigious platinum credit card, adding yet another tool to his arsenal of sophistication. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yao Yuan parked the car and proceeded into the building with his backpack. As he entered, he encountered a fellow student from the CPA class. The moment the student saw him, he exclaimed, "Yao Yuan, I've heard you've completely let loose and hardly attend classes anymore. Is that true? You've been called out twice in the last few days during lectures. Be careful." Yao Yuan paused momentarily and then shook his head with a hint of resignation. "Well, talk about bad luck, getting called out twice. But that won't happen again. Letting loose was just a joke," he said, hastening up the stairs. Yanqing Financial University stands as one of the premier financial institutions in the country. Despite being classified as a 211 university, its admission scores surpass those of many 985 universities. Consequently, the employment prospects and future development of its graduates often exceed those from certain 985 institutions, leading to a consistent demand for its alumni. In such a prestigious 211 university, the academic atmosphere is notably rigorous, with a palpable spirit of learning permeating the campus. Most students at the financial university are exceedingly diligent, as evidenced by the perpetual occupancy of study rooms throughout the night. It is rare for someone like Yao Yuan to skip an entire week of classes, especially in core subjects. In just a few strides, Yao Yuan reached his dormitory. Upon entering, he promptly retrieved all the securities account documents from his backpack. He then opened his locker and secured his laptop and these sensitive documents inside, ensuring they would remain undiscovered. After completing these tasks, he quickly glanced at the class schedule affixed to the door. He picked up a book from his desk, promptly locked the door to his dormitory, and hurried towards the second teaching building. Although he had already studied these courses, the instructors were unaware of this. He certainly did not wish to be penalized for excessive absences, risking failure in certain subjects, being compelled to retake them, or even facing expulsion from the university. At this stage, he needed to fulfill his responsibilities as a university student. Upon exiting the dormitory, Yao Yuan sprinted towards his second class of the afternoon, behavioral finance. However, fate was not on his side. Just as he burst into the second teaching building, the bell rang, signaling the beginning of class. By the time he reached the classroom on the 6th floor, the lesson had already commenced. Reluctantly, he approached the back door of the classroom, gently pushed it open, and stealthily entered. As soon as he stepped inside, Associate Professor Huang halted his discourse and turned to look in Yao Yuan's direction. Instantly, all the students in the classroom turned their heads towards the back door, dozens of pairs of eyes fixated on him. Yao Yuan had no choice but to stop in his tracks, offering an awkward smile. "I apologize, Professor Huang. I am late." Before he could finish, Associate Professor Huang replied with a hint of irritation. "Is this merely tardiness, Yao Yuan? It's quite a challenge to catch a glimpse of you. You didn't attend Wednesday's securities investment analysis class, and I overlooked your absence. Today, you have arrived a full class late. As far as I know, you've missed nearly all your classes this week. Pray tell, what have you been occupied with? Busy with matters of national significance? If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, do not expect to pass securities investment analysis and behavioral finance." Associate Professor Huang, being the husband of the counselor, frequently assisted her in various matters, thus taking a keen interest in the affairs of the class and knowing every student personally. Unfortunately, he was also responsible for teaching the very courses Yao Yuan was at risk of failing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yao Yuan knew he had to devise a clever excuse to placate Professor Huang. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. After a brief moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "Professor Huang, you are absolutely correct. I have indeed missed several classes this week, including the two you teach. However, there were valid reasons behind my absences. Since you teach behavioral finance, I was out conducting a field study on the investment environment. In pursuit of a thorough understanding, I dedicated an entire week to meticulously investigating the real estate and securities markets in the capital. Through this week of exploration, I made numerous new discoveries and gained significant insights. It was indeed a fruitful endeavor." Laughter erupted from the back row, where Zhou Su and Xia Haitao could no longer contain themselves. The other classmates joined in, all wearing expressions of amusement. Associate Professor Huang paused momentarily, then chuckled. "Well done. You are quite the silver-tongued speaker, weaving words with such flair. Since you were investigating the investment market environment, come to the front and share your findings with the class. If you can articulate your insights convincingly, I shall overlook your absences. Furthermore, if your reasoning resonates with me, consider yourself passing these two courses." Laughter erupted, growing increasingly boisterous as the crowd reveled in the spectacle. "What do you think, Yao Yuan? Are you enjoying the show?" remarked Wu Lan, relishing the moment. Just as everyone anticipated that Yao Yuan would seek an excuse to withdraw, he boldly strode towards the podium, his eyes sparkling with determination. "Professor Huang, you stated that if my arguments hold merit, I shall pass these two courses. A gentleman's word is his bond. You cannot go back on your promise." With everyone watching, his unwavering confidence left his classmates in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Was it possible that Yao Yuan, rather than being heartbroken, had indeed undertaken an earnest examination of the investment landscape, thus brimming with self-assurance? Professor Huang, standing at the podium, was equally taken aback. He soon broke into a smile and nodded. "Very well, Yao Yuan. Once a word is spoken, it cannot be retracted. As long as your reasoning is sound, you shall be considered to have passed these two courses." No sooner had he spoken than Yao Yuan reached the podium, and in a surprising turn, he embraced Professor Huang, whispering, "Old Huang, you ought to smoke less. It's detrimental to your health." Professor Huang was left utterly speechless, frozen in disbelief. Little did he know that 15 years hence, he would succumb to lung cancer, leaving behind a pair of orphaned children. Meanwhile, the 70 or so students beneath the podium were equally astonished by Yao Yuan's unexpected gesture. Before they could fully comprehend the moment, Yao Yuan had already begun his performance. Chapter 10. Astonishing remarks. Yao Yuan seized the microphone placed upon the podium, embarking upon his performance. He intended to dispel any lingering doubts among his peers, thus alleviating the incessant speculation regarding his activities throughout the past week. Simultaneously, this served as a precautionary measure, laying the groundwork for his substantial profits from the stock market. While everyone else was seated in the classroom attending lectures, I had been traversing the capital city, utilizing this time to survey the real estate and securities markets, yielding some noteworthy insights. To commence with the securities market, in just 1 year, the Shanghai Composite Index has surged from a mere 998 points in mid-2005 to an impressive closing of 1784 points today, nearly doubling in value. This remarkable increase is quite astounding. However, in my view, it merely signifies the inception of a monumental bull market. The classroom fell into a hushed silence. All the students gazed intently at Yao Yuan on the podium, captivated by his charismatic discourse. Observing this scene, many felt a sense of unreality. Was this individual truly heartbroken, leading to a week of absences in search of solace? Nonsense. His demeanor betrayed no hint of despondency. Seated in the second row, Lu Jingwen regarded Yao Yuan at the podium, suddenly struck by a revelation. At that moment, Yao Yuan appeared to radiate brilliance, utterly transformed from his former self. Just then, Associate Professor Huang interjected. You are correct, Yao Yuan. The stock market's gains this year are indeed remarkable, marking a bull market. However, on what basis do you assert that this is merely a prelude to a super bull market? Yao Yuan turned to Professor Huang, smiling as he provided his rationale. Allow me to summarize my points, which I humbly present for your consideration. Firstly, there was the adjustment of the stamp duty at the beginning of last year, reduced from 0.2 to 0.1, implementing the National 9 measures aimed at promoting the healthy and stable development of the capital market. Following this was the reform of stock segregation in April 2005, which created ample room for the market to rise, establishing the prerequisites for significant appreciation. Secondly, the currency reform in July 2005 greatly heightened expectations for the appreciation of the renminbi, prompting an influx of foreign capital, one of the key reasons for the stock market's meteoric rise. Thirdly, the rapid expansion of fund sizes has also contributed to the swift ascent of the stock market. Lastly, the performance of listed companies has been a driving force. From last year to this year, many companies have seen substantial improvements in their earnings. According to this year's disclosed interim reports, numerous listed companies have experienced net profit growth exceeding 30%. Everyone listened in a daze, their expressions one of astonishment as they stared at Yao Yuan on the podium. Is this truly the Yao Yuan I know? Could he be masquerading as a renowned economist? This is utterly impressive. Regardless of whether his predictions regarding the super bull market are accurate, few possess the ability to articulate such grand visions with such eloquence. Among the 70 or 80 students present, it is unlikely one could find another capable of such a feat. Standing on the podium, Professor Huang gazed at Yao Yuan with sparkling eyes, as if he had discovered a treasure. At the same time, a contemplative expression flickered across his face. Soon, Yao Yuan's first performance was drawing to a close. Over the past 2 days, I visited several securities firms, each bustling with activity, teeming with people eagerly flocking to the stock market. This serves as the clearest testament. In summary, I believe that the domestic stock market may be on the brink of a monumental bull market, or rather, this extraordinary bull market has already commenced. As these words resonated in the classroom, an absolute silence enveloped the space. All the students stared at Yao Yuan, as if they were meeting him for the first time. Indeed, this was the first time they had witnessed such a confident Yao Yuan. That was exceptional. It seems you have truly gleaned some insights, Professor Huang remarked approvingly. Leading the applause. Following suit, around 70 to 80 students erupted into enthusiastic applause. Incredible, Yao Yuan. You are truly remarkable. As they clapped, cheers filled the air. The commotion in the classroom quickly spread to the corridor and to other classrooms on the same floor. Teachers and students attending classes, as well as many studying, emerged from their rooms, drawn by the excitement. Among them were a few curious professors. In the classroom, Professor Huang raised his hands gently to signal for quiet. As he did, the students immediately ceased their clapping and cheering. Professor Huang then turned to Yao Yuan, nodding in approval. Yao Yuan, your insights regarding the securities market are splendid, well-reasoned, and quite persuasive. We can delve deeper into this topic later. I am eager to hear more of your enlightening discoveries. Now, having addressed the investment climate of the securities market, you may share your thoughts on the real estate market, as I believe everyone is keen to hear your esteemed opinions. Before he could finish, another round of enthusiastic applause erupted in the classroom. The professors observing from the doorway were captivated by Yao Yuan on stage, seemingly forgetting that they had classes in adjacent rooms. Once the applause subsided, Yao Yuan promptly raised the microphone, commencing his second segment. In the course of my recent investigations, I have gathered a set of data that I believe adequately illustrates the fervor of the real estate market in the capital. In 2004, the average sales price of all properties in the capital was 6,178 yuan. This year, it has surged to 8,792 yuan, a staggering increase of 42. This is merely an average figure. If we focus solely on property prices in the core urban areas, they have effectively doubled. The costs of living are of paramount concern to everyone. It cannot be denied that the rise in property prices in the capital is astonishing. Yet, in my view, the prices remain relatively low. The true surge has only just begun. Before he could finish, gasps of astonishment echoed both inside and outside the classroom. No way. To claim that prices doubling every 2 years is merely the beginning. Have I misheard? Indeed, if property prices continue to soar, who will be able to afford a home? Surely, we cannot all be left to slumber on the streets, can we? The crowd erupted in astonishment, some even accusing Yao Yuan of alarmism. At that moment, the front door of the classroom swung open, and 2 professors entered together. As they stepped inside, one of the professors immediately inquired, "Young man, what is the basis of your assertion regarding the skyrocketing property prices in the capital? Take, for instance, the newly constructed residential complex just outside the southern gate of our school. The current price is nearing 15,000 per square meter. According to your claim, how high do you anticipate the prices in that complex will rise?" Simultaneously, Associate Professor Huang hurried over to greet the 2 professors. Approaching them, he quickly said, "Professor Zhang." "Professor Liu, what brings you here today?" The professors nodded in response. "Apologies, Professor Huang. We hope we are not intruding on your teaching." The comments made by this student piqued our interest, prompting us to enter and engage in a discussion. At that moment, Yao Yuan smiled and interjected, "Professor Liu, my name is Yao Yuan, a student from Class 2 of the Accounting Program, 2004. If I am not mistaken, you have either purchased a property in the construction across from the southern gate or are considering doing so. It is indeed a commendable investment, in my view. The price of 15,000 for that complex is exceedingly reasonable. Given time, it may very well escalate to over 100,000 or even higher. If I had the means, I would certainly acquire several units as an investment." Without a doubt, this statement ignited a fervor throughout the classroom. Chapter 11. The future of housing affordability. Who can afford a house priced at 100,000 per square meter? Is it even possible to live under such circumstances? It is merely an ordinary residential property, not a palace. How can it be so exorbitantly priced? Many shook their heads in disbelief, unable to accept the notion that housing prices could escalate to such absurd heights. A price of 100,000 per square meter would render survival impossible. But this is just the beginning. In the future, there will be properties in the capital priced at 200,000 per square meter. And some school district houses could reach as high as 400,000 to 500,000 per square meter. Yao Yuan silently scoffed at this, then proceeded with his astonishing assertions. To elucidate the logic behind the soaring property prices in the capital, he chose a different approach, for it concerned each and every one present. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent. Professors Huang and Liu nodded in unison, both gazing intently at Yao Yuan. In the next moment, Yao Yuan pointed towards the students below. "I wish to inquire whether, after graduation, you intend to remain in the capital for work or return to your hometown. As far as I know, over 60% of graduates from previous years have chosen to stay in the capital, with fewer than 40% opting to work elsewhere. I believe our cohort mirrors this trend. Just consider how many universities there are in the capital and how many students they produce. The situation is quite similar across other institutions, implying that the capital welcomes an influx of tens of thousands of new residents each year." With this remark, the audience nodded in agreement. "Indeed, regardless of others' choices, I intend to stay in the capital for work after graduation. Who would not? The capital offers the best conditions in the country. Who would willingly leave?" After a brief pause, Yao Yuan continued, "Countless graduates from other regions will undoubtedly share the same aspirations. They yearn for a higher platform, better development opportunities, and wish to work in the capital, whether in various industries, civil service, business, labor, the arts, or as white-collar workers, all seeking to transform their living conditions and provide their children with superior education. Given our nation's circumstances and culture, it is evident that countless individuals desire to work and live in the capital, a trend that has remained unchanged throughout history. Each year, countless people flock to the capital. Once they arrive, must they not have a place to call home? They cannot all reside under bridges, can they? This inevitably creates a colossal demand for housing. Where there is demand, a market will emerge. Under such conditions, it is nearly impossible for housing prices in the capital not to skyrocket. And I believe that 100,000 per square meter is not the pinnacle." Everyone was thoroughly astonished, staring at Yao Yuan in disbelief. The professors exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a hint of shock. Moments later, Professor Liu spoke up. "You make a valid point, Yao Yuan. The recent surge in housing prices in the capital corroborates this notion. However, have you considered how people would cope if prices truly reached 100,000 per square meter? Yao Yuan looked at the professor and replied with a smile. I vaguely recall that in the early 1990s, my grandfather's salary was just over 300. May I ask, Professor Liu, what your current salary is? Surely it has exceeded 10,000 by now. If we also take into account income from guest lectures and consultancy, it is undoubtedly substantial. Professor Liu paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. Indeed, compared to when I first began my career, my salary has multiplied several-fold. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and continued, the nation is advancing, society is progressing, and while housing prices soar rapidly, wage levels are also rising correspondingly. Of course, the pace of income growth may not quite keep up with the staggering rise in housing prices, but one can always take out a mortgage to purchase a home. Many individuals here will likely buy property in the capital in the future, burdening themselves with hefty loans, becoming mere slaves to their mortgages, and perhaps remaining in debt for a lifetime. As his words settled in, the classroom fell silent once more. The multitude of students seated and standing at the entrances shuddered at the thought of bearing such significant debts in their future. If housing prices truly escalated to such an outrageous degree, would they not indeed become slaves to their mortgages? The mere contemplation sent chills down their spines. In the next moment, Professor Zhang unexpectedly posed a question. In your opinion, is it only the housing prices in the capital that are this insane? Or is it a similar situation nationwide? Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Yuan promptly responded, I believe the situation is analogous across the country, particularly in major metropolitan areas and provincial capitals. Other places may not be as exaggerated as the capital. The reasoning is straightforward. Everyone aspires to a better life, which fuels a robust demand. Those living in slums yearn for apartments. Those in apartments wish to upgrade to larger homes, and those in larger homes desire villas, and so forth. In addition to urban residents, countless farmers are migrating to cities in search of livelihoods and a stable life, all of which contribute to the rapid escalation of housing prices. Subsequently, Yao Yuan continued to speak passionately and animatedly. Caught up in his enthusiasm, he even became somewhat oblivious to his surroundings. The three professors at the podium looked increasingly astonished, their gazes fixed intently upon him. The numerous students inside and outside the classroom gazed at Yao Yuan, wide-eyed, almost as if witnessing a divine presence. Particularly the many young women in the audience felt a wave of dizziness and fascination. After a moment, Yao Yuan finally concluded his discourse. In the next instant, the three professors spoke in unison. Truly remarkable, Yao Yuan. With that, they began to applaud. Soon after, all the students inside and outside the classroom joined in the applause. Zhou Su and Xia Haitao sprang to their feet, clapping vigorously while cheering loudly. At that moment, Professor Liu approached and gently patted Yao Yuan's arm. Yao Yuan, your presentation was outstanding, and your perspective on the issues was refreshingly novel. Professor Huang mentioned that you recently delivered insightful commentary on the securities market. Based on what you've articulated, would you be able to compose 2 articles? I would very much like to systematically understand your insights and thoughts. Yao Yuan gasped, momentarily taken aback. The esteemed Professor Liu before him is a financial expert enjoying special government allowances from the State Council and is a member of the nation's think tank. Now, unexpectedly, he must compose 2 articles to articulate his thoughts. Who could possibly decline such an opportunity? Amidst the astonishment, Yao Yuan instantly realized this was a rare chance, one not to be squandered. In the next moment, he eagerly nodded. No problem, Professor Liu. I shall pen down my humble insights and deliver them to you as soon as they are completed. Your guidance would be invaluable. Excellent. Professor Liu responded with an approving nod. Shortly thereafter, Professor Zhang interjected with a smile. Yao Yuan, once you have finished your article, please do send me a copy. I am eager to explore your perspectives. The youth are indeed formidable. Certainly. I will make sure to deliver it to you. Yao Yuan promptly replied with enthusiasm. After exchanging a few more words, Professor Zhang and Liu departed the classroom to resume their teaching duties. Once they had left, Associate Professor Huang approached swiftly and patted Yao Yuan on the shoulder with enthusiasm. Well done, Yao Yuan. Your performance today was truly remarkable and eye-opening. I never anticipated that within merely a week, you would achieve such astonishing results. Yao Yuan smirked, stepping aside. Please be gentle. I am made of flesh and blood too. Now, shall we discuss the terms you promised? Associate Professor Huang paused momentarily before smiling and nodding. In light of your outstanding performance, you have passed both the courses of securities investment analysis and behavioral finance with full marks. However, I have a condition. once you finish your article. I expect a copy as well. Before Huang finished speaking, Yao Yuan's face lit up with joy. Absolutely. I will deliver the article to you as soon as it is complete. Chapter 12. The necessity of borrowing to invest, having secured Professor Huang's commitment. Yao Yuan was poised to descend from the podium. However, Professor Huang called him back. Yao Yuan, do not leave just yet. I intend to alter our teaching approach for the remainder of this class. We still have ample time to engage in a discussion about the securities market and the real estate market, delving into the current investment climate. Yao Yuan paused, momentarily taken aback. The students below the podium and those outside the door, however, did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. Yao Yuan, you mentioned that the securities market is on the brink of a super bull market. If that is indeed the case, shouldn't we all consider opening trading accounts to capitalize on this opportunity and reap substantial profits? Exclaimed Jian Baiyang from Class 1, rising to voice his opinion. Following closely, the audacious Xia Haitao stood up as well. In comparison to stock trading, I believe purchasing property is a more prudent investment strategy. The pace at which housing prices in the capital are escalating is astonishing, having doubled in just 2 years. If prices truly reach 100,000 per square meter, can there be a more remarkable return on investment? Other classmates chimed in, each presenting their perspectives, creating a cacophony of opinions. Students who had been lingering at the classroom doors pushed them open and entered, eager to partake in the discourse. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on Yao Yuan, anticipating his responses to these inquiries. Even Professor Huang watched with keen interest. After a brief moment of feigned contemplation, Yao Yuan grasped the microphone and began to address each question in turn. Firstly, I must clarify that I do not advocate for everyone to open stock trading accounts. The stock market carries inherent risks, and caution is paramount when entering it. We are studying accounting, and we can all comprehend financial statements, allowing us to analyze the merits and flaws of a publicly listed company. Yet, these are merely figures on paper. The reality may be starkly different, even diametrically opposed. Through my observations over the past few days, I've noticed a defining characteristic of our stock market, or rather, of our investors. In contrast to technical analysis, our market is profoundly influenced by policy. To put it succinctly, while aligning with the overarching trends of economic development, we engage with policies which ultimately test human nature. At this juncture, the entire class fell into a thoughtful silence. If technical analysis is deemed ineffectual, why then must we study courses such as securities investment analysis? Would that not render our efforts futile? Professor Huang, standing at the podium, nodded in agreement, fully aware of the veracity of Yao Yuan's assertions, and acutely cognizant of the considerable impact policies have on the stock market. In the next moment, he interjected with a smile, then, please elucidate how policies and human nature manifest within the stock market. Yao Yuan nodded and continued his exposition. The influence of policy on the stock market can be succinctly summarized. Those privy to insider information gain a significant advantage, while the rest merely become the chaff to be harvested. The examination of human nature in the stock market is indeed a complex matter, rife with fear, greed, and hesitation. For instance, many investors have encountered remarkable stocks, yet few have had the fortitude to hold on to them, and even fewer have reaped substantial profits. Many have suffered significant losses. At this juncture, Yao Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. He serves as one of the best cautionary tales regarding human behavior in the stock market. As a seasoned investor, he had once invested in Matai stocks in a previous life. However, after numerous transactions, rather than making a profit, he incurred considerable losses, all the while watching the price of Matai soar to approximately 2,700. Then there was the case of Yao Yuan Emperor at the end of 2021. He had invested early but, after only 2 price surges, hastily liquidated his holdings, intending to reinvest during a market correction. Subsequently, Yao Yuan experienced a relentless series of price increases, leaving no opportunity for entry. When the price surge finally subsided, it had skyrocketed, and Yao Yuan no longer dared to participate. Little did he anticipate that Yao Yuan's price would subsequently ascend to over 30 times its original value within a few months. Yao Yuan, having remained a passive observer, perfectly missed another opportunity for wealth, feeling an overwhelming urge to smash his phone and computer in frustration. It is essential to note that, at that time, he was suffocating under the burden of a massive mortgage. Had he made a significant profit from Yao Yuan Emperor, the burden of several $100,000 in mortgage debt would have been trivial, and perhaps he would not have faced divorce. After a brief discussion about the stock market, Yao Yuan abruptly shifted the conversation. In comparison to trading stocks, I advocate for investing in real estate, even if one must borrow money. It is imperative to purchase property in the capital. Of course, one must never resort to high-interest loans, as that would only lead to disaster. Many of us will eventually remain in the capital for work, making home ownership inevitable. Given this, why not buy a home sooner? It can serve both as a residence and an investment. Hearing this, everyone present nodded in agreement. Although they were still in school, they could sense the fluctuations in housing prices and rents in the capital. It is undoubtedly a daily evolution, with prices perpetually on the rise. Yao Yuan continued to engage the group in a spirited discussion on these two topics, filling the classroom with fervor. Before they knew it, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Reluctantly, they concluded their discussion, gathered their belongings, and departed the classroom. In a short while, Yao Yuan and his friends returned to their dormitory. As soon as they stepped inside, Li Tianfeng cheerfully remarked, "Yao Yuan, you should have seen the way Lu Jinwen looked at you earlier. Her gaze was practically ablaze. If you confess now, you would undoubtedly win over the stunning beauty in no time." Yao Yuan merely chuckled and shook his head. "Forget it. Right now, my only focus is on making money. Relationships can wait." Laughter erupted among the group. After a few playful jests, Wulan suddenly inquired, "Yao Yuan, you just suggested that everyone should borrow money to buy property in the capital. I would like to know, which areas in the capital are the best for purchasing real estate?" With this question, all eyes turned to him, clearly intrigued by the prospect. Aside from Zhang Feiyu, who plans to settle abroad, Zhou Su is a local native, while the others have remained in the capital and have purchased properties there. However, they all acquired their homes quite late, at exorbitant prices, consequently burdening themselves with substantial mortgages. Yao Yuan surveyed his companions before offering his insights. Purchasing property in the capital now is undoubtedly a lucrative investment, even potentially yielding significant profits. Nevertheless, real estate in the capital varies in quality. Some areas possess immense appreciation potential, while others do not. If anyone is considering buying property, I suggest focusing on Haidian and Xiqing, particularly around prestigious primary and secondary schools. Even an old, modest apartment in such neighborhoods would suffice. The esteemed institutions I refer to are not universities, but rather top-tier primary and secondary schools. Everyone paused, somewhat taken aback. Why Haidian and Xiqing, rather than Chaoyang and Dongqing, which are more prosperous? What is the rationale behind purchasing homes near elite primary and secondary schools? Yao Yuan smiled confidently. The reason is straightforward. Educational resources, top-notch educational resources. Such resources are perpetually scarce, and Haidian and Xiqing are the epicenters of the capital's finest educational offerings. To put it plainly, buying property near prestigious schools is merely a strategic move to secure a position and await appreciation. Just as he was speaking, Yao Yuan's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID and stepped out onto the balcony to take the call. The rest of the group exchanged quick glances, then simultaneously remarked, "This guy is truly remarkable. Could it be that heartbreak has such mystical effects, enabling one to unlock their potential?" In the next moment, Zhou Su nodded thoughtfully. Yao Yuan made a valid point. The best primary and secondary schools in the capital are located in Haidian and Xiqing. We sacrificed greatly to gain admission to a few top high schools back in the day. I will call my father right away and promptly purchase several properties near those prestigious institutions, ensuring both investment and rental income. The others nodded in agreement, albeit with a hint of resignation. It is no wonder that he comes from a wealthy family. Buying multiple properties seems as effortless as drinking water, presenting no challenge whatsoever. Our circumstances are quite different. We might need to borrow from various sources, and our families may not even approve. After a brief conversation, Yao Yuan returned. "Wang Xinran just called. We're gathering for dinner tomorrow at Dingfeng building outside the East Gate. I'm going to make a reservation now. You all continue your discussion." With that, he opened the door and stepped outside. Zhou Su and the others were momentarily stunned, also a bit astonished. This fellow is genuinely inviting the entire class for a reunion. Chapter 13. A lavish feast on a Saturday afternoon. Yao Yuan and his companions emerged from their dormitory, engaging in spirited banter as they made their way toward the East Gate. Not long after, they encountered 6 young women from the dormitory of Wang Xinran and Lu Jinwen, and soon, they gathered together. As they were heading out for a meal, the girls had adorned themselves with makeup and dressed exquisitely. Among them, the most striking and captivating was undoubtedly Lu Jinwen, the belle of the accounting department. She wore a flowing dress adorned with tassels and floral patterns. Her skin was as pale as snow, her lips a vivid red, and her teeth gleamed white. With bright, expressive eyes, a tall and graceful figure, and alluring curves, her beauty was bound to attract attention wherever she went. Even Yao Yuan, who had resolved to cease his pursuit of romantic entanglements, found himself glancing at her more than once. In the next moment, he abruptly paused. His gaze fell upon a Swarovski crystal bracelet adorning Lu Jingwen's wrist, a birthday gift he had presented to her several months prior, costing over 1,000 yuan, a sum he had painstakingly saved to afford. Although she had accepted the gift, she had never acknowledged it nor worn it until today. The first time she donned the crystal bracelet, coinciding with Yao Yuan's decision to no longer pursue her, and in such a public setting. In an instant, he comprehended her subtle intentions. In the past, he might have felt touched by her gesture, but now he merely smiled, dismissing it entirely. Lu Jingwen, acutely aware of Yao Yuan's gaze upon her, positioned her wrist with the bracelet more prominently in front of her, stealing a glance at him. A hint of reproach flickered in her eyes. However, Yao Yuan's gaze merely skimmed past her, not lingering even for a moment. This reaction left Lu Jingwen somewhat vexed, prompting her to lightly stamp her foot in irritation. Wang Xinran turned to look at her and then stepped forward, approaching Yao Yuan to whisper, "What is going on with you, Yao Yuan? I called you several times this morning, but you didn't answer. And what exactly is happening between you and Jingwen? Are you truly planning to give up?" Yao Yuan turned to her and quietly replied, "I was in the library writing this morning, and my phone was on silent. So I didn't hear it. I only saw your missed calls at noon, and thought I'd just wait until this afternoon's gathering to respond. There's really nothing between Lu Jingwen and me. I've just come to some realizations and believe it's quite nice for us to be classmates." Upon hearing this, Wang Xinran rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Nice to be classmates? I'll believe that when I see it." As they spoke, the group arrived at the entrance of Dingfeng building outside the East Gate, where they joined several other classmates and proceeded into the restaurant. This establishment is regarded as one of the finest near the university, boasting an inviting atmosphere. The cuisine is authentic, primarily featuring imperial dishes, along with offerings from Shandong, Cantonese, and Huang cuisines. Moreover, the prices are reasonable, making it a favored choice for more formal gatherings among the faculty and students of the university. Yao Yuan had reserved a private room the previous day, and after providing the name, the group followed the waiter upstairs. Upon entering the Taoyuan Hall on the second floor, everyone was momentarily taken aback. This is a quaint banquet hall adorned with 4 round tables, perfectly accommodating the entire class. Within the private room, there are several comfortable sofas and coffee tables, complemented by an array of exquisite decorations, including fine rosewood furniture and high-quality porcelain. Each dining table and coffee table is laden with a variety of beverages and sumptuous fruit platters. Most notably, 4 bottles of Maotai and 6 bottles of French Chateau Latour red wine grace the dining tables. While such a lavish feast may not be extraordinary in the realm of business banquets, within the context of university students, it represents something entirely different. The scene in the private room astonishes everyone. Suddenly, Zhou approaches and drapes an arm around Yao Yuan's shoulder. "Come clean, Yao Yuan, have you struck it rich? If I'm not mistaken, the drinks alone on these tables must cost a fortune. Add in the dining expenses and the room fee, and you're bound to be spending quite a bit today." Everyone turns their gaze, curiosity sparkling in their eyes. Yao Yuan chuckles softly and offers a brief explanation. "Indeed, my friends, I have come into a bit of unexpected fortune. I recently opened a stock trading account at a securities firm and invested in some stocks. Consider it a practical lesson. To my surprise, my investments have appreciated significantly, allowing me to treat everyone to this meal." As his words settle, a chorus of astonishment fills the room. "Wow, no wonder you seem so confident. You've truly hit the jackpot. With such good fortune, how could we be left out? It would be unfair." The group begins to cheer, though it is all in jest. Little do they realize, Yao Yuan is laying the groundwork for what is about to unfold, providing context for his remarkable performance in class yesterday, rendering everything more plausible. For the foreseeable future, he must keep a close watch on the stock market, checking stock trends on his computer and even executing trades. Given the confined space of the dormitory and classroom, he cannot frequently skip classes or evade everyone's watchful eyes while secretly trading stocks. Such behavior would inevitably be discovered. Therefore, it would be wiser to be open about his stock trading. allowing him to freely monitor the market and engage in transactions in both the dormitory and classroom without raising suspicion. The only caveat is to keep his account details private, ensuring that his peers do not glimpse the astonishing number of stocks and account balance within his securities account. This way, as his wealth grows, it would also seem justifiable. Yao Yuan surveyed his companions and then stated earnestly, "While I have indeed made a bit of money from trading stocks, I do not recommend it to anyone. The risk of losing everything is very real. Instead of investing in stocks, why not consider purchasing property and waiting for its value to rise? That would surely be a more prudent choice. Let me clarify, I will not recommend any stocks to anyone, for the sake of our friendship. I urge you not to bring it up. The reasoning is simple. While it's easy to celebrate gains, if losses occur, I fear we might lose our friendship." A moment of silence enveloped the group, followed by a series of nods in agreement. All present were students of accounting, well aware of the allure of wealth. It is not uncommon to see individuals forsake familial ties for monetary gain, and classmates are no exception. Just as the conversation flowed, a few more students were ushered in by the waitstaff. Like their predecessors, they were taken aback by the opulence of the banquet hall. Subsequently, everyone took their seats. At that moment, Yao Yuan rose to inspect the Maotai and red wine, checking the bottles for the marks he had left the previous day to ensure that the liquor had not been tampered with. Witnessing this action, the attendants in the private room felt a sudden unease. Once he confirmed the integrity of the drinks, Yao Yuan settled back down. After a brief interval, all the classmates had arrived, and this slightly extravagant gathering commenced. Throughout the event, Lu Jingwen, seated at the adjacent table, observed Yao Yuan discreetly, her gaze reflecting a blend of melancholy and curiosity. After a while, she realized that, in comparison to the other classmates, Yao Yuan exuded a greater sense of composure, maturity, and an undeniable charm. He seemed almost transformed. Unfortunately, while Yao Yuan engaged in lively banter with the others, he scarcely glanced her way, which left Lu Jingwen feeling somewhat disheartened, prompting her to lift her glass and drink in solitude. As the evening unfolded, Yao Yuan quickly rekindled the bonds of camaraderie he had long missed, thoroughly enjoying the convivial atmosphere. Despite being privy to the future trajectories of his classmates and some of their unfortunate circumstances, such as who had faced imprisonment or betrayal, he refrained from offering unsolicited advice, recognizing that each individual was on their own journey. Instead, he focused on discussions about current campus life, while others were particularly intrigued by the stock and real estate markets he had mentioned, eager to explore those avenues. When the clock struck 8 in the evening, the dinner finally drew to a close. Yao Yuan called the attendant standing outside the door, instructing him to retrieve the bill as they prepared to settle their account. Once the server departed, he quickly imparted a few words of caution to Xie Haitao and the others. As they were leaving, he insisted that all the empty bottles be taken with them, regardless of whether they were finished or not. Unfinished bottles should be taken back to the dormitory for later enjoyment, while empty bottles were to be discarded. Xie Haitao and the others were taken aback, their expressions reflecting confusion. "I understand taking the unfinished ones, but why destroy the empty bottles?" Yao Yuan smiled and offered a brief explanation. "This is to prevent anyone from using these empty bottles to counterfeit liquor. I know how to distinguish genuine Maotai and red wine, but most people lack this skill. Yesterday, I inspected the stock here, and there were both authentic and counterfeit bottles. Had I not been able to discern the difference, we might very well have been drinking fake Maotai." Realization dawned upon Xie Haitao and the others, leaving them both astonished. "Wow, I didn't realize you possessed such a hidden talent. How do you differentiate between real and fake Maotai?" As they spoke, a few of them prepared to examine the empty Maotai bottles on the table. At that moment, the server returned with the bill. "Sir, your total expenditure amounts to 18,300. We will waive the 300, so you only need to pay 18,000. Will you be paying in cash or by card?" After settling the bill, the establishment graciously presented you with a premium card, offering a 20% discount on future dining experiences. The patrons were taken aback by the total, erupting in a chorus of astonishment. 18,000. What on earth did we consume? This is excessively extravagant. In previous gatherings, we barely spent 2,000. One must consider the fine wines we indulged in, alongside the lobsters and abalones. Such expenses are quite reasonable under the circumstances. As the conversation unfolded, Yao Yuan rose to his feet. "Let's proceed. I shall settle the bill and acquire that card as well." With that, he followed the waiter out of the private room to the front desk. Not long after their departure, Zhou Su and Zhang Feiyu exchanged swift glances before rising to leave. Continue your discussion. We will check on the situation. Yao Yuan has had quite a bit to drink. We must ensure all is well. These two gentlemen, one a second-generation property tycoon and the other a wealthy heir, were undoubtedly among the most affluent in their cohort. The other young men present understood their intentions. They were merely concerned that Yao Yuan might struggle to cover the bill and sought to assist him in maintaining his dignity. Upon reaching the front desk on the first floor, they were astonished to find that Yao Yuan had already completed the transaction and was preparing to return a credit card to his wallet. The moment Zhang Feiyu laid eyes on that card, he was momentarily speechless. Surely, I must be mistaken? That is a 1,000,000 yuan limit China Construction Bank Platinum credit card. How could it possibly be in Yao Yuan's possession? Chapter 14. This matter is not over. After a sumptuous meal, everyone emerged from Dingfeng Tower and stepped onto the street. The two waitstaff who had followed them closely kept their eyes fixed on the several bags held by Xia Haitao and his companions. It was evident that the bags contained bottles of Maotai and Lafite red wine. Regrettably, Xia Haitao and the others showed no intention of discarding the empty bottles, which left the waitstaff itching to ask for them but unable to do so. At that moment, a refreshing breeze swept through the street, providing a delightful respite. Yao Yuan surveyed the situation and turned to his companions. Shall we continue to KTV for some singing, or would everyone prefer to return to the dormitory to rest? The choice is yours. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances. The boys, eager for more revelry, were keen to continue, while most of the girls shook their heads in disapproval. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, they felt drowsy and opted against singing. Let us save KTV for another day, suggested the female class committee secretary. The other girls nodded in agreement. Seeing the consensus, Yao Yuan nodded as well. In that case, let us head back to school. Just as he finished speaking, Wang Xinran interjected, Yao Yuan, come help me support Jingwen. I'm struggling a bit on my own. At that moment, she was holding on to Lu Jingwen's arm, clearly finding it a challenge. Lu Jingwen, with her flushed cheeks and dazed expression, appeared to be quite inebriated. Witnessing this scene, Xia Haitao promptly stepped forward, volunteering to assist Lu Jingwen back to school. However, Wang Xinran shot him a disdainful glance, indicating that he should step aside. The other girls merely stood by, giggling and watching the spectacle unfold, while the boys, too, seemed to revel in the drama. With no other option, Yao Yuan stepped forward. As he approached, he glanced at the disoriented beauty, Lu Jingwen, and incredulously whispered, You seemed fine just moments ago. You came down alone from the floor above. It's all your fault. Jingwen drank quite a bit of wine tonight, and once she stepped outside into the cool breeze, she turned into this, Wang Xinran replied, exasperated. Yao Yuan felt a sense of helplessness. What does this have to do with me? Fine. I won't bother explaining. Let us just head back to school. With that, he took hold of Lu Jingwen's other arm, supporting her as they made their way toward the eastern gate. The girls in the class watched with amusement, chuckling quietly. Moments later, they entered the campus. The group walked ahead, chatting and laughing, while Yao Yuan, burdened with his extra passenger, lagged behind. Just then, Wang Xinran decided to stir things up again. Yao Yuan, my arm is too sore. You handle Jingwen by yourself. You can carry her if necessary. With that, she pushed Lu Jingwen toward him and stepped aside. Left with little choice, Yao Yuan quickly wrapped his arms around Lu Jingwen's delicate waist to prevent her from falling. He glanced helplessly at Wang Xinran, who merely stuck out her tongue playfully, clearly reveling in her successful scheme. After walking for a while, Yao Yuan noticed that Lu Jingwen was leaning closer to him. With no other choice, he crouched down and asked Wang Xinran for assistance in carrying Lu Jingwen on his back. Just as he stood up, Lu Jingwen, who was perched on his back, began to slip downwards. Sensing the predicament, Yao Yuan quickly extended his hands behind him to catch her. At that moment, a sudden realization struck him. He had inadvertently held her in an inappropriate manner, which could lead to complications. Yet, to his surprise, the sensation was rather pleasant, and the softness against his back was undeniably enticing. Momentarily lost in thought, he chuckled to himself and continued walking forward. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Jingwen's face flushed a deep crimson as she kept her eyes tightly shut. Meanwhile, Wang Xinran, standing nearby, couldn't help but stifle her laughter. Amidst their playful banter, they returned to the dormitory area and dispersed to their respective quarters to rest. Yao Yuan, remaining behind, escorted Lu Jingwen to the entrance of the girls' dormitory before gently setting her down and handing her over to Wang Xinran, then turned to leave. As soon as he departed, Wang Xinran leaned in close to Lu Jingwen and whispered with a teasing smile, "Stop pretending, Jingwen. Yao Yuan has already left. Others may not know, but I am well aware of your drinking capacity." No sooner had she finished speaking than the seemingly intoxicated Lu Jingwen straightened up. Her demeanor transformed from one of inebriation to playful mirth. Glancing at Yao Yuan's retreating figure, she pouted and murmured, "You say you don't care about me, but your words are insincere." With that, she took Wang Xinran's arm and walked into the dormitory. Upon entering the building, Wang Xinran suddenly teased, "I saw everything very clearly just now. Yao Yuan's hands lingered on your backside for quite some time. You were dressed so lightly, yet you clung to him as if you couldn't bear to part for even a moment." She continued with a mischievous glint in her eye. "Do share the experience of such intimate contact. Wasn't it delightful?" As her words hung in the air, Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed a deep shade of red. "Oh dear, Xinran, you are truly a rascal," she exclaimed, before dashing up the stairs in a flurry. If Yao Yuan had witnessed this scene, he would have certainly realized he had been played. Not long after, Yao Yuan returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he was met with the playful jests of Zhou Su and the others. "Yao Yuan, it seems your affair with the stunning Lu is far from over. The tables have turned, with her now taking the initiative while you find yourself in a passive role," they teased. "Isn't it true? During the gathering tonight, Lu's gaze was nearly glued to you." Hearing this, Yao Yuan felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. He shook his head in resignation, realizing he had not anticipated such a turn of events. "Perhaps this is the enigma of women. I simply cannot comprehend," he mused. "Let it be. I shall not revert to my previous ways. Earning money is of utmost importance." With that, he moved to his bed, pulled out a basin from beneath it, and proceeded to wash up. Having carried Lu Jingwen, he was drenched in sweat and needed to freshen up before resting. The South Campus of the University of Finance is rather small, and the conditions of the dormitories are quite average. Not only do 6 people share a single room, but there are also no private bathrooms, no air conditioning, and one must use the communal washroom for personal hygiene. After a good 15 minutes, Yao Yuan finally completed his ablutions and returned to his dormitory. Just as he set down his basin, Zhou Su eagerly remarked, "Yao Yuan, could you lend your insight? If my family were to purchase a property in Haidian or Xiqing, which location would be most advantageous? I mentioned your suggestion of borrowing money to buy a house to my father, and he found it quite reasonable. Tomorrow, I plan to return home to discuss with my family the possibility of acquiring a few properties in the city as an investment, which could also yield rental income." Zhou Su, a native of Beijing with his home situated beyond the Fifth Ring Road, had benefited greatly from the impending Olympic Games. 2 years prior, he received substantial compensation from a demolition, instantly elevating him to the status of a demolition second generation. After receiving the compensation and several properties, his family deposited the significant sum in the bank to earn interest, leading a life of ease and comfort. However, who could have anticipated that a few years later, Zhou Su's father, swayed by others, would embark on a venture into entrepreneurship, engaging in various investments that ultimately led to chaos? Within a few short years, not only had he squandered the considerable compensation, but he had also lost several properties, leaving the family with just one remaining. Fortunately, Zhou Su's own career was progressing well enough to sustain the family's livelihood, and they were gradually regaining stability. As he spoke, his companions turned their attention towards him. After a moment of feigned contemplation, Yao Yuan provided his counsel. "If your family is considering purchasing a home, I would recommend properties near Zhongguancun Sanxiao, Erxiao, Yixiao, Shijiao Hudong Primary School, and Renmin University Affiliated Primary School. To my knowledge, these are among the most prestigious primary schools in all of Beijing, with countless parents striving to enroll their children in them each year. Properties surrounding these esteemed schools, even if old and dilapidated, are worth acquiring. After all, the goal is to secure a position." In 1986, the compulsory education law established the principle of local enrollment for primary and junior high schools. In recent years, there has been extensive discussion in Beijing about implementing local enrollment for primary to junior high school transitions. Under such circumstances, the appreciation potential of properties near renowned schools is remarkably significant. Seizing the moment before others realize the opportunity, it would be wise to purchase as much as one can afford. Though Yao Yuan had grown somewhat disenchanted with the profits from real estate speculation, he did not mind using his foresight to assist his dormitory mates. Otherwise, if they waited until they had been working for several years to buy a home, the housing prices in Beijing would have soared, leaving each of them burdened with heavy debts. After listening to his analysis, Zhou Su and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. All right, I trust you this time. Let's invest in properties surrounding these prestigious schools, Zhou Su declared. It seems I must also discuss with my family the necessity of acquiring a few properties in Beijing as an investment. Just as they were conversing, Yao Yuan's phone suddenly chimed, signaling a text message. He picked up his phone to take a glance and was instantly taken aback. The message was from Lu Jingwen, and its content was both amusing and perplexing. Yao Yuan, Shinran just informed me that you touched my backside. How shall we resolve this matter? Chapter 15. Two heavy bombshells on a Monday afternoon in the classroom. After the advanced financial accounting class, Yao Yuan was tidying up his belongings, preparing to leave when he was called back by Lu Jingwen, who requested to speak with him privately. Once they were alone, Lu Jingwen blushed and said, Yao Yuan. The text message from the night before last was sent by Wang Xinran. You need not take it to heart. I was quite inebriated and unaware of the situation. Yao Yuan glanced at the enchanting beauty who had once pursued him fervently for 6 years, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. From Lu Jingwen's demeanor, he understood clearly that the words of Zhou Su and the others were indeed accurate. The tables had turned completely. He had lost interest in chasing this beauty, wishing to avoid romantic entanglements. Yet she had begun to pursue him, lowering herself to do so. If only you had acted like this sooner, we could have avoided this current predicament, he mused, lamenting that it was too late for such reflections. While he pondered, Yao Yuan also recognized that Lu Jingwen's abrupt change in attitude was closely tied to his impressive performance in the behavioral finance class on Friday. Additionally, there were the subtle intricacies of a woman's heart, the desire to be cherished, the reluctance to lose a commendable suitor, especially one who suddenly revealed immense potential. Oh, women. Yao Yuan silently scoffed before softly saying, let me clarify, my actions the other night were unintentional, and I hope you will not take offense. The identity of the sender is inconsequential. The fault lies with me, and I sincerely apologize. Before he could finish, Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed crimson. She then whispered, it's all right. I must thank you for carrying me back to the dormitory. Let us have lunch together. I'll treat you. Unexpectedly, Yao Yuan shook his head in refusal. I'm sorry, but I have other commitments this afternoon and cannot join you for lunch. I have an appointment with Professor Huang to deliver 2 freshly written articles. We can discuss lunch another time. With that, he turned and exited the classroom, left in astonishment. The beautiful Lu Jingwen gnashed her teeth in frustration and murmured, since you have crossed the line, whether intentional or not, you must take responsibility. There is no escape now. Before her words could settle, Wang Xinran suddenly appeared, a teasing smile on her face. What do you mean by responsibility? Did I hear you correctly? My dear beauty, where has your modesty gone? Wang Xinran, you pervert. How could you eavesdrop again? Lu Jingwen exclaimed, leaping towards her close friend. 20 minutes later, in the faculty housing area, Yao Yuan gently knocked on the door of one of the residences, which was opened by Professor Huang. Upon entering, he immediately noticed their advisor, who was standing at the kitchen entrance, her pregnant belly prominent and her expression somewhat displeased. At 33, the advisor was 8 years younger than Professor Huang, both exemplifying the trend of late marriage and late childbirth, with the advisor being a high-risk pregnant woman. Faced with such a mature, expectant mother, Yao Yuan dared not be careless. Before the counselor could utter a word, he quickly donned a smile and said, Teacher Lu, you look remarkably well. The baby you carry must be thriving. I was uncertain about what to bring for my visit, and since I dared not purchase any nutritional supplements haphazardly, I opted for some fruit to enjoy at home. With that, he placed a luxurious fruit basket on the dining table. This was a modest 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, the living area being quite small and integrated with the dining space, where the dining table was immediately visible upon entry. Observing his demeanor, Teacher Lu momentarily froze, forgetting to confront him. Could this smooth-talking individual truly be Yao Yuan? It had only been a few days since they last met, and yet he had transformed so remarkably. At that moment, Professor Huang's cold voice cut through the air. Where did you learn all this? If you behave like this again, we may have to reconsider inviting you to our home. You are still a student, living off your parents' hard-earned money. Do not emulate the ways of society. Yao Yuan, ever compliant, smiled and nodded. Understood. I shall heed your advice. It won't happen again. Of course, this was merely a formality. The next instant, Teacher Lu shot him an annoyed glance. I'll reimburse you for the fruit basket later. Do not think you can disguise your week of absenteeism with this. Sensing the situation turning unfavorable, Yao Yuan swiftly redirected the conversation. Teacher Lu, I came today to seek Professor Wang's guidance on 2 articles I have written. After Professor Wang reviews them, I must also deliver them to Professors Lu and others. Why don't you continue with your tasks while we take care of business in the study? Time is of the essence. With that, he made his way toward the study. Seeing his demeanor, both Professor Wang and Teacher Lu chuckled. Then, Teacher Lu remarked with a smile, I look forward to perusing your substantial work and gauging its quality. I heard you captivated the entire class on Friday with your outstanding performance. He added, by the way, for lunch, I made some exquisite 3-flavored dumplings. Perfect. I was just thinking about having dumplings. Yao Yuan replied with a smile. He then followed Professor Wang into the study. Upon entering the study, he promptly opened his backpack and retrieved the printed articles, placing them on the table. Describing them as articles might be a stretch. They were more akin to 2 small papers, crafted after spending 2 full days at the library and an additional 4 hours last night. Each paper exceeded 4,000 words. Well-reasoned and quite impressive. As a reincarnated individual, Yao Yuan was acutely aware of the significance of these 2 papers. Should they garner attention from higher authorities, they could indeed create quite a stir and potentially bring about substantial change. Once he had arranged the papers neatly on the desk, Yao Yuan humbly said, Professor Wang, these are my humble insights. Should there be any shortcomings, I kindly ask for your corrections. To have produced such 2 papers in merely over 2 days is no small feat. I must examine them thoroughly. Professor Wang acknowledged with approval. With that, he casually picked up the document titled Analysis of the Investment Environment in the Beijing Real Estate Market and began to read it attentively. Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of pride flickered in Yao Yuan's eyes. Prepare to be astonished. The progression of events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Initially, Associate Professor Wang's demeanor remained relatively composed. However, it was not long before his expression grew increasingly grave, and his eyes began to gleam with an intense radiance. Before he could finish reading the paper, he suddenly exclaimed, Stop cooking for a moment. Lu Yu, quickly turn off the stove and come to the study. This lad, Yao Yuan, is truly remarkable. He has concocted 2 veritable bombs. All right, I shall be there shortly, Lu responded. Moments later, she entered the study, apron tied around her waist. As she stepped inside, Associate Professor Wang pointed to another paper on the desk, saying, Lu Yu, you must take a look at this piece titled A Super Bull Market May Be Approaching. Yao Yuan may very well be launching into the stratosphere with this one. Given your background in finance, how does his article compare to your thesis? Lu paused briefly, then turned to glance at Yao Yuan. Is it really as exaggerated as you claim? I must read it. She remarked. Regardless, the title of this paper is certainly impressive. With that, Lu Yu picked up the article, A Super Bull Market May Be Approaching, and began to read intently. The outcome was as one might expect. Lu Yu's reaction mirrored that of Professor Wang, and perhaps even surpassed it. As she delved into the paper, her expression transitioned from calm to elation, then to astonishment. Ultimately culminating in sheer disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. In a short while, Associate Professor Wang had completed reading the first paper. He then sat upright in his chair. Gripping the paper tightly, his eyes fixed on Yao Yuan with a gaze akin to that of one beholding a marvel. Chapter 16 Co-signing more than 20 minutes later. Associate Professor Wang and Teacher Lu had both finished reading the 2 papers. They then turned their gaze towards Yao Yuan, their eyes sparkling with admiration as they scrutinized him like a rare treasure. After a brief moment, Yao Yuan began to feel somewhat uneasy under their intense scrutiny. Please, don't look at me like that. It's rather unsettling, he remarked. Suddenly, Associate Professor Wang stood up in excitement. Yao Yuan, these 2 papers are exceptionally well written. Once published, they are bound to cause quite a stir. I never anticipated that you could produce 2 such high-quality pieces. This is a tremendous surprise. Given the caliber of these papers, we could award you your master's degree right now without hesitation. Upon hearing this, a flicker of pride crossed Yao Yuan's eyes. Indeed, in my previous life, my master's thesis was centered around investment analysis in the domestic securities market and was rated as an outstanding thesis. These 2 papers are crafted from a prophetic perspective. Their significance is undeniable. Thank you for your kind words. I'm delighted to receive your recognition. If there are any shortcomings in these papers, please do not hesitate to point them out. Yao Yuan replied graciously. In the next moment, Teacher Lu suddenly patted his shoulder, his face brimming with surprise. Yao Yuan, these 2 papers are truly impressive. They are logical, well-supported, and remarkably persuasive. Old Huang is right. You might just be on the verge of greatness. I heard you've moved on from your infatuation with Lu Jinwen, and as a result, you've unleashed such astonishing talent. Congratulations. Yao Yuan's face immediately flushed with embarrassment. It was somewhat disconcerting how everyone seemed to know about his trivial matters. However, Associate Professor Huang and Teacher Lu chuckled in response. They then began discussing the two papers. Throughout the discussion, Associate Professor Huang did not suggest any revisions, believing the papers to be of such high quality that they could be sent directly to Professors Lu and Zhang for review and subsequent publication. After a thorough discussion, Yao Yuan suddenly shifted the conversation. Esteemed professors, having completed these two papers, I have come to recognize their significance and anticipate they may have a modest impact. As my mentors, I would like to request that you co-sign these papers with me as guiding professors. What do you think? In making this request, Yao Yuan felt neither reluctance nor any desire to curry favor through these papers. He understood that he was merely a junior student and may not yet be equipped to bear the weight of these papers and the potential consequences they might entail. Asking Associate Professor Huang and even Professor Lu to co-sign would undoubtedly alleviate much pressure and erect a protective barrier against potential adversities. Especially with Professor Lu's substantial influence in the domestic financial sector, having him co-sign would significantly enhance the paper's impact and efficacy. The benefits Yao Yuan would reap from this could open doors to higher echelons. Upon hearing Yao Yuan's request, both Associate Professor Huang and Teacher Lu were taken aback. In the next moment, Professor Huang shook his head. No, Yao Yuan, these two articles are your independent work. I cannot be listed as an author. That would be inappropriate. Your teacher, Lu, feels the same way. She is merely your advisor, and her name on these papers would only invite ridicule. Indeed, Lu nodded in agreement. Yao Yuan looked at both professors earnestly and said, Professor Huang, you have taught us securities investment analysis and behavioral finance. It would be most fitting for you to be acknowledged in these articles. The knowledge I applied in writing them is derived entirely from your teachings. Furthermore, I have a modest request. I wish for you to share the weight and pressure of these articles with me, as I fear I may not be able to bear it alone. Upon hearing this, Professor Huang fell silent. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded and replied, Very well. Since you put it that way, I can co-author these articles, but I must insist on being listed as the second or third author. If you can persuade Professor Lu to be included, I will position myself behind her. It was evident that he had discerned Yao Yuan's underlying intentions. At the same time, he recognized that Yao Yuan's approach was not misguided. It would safeguard his own interests while simultaneously maximizing the article's impact. That's settled then. Your agreement is all I need, Yao Yuan said with a smile. In the next moment, Professor Lu stood up, visibly elated. While you two discuss, I shall prepare dumplings and whip up a couple of cold dishes. We shall enjoy a toast upon my return. With that, she exited the study. A little over 10 minutes later, they were all seated around the dining table, savoring dumplings and sipping drinks while engaging in casual conversation. Previously, I had not given much thought to purchasing a home, but after reading your articles, I suddenly felt the urgency to act swiftly. This is a practical necessity. In a few months, Lu will give birth, and once the child arrives, we will undoubtedly need to invite family over for support, as our current living space is hardly sufficient. As the child grows, the inadequacy of such a small residence will become increasingly apparent. Professor Huang gestured towards their modest apartment, which was merely around 50 square meters, adequate for two, but once they became a family of three, along with visiting grandparents, it would become exceedingly cramped. At that point, their study would have to be converted into a nursery, leading to an overwhelming state of disarray, making it impossible for the professors to find a moment of peace to read. Yao Yuan glanced around the apartment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, you both should consider relocating. Given the current state of the housing market, sooner would be better. Your incomes are quite respectable, allowing you to secure a mortgage. Although the school's apartment cannot be sold, it can be rented out, which would cover at least half of the mortgage payments. By this calculation, your financial burden is not as heavy as it seems. Professor Huang, if you take on a few more lectures, all issues could be resolved. A stable home fosters a productive career, providing you both with an ideal environment and mood for teaching and scholarly pursuits. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of both Professor Huang and Lu sparkled with newfound hope. No one can escape the allure of fame and fortune, and the two teachers before us are no exception, which is entirely understandable. Soon after, Teacher Lu gazed at Yao Yuan in astonishment. Your transformation is truly remarkable. Were it not for your unchanging appearance, I might not have recognized you and could easily mistake you for someone else. People inevitably grow. I have merely matured. Yao Yuan replied with a smile. To this, the two teachers nodded in agreement. It is not uncommon for some individuals to attain maturity overnight. After lunch, Yao Yuan took his leave and returned to his dormitory. No sooner had he departed than Professor Huang and his wife began discussing the prospect of purchasing a home, diligently researching all available properties surrounding the university online. In no time, they identified their target, a residential complex just outside the south gate of the school. This complex is conveniently close, boasting an excellent location and planning, with prices well within an acceptable range. Meanwhile, Yao Yuan swiftly returned to his dormitory. Upon entering, he promptly seated himself at his desk, opened his laptop, and commenced revising the two articles. The so-called revisions primarily involved adding Professor Wang's name. He then proceeded to print 2 copies, intending to present them to Professors Liu and Zhang for their review, while also seeking a way to incorporate Professor Liu's name into the documents. Chapter 17. Securing a property. As Yao Yuan was revising his article, Zhou Su's phone suddenly rang. He promptly descended from the bed and went to the balcony to answer the call. Upon returning from the conversation, he was brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Yao Yuan, you are simply incredible. I'll treat you to a lavish meal. You can choose the restaurant. My father has just made a decision to withdraw all our savings to purchase properties in several neighborhoods surrounding Zhongguancun Sanchao and Renmin University affiliated primary school." At this revelation, the other guys who had been napping suddenly sat upright. Yao Yuan turned to Zhou Su, bewildered, and inquired, "What is going on? Using all your savings to buy properties? Your father is quite bold." The others regarded Zhou Su with curiosity. Moments later, Zhou Su provided the answer. This morning, his father had driven around the neighborhoods near Zhongguancun Sanchao and Renmin University affiliated primary school to conduct a field investigation. He discovered that although the properties were old, they had a remarkably high rental rate and the rents were substantial, with tenants predominantly being young professionals working in Zhongguancun. More importantly, he overheard many elderly individuals discussing the admissions process for elementary schools and the proximity requirements for enrollment. He made a special trip to the community committee to inquire further. Just as you said, children residing in those neighborhoods, provided their household registration matches the property, will be able to enroll in Renmin University affiliated primary school in Zhongguancun Sanchao in the future. It's essential to understand that in the eyes of parents in Haitian, Renmin University affiliated primary school and Zhongguancun Sanchao are akin to sacred institutions, with admission rights being highly coveted. Upon learning this, my father hesitated not for a moment and immediately resolved to utilize all our savings for property acquisition. Before he could finish speaking, the others grew anxious. Don't hoard all the opportunities. Such a monumental chance cannot be monopolized. Leave a few for us, Wulan said eagerly, seizing his phone to call home and urge his parents to take leave and come to Beijing. Following suit, Xia Haitao chimed in, "Count me in. I will call my family right away. I'll sell everything to secure a few units." Li Tianfeng and the others were equally unwilling to be left behind, all reaching for their phones. At that moment, Yao Yuan interjected, "I advise everyone to diversify your property purchases. Do not cluster in a single neighborhood, as it will inflate the prices. Haidian and Xiqing have numerous prestigious schools, and there are plenty of properties available around each one. Remember, it's crucial to pay attention to the household registration issue. Ensure the original property owners relocate their registration." Zhou Su and the others were momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with realization. After a brief pause, they all nodded in agreement. They understood. Yao Yuan was indeed astute. With that, they began calling their respective homes. Yao Yuan, too, stepped onto the balcony, dialing his family. The call was quickly connected, and his mother's voice resonated through the receiver. "In the middle of the day? What prompts you to call home? Have you run out of money again? Speak up. How much do you need this time? Let your father transfer you over." Upon hearing that familiar and endearing voice, Yao Yuan couldn't help but feel a moment of daze, his eyes instantly moistening. However, he quickly regained his composure and smiled as he said, "Mom, this time I don't need money. I have something important to discuss. Please take a leave of absence with Dad and come to Beijing within the next few days." Before he could finish, his mother grew anxious. "What has happened? Have you gotten yourself into some trouble? Please don't scare me. I'm not in trouble. Rather, it's something wonderful. You'll understand once you arrive in Beijing," Yao Yuan explained with a smile. He reassured his mother a few more times until she agreed to come to the capital as soon as possible, thus concluding the call. Meanwhile, the other roommates were exuberantly updating their families, urging their parents to visit Beijing promptly. Witnessing this scene, Yao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. His relationship with his roommates had always been strong, and while he was on the path to success, he had no qualms about bringing everyone along to a better life. As long as they could secure even 1 or 2 top-tier properties in Beijing's prime educational districts in a decade or so, they would achieve a degree of financial freedom, no longer burdened as slaves to their mortgages. Moreover, the funds were entirely legitimate, free from any fear of scrutiny or investigation. It was already Tuesday afternoon. After class, Yao Yuan swiftly packed his belongings and left the classroom. As he exited, Lu Jingwen, seated in the front row, had just stood up and was about to turn around to invite him for dinner, only to see him briskly walk out, leaving just his silhouette behind. This outcome frustrated the beautiful Lu, who gritted her teeth but was determined not to give up. Perhaps it was her stubbornness. Throughout her life, she had never been so disregarded. Upon leaving the academic building, Yao Yuan spotted Associate Professor Huang waiting for him outside. He quickly approached. After exchanging greetings, Professor Huang got straight to the point. Professor Lu is not at school today. Let's head directly to his house. It's just in the neighborhood outside the West Gate. We can walk there. Yao Yuan nodded, then quietly inquired, since it's my first visit to Professor Lu's home, should I bring a gift? It seems inappropriate to arrive empty-handed. Professor Huang paused momentarily, then smiled and nodded. That's a valid point. The best gift would be those 2 articles you've written. I'm sure they will impress Professor Lu. If you feel the need to bring something, perhaps a potted plant would suffice. Lu and his family enjoy tending to flowers and plants. All right then. I shall purchase an orchid. There's a flower shop outside the West Gate. Yao Yuan replied affirmatively. Subsequently, they made their way toward the West Gate, engaging in casual conversation along the journey. Yao Yuan, thank you for your suggestion. I discussed it with Professor Lu, and we decided to buy a property in the new neighborhood outside the South Gate. The little one is about to arrive, and we all hope to provide a better living and nurturing environment for him, Professor Huang expressed with hopeful anticipation. There's no need for formality, Professor Huang. Even without my suggestions, with your and Professor Lu's discernment, I am certain that you will soon arrive at this decision. The life that awaits the little one will undoubtedly be filled with happiness, Yao Yuan remarked with a smile. 20 minutes later, in a residential complex outside the West Gate, Yao Yuan, cradling a freshly purchased orchid, entered a 4-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment alongside Associate Professor Huang. It goes without saying that this was Professor Lu's residence. At that moment, Professor Lu was engaged in a phone call in his study. The person welcoming Yao Yuan and the others was Professor Ouyang, Lu's wife. In her 60s, with a slender figure and glasses, she emanated an air of intellectual sophistication characteristic of esteemed scholars. She is a professor at Peking University's School of Economics and was also Associate Professor Huang's university instructor, to whom Huang exhibited great respect. Once seated on the sofa, casual conversation ensued. Qinglin, it has been a while since you've visited. How is Lu Yu? Is she in good health? I should come by to see her. At her age, there are many precautions to consider, Professor Ouyang inquired with genuine concern. Thank you for your concern, Professor. Lu Yu is doing well. She eats and sleeps soundly, with no discomfort, Associate Professor Huang replied with a nod. Professor Ouyang then turned her attention to Yao Yuan. You must be Yao Yuan. Such a poetic name. Lu has been mentioning you frequently. I hear you possess unique insights into the domestic securities and real estate markets, and I am quite eager to hear your thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude. I have indeed met Professor Ouyang. I am Yao Yuan, a student of Professor Huang. My views are merely superficial. I hope you and Professor Lu can provide further guidance. After a brief chat, Professor Lu finally concluded his call and emerged from the study. Clad in casual attire, he exuded an air of elegance and approachability. Upon his appearance, both Associate Professor Huang and Yao Yuan promptly stood to greet him. Good to see you, Professor Lu. I apologize for the intrusion, Yao Yuan said. Professor Lu smiled and nodded before responding. You have finally arrived, Yao Yuan. I have been eagerly awaiting your 2 articles these past few days. Come, let us proceed to the study. I wish to review what you have written. Noticing his palpable eagerness, Professor Ouyang glanced at Yao Yuan with curiosity. To her, while Yao Yuan exhibited a maturity beyond his years, he did not seem particularly extraordinary. In no time, they had all entered the study. Once the 3 professors were settled in their chairs and on the sofa, Yao Yuan opened his backpack and retrieved the freshly printed articles, placing them upon the desk. Chapter 18. Masters of Military Strategy Professors Liu and Yang had just finished reading the two articles. They exchanged a glance, both astonished, with a hint of surprise reflected in their eyes. In the next moment, Professor Liu nodded in approval. Remarkable work, Yao Yuan. The quality of your articles surpasses my expectations. Your profound understanding of the domestic real estate market and the investment environment of the securities market is truly unexpected. To be candid, I did not anticipate such high-caliber articles from you. It is a delightful surprise. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan quickly expressed his modesty. You flatter me, esteemed professors. I truly do not deserve such praise. These are merely my humble insights, and I am aware of their numerous shortcomings. I kindly ask for your guidance. Before he could finish, Professor Yang gently shook his head. There is no need for false modesty, Yao Yuan. Few can produce work of this caliber, even among the doctoral candidates at Peking University. More importantly, your perspective and depth in addressing issues is astute and remarkable, leaving one in awe. Among the younger generation, I have yet to see many who can match your capabilities. It is indeed surprising that such a gem has not been overlooked within the finance university. Professor Liu, nodding in agreement, suddenly appeared displeased. What do you mean by that? It sounds as if finance university is lacking. It is, after all, one of the top institutions for finance in the country. The outstanding talents emerging from finance university are numerous, scattered across various fields nationwide. Professor Yang glanced at his partner and playfully retorted, how does it compare to Peking University? Professor Liu was momentarily at a loss for words, and after a brief pause, he lamented, which university in the country can truly compare to Peking University? This comparison is rather unfair. The privileges and the quality of students that Peking University enjoys are unparalleled. As they exchanged banter, Yao Yuan and Associate Professor Huang shared a quiet chuckle. After a few moments of lighthearted teasing, Professor Liu turned his attention back to Yao Yuan. Though your articles are not exhaustive, they carry significant weight. They are well-reasoned and persuasive. I believe they require no further revisions and can be submitted for publication as is. They will undoubtedly have an impact. I will thoroughly review these articles and assist you with the submission, and it should be published soon. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan immediately stood and bowed. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Liu. It is a great honor to receive your affirmation. I have a humble request. I would like to invite you to be a co-author on these two articles for joint publication. I fear that I may not bear the weight of these works alone, so I thought it wise to seek the shelter of a great tree. I hope you do not mind. At this, both Professors Liu and Yang were momentarily taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure, instantly perceiving Yao Yuan's intentions. What a clever and amusing young man, leveraging the prestige of others. Professor Liu mused inwardly, contemplating for a moment before smiling and nodding in agreement. No problem. I am willing to have my name listed as the third author on your two articles, positioned after you and Qing Lin. My role is that of the second supervising teacher. You are undoubtedly the true creators of these works. Upon hearing this, Associate Professor Huang immediately voiced his dissent. Liu, I find it inappropriate to be the second author, nor would I dare to place myself ahead of you. However, Professor Liu chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. There is nothing inappropriate about it. You are the instructor of Yao Yuan, while I merely ride on this young man's coattails. Ha ha. Professor Yang laughed and nodded in approval. Subsequently, Associate Professor Huang joined in the laughter. Yao Yuan, having had his intentions exposed, felt somewhat embarrassed. They then convened in the study to discuss the two articles, which led to an extended conversation regarding the current state and development of the domestic real estate and securities markets. Utilizing the prophetic advantage of a reborn individual, Yao Yuan presented some innovative viewpoints, such as the need to control the borrowing scale of major real estate companies and to establish funding supervision accounts. Although he merely introduced these forward-thinking ideas without elaboration, they struck a profound chord with Professors Liu and Huang. Given that Liu was pregnant, Associate Professor Huang soon took his leave to return home and care for his wife. Yao Yuan, however, remained with the two esteemed professors and shared a delightful dinner. During this time, they engaged in numerous discussions, primarily with the two professors posing questions while Yao Yuan responded, resembling an examination. Their conversation continued until around 8 in the evening, at which point Yao Yuan bid farewell and returned to the university. As soon as he stepped outside, Professor Yang turned to his spouse, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Lao Lu, What are your plans for that young fellow Yao Yuan? If you have no ideas, I shall not hold back. Professor Lu paused for a moment and replied with a hint of irritation. With such a remarkable talent, how could I lack plans? A person like him is a rarity in my life. However, the platform at Financial University does not compare to that of Peking University. Considering his future and development, I can only let you and Peking University benefit. Before he could finish, Professor Ouyang's face lit up with joy. At last, I have been waiting for this statement. It seems I have struck gold. Nonetheless, I will observe this young man's future performance. Professor Lu shook his head with a smile. I believe there is no need. Based on Yao Yuan's performance today, issuing him a doctoral diploma would pose no issue at all. As they spoke, Yao Yuan had already exited the community. At that moment, he suddenly felt a warmth in his ears. Curiously, he reached up to touch them and surveyed his surroundings. Could someone be speaking about me behind my back? I wonder who it might be. After musing to himself, he continued towards the west gate of the university. In no time, he had returned to the campus but did not head to his dormitory. Instead, he made his way to the teaching building, intending to engage in some self-study before returning. A week or two passed, and while merging the memories of his two lives, he quickly adapted to the rhythm of student life. He had now transformed into a genuine university student. As a student, his primary focus was on learning, and he was determined to strive for his graduation and degree certificates. Much like in his past life, Yao Yuan resolved to pursue a graduate degree rather than immediately venture into the workforce upon completing his undergraduate studies. Presently, he harbored no particular desire for a master's degree, nor did he feel the need for academic credentials to secure a desirable position that would foster his professional growth. Although the prospect of employment did not weigh on his mind, he was more than willing to spend a few additional years in the relatively simple and tranquil environment of the university, striving to broaden his intellectual horizons. With the intention of continuing his studies, Yao Yuan, like most of his peers, needed to prepare for the entrance examination for graduate school. Fortunately, endowed with the memories of 2 lifetimes and having engaged in professional work within his field in his previous existence, he had already integrated the foundational knowledge acquired during his undergraduate years. Consequently, his comprehension and cognitive abilities had significantly enhanced, rendering the learning process considerably more effortless and no longer a burden. Upon entering the academic building, he meandered through the halls until he discovered an unoccupied seat in a classroom on the 3rd floor. He promptly settled down, retrieved his textbooks, and began to read. In the blink of an eye, he had immersed himself in his studies, engrossed in the volume before him. At that moment, 2 young women unexpectedly appeared outside the back door of the classroom, glancing in his direction through the glass. Jingwen, have you noticed? Yao Yuan has suddenly matured significantly and possesses an undeniable charm now. Compared to him, the other boys in our class are utterly unremarkable. I wouldn't even accept them if they were offered to me for free, whispered Wang Xinran, leaning against the window. Lu Jingwen, however, offered no response, fixated intently on Yao Yuan's silhouette. Observing her rapt attention, Wang Xinran sighed in resignation. It's over. Jingwen, you are completely smitten. Yao Yuan's strategy of feigned indifference is truly masterful. He is a true tactician. Chapter 19. Shall we engage in a game first? As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the dismissal bell rang, prompting Yao Yuan to gather his books and exit the classroom. Upon stepping outside, he encountered Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran standing in the corridor, both gazing at him. Lu Jingwen, in particular, wore a smile that radiated a sense of triumph, as if she were saying, "At last, I've caught you." The sight of them left Yao Yuan feeling somewhat overwhelmed and helpless. Despite their prior agreement to avoid discussions of romantic matters, he found himself confronted by the very captivating girl who had long kept him intrigued. Was this not a test of his resolve? As Yao Yuan stood momentarily dazed, other students emerging from the classroom took note of the 2 beautiful girls, particularly the majority of the boys who were instantly captivated by the enchanting Lu Jingwen. A few of them were about to approach her, but Lu Jingwen had already made her way to Yao Yuan's side. We saw you studying here and decided to wait for you. Shall we head downstairs together? What choice did Yao Yuan have but to nod in agreement? All right, he replied, and thus he proceeded down the stairs alongside the 2 lovely ladies. Observing this scene, the eager boys let out disappointed sighs. From the smoldering gaze Lu Jingwen cast upon Yao Yuan, they comprehended that they stood no chance whatsoever. Moreover, they recognized that this was a case of a woman pursuing a man. Who is this fellow, to have such a stunning beauty pursuing him? He is truly an exemplary figure among us. One remarked, while another mused, he looks familiar. I believe he is a senior from the accounting department. Hearing the chatter behind her, Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed crimson, while Wang Xinran chuckled quietly. As for Yao Yuan, he appeared oblivious to the commotion around him. In no time, they had exited the academic building. Just outside, Wang Xinran suddenly exclaimed, Yao Yuan, please escort Jingwen back. I need to retrieve something from a fellow countryman. With that, she turned and dashed away. Yao Yuan understood her implication all too well. Very well, Miss Lu, allow me to accompany you back to your dormitory, he said casually. Leading the way down the steps, Lu Jingwen quickly followed, her voice playful as she replied, I would prefer not to return so soon. Let us take a stroll together. Yao Yuan turned to her and nodded in agreement. That sounds pleasant. The weather is quite lovely tonight, perfect for a walk. Thus, they ambled towards the nearby tree-lined path. As they entered the shaded avenue, they strolled leisurely, engaging in light conversation. After walking a short distance, with few people around, Lu Jingwen gently tugged at Yao Yuan's sleeve. Before he could fully comprehend her actions, she took a step closer and linked her arm with his. Yao Yuan paused for a moment, a rather unrefined thought crossing his mind. Why not embrace this? After all, it is merely a romantic dalliance, not a lifelong commitment. I could afford to play the rogue, perhaps to reclaim some interest from my previous life. Having experienced the disillusionment of a failed marriage, Yao Yuan had grown indifferent to the notion of love, and marriage held even less allure for him. In his current state, pursuing a romance felt more like a means to fulfill psychological and physical desires rather than a quest for everlasting companionship. Certainly, such a dismal notion must never be made public, lest it become a target of derision. Even in marriage, one should choose to be with someone who leaves an indelible mark on the heart, like Zhou Xiao. If it is merely a romantic entanglement, then Lu Jingwen is undoubtedly an excellent candidate. Her appearance and figure are of the highest caliber, certainly worthy of admiration. And the gentle grace that characterizes women from the water towns is truly captivating. Moreover, her temperament is agreeable. She does not possess the capricious nature of a spoiled heiress. Though she may have her little schemes, they are not of significant concern. However, the fleeting memories of unfulfilled relationships from his past surged through Yao Yuan's mind. In the next moment, he turned to the bashful Lu Jingwen and, with a hint of resignation, murmured, Are you being serious? Or is this merely an impulsive act born of momentary vexation? Have you considered it carefully? For 2 whole years, you have been elusive, and now you are suddenly so proactive. I find myself quite bewildered. If this is simply a whim, let us forget this ever happened. Being classmates is rather pleasant and far less complicated. Lu Jingwen was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face shifting swiftly from crimson to pale, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She lowered her gaze, offering no response, yet clung more tightly to Yao Yuan's arm. After a while, she choked out softly, I don't know, but I just want to be with you. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan was rendered speechless. What a statement. Very well, when we return to the dormitory, take some time to think it over. With that, he began to walk ahead. Lu Jingwen promptly followed suit, still gently entwining her arm with his. To onlookers, they appeared to be a couple, yet they were not akin to those couples on the tree-lined path who seemed inseparable. As they strolled, Yao Yuan deliberately steered the conversation elsewhere, discussing various topics. Lu Jingwen wore a contemplative expression, remaining mostly silent, responding only occasionally. Before long, they found themselves near the girls' dormitory. Yao Yuan glanced at the bustling entrance of the dormitory about 20 meters away and then paused beneath a large tree by the roadside. You should head back to your dorm. I won't accompany you further. There are too many acquaintances over there. Good night. With that, he prepared to withdraw his arm. However, Lu Jingwen tightened her grip on his arm. Her cheeks flushed as she whispered, I've thought it over, Yao Yuan. I want to be your girlfriend. Before he could respond, she suddenly rose on her toes and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. Ah! Yao Yuan was utterly stunned, his eyes wide with astonishment. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. How was he to choose now? A long-admired beauty was offering herself so openly, and with looks and figure reminiscent of the star Wang Churen. Who could possibly refuse? He was no paragon of virtue. Yao Yuan silently berated himself, and then, with a sigh of resignation, said, This is all so sudden. Could you allow me a moment to process this? My mind is a bit dazed. Blushing deeply, Lu Jingwen playfully pinched his arm. Now that I have been so forward, what hesitation remains? I have already made my choice. Besides, you have previously touched my rear. Touching entails responsibility. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan was utterly flabbergasted. Before he could respond, Lu Jingwen continued, let's have lunch together tomorrow. You choose the place. And don't you dare run off after class. Upon regaining his senses, Yao Yuan quickly shook his head. I can't tomorrow. My parents are coming to Beijing and will arrive at noon. I'll need to pick them up. We can discuss lunch another time. Lu Jingwen paused for a moment, then nodded. Oh, I see. Your uncle and aunt are visiting. We can reschedule. We are now officially a couple, and that is an unalterable fact. Seeing her assertiveness, Yao Yuan felt a sense of unreality. Is this what it means to be in a relationship? But I clearly do not wish to pursue romance. He was somewhat dazed, lost in thought. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched his jaw, pulled Lu Jingwen into his embrace, and kissed her cherry lips. Regardless of whether he was a scoundrel or what the outcome might be, he thought to himself that he would indulge in a romance. Even if it was merely a game. In his previous life, he had been merely a backup. In this life, he must secure his first victory. It would serve to mend past regrets and provide closure to his emotional investments, Yao Yuan mused. At that moment, he pressed his lips against the beautiful girl in his arms. Lu Jingwen was instantly stunned, completely frozen in his embrace, her cheeks flushing crimson. Soon, she fell into a dizzy state, her wide eyes unconsciously closing. After a brief moment, she regained her senses. Woo-woo. Lu Jingwen clenched her fists and struck Yao Yuan's chest twice before pushing him away with all her might. As soon as she escaped his grasp, she quickly turned away, her face still flushed, and spat out, You big pervert. How wicked. Without waiting for a response, she hurried toward the dormitory entrance. Observing her flustered demeanor, Yao Yuan chuckled and cautioned, Be careful, don't run into anyone. Got it. Lu Jingwen replied in a sweet voice. In an instant, she dashed into the dormitory building, thankfully avoiding any collisions. Watching her enter, Yao Yuan smiled softly, preparing to leave. Just as he turned around, however, he spotted Wang Xinran standing several meters away, watching the scene with keen interest. Despite possessing a mature soul approaching 40, Yao Yuan felt quite embarrassed, his face flushing instantly. Moments later, Wang Xinran approached him, teasingly quipping, Yao Yuan, you're quite eager. Jingwen was right. You are indeed a big scoundrel. With that, she walked toward the dormitory, leaving no opportunity for Yao Yuan to explain. In truth, there was little to clarify, as he was well acquainted with the situation. A man with a psychological age nearing 40 in a romantic endeavor has little time for convolutions, as long as one is physiologically normal. Huang cut to the chase. Chapter 20. Astonished parents the following day, after the second class in the morning, as Yao Yuan exited the teaching building. He prepared to return to his dormitory to fetch his vehicle for the airport. At that moment, Lu Jingwen suddenly called out to him, approaching with a whisper, Yao Yuan. Are your parents visiting Beijing for business or leisure? Would you like me to accompany them around? I can rearrange my schedule. Yao Yuan glanced at her and jested. What is this? Is the not-so-attractive daughter-in-law eager to meet her in-laws? How dare you? I am not unattractive. Lu Jingwen retorted as she playfully hit him. In the next moment, Yao Yuan gently shook his head. My parents have a different purpose for their visit to Beijing. I will explain later. Once we finish the necessary business, if they wish to explore, we can accompany them. Just make sure you don't shy away from meeting them. Lu Jingwen paused, her cheeks flushing as she nodded. I'm not afraid. It's the perfect opportunity to learn more about you from your mother. After sharing a few more lighthearted exchanges, they parted ways. Yao Yuan headed back to the dormitory to retrieve his vehicle, while Lu Jingwen walked towards Wang Xinran and her group, preparing for class. Not far away, Xie Haitao, witnessing the scene, erupted in furious expletives. Damn it! Didn't Yao Yuan swear he would no longer pursue the beautiful Lu? What is going on? Displaying affection so openly in public. Was that all just empty talk? I was genuinely happy for nothing. Laughter erupted from Zhou Su and the others, who found the situation immensely amusing. They began to tease him. Clearly, you've been played by Yao Yuan, and Lu has never had eyes for you. Can't you see? It's Lu who is pursuing Yao Yuan. When a woman chases a man, there's no barrier. Who could resist the advances of such a stunning beauty? Yao Yuan certainly couldn't, especially since he has been enamored with Lu Jingwen for 2 years. Meanwhile, a few girls teased Lu Jingwen as well. Jingwen, it seems that you and Yao Yuan have indeed become a couple. When will you treat us to a meal? How quick you are. The moment Yao Yuan reveals his potential, you snatch him up without giving us a chance. As she listened to their banter, Lu Jingwen's face flushed with pride and delight. On the other side, Yao Yuan first visited Professor Zhang. delivering the reprinted articles. He then returned to the dormitory to collect his vehicle and drove directly to the capital airport. At precisely 12:30 p.m., he arrived to meet his parents. Upon seeing him, they immediately scrutinized him from head to toe. Once they confirmed he was unharmed, they sighed in relief and asked, "What was so urgent that you called us to take time off and come to Beijing? We were worried for days, thinking you had gotten into some serious trouble." Yao Yuan, however, chose to keep them in suspense, smiling as he shook his head. "I summoned you to the capital for good news. Once we return to our lodgings, I shall elaborate." As he spoke, he took the suitcase from his father's hand and turned to exit. His parents exchanged a glance, resignedly following him. Subsequently, Yao Yuan drove his parents away from the airport, heading straight into the city. Upon entering the urban area, they stopped for lunch before returning to the school, where they checked into the room reserved at the guest house. As soon as they entered, Yao Yuan had barely set down the suitcase when his mother seized him by the collar. "Are you feeling mischievous? How dare you keep us in suspense? It was inconvenient to deal with you outside, but now we are alone. If you dare to keep us guessing, just wait and see how I handle you." His father, standing nearby, nodded, hinting at a possible collaborative effort. Yao Yuan quickly shrank his neck back, forcing a smile as he said, "Please, don't be anxious. Sit down and allow me to explain. I shall reveal the reason for your visit to the capital, but brace yourselves." His parents immediately exchanged curious glances. His mother then released her grip on Yao Yuan's collar and, alongside his father, settled onto the sofa. Yao Yuan reached for his backpack, a triumphant smile on his face, and said, "Father, Mother, please hold on tight as I present something to you. No matter how excited you may feel, you must maintain your composure. Do not shout." With that, he opened his backpack and retrieved a folder, handing it over. His father took the folder and opened it, both parents peering inside. The next moment, they were utterly astonished. It was a personal income tax payment certificate, and the tax amount was quite staggering. Yao Yuan chuckled softly, pride evident in his voice as he whispered, "You're not mistaken. This is indeed a personal income tax payment certificate, and it belongs to me." Recently, while strolling in Lilikang, I fortuitously stumbled upon two magnificent treasures, two exquisite ink and wash landscape paintings by the esteemed Master Zhang Daqian. I sold these two paintings to Rongbiozai for a total of 115 million. This certificate is a result of that transaction. The impact of this news is so immense that I didn't dare to share it over the phone. Once the information leaks, our family will be in chaos, and we may need to move. Before he could finish, his mother gasped in shock, leaping off the sofa. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide in disbelief, nearly popping out of her head. His father's reaction mirrored hers. He, too, looked utterly dumbfounded. Witnessing this, Yao Yuan rushed forward to steady his mother's arm. "It seems I underestimated the staggering impact of 100 million. Had I known you would be this excited, I would have refrained from telling you, fearing the consequences." Just then, his mother raised her hand and punched him lightly in the chest, her voice choked with emotion. "You foolish boy, with something of this magnitude, why didn't you tell us sooner? How could you take such matters into your own hands? Two exquisite masterpieces by the renowned Chinese painter Zhang Daqian. How could you dare to venture alone to sell them? What if something were to go awry?" With that, my mother burst into tears, yet her face radiated with a smile. Yao Yuan hurriedly embraced her shoulders, offering a comforting smile and a few soothing words. "I was certainly aware of the gravity of the situation, which is precisely why I refrained from informing you immediately, to prevent any undue distress. Rest assured, aside from a few individuals at Rongbiozai, no one is privy to my identity, including all my teachers and classmates." After selling the two paintings that day, I drove around for several hours, ensuring my safety before returning to school. Upon hearing this, my mother instantly transformed her tears into laughter, while my father exhaled a sigh of relief. "It's fortunate you possess some sense and avoided attracting trouble. Otherwise, it would have been quite the predicament. Those are indeed the exquisite creations of the Master Zhang Daqian. What a pity we did not even get to see them before they were claimed by another. It is truly regretful." My mother playfully chided Yao Yuan a few times, pinching him lightly. My father, coming back to his senses, quickly reviewed the tax receipts and contracts, nodding in approval. "These contracts and receipts are all in order. With these documents, we can securely claim this substantial sum and spend it as we please." Yao Yuan is correct. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, our lives would be in turmoil, unless we were to relocate and live incognito. Chapter 21. Displaying the account. Once the initial emotions settled, My parents grew increasingly concerned. Do enlighten us. How do you plan to manage such a substantial sum? As a student, possessing such a large amount of money is truly worrisome. In contrast to my excited yet anxious parents, I, Yao Yuan, remained remarkably at ease. Mom, Dad, please do not fret. Allow me to show you something first. Afterward, I shall explain how I intend to handle this considerable fortune. With that, I produced the 2 articles I had authored and handed them to my parents. These are my writings. I trust you will find them comprehensible. Given your backgrounds, one is a leader in a state-owned enterprise and the other as a university professor. My father paused momentarily before accepting the manuscripts, each selecting a copy. As he took his, he muttered indignantly, "State-owned enterprise leader, huh? Your father has been a director, overseeing dozens of employees. Perhaps you too should try managing a company worker instead?" Meanwhile, he opened the manuscript in his hands, curiosity piqued, as my mother began to read her copy as well. I smiled with satisfaction and proceeded to elaborate on the context. I am the first author of these 2 articles, with my teacher, an associate professor in the finance department, as the second author. The third author is a distinguished expert enjoying special government allowances, a member of the national think tank. They have both expressed high regard for these articles and are already assisting me in submitting them for publication. I anticipate that within a few days, they will be published in the country's most prestigious newspapers and journals. Before I could finish, my mother interjected, nodding enthusiastically, "I know Professor Liu. He is a renowned expert in the field of economics and finance, quite well known. Well done, my son, to have associated yourself with such an esteemed figure." A mother knows her child best. Her insight was indeed accurate. She quickly discerned my intention behind including Professor Liu as a co-author. My face flushed slightly, but I continued to provide further details. However, my parents remained engrossed in their respective articles, their expressions increasingly animated and filled with astonishment. Observing this, I realized they not only understood the content of the articles, but also grasped their significant weight. Moments later, my mother suddenly looked up at me, her excitement palpable. "Did you truly write these articles? They are not plagiarized or ghostwritten, are they?" I smiled and nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I would never stoop to such a disgraceful act, nor would I find it worthy of my effort. Both articles are indeed my own work, the result of my thorough investigation into the securities and real estate markets, coupled with extensive research on various economic data. It took nearly 20 minutes for my parents to peruse the articles, and unsurprisingly, they were beaming with delight upon finishing. "Excellent. Truly deserving of being my son. The quality of these 2 articles is remarkable. With these 2 foundational pieces, coupled with Professor Liu's endorsement, your prospects for graduate school are virtually assured. You may choose any institution you desire. As a teacher at Shaanxi Normal University, your mother undoubtedly comprehends the significance of these articles. She is acutely aware of the advantages such weighty works can bestow upon Yao Yuan." Your father, equally exhilarated, nodded in approval, exclaiming, "I never imagined you could produce 2 such high-caliber articles, exhibiting a certain lofty perspective. In comparison to an immense fortune of over 100 million, these articles are the true surprise, bearing even greater weight." Yao Yuan smiled, and then elucidated the circumstances surrounding the creation of these articles. Seizing this opportunity, he divulged his venture into stock trading. Upon learning that he had invested over 100 million in the stock market, acquiring a diverse array of stocks, his parents were utterly astonished. "What? You invested over 100 million in stocks, leaving yourself with less than 10 million? They were flabbergasted. "It seems you have quite the itch for risk. You must be disciplined today, or else you may find yourself in dire straits." His mother, with a sharp gaze, whispered, "Ready to take action." Surprisingly, his father showed no signs of restraint and appeared eager to join in. Observing this scene, Yao Yuan hastily stepped back, donning a smile as he softly implored, "Mom, please, remain calm. There is no need for haste. While it is true that I invested over 100 million, I have not incurred a single loss. This substantial sum has now grown to just over 130 million. By next year, I am confident I can increase this amount to 8 or 900 million, or even more." Despite hailing from an intellectual family, Yao Yuan had endured his fair share of beatings throughout his upbringing. Particularly in middle school, his mischievous antics often led to trouble, making physical reprimands a regular occurrence. Thus, even though he possessed the spirit of someone nearing 40, witnessing his parents ready to roll up their sleeves still sent a shiver down his spine. More importantly, he felt deeply moved and relished the long-missed familial affection. As for the prospect of punishment, it was of little concern. "Oh, his parents exclaimed in unison, momentarily frozen in place. In the next instant, his father shook his head in disbelief. In such a short time, just over a week, you've earned more than 20 million? How can that be possible? Are you deceiving us? If you dare to trick us, just beware. His mother chimed in, clearly unable to fathom the situation. Yao Yuan chuckled softly, pride evident in his voice as he replied, Am I deceiving you? Just take a look at my securities account to find out. After revealing his holdings, he assured them they could monitor market trends at any time, alleviating their constant worries. With that, he retrieved his laptop and Ethernet cable from his bag. Connecting to the network in the guest room, he logged into the campus network, accessed the external network, and subsequently entered his securities account. After completing these steps, he turned the laptop towards the coffee table for his parents to review. The ensuing events were, as one might imagine, quite remarkable. Gazing at the vibrant red figures in the stock account, along with the astonishing principal and earnings, my parents were once again taken aback, rendered speechless as they sat on the sofa. In merely over a week, such a substantial sum had been amassed. It was utterly staggering. In a lifetime of work, we could never earn this much, my mother whispered, her voice trembling slightly. My father's reaction mirrored hers. His eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at the crimson numbers on the screen. Although he had encountered larger sums at work, those funds did not belong to our family. The money in this securities account, however, was entirely ours, clean and pure, ready for us to spend as we pleased. The evidence spoke for itself. Observing my parents' excitement, I merely smiled, refraining from further explanation. Next, I opened the charts of several outstanding stocks one by one, allowing my parents to view their trends and additional information. Each revelation left them increasingly astonished and exhilarated. After showcasing the securities account, I began to share my insights. I outlined my judgments regarding the stock market, briefly discussing the stocks I had purchased and their potential. As they listened to my introduction, my parents exchanged glances, their expressions gradually softening. I then presented the facts, attempting to persuade them to accept my significant involvement in stock trading. Ultimately, they yielded to my wishes after some contemplation. However, they set forth a stipulation. Regardless of my gains or losses in trading, it must not interfere with my academic pursuits. I was to complete my undergraduate studies successfully and proceed to graduate school. Everything else was secondary. I had no objections to this requirement, as it aligned perfectly with my own plans. Subsequently, I retrieved images of 2 masterpieces by Zhang Daqian for my parents to admire. As they beheld the grand and dynamic landscapes rendered in ink and color, they lamented the missed opportunity to see such exquisite works of art in person. Chapter 22. The weight of emotion. After showcasing the securities account and 2 exquisite landscape paintings, Yao Yuan abruptly shifted the topic. Mom, Dad, my purpose for bringing you to the capital extends beyond merely discussing the sale of the paintings. I have another objective in mind. What purpose? His father inquired, astonished. Yao Yuan nodded and began to elaborate. It is rather straightforward. I wish to acquire several properties in the capital, and I require your involvement in this endeavor to avoid arousing any suspicion. Since 2004, property prices in the core areas of the capital have more than doubled. Yet this is merely the precursor to an even more dramatic surge. Considering that I am likely to work and live here in the future, purchasing property is essential. It is far wiser to buy sooner rather than later. To his surprise, his parents expressed strong support for the idea of buying a home. It is indeed wise to purchase property sooner. Housing prices are rapidly escalating everywhere, including Chang'an. While property prices in the capital are certainly higher, it is of no concern. We are not lacking in funds and can afford properties anywhere. Seeing his parents' encouraging attitude, Yao Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. For nearly every citizen, the aspiration to own a home is a deeply ingrained desire, particularly for parents. Once their children come of age, securing a house becomes one of their foremost priorities, second only to marriage and children. Whenever circumstances permit, the vast majority of parents are more than willing to invest in a home for their children, and his parents were no exception. In the next moment, Yao Yuan continued, several of my classmates and I have reached a consensus. We will encourage our families to purchase properties in the capital, both as an investment and for rental or personal use. We have already identified several neighborhoods with significant appreciation potential. Once our parents arrive in the capital, we will act together to avoid driving up the prices through competition. Although these properties are somewhat aged, their rental rates are high, and they are situated near some of the city's finest primary schools, offering immense potential for value increase. He then provided a brief overview of the relevant details. As he spoke, his parents' eyes began to glimmer with excitement. Once he finished, his mother swiftly made a decision. Bye. You have a keen eye, my son. Properties near prestigious schools are indeed the ones to acquire. The houses surrounding our affiliated primary and secondary schools are considerably more expensive than those in other neighborhoods. We must involve your uncle in this, otherwise it won't be long before he squanders his savings. Converting cash into property ensures he has no liquid funds left and must focus on his job. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan furrowed his brow. While involving his uncle was certainly a viable option and a sound investment, would his aunt agree? This is for their family's benefit. She wouldn't dare oppose it. I will take charge of this matter, his mother asserted with authority. His father chuckled and quickly added, including Wei Guo in the property acquisition is fine, but Yao Yuan's painting sales must remain confidential, especially from Wei Guo's wife. If she learns of it, it will be akin to broadcasting it to all of Chang'an. Indeed, her loose tongue is quite notorious, Yao Yuan replied with a smile, nodding in agreement. After chatting for a while, Yao Yuan began to pack his belongings and left the guest house. His parents quickly freshened up, preparing to rest for a bit. But sleep eluded them. No sooner had they laid down than his father began to lament. Alas, after decades of hard work, I've earned less in my lifetime than what our son makes in a week. I can't even compare to his pocket change. What a predicament. The thought that their son would no longer seek financial support from them left me momentarily speechless. Before he could finish, his mother gave him a sharp slap. Stop being so melodramatic. No matter how much money Xiao Yuan earns, he is still your son, and that cannot be changed. He must listen to you. If he doesn't, just give him a good thrashing. What is there to fear? Following this comforting reprimand, his father instantly brightened, losing any trace of disappointment. You're right. No matter how capable he becomes, he is still our son. Before long, Yao Yuan returned to his dormitory. Since there were no classes during the first 2 periods, Zhou Su and the others remained in their room. As he entered and tossed his backpack onto his bed, Yao Yuan immediately remarked, my parents are staying at the school guest house. When will your parents arrive? Once the uncles and aunts are here, I'll arrange a meal so we can meet each other and discuss the matter of buying a house. Let us ensure we don't drive up the prices. Upon hearing this, Zhou Su shook his head. Since everyone's parents are coming to the capital, how can we let you treat them? My father has insisted on hosting and will take care of the arrangements. Yao Yuan turned to him. That works too, as long as the parents are happy. He then glanced at the others. My parents can come to the capital anytime. It's just over an hour by train, Wu Lan chimed in, noting that his family lived nearby. Following suit, Zhang Feiyu and Li Tianfeng shared their own parents' plans, all hailing from regions not far from the capital, Shanghai, East Shandong, and Northeast China. All the parents would be arriving in the capital tomorrow to discuss purchasing a home. After a few more exchanges, the conversation shifted. Yao Yuan, tell us about your relationship with the beautiful Lu. Are you two dating? Wu Lan asked with a grin, casting a glance at Xia Haitao, who was lounging on the bed. Indeed, we are in a relationship. We just confirmed it last night, Yao Yuan replied with a nod. Before he could finish his statement, the dorm erupted in excitement. Confirmed last night? Did you two go to a hotel? That's rather fast, quite decisive, impressive. Didn't you say you weren't interested in romance? Turns out you were just playing around, making me waste my efforts for days. Yao Yuan looked at his friends and feigned exasperation, shrugging his shoulders. Honestly, I didn't expect this outcome either. But how can one resist the allure of a stunning beauty? I couldn't possibly push the lovely Lu away when she practically fell into my arms. I don't think I could manage that. We certainly didn't go to a hotel. I'm not that desperate to rush into things on the very first day of our relationship. Who believes that? A chorus of complaints resonated within the dormitory. Xia Haitao rolled his eyes in discontent. After exchanging a few jests, Yao Yuan approached his desk, gathered several books, and placed them into his backpack before departing the dormitory. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. As he reached the location, Lu Jinwen, who had received a call earlier, emerged from the building. She wore a hint of makeup and appeared to be in high spirits. As he approached, she immediately whispered, "Have your parents settled in? Where are they staying?" Yao Yuan nodded gently. They are comfortably settled in the school's guest house, making it convenient for a meeting. Would you like to join me for dinner later to meet them? Ah, Lu Jingwen gasped, then shyly replied, "So soon to meet your parents? I'm not quite prepared yet. Could I have a little more time?" Yao Yuan paused for a moment before smiling and saying, "Very well, they will be in the capital for a few days, so there is ample time. Whenever you feel ready, we can arrange for you to meet them." With that, he turned to leave. Lu Jiwen quickly followed, linking her arm with his and softly suggested, "The guys in the dorm are clamoring for you to treat them. Should we invite them out for a meal? To prevent them from gossiping behind their backs. It would indeed be wise to appease them and silence their chatter. The time and place you can decide. All right, I will discuss it with Shinran and the others later." As they spoke, they had already walked some distance away. Chapter 23. The formation of a real estate investment group before class commenced. Yao Yuan disclosed to Lu Jingwen that his parents had traveled to the capital expressly to purchase property. He further suggested that Lu Jingwen might encourage her own parents to acquire several apartments in either the capital or Shanghai for investment purposes. Given that Lu Jingwen's family in Qiantang was relatively well off, there was an inherent demand for such investments. This recommendation stemmed from the evolving relationship between Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Xinran, who was seated nearby, overheard this exchange and promptly relayed the information to the entire class, inciting a flurry of excitement. By the time the fourth period concluded, as Yao Yuan attempted to rise and depart, he was instantaneously encircled by his classmates. How unfair. Yao Yuan, with such a lucrative opportunity, why should it be kept among just a few of you? Aren't we classmates anymore? Previously, when he had suggested that everyone consider investing in properties in the capital, he had not anticipated the swiftness of their actions. This opportunity was one that everyone felt compelled to share. Observing the eager expressions on his classmates' faces, Yao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that the organization of a real estate investment group was indeed necessary. Without jeopardizing his own financial pursuits, he was more than willing to involve his classmates in this venture, sharing the benefits with them. After all, the well-known real estate investment groups from Wenzhou and the coal barons from Shanxi had yet to arrive in the capital. The initial profits from the surging property prices in the capital would be enjoyed exclusively by him and his fellow classmates. In the next moment, he instructed Zhou Su to close the classroom door and remarked with a hint of irritation, "Wang Xinran is such a blabbermouth. She cannot keep a secret. Since everyone is aware now, I shall discuss this matter, and you may decide for yourselves whether to participate," he continued. Before he could finish, Wang Xinran playfully punched him on the shoulder. "Who are you calling a dog? You're the one acting like a mutt." After a few moments of jesting, Yao Yuan finally transitioned to the main topic. "As you have all heard, several of our parents will be arriving in the capital over the next few days, and we will be moving forward together to invest in real estate. Taking into account the distribution of premier educational resources in the capital and the developmental status of various districts, they had selected several residential communities for potential purchases. Recent data revealed that from September to now, property prices in the capital had surged by 10% and were continuing to rise, with an estimated increase of no less than 10% for the current month. What better investment could there be? That is why I advocate for swift action in acquiring properties in the capital. The sooner, the better." Before he could complete his thought, the room erupted in chaos. No way. A 10% increase in property prices within a month is astounding. At this astonishing rate, if we don't buy now, we may never afford to in the future. I must be part of this endeavor. The classmates clamored, each expressing their eagerness and excitement. However, some students from less affluent backgrounds displayed expressions of concern. Yao Yuan glanced at everyone and continued, "Welcome, everyone. I believe we can form a real estate investment group to capitalize on the booming property market in the capital and make a substantial profit. Moreover, I suggest that we consider taking out loans to purchase properties, utilizing bank funds to engage in real estate speculation. In this rapidly appreciating market, the benefits are quite evident. With just a down payment of 20 or 30%, one can acquire a property, await its value to rise, and then swiftly sell it to expedite capital turnover. Additionally, it would be prudent to invest in 1 or 2 bedroom apartments, as these types of properties are easy to rent out, and the rental income can essentially cover the monthly repayments." Upon hearing this, the less affluent students' eyes sparkled with hope. For them, this opportunity seemed within reach with a bit of effort. As long as there was the slightest possibility, no one wished to miss such a lucrative chance. And they felt the same way. Subsequently, Yao Yuan elaborated on the details. Nearly an hour later, they finally left the classroom. Once back in their dormitory, they immediately sprang into action, reaching out to their families. They recounted Yao Yuan's words to their parents, passionately persuading them to invest their savings in the capital's real estate. Meanwhile, Yao Yuan had already arrived at the school guest house, accompanying his parents for dinner. After the meal, he took his parents for a stroll around the campus to enjoy the scenery. The South Road campus of the Finance University was quite small, easily traversed in 15 to 20 minutes. Before long, they found themselves near the library entrance. Just as they arrived, his mother suddenly remarked, Yao Yuan, do you know those two girls in front of the library? They've been looking over here. At this, Yao Yuan noticed Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran standing in front of the library. They appeared to be studying and had paused to whisper to each other upon seeing him and his parents. Indeed, Mom, they are my classmates. Since they are classmates, let us go over and introduce ourselves. Both girls are quite lovely. All right, I'll go and see if they're willing to join us. With that, Yao Yuan made his way towards Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran. Upon his approach, Lu Jingwen appeared flustered while Wang Xinran chuckled. As he reached them, Yao Yuan promptly expressed his intention. Jingwen, Xinran, those are my parents over there. Since we've run into each other, let us go say hello. My mom is eager to meet you. Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed immediately, and she seemed ready to flee. However, Wang Xinran seized her arm, displaying an eagerness for the encounter. Of course, Yao Yuan, we would love to meet your parents. Jingwen, I didn't expect you'd meet your boyfriend's parents so soon. You must make a good impression. Yao Yuan chuckled and reassured her. There is no need to worry too much, Jingwen. My parents aren't aware of our relationship yet. With that, he led the two young ladies towards his parents. Lu Jingwen, feeling bashful, contemplated escaping, yet was firmly held back by Wang Xinran, compelling her to remain. In a fleeting moment, Yao Yuan had ushered them before their parents. Good evening, uncle and aunt, they greeted politely as they approached. One displayed a charming blush, radiating timidity, while the other exuded a natural grace. Observing their demeanor, both parents exchanged glances of pleasant surprise. In the next instant, Yao Yuan hastily introduced them. Dad, Mom, these are my classmates, Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran. One hails from Qian'an in eastern Zhejiang, and the other from Yinqing in eastern Jiangsu. Before he could finish, their mother stepped forward, warmly grasping the arms of Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran, engaging them in friendly conversation. Two lovely young ladies from the south, indeed. It seems the southern climate nurtures beauty, she remarked. Thank you, Auntie. Wang Xinran replied with a smile. Jingwen is far more beautiful than I. Lu Jingwen, however, merely responded with a shy acknowledgement. Subsequently, their mother continued to chat amiably with both young women, although her attention primarily gravitated towards Lu Jingwen. It was evident that she had discerned the truth. This stunning girl from Qiantang was her son's girlfriend. Like most parents, she inquired about Lu Jingwen's academic life and soon began to probe into her family background. Lu Jingwen, overwhelmed by such scrutiny, could only nod repeatedly, her face growing crimson. Meanwhile, their father surveyed Lu Jingwen and nodded in approval. Yao Yuan, you have good taste. Treat that girl well, he remarked. Understood, Yao Yuan replied, his emotions a whirlwind. After an enthusiastic yet overwhelming exchange of inquiries, their mother finally released Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran, allowing them to head to the library. Once the two young ladies departed, their mother immediately said, Yao Yuan, arrange for us to have dinner with Jingwen. Tomorrow, I shall purchase a proper gift. It is only fitting to make a gesture upon meeting her for the first time. Yao Yuan had little choice but to acquiesce with a nod. Very well, I shall take care of the arrangements. Chapter 24. Real Education. On Thursday, the parents of Xia Haitao and his companions arrived in the capital, all settling into the school's guest house. After ensuring their accommodations were satisfactory, Yao Yuan introduced the parents to one another, facilitating their initial interactions and discussions. Additionally, they provided the gathered information regarding the property market in the capital to the parents, allowing them to gain insight into the current situation. After enjoying lunch, Yao Yuan and his companions took the parents to the sales office of a construction project across from the South Gate to observe the fluctuations in housing prices firsthand. When this development opened in May, the price per square meter was just over 10,000. However, 5 months later, the price had skyrocketed to approximately 15,000. This meant that within less than half a year, the property prices had surged by 50%. Such a scenario left every parent astounded. As they exited the sales office, their expressions remained one of shock, as brimming with intrigue. Xia Haitao's father stepped forward, eagerly and quietly inquiring, Yao Yuan, is the 50% surge in prices over 5 months an isolated incident or a widespread phenomenon? Upon hearing this, the other parents and Zhou Su turned their attention towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Yuan smiled and nodded. Uncle Xia, esteemed parents, I can assure you with utmost certainty that this is indeed a common occurrence. The property prices in the capital are rapidly ascending, and this is merely the beginning. Even more astonishing increases are yet to come. Although the rate of increase varies across districts due to different conditions, the overall trend remains consistent. All are experiencing swift appreciation. Before he could finish, Xia Haitao's father eagerly nodded and exclaimed, "If that's the case, then what is there to discuss? Let us buy a home." A 50% increase in just 6 months. What could be better than that? Upon hearing this, the other parents nodded in agreement. Witnessing their enthusiasm, Xia Haitao and his friends were filled with excitement. Suddenly, Wu Lan's father posed a question regarding the floor plans we just examined. "If I were to purchase a 150 square meter 4-bedroom apartment in May and sell it now, wouldn't I be able to gain around 750,000? In this process, I wouldn't even possess the property. I would merely be transferring the purchase contract. Is that feasible? Are there any restrictions?" Before he could finish, Li Tianfeng's father immediately shook his head. "Isn't that akin to trying to deceive? Surely that won't work." However, Yao Yuan provided a contrasting response. "Indeed, it does resemble a deceptive scheme, but it is entirely feasible. In Hong Kong, this practice is referred to as flipping pre-construction properties or speculating on off-plan homes. Many aspects of the domestic real estate market are modeled after those in Hong Kong, including off-plan properties and shared areas." "Ah, is that truly possible?" Li Tianfeng's father exclaimed in astonishment. "Please elucidate this matter for us, Yao Yuan. I never anticipated such an opportunity." Wu Lan's father eagerly chimed in. Yao Yuan glanced at him, then shook his head. "Uncle Wu, once we return to the guest house, I shall elucidate this matter to everyone." Upon hearing his words, several parents nodded in agreement. Subsequently, they engaged in hushed discussions while making their way to the school. During their journey, Xia Haitao's mother, with curiosity, inquired of Yao Yuan's mother, sister-in-law, "How have you educated your son? His mind is so astute, truly a remarkable intellect. Unlike my Haitao, who has grown in stature but lacks wisdom, he pales in comparison to Yao Yuan." A flicker of pride crossed Yao Yuan's mother's eyes, yet she humbly responded, "Being overly clever can be detrimental. One must always be cautious to avoid trouble. I find Haitao quite commendable, steady and grounded, with a boundless future ahead." As they conversed, they had already entered the campus. Upon returning to the guest house, the parents gathered in Yao Yuan's parents' room. Once everyone was seated, Yao Yuan began to explain the situation. Regarding Uncle Wu's earlier inquiry about speculative real estate, it is entirely feasible. The policies permit such actions. Moreover, it is advisable to purchase properties with a loan, requiring only a down payment of 20 to 30% to secure a home. Then, as property prices rise to a certain extent, one can resell without even waiting for the completion of the house. Thus, the cost of purchasing can be minimized while maximizing returns, as any appreciation during the holding period translates to profit. For instance, in the case of the neighborhood outside the South Gate, the profits earned over the last 6 months have exceeded twice the down payment. Truly astonishing. Upon hearing this, the parents were taken aback. "Ah, the profits are this substantial. It is quite alarming. Can one truly earn 2 to 3 times their investment in just 6 months? Is there still such a lucrative business in this world?" Yao Yuan regarded the parents with a smile and nodded. This is the magic of financial leverage, as well as a loophole in policy. Since there are no restrictions on property transactions in the capital, we must capitalize on this gap. According to the newly enacted real estate policies, one is not required to repay the bank until the new property reaches its ceiling. If sold prior to completion, costs can be reduced even further, enhancing the speed and efficiency of capital turnover. As he elaborated, the parents grew increasingly excited. In comparison, Yao Yuan's parents maintained a more composed demeanor. With stocks valued at over 100 million as a foundation, they had little concern for the excess profits from real estate speculation, adopting a rather detached stance. Following this, Yao Yuan briefly outlined the new real estate policies in the capital, as well as the conditions in various districts. He provided a focused overview of the prestigious schools in Haidian and Xiqing, along with the surrounding neighborhoods and their respective property prices. The parents posed numerous questions, which he addressed one by one. It was not until the afternoon classes approached that Yao Yuan and his peers departed from the guest house to return to their studies. After their departure, the parents continued to fervently discuss real estate matters, brimming with enthusiasm and completely oblivious to fatigue. In no time, Yao Yuan and his friends arrived in the classroom. Before they could settle in, several classmates gathered around them. "Yao Yuan, I have just witnessed you and your uncle and aunt emerging together from the sales office of that under-construction residential complex outside the South Gate. Surely, you are not hastening to assist them in purchasing a property, are you?" Such swiftness seems rather excessive. Did we not agree to embark on this venture collectively? How could you have acted so prematurely? Yao Yuan glanced at the group and offered a brief explanation. We merely took a few parents for a site visit to gauge the fluctuations in property prices in the capital. We have no intention of acquiring a unit in that complex. It is not on my agenda, and besides, there are countless properties in the capital. How many can our families possibly buy? Your involvement is indispensable. He then turned the conversation towards them. How have you all fared in discussions with your parents? Have they consented to invest in real estate in the capital? The sooner, the better. Upon hearing this, the group erupted into a cacophony of voices, each sharing divergent outcomes. My parents are visiting the capital this weekend to assess the situation before making a decision. My folks are also coming over the weekend. I plan to take them to the sales office across from the south gate. I believe it will leave them quite astonished. Upon hearing about the need for a mortgage, my father outright rejected the idea. I shall attempt to persuade him later. Just as the conversation flowed, the teacher entered the classroom, followed closely by the ringing of the class bell. Instantly, everyone ceased their chatter and took their seats. As soon as they were settled, Yao Yuan leaned in and whispered, Jingwen, my parents would like to invite you out for dinner tonight. Please make preparations. Ah, Lu Jingwen gasped softly, her cheeks flushing crimson. A hint of panic evident in her demeanor. All eyes in the classroom, including the teachers, turned towards them. Chapter 25. The Alluring Temptress at 8 in the evening. New Oriental Plaza. After dining at the Beijing Hotel, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen accompanied their parents as they strolled through the shopping mall. Following some lively conversation, Lu Jingwen had become quite familiar with their parents, shedding her previous shyness. At that moment, she was linking arms with her mother, walking ahead while chatting and admiring the various shops on either side. Yao Yuan and his father trailed behind, burdened only with the shopping bags. However, it wasn't long before his father succumbed to exhaustion. Xiao Yuan, you continue shopping with your mother and the others. I'll find a place to sit by the exit. Just give me a call when you're ready to leave, he said before turning to depart. All right, you take a rest. Yao Yuan nodded in agreement. His mother shot a disapproving glance at his father, but refrained from commenting. Most middle-aged men are not fond of shopping, and his father was no exception. In truth, Yao Yuan, possessing a spirit nearing 40, also longed for a place to rest. Yet, he had to endure. Not only carrying bags for his mother and Lu Jingwen, but also offering commentary on the various items that caught their eye. As they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the Chanel boutique. Unsurprisingly, both his mother and Lu Jingwen were instantly captivated, their eyes sparkling at the sight of the bags and garments displayed in the window. Witnessing this, Yao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. Women, it seems, share a universal tendency to be enchanted by such luxuries. Mom, since you like them, let us go inside and take a look. If you find a bag or outfit you fancy, feel free to purchase it as my token of filial piety, he suggested. His mother shot him a bemused glance. Although these luxury items were indeed appealing, they came with a hefty price tag. I'll pass. I can't very well carry a designer handbag to class, can I? That would be quite inappropriate. If Jingwen finds something she likes, I'd be happy to buy it for her as a welcoming gift, she replied, leading Lu Jingwen into the Chanel store. Lu Jingwen quickly shook her head. Auntie, I don't need any welcoming gifts. How about we explore other stores instead? Let us not decide just yet. We should at least look inside first, her mother responded with a smile, pulling Lu Jingwen into the Chanel boutique. Yao Yuan chuckled softly before following them inside. Perhaps noticing their modest attire, the sales associates in the Chanel store did not immediately approach to greet them. They merely offered a courteous welcome before attending to other customers. The store was populated by 5 or 6 patrons, each accompanied by a saleswoman introducing various bags and garments. A stylish young couple was selecting handbags at the left display, surrounded by 3 attentive sales associates. Despite the lack of immediate attention from the staff, his mother and Lu Jingwen felt at ease, appreciating the absence of incessant chatter. In no time, they found themselves at the right display showcasing women's bags. His mother gently guided Lu Jingwen forward to admire the collection displayed on the shelves. Yao Yuan stood at the rear, patiently awaiting the moment to swipe the card and carry the bags, while simultaneously serving as a part-time bodyguard. As he observed the exquisite handbags, his mother was engaged in an animated conversation with Lu Jingwen, exchanging opinions on various designs. Jingwen, what do you think of this light pink handbag? I believe it would complement your fair complexion beautifully. If you like it, I will purchase this bag for you as a gift to commemorate our meeting, his mother suggested, pointing to a petite and delicate handbag. Upon seeing the charming pink purse, Lu Jingwen could hardly conceal her delight. Yet, the price tag left her astounded. While her family was reasonably well off, spending tens of thousands on a luxury handbag was not a trivial matter. She quickly shook her head. "Auntie, this bag is far too expensive. I cannot accept such a gift. As a student, it would be inappropriate for me to carry around such a costly luxury item." Before her words could fully register, Yao Yuan stepped forward, glancing at the light pink bag. "Mom, your taste is impeccable. This is a classic Chanel handbag from the CF Pink collection. The light pink variant is particularly iconic and quite rare in the domestic market." He then turned to Lu Jingwen. "Jingwen, since we've stumbled upon this light pink CF bag, we shouldn't let it slip away. While it may not be inexpensive, it is still within reason." Lu Jingwen was taken aback by Yao Yuan's knowledge of Chanel handbags. Had he previously accompanied someone else to shop for them? Furthermore, wasn't Yao Yuan's family of modest means? How could they casually purchase a luxury item worth tens of thousands? It seemed implausible for an ordinary working-class family to buy luxury handbags as if they were mere cabbages. Moreover, she had just recently established a romantic connection with Yao Yuan. Having barely met his parents for 2 days, the notion of receiving a luxury handbag worth such a sum felt excessively generous. With a head full of questions, Lu Jingwen was about to decline when a haughty voice suddenly interrupted from behind. "I'll take this light pink CF bag. And also wrap up that black handle next to it." Yao Yuan and his companions paused, turning their heads in unison to see who had made such a demand. The woman, in her 20s, was heavily made up and dressed provocatively, exuding an air of arrogance. Accompanying her was a man in his 30s, holding a bag from a lesser-known brand, with an Audemars Piguet royal oak watch adorning his wrist. Its authenticity was uncertain, for reasons unknown. The man regarded everyone with disdain and mockery, yet his eyes lit up with intrigue upon catching sight of Lu Jingwen. Also standing behind them were 2 saleswomen, each carrying shopping bags filled with either Chanel bags or women's clothing. It was evident that the flamboyant woman had indulged in a considerable shopping spree, or perhaps had quite the appetite for luxury. Yao Yuan turned to glance at the woman and politely remarked, "I beg your pardon, madam, but this Chanel CF in pale pink is the bag we noticed first and are preparing to purchase. You may wish to consider the other bags available." The woman scrutinized him from head to toe, raising her chin in disdain and sneering coldly. "Look closely. This is the genuine Chanel CF Pink collection, not the counterfeit versions sold at Shoshue Street. Such high-end luxury items are beyond the financial reach of you country bumpkins." Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan nearly erupted with laughter. He assessed the woman with disdain and retorted sharply, "Goodness, it appears there are indeed many who look down upon others in this world. And I've just had the misfortune of encountering one. With your entire ensemble replete with knockoffs, held up only by silicone, who gave you the audacity to utter such words?" Liang Jingru. The woman was left speechless, frozen in place. Meanwhile, both his mother and Lu Jingwen could not contain their laughter, thoroughly amused. The 2 sales assistants also wore amused expressions, struggling to suppress their giggles and lowering their heads in an effort to hold back. Even the man in his 30s turned away, shaking with laughter. Chapter 26. One should reflect on their own standing after a brief moment. The woman finally grasped the situation and immediately began to unleash a torrent of invective. "Who is looking down on whom? You're the one who is a dog. Your entire family are dogs." Upon hearing such disgraceful insults directed at his family, Yao Yuan was consumed by anger. "Go on, utter another word, and I swear I will strike you," he exclaimed, preparing to charge at her. His mother swiftly grasped his arm, murmuring a few admonitions. "You foolish boy. It's not worth your time to engage with such a person. Resorting to violence is even less worthwhile." Lu Jingwen also seized his other arm, softly advising, "Auntie is correct. There is no need to stoop to her level and ruin the pleasant mood of the evening." In this predicament, Yao Yuan reluctantly halted his advance. However, the woman continued her tirade, spewing insults without restraint. Just as Yao Yuan seemed poised to confront her, his mother quickly pulled him aside, whispering, "Do not rush into violence. Doing so could land you in the police station and tarnish your record. If I am not mistaken, this woman is about to embarrass herself significantly, and you will undoubtedly have your chance to vent your frustration." As they spoke, under the persuasion of 2 saleswomen, the woman finally fell silent. She then cast a glance at Yao Yuan and his companions, raising her silicone-enhanced chin to indicate the 2 bags on display. "Wrap these 2 Chanel bags for me. I want them both. Just look at her trying to compete with me." "Certainly, madam," the 2 saleswomen replied promptly, quickly retrieving the bags from the display. One of the saleswomen then respectfully inquired, "Madam, would you like anything else? I can provide you with recommendations." The woman hesitated briefly before nodding. "Just these for now. I'll return when you have new stock." "What is the total?" Before she could finish her sentence, the saleswoman provided the total. "You have selected 4 bags. 2 pairs of the season's latest sunglasses, and 4 pieces of contemporary fashion, amounting to a total of 228,600 yuan. I can offer a 10 discount and waive the cents, bringing the total to 205,000 yuan. How would you like to pay?" With that, both saleswomen turned their gaze toward the man in his 30s beside her. The woman also looked at him, the implication unmistakable. In the next moment, the man shrugged. "Why are you all looking at me? It's not my purchase. She chose everything herself. Naturally, she should pay for it." Everyone stood in stunned silence, including Yao Yuan and his companions. Only his mother chuckled disdainfully, as if she had anticipated such an outcome. Meanwhile, the woman, her heavily powdered face turning crimson, quickly approached the man and began to feign affection. "Stop fooling around, darling. Hurry and pay. So many people are watching. Don't let me lose face." The man shook his head in exasperation. "Your embarrassment has no bearing on me. Why should I be the one to pay for your purchases? We've only known each other for half a day, and you expect me to buy you such expensive items? Do you take me for a fool? Or has your mind been addled?" The woman's face flushed crimson as she hastily grasped the man's arm. "Aren't you pursuing me? If you buy me these items today, I shall agree to be your girlfriend. Besides, doesn't he your family own a company? Surely you can afford this small sum?" Before she could finish her sentence, the man had already shaken off her grip. "Whether I have money or not is none of your concern. Do you even know my name? You expect me to buy you such luxury goods after just one meeting? What a delusion." With that, he strode towards the exit of the boutique. Just before stepping out, he added a final remark. "Sales assistant, she chose all these items. Let her pay for them herself. If she lacks funds, she can seek assistance from her family. Sell her house or land, or even clean toilets to repay her debts." With those words, he exited the boutique, leaving her standing there, her face dark as coal, wishing she could vanish into thin air. "Ha ha." Yao Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, and his mother along with Lu Jingwen could not contain their amusement either. In the next moment, his mother gently patted Yao Yuan's arm. "You can go over now and vent your frustrations. But under no circumstances should you engage in a fight. Understood? You truly are wise." Yao Yuan replied with a grin. He then approached the display stand. Standing before it, he pointed at the 2 shopping bags containing the light pink CF bag and the handle bag, feigning ignorance as he asked, "Miss, do you still want these 2 bags? If you cannot afford them, you should step aside. I will take them." As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet and brandished his China Construction Bank Platinum credit card. He mused on how someone of her caliber could dare to compete with him. She was woefully out of her depth. This was a direct echo of her earlier words, returned with even greater disdain. The woman almost choked with fury, her embarrassment palpable. She shot Yao Yuan a furious glare before turning on her heel and hastily exiting the Chanel boutique. "Ha ha, take care. And be more discerning next time you seek a wealthy suitor." Yao Yuan laughed even louder, and the others in the store joined in. In the next moment, Yao Yuan waved the platinum credit card. "Take me to the checkout. I will take these 2 bags." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," a sales assistant replied, bowing slightly as she led Yao Yuan to the payment counter. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jingwen paused momentarily, wanting to call out to Yao Yuan. However, his mother stopped her with a smile, gently saying, "It's all right, Jingwen. It's just a bag. Don't take it to heart, as long as you like it." Hearing her mother's words, Lu Jingwen could only nod in acceptance. "All right, thank you, auntie." While maintaining her politeness, a flicker of delight passed through her eyes. How many women do not adore Chanel? How many can resist the allure of luxury handbags? She was no exception. After a mere 20 minutes, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen finally exited the Chanel boutique. At that moment, each of them held a Chanel shopping bag, containing the coveted light pink CF bag and the black handle. The black handle was intended for her mother, while the light pink CF bag was for Lu Jingwen, both of whom were absolutely enamored with their selections. As they stepped out of the boutique, Yao Yuan eagerly inquired, "Mom, how did you anticipate that delightful performance we just witnessed? That was utterly satisfying." "Indeed. Auntie, how did you perceive that? It was simply hilarious." Lu Jingwen chimed in with a grin. Their mother glanced at them and smiled as she elucidated, "The explanation is rather straightforward. The couple we just observed appeared neither as a married pair nor as romantic partners. Rather, they seemed to be engaged in a mutual game of calculation. each with their own ulterior motives. Neither of them seemed particularly virtuous. In such a scenario, how could that man possibly be inclined to spend over 200,000 on luxury goods for the other unless he were utterly foolish? Furthermore, the man was adorned in counterfeit designer attire, not someone who could casually part with such a sum. Upon hearing their mother's astute analysis, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen burst into laughter. Chapter 27. The Hidden Wealth of a Rich Heir? At 10 o'clock in the evening, when Lu Jingwen returned to her dormitory with a Chanel CF bag in hand, it immediately stirred a commotion. Huang Xinran and the others swiftly extracted the pale pink CF bag from its packaging, cradling it in their hands with the reverence one might reserve for a precious gem, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Wow, this Chanel CF bag is simply exquisite, and the classic yet rare pale pink color makes it the embodiment of my dream accessory. I recall the market price of the Chanel CF bag is around 40 to 50,000. The pink series seems even more expensive. Surely, this cannot be a counterfeit. But if it were, the imitation is astonishingly flawless. Don't be ridiculous. Where could one possibly procure such a perfect imitation? There are countless girls who would desire one. Exactly. Which knockoff could possibly come with a warranty card? Where could one find a counterfeit that issues a shopping receipt from the Chanel boutique at Dongfang Xinyiandi? After a bout of admiration, the girls suddenly turned their gazes toward Lu Jingwen in unison. Huang Xinran stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Lu Jingwen's, and inquired eagerly, "Jingwen, do share with us the story behind this Chanel CF pale pink bag." The rest of the girls mirrored her curiosity. Lu Jingwen glanced at them, her cheeks flushing, and softly confessed, this was a gift from Yao Yuan's mother, just purchased at the Chanel boutique in Dongfang Xinyiandi, priced at over 45,000. Before she could finish, the dorm erupted in excitement. An over 45,000 Chanel CF bag as a meeting gift? Yao Yuan's mother is extraordinarily generous. She must be treating you like a daughter-in-law. Even if it were for a daughter-in-law, such a gift is extravagant. If my boyfriend's mother were to gift me a CF bag, I would wake up smiling in my dreams. After the initial astonishment, several girls instinctively pondered the same question. They exchanged rapid glances and exclaimed in unison, could it be that Yao Yuan is a rich heir? Previously, he spent 18,000 treating the entire class to dinner. And now he has spent over 45,000 on a bag for Jingwen. His spending is remarkably lavish. Indeed, based on his recent behavior, he seems far more like a wealthy heir than Zhou or Zhang Feiyu. He has merely kept his affluence under wraps until now. If only we had known Yao Yuan was a rich heir when we first enrolled, then it would be me receiving this CF bag now. How I regret my missed opportunity. At that moment, Lu Jingwen interjected softly, I cannot say for certain whether Yao Yuan is a rich heir, but he did indeed pay with a credit card. Moreover, he purchased 2 Chanel bags at once. The other, a black handle, was a gift for his mother. The total cost of these 2 Chanel bags nearly reached 100,000, and neither of them seemed to think much of it. With this revelation, the girls in the dorm were once again left in disbelief. Meanwhile, Yao Yuan had returned to his dormitory. Upon his arrival, Zhou immediately remarked, Yao Yuan, my father called this evening. He has arranged tomorrow's itinerary. He will drive to the school in the morning to pick up several parents, and we will visit the prestigious schools we have selected, followed by an exploration of the surrounding neighborhoods. He has arranged for contacts at several prestigious schools, enabling him to conduct an on-site investigation rather than merely observing from the outside. By the time the assessment concludes, it will likely be evening, and he has booked a private room at Dedong to treat a few parents, while also discussing the prospect of purchasing a property together. After class, we shall reconvene with them and enjoy a splendid meal, as Dedong's roast duck is quite exceptional. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan smiled and nodded. It appears that uncle is exceptionally well prepared, which is splendid indeed. Particularly the opportunity to inspect the teaching quality at those distinguished institutions will undoubtedly carry greater persuasion. I also need to prepare some materials to present to the parents during dinner tomorrow night. Just as he was speaking, Jian Baiyong suddenly pushed the door open. Upon entering, he eagerly exclaimed, tomorrow, when your parents go for the site visit, you must bring my old man along. He can arrive first thing in the morning. We are all classmates. No one should enjoy exclusive benefits. Yao Yuan glanced at him and shook his head with mild irritation. Old Jian, when did you develop the nasty habit of eavesdropping? You're becoming increasingly sleazy. We must be cautious. Su laughed and teased, come on. He just happened to pass by and overheard your discussion, which prompted him to come in. If we are to eavesdrop, It should be during your romantic night with the beautiful Lu. That would be entertaining. Jian Baiyang offered a brief explanation. After some light banter, Yao Yuan returned to the main topic. No problem, old Jian. Regardless of when your father arrives tomorrow, he is welcome to participate in the site visit. Once the other parents arrive in the capital, we can organize additional site visits to let reality persuade them. That sounds fantastic. I'll call my father right away. Jian Baiyang replied with a nod. After chatting for a bit longer, he turned and left for his dormitory. Yao Yuan then approached his bedside, pulled out the basin hidden beneath the bed, and proceeded to wash up in the bathroom. Upon finishing and returning to bed, he received a text message from Lu Jingwen. The guys in the dorm saw that CF bag and are speculating whether you are a secretly affluent second-generation heir. Su Wen even expressed regret, saying if she had known you were wealthy, she should have pursued you more actively when we first enrolled. Yao Yuan chuckled and casually replied with a text. Let them speculate, don't take it to heart. As for Su Wen, even if she had been more proactive back then, I would never have acquiesced. With a saying like the road to Shu is treacherous, I would certainly keep my distance. After responding to the message, he tossed his phone aside and began to search online for information regarding the policies and news related to local enrollment for primary school in the capital. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, lying on her bed, Lu Jingwen suddenly asked, Su Wen, what mountain is the road to Shu? I've never heard of it. Hearing this, Su Wen, who was preening in front of the mirror with her pale pink CF bag, paused momentarily. Yet she quickly realized and, with a smile, remarked, What do you mean by labor and capital on the Shu road? It's merely a phrase I use when I count to 3. This is a common saying among the women of Sichuan and Chongqing. If a man at home is disobedient, a single utterance of ILL count to 3 can resolve everything. It's infallible. What prompted such a question? Ha ha ha, so that's it. Lu Jingwen chuckled, then elaborated for a moment. Yao Yuan had just texted, saying that with just that phrase, he would retreat in defeat. At her words, several other girls erupted in laughter. Su Wen joined in, then indignantly shook her fist. It was evident that Yao Yuan was also a pushover. With just a single phrase, he could be easily managed. Should we learn this remarkable tactic? Jingwen. As long as one possesses the right attitude, this method is undeniably effective against men. Lu Jingwen quickly waved her hand. I think I'll pass. I can't shout like that. After some light-hearted banter, Su Wen returned the CF bag to Lu Jingwen and then took a basin to the washroom to freshen up. Lu Jingwen lay on her bed, her eyes sparkling as she admired the CF bag. It wasn't until the lights were turned off at 11 that she set it aside and began to engage in late-night conversations with her roommates. The theme of tonight's discussion was none other than Yao Yuan. His remarkable transformation during this period had piqued the curiosity of every classmate, undoubtedly making for the most captivating topic of conversation. Chapter 28. Surprises and Shocks. The following morning, Zhou Su's father unexpectedly procured a coaster bus to transport several parents from the school for an on-site inspection in Haidian and Xiqing. The arrival of this bus instilled a sense of unease among the school administrators, who initially feared it was a visit from higher authorities and promptly sent someone to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that it was not an official inspection, the school leaders breathed a sigh of relief. Once the parents departed, Yao Yuan and his classmates proceeded to their lessons. In no time, they found themselves in the classroom. As soon as he entered, Yao Yuan noticed that all the girls in the class were staring at him, their expressions brimming with curiosity. It dawned on him that this attention stemmed from Lu Jingwen's Chanel CF bag in a delicate pink hue. For most girls, the impact of that Chanel CF bag was far more profound than its price tag of 45,000 yuan. While many individuals might possess that amount in savings, few could part with such a sum to gift a luxury handbag, a completely different notion altogether. Moreover, the fact that Yao Yuan had purchased 2 Chanel bags in one evening only amplified the astonishment among the female students. Contemplating this, Yao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly. He then made his way to sit beside Lu Jingwen. With their romantic relationship now established, there was no need for further pretense. As soon as he settled in, Wang Xinran leaned over and exclaimed, Yao Yuan, are you perhaps a hidden rich heir? You've kept it quite under wraps. That Chanel CF bag you gave Jingwen nearly blinded us with its brilliance. Her remark prompted several girls around them to turn and stare. Yao Yuan, however, merely shook his head with a smile. You're overthinking it, Wang Xinran. I'm no rich heir. Besides, where is the luxurious lifestyle in being as understated and simple as I am? I don't possess the typical rich heir's luxury watches or sports cars, fortunately. I do have a stunning girlfriend. Before he could finish, several girls chimed in with playful banter. Oh, now you're showing off your affection. That's a bit excessive. Can't you consider our feelings? With your lavish spending, who would believe you're not a rich heir? Yao Yuan simply smiled, choosing not to elaborate. Whether they believed him or not, he was indeed a genuine, affluent individual. After all, he was the future heir of his father's wealth. At that moment, teacher Gao Kai entered the classroom, prompting everyone to halt their conversation and prepare for the lesson. Just then, Lu Jingwen leaned in and whispered, Yao Yuan. My parents are coming to Beijing tomorrow morning to explore the real estate market. If they find a significant appreciation potential in the local market, they may consider investing in property here. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan nodded thoughtfully. That sounds splendid. Tomorrow, we can go to the airport together to greet your parents. I would very much like to meet them. In the evening, I'll arrange for our families to have dinner together. Before he could finish, Lu Jingwen's face flushed a deep crimson. The idea of arranging a meeting between their families felt rather premature. I merely intended for a few parents to get acquainted and, coincidentally, to discuss the matter of purchasing a home. Did you think this was a meeting between in-laws? You seem overly eager. Who is in a hurry? You rascal. Deliberately leading me into a trap. As she spoke, Lu Jingwen playfully pinched Yao Yuan. Their playful banter elicited eye rolls from their classmates, who were less than amused. This included a group of boys, led by Xia Haitao, who were visibly irritated by the scene. Before long, 2 classes had passed. After class, Yao Yuan tidied his books, preparing to leave the classroom with Lu Jingwen. They still had a couple of classes left, but they were in a different room. At that moment, Professor Huang unexpectedly walked in. Upon entering, he immediately waved at Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan, come here for a moment. I have something to discuss with you. All right. Yao Yuan replied with a nod, and he walked over. However, Professor Huang led him to the podium and lowered his voice, saying, Yao Yuan, I just received a call from Professor Lu. Your 2 articles will be published in the next few days, but they want to be publicly released instead. They will appear in internal references, likely in both the State Council internal reference and the Central internal reference simultaneously. You should prepare yourself mentally. The weight of these 2 references is immense. And I can hardly believe it myself. Yao Yuan was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. After a brief moment, he regained his composure and excitedly whispered, I can't be hearing this correctly, can I? Professor Huang, those 2 articles will be published in the Central Internal Reference and the State Council Internal Reference. Those are legendary internal publications. What merit do I possess as a junior to deserve this? Seeing his reaction, Professor Huang couldn't help but chuckle. You heard correctly. This is what Professor Lu stated. Initially, I thought I had misheard as well. To be honest, given the quality and significance of your articles, they are indeed qualified for publication in these 2 references. Should this come to fruition, the consequences could be unpredictable. Professor Lu advised you to prepare, as certain individuals may seek to converse with you, or even request a report. Yao Yuan instantly understood who these relevant individuals were. All right, I will be ready at any time. Professor Huang nodded, then quietly added, for you. This is a fortuitous opportunity that must not be missed. Seize this chance, and you will reap tremendous benefits, at the very least. Your prospects for graduate school will be secure, and you can choose from the finest universities in the country. I will make the most of this opportunity. Thank you and Professor Lu for your support, Yao Yuan replied. Fully aware that the reason his articles could be published in the State Council Internal Reference and the Central Internal Reference was solely due to Professor Lu's recommendation. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding or significant those articles were, such a dreamlike opportunity would be unattainable. Once those 2 articles were published in the internal references, the benefits would not be confined to him alone. Professor Huang, as the second author, would also reap rewards, perhaps even shedding the title of associate. After a few more earnest reminders, and urging him to keep it confidential, Associate Professor Huang finally took his leave. Yao Yuan swiftly composed himself and departed the classroom alongside Lu Jingwen. As they exited, Lu Jingwen curiously whispered, What did Associate Professor Huang say? You seem rather elated. Yao Yuan turned to her and quietly explained. The 2 articles I authored are likely to be published, and since Associate Professor Huang is the second author, he came to deliver the news, which is why I am so delighted. With that, they had left the classroom. Meanwhile, the van carrying his mother and others had already exited the gates of Zhongwankan 3rd Primary School. As soon as they passed through the entrance, his mother decisively stated, Lao Yao, we shall purchase a residence in the community adjacent to Zhongwankan 3rd Primary School. It's an unequivocal choice. Just as Yao Yuan mentioned. We must secure this position. When the time comes for grandchildren, it will be advantageous for them to attend this school. I have been a teacher for 20 years, and this is the finest elementary school I have ever encountered. Nothing else compares. Not even Shijiao Affiliated Primary School, Shigong University Affiliated Primary School, or Normal University Affiliated Primary School. In terms of faculty strength, teaching quality, and all other resources, Zhongwankan Third Primary School stands as one of the best in the nation, beyond reproach. More importantly, proximity to schools in Beijing guarantees admission. Thus, the value of properties near Zhongwankan Third Primary School is self-evident. Upon hearing her words, his father nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xia Haitao's mother, seated in the front row, suddenly turned around, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as she exclaimed, "Sister-in-law is absolutely correct. This is indeed one of the best elementary schools in the country. Today, I have truly witnessed how fortunate Beijing's elementary students are to enjoy such excellent educational conditions. Compared to Zhongwankan Third Primary School, the schools back in our hometown are leagues behind, simply incomparable. Even if it weren't for investment purposes, for the sake of our grandchildren experiencing the finest educational resources, we should certainly buy property near Zhongwankan Third Primary School." Before she could finish, several other parents voiced their agreement. For the sake of Zhongwankan Third Primary School, even if the property prices in surrounding communities are several times higher, it is worth the investment. My family has decided we will purchase a home in this vicinity. At this juncture, the parents no longer harbored any doubts about Yao Yuan's suggestion of investing in real estate in Beijing. Not only had their skepticism vanished, but they also felt immense gratitude towards Yao Yuan for presenting them with such an opportunity. In light of this, Yao Yuan's parents' words carried even more weight. Before long, the van arrived at Renmin University Affiliated Primary School. After touring the school, the parents were once again taken aback by what they saw. They realized that Renmin University Affiliated Primary School was by no means inferior to Zhongwankan Third Primary School. Faced with the decision between these two premier institutions, the parents found themselves grappling with a dilemma. Chapter 29. The Martial Arts Manual. Around 7 in the evening, in a private room of a renowned restaurant in the capital, Yao Yuan and his companions arrived by taxi, joining several parents who were already gathered. Upon their entrance, the parents were seated at a table, engaged in discussions regarding real estate purchases. Following their on-site inspections earlier that day, they had solidified their determination to invest in property within the capital, now deliberating on the quantity and location of their acquisitions. The choice of which residential community to select posed a significant dilemma, leading to a bout of indecision among them. After exchanging greetings, Xia Haitao's mother promptly inquired, "Young Yao, please share your thoughts on which community we should consider for purchasing properties, particularly those near primary schools." The schools we assessed today were quite impressive, each possessing its own merits, recognized as some of the finest in the nation. The properties surrounding these esteemed schools indeed hold considerable potential for appreciation, yet the selection process has proven to be quite challenging for everyone. As her words resonated, the other parents nodded in agreement. Wu Lan's father then interjected, "The conditions surrounding these top-tier primary schools vary significantly. The age and condition of the properties differ as well. For instance, the vicinity of Zhongwankan Third Primary School features numerous newly constructed developments, resulting in relatively higher prices. In contrast, the area surrounding Renmin University Affiliated Primary School is populated with older communities, leading to more affordable, albeit aging, properties. Should we opt for new builds or older homes? And what size would be most suitable?" Yao Yuan glanced at the parents and, with a smile, replied, "Dear uncles and aunts, I previously stated that our intention to purchase properties near these prestigious schools is primarily to secure the corresponding enrollment qualifications. In light of this, it is unnecessary to expend excessive funds on new and larger homes, as this would significantly strain our finances. Our objective should be to focus on 1- or 2-bedroom older residences, which are more cost-effective, easier to rent out, and possess better appreciation potential. The capital required is also minimal. If financing is an option, a modest down payment of just over 100,000 could secure an older property, with rental income conveniently covering the mortgage." Upon hearing this, Li Tianfeng's father immediately questioned, "Why do you assert that older homes have greater appreciation potential? Shouldn't it be the newer ones?" Many of the older properties surrounding Renmin University Affiliated Primary School appear to be 30 or 40 years old by the time you graduate. I doubt anyone would wish to reside in such poorly designed older homes. Yao Yuan regarded him with a smile and offered a brief explanation. Let me clarify. The true asset with the greatest appreciation potential is not the property itself, but rather the enrollment qualifications for these elite schools. Would it not be more advantageous to secure multiple enrollment qualifications for the same investment? To put it bluntly, even a modest dwelling, as long as it grants access to Renmin University-affiliated primary school, could command an exorbitant price in the future. A 30-square-meter apartment will undoubtedly sell better than a larger property that also occupies the same school district but comes with a significantly higher price tag. And the price per square meter would be more favorable. If one were to fortuitously encounter the delightful prospect of property demolition, the rewards would be even greater, undoubtedly leading to substantial profits. By the time we graduate and embark on our careers, we should be in a position to afford a spacious residence, contingent upon securing a coveted spot in a prestigious institution. Following this elucidation, the parents present appeared enlightened, their eyes sparkling with newfound clarity. They enthusiastically began to extol the virtues of Yao Yuan. Young Yao, you are remarkably astute. I cannot fathom how you conceive these ideas, exclaimed one parent. Splendid, Yao Yuan. I have resolved to heed your counsel and purchase 2 older properties near Renmin University. Meanwhile, the others in the private room, including Zhou Su, were left utterly astonished, gazing at Yao Yuan as though he were an extraordinary phenomenon. Particularly, the fellow known as Jian Baiyong had his eyes wide open, nearly popping out of his head. Yao Yuan chuckled lightly and interjected, Please, refrain from showering me with further praise. I might become rather euphoric and find it difficult to return to Earth. Laughter erupted among the parents, their admiration evident. Once the mirth subsided, Yao Yuan suddenly unzipped his backpack and retrieved several folders, which he distributed among the parents. Esteemed uncles and aunts, these are some materials I have gathered and organized for your perusal, he announced. The contents included information on local admission policies for elementary school in the capital, listings of neighborhoods corresponding to esteemed institutions such as Renmin University-affiliated primary school, as well as details regarding property prices and locations. Additionally, he provided essential considerations for purchasing a home, such as verifying the availability of school placements, ensuring clear property and land ownership, confirming the absence of mortgages, and the necessity of completing the title transfer before payment, among other crucial details. Upon receiving the folders, the parents were momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, they quickly began to examine the contents. It did not take long for them to recognize the invaluable nature of this information, each face illuminated with joy as they perused the materials with utmost seriousness. In this compilation, Yao Yuan meticulously analyzed the real estate policies of the capital, illustrated the trends in property prices over the past 2 years, and enumerated various considerations for prospective buyers, leaving no detail overlooked. The information was presented in a coherent and accessible manner, resembling a comprehensive guide to real estate acquisition. Since 2014, in his previous life, he had scrutinized countless properties and scoured the internet for an abundance of resources and strategies to navigate the complexities of purchasing real estate in the capital. He possessed an in-depth understanding of the evolving housing policies and the myriad pitfalls to avoid when buying a home. Unfortunately, he ultimately fell into the deep pit of Yinjiao, leaving him in a state of utter disarray. It was not until his rebirth that he managed to escape that bottomless abyss. After distributing the materials, Yao Yuan moved to another table to take a seat. The moment he settled in, Zhou Su and the others turned their gazes towards him, appraising him from head to toe. Goodness, Yao Yuan, you are a bit intimidating. Is this really you? When did you transform into a real estate agent? Even real estate agents don't seem this impressive. Yao Yuan glanced at them with a proud smile and replied, A real estate agent? Do not jest. These materials are the culmination of my diligent efforts over several days, a genuine treasure trove of wisdom for homebuyers. To excel in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools. If we aspire to amass wealth through real estate investment, it is imperative to undertake thorough preparations. Otherwise, we risk stumbling into pitfalls. Zhou Su exchanged glances with his companions, all nodding in agreement. In unison, they raised their thumbs in approval. Incredible. From this moment forth, we shall follow your lead, hoping for substantial profits. No problem. I'll guide you through this journey. Yao Yuan responded with a smile and a nod. As they conversed, Zhou Su's father suddenly exclaimed with enthusiasm, Yao, the materials you've prepared are simply remarkable, akin to a martial arts manual. With this guide in hand, I am confident it will help everyone avoid all traps preventing unnecessary losses and troubles. The other parents echoed his sentiments, lavishing praise upon Yao Yuan. Meanwhile, the proud expressions on the faces of Yao Yuan's parents at the dining table were unmistakable. In the next moment, Yao Yuan grinned and said, "Dear uncles and aunts, I kindly request that you refrain from sharing these materials with others. Let us keep this treasure to ourselves. There is no need for others to benefit from our insights. We are counting on utilizing this information to earn our first pot of gold." Upon hearing this, the parents had no reason to refuse. "Absolutely, young Yao. We shall keep it confidential. Indeed, such a remarkable home-buying guide is worth safeguarding." At that moment, two servers knocked and entered, wheeling in a cart laden with an array of freshly prepared delectable dishes, their aromas wafting through the air. The conversation ceased as everyone prepared to indulge in the culinary delights. Chapter 30. The Frenzy of Wealth. The following day, in the morning, at the capital airport, Yao Yuan was accompanying Lu Jingwen as they successfully greeted her parents. Upon their first encounter, Lu Jingwen's parents scrutinized Yao Yuan with palpable wariness, their gazes akin to that of guardians wary of intruders. Lu Jingwen's mother pulled her aside, whispering in the dialect of Qiantang, "Yuan, do tell me honestly, is Yao Yuan your boyfriend? He appears to be from the north, and once you graduate, you'll likely seek employment in either Shanghai or Qiantang. Have you considered this? He is merely my classmate, here to assist in welcoming you," Lu Jingwen replied, her cheeks flushed, deftly sidestepping the crux of the matter. At that moment, Yao Yuan took hold of the suitcase from Lu Jingwen's father, smiling as he said, "Uncle, Auntie, let us head to the university. The car is parked in the lot outside. I have booked a room at the school guest house. Should it not meet your expectations, we can certainly make other arrangements." Lu Jingwen's parents exchanged glances before nodding in unison. "Thank you, Xiao Yao. We feel it is inappropriate for you to bear this expense. We will reimburse you later," they said. "There is no need for such formality. It is a modest sum," Yao Yuan replied, shaking his head. From the subtle shifts in Lu Jingwen's parents' expressions, he quickly discerned that his relationship with Lu Jingwen might soon encounter some unexpected twists. As they departed the airport and drove into the city, Lu Jingwen's father, seated in the back, unexpectedly inquired, "Xiao Yao, I must say, your driving skills are quite impressive, as if you have been behind the wheel for many years. Is this car yours? The performance of the Golf is indeed commendable, though a bit compact." At this remark, a hint of amusement flickered across Yao Yuan's face. The inquiry had begun, albeit through the vehicle. Yao Yuan harbored no resentment towards Lu Jingwen's parents' probing. It was a natural instinct. His own mother had exhibited similar behavior upon meeting Lu Jingwen for the first time. In this regard, parents across the globe are rather uniform. Stealing a glance at Lu Jingwen beside him, Yao Yuan began to respond to the inquiries. "Uncle, this Golf is not mine, but I do drive it frequently. My skills are adequate. I obtained my license a year or two ago and am quite familiar with the traffic conditions in the capital, so rest assured." At this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the eyes of the couple in the back seat. Soon after, it was Lu Jingwen's mother's turn to interrogate. "Xiao Yao, where is your hometown? Who resides in your family? What do your parents do for work? Is your family doing well?" Before Yao Yuan could respond, Lu Jingwen, seated in the front passenger seat, voiced her discontent. Turning to her parents, her cheeks flushed, she admonished, "What on earth are you doing? This is an inquiry, not an interrogation." "Indeed. It seems you are quite forthright," Lu Jingwen's father muttered under his breath. In the next moment, Yao Yuan smiled and said, "It's quite all right. I would be delighted to converse with you, uncle and aunt. My home is in Chang'an. My mother is a teacher in the history department at Shaanxi Normal University, while my father is a mid-level manager at a state-owned enterprise, and his performance is commendable." Lu Jingwen's parents exchanged a quick glance, gently nodding in unison, seemingly relieved. Clearly, they were somewhat satisfied with Yao Yuan's family background. However, they remained silent, continuing to listen intently. "My parents have also come to the capital and are residing in the school's guest house. I shall arrange for us to dine together later, to welcome you both properly." Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen's parents looked somewhat astonished. "It appears your family is quite well off, but we didn't expect your parents to be in the capital as well. Are they also here to purchase property? I heard Jingwen mention that one of your classmates suggested investing in property in the capital. Could it be you?" Yao Yuan smiled and nodded. "Indeed, uncle and aunt, it was I who recommended that everyone consider purchasing property in the capital early. It serves as both an investment and a means for rental or personal residence. My parents are indeed in the capital for the purpose of buying property. They are ready to act as soon as a suitable opportunity arises. Lu Jingwen's parents paused momentarily, and smiles finally appeared on their faces. From Yao Yuan's words, they gleaned considerable information. At the very least, they could ascertain that Yao Yuan's family was in a solid economic position. A family capable of purchasing property in the capital must be financially secure, considering the prevailing real estate prices there. Thus, through this exchange of inquiries and responses, the car swiftly navigated into the city. After more than half an hour, Yao Yuan finally drove onto the campus. Once he settled Lu Jingwen's parents in the school guest house, he headed directly to the suite where his own parents were staying. Upon learning that Lu Jingwen's parents were coming, and with his uncle also arriving today, his parents chose not to go out for further inspections, but instead remained in their room to rest. In truth, they had already decided on the location for their property purchase and saw no need to survey other prestigious schools and surrounding neighborhoods. Their chosen targets were several neighborhoods near Zhongguancun Sanshao and Renmin University-affiliated primary school, with plans to acquire 4 or 5 apartments in one go. These properties would be registered under Yao Yuan's name, and he would, of course, be financing the purchases himself. The other guys in the dormitory had also identified their target neighborhoods, leaving only the search for properties to be completed. Some were eager and had already gone out today to scout for options, with Xia Haitao and others accompanying them. Meanwhile, a few other parents, along with those who had just arrived in the capital last night and this morning, followed Shosu's father for on-site inspections. Their focus was on several other prestigious schools and surrounding neighborhoods in Haidian and Xiqing, such as Zhongguancun Yixiao and Tsinghua-affiliated primary school. Seeing Yao Yuan enter, his mother immediately inquired, "Xiao Yuan, have you picked up Jingwen's parents?" "Yes, they are on the 3rd floor of the guest house." Yao Yuan's parents exchanged glances and then stood up. "That's good. Let's go greet them and introduce ourselves." "You arrange it. We will invite Jingwen's parents to lunch." "We mustn't be impolite," his father said, as they made their way outside. Yao Yuan hastily raised his hand to stop them, wearing a smile as he said, "Dad, Mom, can we discuss something? I wish to purchase a car and, while I'm at it, replace Dad's vehicle with a better one. I often find myself out and about, and relying on Josu's car is neither practical nor appropriate." Upon hearing this, his father's eyes suddenly brightened. What man does not have an affinity for cars? Naturally, his father was no exception. His mother scrutinized Yao Yuan and replied crossly, "You little rascal, is it not merely an attempt to show off in front of Jingwen's parents? Are you worried they might disapprove of your relationship?" This concern was understandable, for she was a girl, and such beauty could naturally incite apprehension. "Since you wish to buy a car, go ahead. You are now a billionaire. Acquiring a fine automobile is only fitting and serves to impress Jingwen's parents. As for replacing your father's car, that can be overlooked. In Beijing, we can be ostentatious, but back in our hometown, we must remain discreet to avoid unnecessary trouble." His father paused momentarily before nodding in agreement. It was indeed true. His current vehicle belonged to the company, and suddenly upgrading to a luxury private car would undoubtedly raise eyebrows and invite scrutiny. The old car was still performing well, and the company reimbursed the fuel expenses, rendering a switch unnecessary. At this juncture, his father abruptly shifted the topic. "Xiao Yuan, we just examined the stock market trends and roughly estimated that the value of your stocks should exceed 150 million. Should we not consider cashing in?" A profit of several tens of millions in just a week or two had stirred a sense of unease in them. The money seemed to flow too effortlessly. His mother quickly nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment of securing their gains. Yet, Yao Yuan shook his head confidently, asserting, the performance of those stocks on Friday was impressive. 3 of them hit the limit up, and the other 2 also saw significant gains, which is why we surpassed 150 million. But this is merely the beginning. The peak is still far off. My goal is not 1 or 2 billion, but rather 8 or 9 billion, or even over 10 billion. And I firmly believe that this target will be achieved next year. Though this was not the first time his parents had heard such declarations, they were once again taken aback. After a brief moment of astonishment, they came back to their senses. His mother, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Earning over 10 billion in a year? You truly have grand ambitions. But do be cautious. Do not end up with nothing after all this effort. Rest assured, I will withdraw the principal at the appropriate time, allowing only the profits to remain invested, thus mitigating the risk of loss." Yao Yuan assured his parents to ease their concerns. Upon hearing this, his parents visibly relaxed. After exchanging a few more words, Yao Yuan finally led them out of the room to meet Lu Jingwen's parents. Chapter 31. I just want to chat casually after lunch. taking advantage of the pleasant weather. Yao Yuan accompanied his parents for a leisurely stroll around the campus, while Lu Jingwen returned to the guest house with her own parents. They had rushed to the airport early in the morning to catch a flight to the capital and needed some time to rest. As they watched her family enter the guest house, Yao Yuan's mother quietly remarked, "Xiao Yuan, I fear Lu Jingwen's parents may not be easy to deal with. You should prepare yourself mentally." It was evident that the couple were meticulous and constantly calculating, particularly Lu Jingwen's mother, who seemed exceptionally shrewd. "You must be cautious not to fall into their traps," she warned. Clearly, Yao Yuan's mother held a rather unfavorable impression of Lu Jingwen's parents, which caused her some concern. In contrast, his father, typically carefree, paid little heed to such matters. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and replied casually, "You're worrying too much. I'm dating Jingwen, not befriending her mother. Besides, we are merely in the early stages of our relationship. Marriage is still far off." Before he could finish, his mother playfully swatted him. "So, you intend to be a playboy, do you? Feeling a bit reckless?" Despite her words, she felt a sense of relief. She understood very well that her son was now a billionaire and could no longer be treated like an ordinary child. If Yao Yuan were to become a playboy, frequently changing girlfriends, as long as he stayed within the law, it would only tarnish his reputation without causing significant issues. However, she feared that if he were a hopeless romantic, he could easily be manipulated, leading to a disastrous outcome where he would lose both wealth and love. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Jingwen's parents had left the guest house and were strolling along the tree-lined path. Meanwhile, another dialogue was unfolding in their room. One, tell us, when did you and Yao Yuan begin dating? How far has it progressed? Has he taken advantage of you in any way? Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet, with nowhere to escape, she lowered her head and answered in a voice barely above a whisper. "We've only been together for a few days, just holding hands." She dared not mention the incident of the unexpected kiss or the mischief of Yao Yuan's hands, fearing her father would confront him in a fit of rage. Relieved, Lu Jingwen's parents exhaled deeply. Her mother then said softly, "As long as he has taken advantage of you, that's good. You are a girl. You must learn to protect yourself." It was apparent that Yao Yuan's family was well off, effortlessly spending 4,000 or 5,000 without so much as a frown. However, they dressed quite ordinarily, lacking any visible jewelry or luxury watches, which struck her as peculiar. Before her mother could finish speaking, Lu Jingwen's father interjected. "One more thing, it was Yao Yuan who paid for lunch. The credit card he used appeared to be a platinum card with a limit of 1,000,000. Ah." Lu Jingwen's mother gasped in astonishment, momentarily stunned. Observing her parents' reactions, Lu Jingwen couldn't help but frown. In the next moment, she expressed with a hint of exasperation, "Why are you all concerned about this? The Yao family's financial situation is quite favorable, yet they do not place value on superficial things." With a swift motion, Lu Jingwen's mother slapped her lightly. "The reason we pay attention to this is to ascertain whether Yao Yuan is willing to spend money on you. You are our cherished daughter. Regardless of whom you choose to befriend, you must never endure any grievances." Lu Jingwen glanced helplessly at her parents, pouting slightly as she murmured, "A few days ago, Yao Yuan took me to the Chanel boutique at Oriental New World and bought me a Chanel CF bag worth over 45,000. Do you really think he hesitates to spend on me?" Unsurprisingly, Lu Jingwen's parents were taken aback. They exchanged quick glances, both recognizing the joy reflected in each other's eyes. A Chanel bag worth over 45,000. Clearly, Yao Yuan is quite generous. That reassures me. One, go fetch that Chanel bag. I've never carried such an expensive one." Lu Jingwen's mother exclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at her husband. "That Chanel CF bag is a light pink. How can you carry it? Aren't you afraid of being teased for trying to appear youthful?" Lu Jingwen retorted playfully. "Who's trying to appear youthful? Your mother isn't old, you know. But perhaps that pink is a tad too youthful." Lu Jingwen's mother lamented. With this discussion, the couple finally felt reassured and accepted the reality of their daughter's relationship with Yao Yuan. However, they soon shifted their approach. One, since Yao Yuan is so attentive to you and willing to spend, that's splendid. Later, ask him if it would be possible to work in Shan City or Qiantang after graduation. That way, we would be closer." Lu Jingwen looked at her parents, utterly speechless. Around 5 in the afternoon, Yao Yuan made his way to the West Station to pick up his uncle from school, then handed him over to his mother for some guidance. His uncle was somewhat reckless, dismissive of anyone, and lavish with money. Yet, in front of Yao Yuan's mother, he resembled a mouse in the presence of a cat, obediently following her every command. As the clock struck 8 in the evening, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen emerged from the guest house, walking down the tree-lined path toward the dormitory area. Initially, Lu Jingwen intentionally kept a certain distance from Yao Yuan as they left the guest house. It was only when the lights of the guest house faded from view that Yao Yuan approached her and wrapped his arm around her slim waist. Lu Jingwen quickly turned back a few times, ensuring their surroundings were safe, before letting out a sigh of relief and playfully pinching Yao Yuan's arm. My parents are aware of our relationship, all because of you, you rascal. I was interrogated by them. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and replied, It's as obvious as lice on a bald head. They too were young once. How could they possibly be oblivious? Given the current circumstances, they do not oppose our relationship. And that is sufficient. With that, he leaned in and gently kissed her cheek. How could you be so bold with so many people around? Lu Jingwen exclaimed playfully. Her cheeks flushed. Let us find a secluded spot to sit and chat before heading back to the dormitory, Yao Yuan suggested with a soft chuckle, preparing to lead Lu Jingwen towards a small garden not far ahead. In an instant, Lu Jingwen sensed the impending danger, swiftly breaking free from his grasp and dashing forward. I won't fall for your tricks. You're up to no good again. Realizing that the opportunity was slipping away, Yao Yuan could only chase after her. By heaven's grace, I merely wished to find a tranquil place to have an innocent conversation and perhaps observe the stray cat performing flips in the garden. I'd be a fool to believe you. You've said the same thing before, yet never followed through. As they spoke, they had already run some distance away. Eventually, around 9:30 in the evening, Yao Yuan returned to the dormitory, humming a little tune. Fortunately, there were no mosquitoes outside at this hour. Otherwise, he would have returned with a swollen head. Upon his arrival, Xia Haitao and the others, who were engaged in conversation, turned to look at him, their eyes gleaming with excitement. In the next moment, Wulan exuberantly declared, Yao Yuan, today we viewed over a dozen small, older apartments under the guidance of a real estate agent, all of which are located near prestigious schools. My father has selected 3 of them and plans to meet with the owners tomorrow. If the price is right, he intends to secure a loan to purchase one. Old Xia's parents also have their eye on 2 small apartments and are set to discuss matters with the owners. When will your family take action? Yao Yuan surveyed his friends before responding. This is excellent news, but remember, it is crucial to clarify the property rights, ensuring there are no liens. Payment should only occur after the ownership transfer. He advised that the agent should conduct the necessary investigations, as it is their responsibility. The parents need only guard their wallets to avoid being deceived. As for my family, we plan to view properties tomorrow, and if we find a suitable one, we shall act swiftly to purchase. He then joined in the lively discussion. Chapter 32. The love for the old and dilapidated. The following day, in the morning, a street located on the eastern side of the Renmin University affiliated primary school came into view. Yao Yuan, accompanied by his father, mother, and uncle, along with several classmates and their parents, arrived at a real estate agency situated on this street. Among these parents and students were Lu Jingwen and her parents, as well as Wang Xinran, who had come along for the spectacle. The agency, IGR Real Estate, is recognized as one of the largest real estate chain brands in the country, boasting numerous branches in the capital with a reasonably good reputation. It was precisely for this reason that Yao Yuan had chosen this particular agency. Upon arrival, the group surveyed their surroundings before following Yao Yuan into the establishment. Upon entering, the receptionists and several agents were momentarily taken aback by the sudden influx of people and did not immediately approach to greet them. Before they could gather their wits, Yao Yuan, with a smile, addressed the receptionists. Excuse me, could you kindly escort us to meet the store manager? We are interested in viewing properties in the vicinity. Should you have suitable listings, we would consider purchasing several units. With his statement, the receptionists and agents quickly regained their composure. The receptionist promptly sought out the store manager, while several agents enthusiastically approached the group to inquire about their housing preferences, including desired locations, sizes, and budgets. Yao Yuan, however, smiled and indicated that they would discuss such details after meeting with the manager. In a short while, the store manager arrived at the front desk. This manager, a competent young woman in her late 20s named Zhang Li, appeared somewhat bewildered by the unexpected crowd, but quickly collected herself. After exchanging pleasantries and introductions, Zhang Li led Yao Yuan and his group into a conference room to formally commence discussions. Once seated in the conference room, Yao Yuan, without hesitation, delved into the matter at hand. Manager Zhang, let us not beat around the bush. We are here to view properties today. The parents present are potential clients for your agency, and each family may be interested in acquiring more than one property, provided you have suitable listings that meet our criteria. As he spoke, several parents nodded in agreement. Only Lu Jingwen's parents, along with Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran, looked at Yao Yuan in astonishment. Unlike Xia Haitao and his parents, Lu Jingwen and her companions had not anticipated such a scene. The gravity of purchasing a home, especially as a collective endeavor, being led by Yao Yuan, was unexpected. Even more astonishing was the fact that the other parents seemed to accept this arrangement without any objection. Observing Yao Yuan's confident demeanor, Lu Jingwen's parents were somewhat taken aback. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and her team wore expressions of delight. They had never encountered such a promising opportunity, with so many potential clients exhibiting a strong intent to purchase. Amidst their excitement, Zhang Li was also struck by the realization that Yao Yuan was the true leader among these prospective clients, the one steering the conversation, rather than the parents in their 40s. What a curious phenomenon. What enchantment does this young man possess? Zhang Li mused quietly, before enthusiastically nodding and proclaiming, "Welcome, everyone, to Love Home Real Estate. Mr. Yao, we have a plethora of excellent properties in our portfolio that I believe will meet your housing needs. May I inquire about the type of residence you wish to purchase and any specific requirements you might have?" Yao Yuan glanced at his interlocutor and promptly replied, "The property we seek must first and foremost provide a degree from Ren de Fu Shao or, alternatively, from Zongguankan San Shao. Furthermore, the degree must not be occupied, and the ownership of both the property and the land must be unequivocal, free of any encumbrances, allowing for mortgage options, although a small portion may be considered for full cash payment. Additionally, we are only interested in older properties of modest size, ideally 1 or 2 bedrooms, not exceeding 50 square meters. However, they should not be in disrepair. They must be equipped with complete living facilities, ready for habitation with minimal tidying up, and ideally, they should currently be vacant without any long-term leases." Zhang Li and her colleagues gasped in unison, utterly taken aback. What on earth are these outrageous demands? Who would seek to purchase a decrepit old property? Is there not a common understanding that people move houses to enhance their quality of life, seeking more spacious and comfortable accommodations? Who, with financial means, would willingly choose to dwell in cramped, dilapidated spaces? Is there a rumor of impending demolition in the vicinity? No such news has circulated. The recently enacted Article 12 of the Compulsory Education Law explicitly stipulates the principle of proximity for school enrollment for children of appropriate age. It is precisely this principle that has given rise to the concept of school district housing. However, the transition from policy formulation to implementation requires time. Although the notion of school district properties has emerged, it has yet to garner significant attention, and prices for such properties have not truly soared. Even as real estate agents, Zhang Li and her colleagues had not recognized the immense value of school district properties. Consequently, they found themselves somewhat perplexed, despite their heads swirling with questions. Who would turn away business that presented itself so readily, especially of such magnitude? In the next moment, Zhang Li eagerly nodded and stated, "Mr. Yao, we indeed have a considerable number of such older properties in our listings. Over the past 2 years, several new communities have been constructed nearby, and many residents in the older neighborhoods are eager to upgrade to new homes, thus putting their old properties on the market. Ren de Fu Shao has only recently relocated to this area, and the majority of the older properties have vacant degrees, which should satisfy your requirements. As for inquiries regarding property ownership and land rights, as well as any encumbrances, we will ensure thorough investigations are conducted to guarantee that our clients encounter no hidden pitfalls." Yao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Manager Zhang, since you possess such properties, please bring forth the relevant documentation for our review. Should the conditions align, we can view the properties today and proceed to sign the pertinent contracts." "Certainly, Mr. Yao, please bear with us for a moment as we retrieve the materials." Zhang Li responded promptly, before leading 2 of her sales associates to gather the necessary documents. Moments later, they returned with 2 laptops, utilizing a projector to commence the presentation of the relevant properties. The first image that graced the projection screen depicted a modest 2-bedroom apartment, approximately 50 square meters in size. The dwelling, though somewhat worn and aged, was deemed habitable with a little tidying up. This quaint residence was situated in a neighborhood just across the street, owned by a retired couple who had been enjoying their golden years for about a decade. As they prepared to relocate abroad to join their son, they were eager to sell their home. Zhang Li pointed at the photographs on the screen and began to describe the property. However, It wasn't long before her brother-in-law, seated nearby, murmured his discontent. This dilapidated place must be nearing 40 years old, older than I am. Spending hundreds of thousands on this crumbling abode. What folly. Yao Yuan turned to his brother-in-law and replied softly, "Do you remember the lengths Uncle Hai went to ensure his son was admitted to Shijiao-affiliated primary school? The expenses he incurred?" He continued, "I heard from my aunt that Uncle Hai spent at least 150,000 just to secure a spot for his son at Shijiao-affiliated." His brother-in-law paused, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head. Uncle Hai spent far more than that. It must have been around 200,000. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and pressed on. Shijiao-affiliated is the finest primary school in Chang'an, yet Renmin University-affiliated primary school is the pinnacle of excellence nationwide. If Uncle Hai wants to enroll his son there, can you imagine the cost? He might not even know where to begin. Now, with the purchase of this humble abode, he can secure a spot for his child at Renmin University-affiliated. How could he possibly refuse? The house is right here. It won't sprout legs and run away. In a few years, when he chooses to sell, the investment will return to him. And should demolition occur, the profits could be even greater. You have tasted the sweet fruit of such endeavors. Can you not see the advantages here? In an instant, his brother-in-law's eyes brightened, as if a light had been switched on. The same transformation was reflected in the expressions of Lu Jingwen's parents and several other attendees. To them, the once neglected apartment on the screen now shimmered with golden allure, exuding irresistible charm. Chapter 33, A Surprising Revelation at 8 in the evening, after dinner. Lu Jingwen and her parents returned to their guest house room. As soon as they entered, the couple began to discuss fervently. It appears we must hasten to purchase a property. Such an opportune moment for wealth cannot be overlooked. Indeed, the houses near prestigious elementary schools are veritable gold mines. Acquiring one is tantamount to securing a fortune. I wonder how Yao Yuan stumbled upon this opportunity? Fortunately, he is not secretive, but is willing to uplift all his classmates alongside him. In the midst of their conversation, Lu Jingwen interjected. Yao Yuan mentioned to me this afternoon that a similar situation applies to Shanghai. For instance, the properties near the Shanghai Foreign Language School also possess significant investment potential. If you find Beijing too distant, you can certainly invest in Shanghai, employing the same strategy. Before she could finish, Lu Jingwen's mother suddenly grasped her hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "My dear, you must hold on to Yao Yuan tightly, without a moment's respite. I see clearly that his potential is extraordinary. Should you miss this opportunity, you will undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime." Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she gently nodded. "I understand, but it's not as exaggerated as you say. I know that guy better than you do." In the next moment, her father chimed in. To call Yao Yuan a potential stock is somewhat inaccurate. The abilities he demonstrates now are truly exceptional. His family's financial capacity is quite remarkable. Otherwise, how could they commit to purchasing 5 properties in a single day, all intended to be under Yao Yuan's name? From what I gather, Yao Yuan's parents do not plan to take out loans, but rather intend to buy the properties outright. That amounts to 2 to 3 million. Even some so-called millionaires might struggle to produce such a sum in cash immediately. Ah, Lu Jingwen gasped in surprise, while her mother nodded knowingly. Clearly, the couple perceived much more, their minds calculating the potential gains. Around 9 o'clock, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen exited the guest house together. As soon as they stepped outside, Yao Yuan jested. "My dear, your parents are a bit intimidatingly enthusiastic. If it weren't so late, they wouldn't even consider letting me leave." Lu Jingwen's face flushed. Yet she linked her arm with his. "My parents have decided to invest in several properties near prestigious schools in Beijing. They want your advice, which is why they are so eager. You wouldn't refuse, would you?" Yao Yuan turned to her, teasingly whispering. "It's not unreasonable for your parents to seek my counsel, but what do I stand to gain in return? Now that I have such a stunning beauty by my side, isn't that reward enough? What do you mean by having me? Please repeat that. I didn't quite catch it. Perhaps something more tangible would be better." "You rogue, always teasing." Before she could finish, Lu Jingwen suddenly leaned in and planted a kiss on Yao Yuan's cheek. "Ha ha, now that's more like it. All right, I shall assist you." Yao Yuan replied with a smile. As they spoke, they had already left the guest house and were strolling along the tree-lined path towards the dormitory area. However, it was only after more than half an hour that they arrived at the girls' dormitory entrance. As soon as they reached the spot, they spotted Wang Xinran standing downstairs, gazing around with a curious demeanor. Upon seeing them, Wang Xinran promptly strode over. Once she was close, she scrutinized Lu Jingwen from head to toe and said, somewhat displeased,
So you finally decided to return. I've been waiting here for over half an hour, and I thought you two had gone off to a hotel. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen nearly felt mortified on the spot. Who went to a hotel? You crazy woman. What nonsense are you spouting? With that, she lunged forward and playfully pinched Wang Xinran. After a bout of playful banter, Wang Xinran finally revealed the reason for her wait. Yao Yuan, how should I persuade my family to come to Beijing and buy property? No matter how I try to convince them, they refuse to listen. This golden opportunity for profit is simply too good to miss. Not to mention, my parents have a tendency to favor my useless brother, wanting to leave all their assets to him, fearing I might lay claim. Yao Yuan paused for a moment before replying with a smile. Actually, this issue is quite easy to resolve. Just tell them that the property purchased in Beijing will be under their name, and you will merely assist in managing it. Once they experience the rapid appreciation of property prices, the rest will be easy. After all, you are their daughter. Upon hearing this, Wang Xinran's eyes immediately sparkled with delight. All right, let's do it that way. After chatting a bit more, the two ladies entered the building, while Yao Yuan turned and walked toward the boys' dormitory. In the following days, numerous parents began to actively search for suitable properties around prestigious schools in Beijing. Preparing to make their purchases, each parent had a copy of the property buying guide compiled by Yao Yuan, alleviating their concerns about being deceived and informing them of which properties were the most worthwhile and had the greatest potential for appreciation. As time passed, they successively selected suitable properties and proceeded with the next steps. Yao Yuan's parents were also busy. Within just 2 days, they met with the landlords of the 5 chosen properties and finalized the prices. Since they were purchasing in cash, their progress was significantly faster than that of other parents. Next, they awaited the results of the property due diligence. Once the due diligence was completed and confirmed to be satisfactory, they could sign the contract, followed by the transfer of ownership and payment. During this time, Yao Yuan took a day to drive Lu Jingwen's parents around to inspect several good properties, assisting them in selecting a few appealing options. Without exception, these properties were small units, older buildings, and offered admission to several prestigious schools, all at reasonable prices. The locations of these properties were excellent, ensuring they would not struggle to find tenants. The monthly rental income alone would suffice to cover the mortgage repayments. Lu Jingwen's parents were very pleased with these older houses and planned to secure loans to purchase 2 to 3 of them. Before long, it was already Thursday afternoon. After class, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen exited the classroom, preparing to have lunch together. As soon as they stepped outside, Yao Yuan's phone suddenly rang. He pulled out his phone, glanced at the caller ID, quickly pressed the answer button, and began to respond. The next moment, Professor Lu's voice came through the phone. Is this Yao Yuan? Is it a convenient time for you to talk? Greetings, Professor Lu. This is Yao Yuan. We have just finished class. Please, share what you have in mind. I am all ears. Yao Yuan spoke softly, his eyes brimming with excitement. In an instant, he surmised that good fortune was about to befall him. Indeed, Professor Lu brought forth a monumental surprise, precisely as he had anticipated. You, my dear lad, deserve this news. Your 2 articles have been published, and remarkably, both in the esteemed State Council Internal Reference and Central Internal Reference, garnering significant attention and discussion. In due course, they may also be featured in other prestigious publications, such as Economic Daily and Securities Times. Before the professor's words had fully resonated, Yao Yuan's face lit up with sheer elation. Although he had already received a hint from Associate Professor Huang, hearing the confirmation of his article's publication in such legendary references left him feeling as if he were dreaming. After all, it was the Central Internal Reference and State Council Internal Reference. How could one not be exhilarated? Fortunately, Yao Yuan possessed the composure of a mature soul, swiftly regaining his emotional equilibrium. Moments later, he expressed his heartfelt gratitude in a hushed tone. This is wonderful, Professor Lu. Thank you for your support. Without your recognition, I would not have had such an opportunity. A hearty laugh resonated through the receiver. Ha ha ha, the credit primarily belongs to the quality of your work. I merely added a touch of embellishment. Come to my home for dinner this evening. I have matters to discuss with you. You may soon need to report to various places, so it's wise to prepare in advance. I have heard from Qinglin that your parents are visiting the school. They should join us for dinner as well. It would be a splendid opportunity for introductions. One more thing to keep in mind. This matter requires confidentiality. Aside from family and faculty, it is best not to share this with others. Yao Yuan promptly nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, Professor Lu. I will ensure discretion. After a few more words of advice, Professor Lu concluded the call. In the next moment, the phone rang again. This time, it was Associate Professor Huang. Chapter 34. Good things come in pairs. As the call connected, the voice of Associate Professor Huang immediately resonated. Yao Yuan, I have splendid news to share. Just over an hour ago, I received a call from Professor Liu. Your 2 articles have been published, featured in the 2 internal references I previously mentioned. I must say, you have wrought an extraordinary miracle that deserves a grand celebration. Yao Yuan chuckled softly, a hint of pride in his tone as he replied, Good afternoon, Professor Huang. Professor Liu just informed me of this news, and he has invited my parents to dinner at his home this evening. Here, I must express my gratitude for your support and guidance. Without it, such good fortune would not have come my way. Associate Professor Huang paused momentarily before responding with a smile. It seems I am a step behind. This evening, both Liu Yu and I will also be dining at Professor Liu's home, where I shall have the pleasure of meeting your parents. The one to be grateful is, in fact, me. Thanks to you, my name will also grace these 2 internal references for the first time. At this juncture, he abruptly shifted the conversation. You don't have classes during the first period this afternoon, do you? Come with me to the principal's office. The principal wishes to meet you. He has viewed your articles and holds them in high regard. Yao Yuan was taken aback for a moment before affirmatively nodding. All right, I will come to find you as soon as class begins. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. No sooner had he hung up than Lu Jingwen eagerly leaned in and whispered, Tell me quickly, what is the good news? Did your 2 articles get publicly published? In which journals can they be seen at school? Yao Yuan glanced at her, smiling as he nodded. Indeed, my 2 articles have been published, but not publicly. They were featured in 2 internal references. As for which references, I cannot divulge just yet. It must remain confidential. According to Professor Liu, it won't be long before those 2 articles are publicly published in the Economic Daily and the Securities Times. Published in internal references? Is that true? Lu Jingwen gasped in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. As a student of Yenjing University of Finance, she was well aware of the significance of internal references and understood their weight. Just a few years prior, Professor Lu Shu from the Finance Department published an article in the Financial Internal Reference titled Immediate Cessation of Loans to Lantian Company. This concise 600-word piece caused a seismic shift in the financial sector upon its release, reverberating throughout the nation. All banks halted loans immediately, refusing to lend another cent to Lantian Company. Moreover, banks clamored to demand repayment of previous loans, compelling Lantian Company, a once celebrated company known for fabricating performance myths and engaging in deceit, to collapse spectacularly and declare bankruptcy. This incident profoundly impressed upon all students at the Finance University the immense influence of internal references, solidifying it as a classic case study. It was for this reason that Lu Jingwen was so astounded, almost unable to believe the news. Little did she know that the 2 articles published by Yao Yuan in the internal references carried far more weight than the financial reference. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Yao Yuan had taken her arm and was leading her towards the staircase. Let us head to the restaurant. The lunch I ordered should be ready. After they had dined, he mentioned needing to prepare for a visit to the principal's office with Professor Huang in the afternoon. Lu Jingwen responded mechanically, her mind still somewhat dazed. However, her gaze towards Yao Yuan had transformed into one of fervent admiration, shining with renewed brightness. In her eyes, Yao Yuan seemed to radiate brilliance at that moment. Before long, they arrived at a restaurant situated within the school premises. Yao Yuan had placed an order for several dishes shortly after the 3rd period ended, and now those dishes were ready. After settling the bill, he picked up the packaged lunch and, alongside Lu Jingwen, made his way to the guest house. Upon entering, he first visited the room of Lu Jingwen's parents to deliver their meal. As in the past few days, the couple displayed their usual warmth. After placing the food down, Yao Yuan intended to leave for his own parents' room. Just then, Mr. Lu suddenly remarked, Xiao Yao, we are returning to Qian'an the day after tomorrow to prepare the down payment. We also need to gather some documentation, such as pay slips and bank statements. Once we have all the necessary paperwork, we will head to the capital to purchase those 3 apartments. Yao Yuan glanced at them and nodded. That is excellent news. I will drive you both to the airport the day after tomorrow. The sooner we finalize the property purchase, the better. A classmate of mine from Beijing has informed me that policies regarding school enrollment in the vicinity may be announced at any moment. Once this policy is unveiled, property prices in neighborhoods associated with prestigious schools will soar instantaneously. Mr. Lu exchanged a glance with his wife, and they both nodded in agreement. We are eager to secure those 3 apartments as well. Hearing you say this makes it all the more imperative to expedite our actions. After a brief exchange, Yao Yuan departed the room to deliver lunch to his parents. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Jingwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Did you know? Yao Yuan recently published 2 articles that have just appeared in the internal references. He is undoubtedly the first undergraduate from our finance university to achieve this milestone. Before her words had fully settled, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were left utterly astonished. What? Yao Yuan has published 2 articles in the internal references? I must have misheard. The same disbelief was mirrored in his parents. Their reaction was even more dramatic when Yao Yuan casually mentioned that his articles had been simultaneously published in the Central Internal Reference and the State Council Internal Reference. His parents were left speechless, frozen on the sofa in shock. Fortunately, his uncle was out shopping. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic. Of course, had his uncle been present, Yao Yuan would not have dared to reveal this information so readily. He could not trust his uncle to keep it a secret. If his aunt were to find out, the entire city of Chang'an would soon be aware of the news. After a moment, his parents finally began to come to their senses. Immediately, Mother sprang from the sofa and enveloped Yao Yuan in her embrace. How wonderful! Truly my son. You bring such honor to our family. This is a central-level internal reference. I have only heard of it before, and we could never even catch a glimpse. Father also stood up, nodding with uncontainable excitement. Well done, Xiao Yuan. Those 2 articles are indeed remarkable. But I never imagined they would be published in a central-level internal reference. I wonder if we might be able to see those 2 volumes. It would be even better if we could. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan quickly extricated himself from his mother's hold. With a soul approaching 40, being embraced like a child felt somewhat awkward. The next moment, he smiled and said, You 2 may very well see the Central Internal Reference and State Council Internal Reference this evening. Along with those 2 articles, Professor Lu has invited us to his home for dinner, during which I believe you will have the opportunity to view those 2 references. Also invited to dinner at Professor Lu's home are Associate Professor Huang and our counselor couple. Father and mother exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with joy. Fantastic. We were just thinking of how to express our gratitude to Professor Lu. This is the perfect opportunity to convey our appreciation. Without Professor Lu's support, you would never have had such an opportunity. Yao Yuan nodded with a smile, saying, I understand this well, but please do not be overly effusive. That might lead to unintended consequences. Professor Lu and his wife enjoy nurturing plants and are indifferent to other possessions. They certainly do not lack for money. Immediately, Mother grasped the implication. Understood. This afternoon, we shall visit the flower market to purchase a lovely plant to present to Professor Lu and his wife. As a token of our appreciation, after some more conversation, the family of 3 finally sat down to enjoy their lunch. Chapter 35 The first report. As the afternoon work hours commenced, Yao Yuan accompanied Associate Professor Huang to the president's office. Similar to Professor Lu, the president of the financial university was a distinguished financial expert enjoying a special allowance from the State Council, one of the few privy to the State Council internal reference. Moreover, as a student of the university, Yao Yuan was eager to meet him. After exchanging greetings upon entering, Yao Yuan and Associate Professor Huang settled onto the sofa, engaging in conversation with the president and another university official. Yao Yuan, I meticulously read your 2 articles published in the Central Internal Reference and State Council Internal Reference several times this morning. They are exceptionally brilliant and of high quality, presenting fresh perspectives, well-founded arguments, and thorough analysis. They carry significant weight and have already stirred considerable interest. I am astonished to discover such talent among our undergraduate students. Truly, your talent has emerged remarkably. The president of the financial university expressed with admiration. Hearing these words, Yao Yuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction, though he outwardly maintained a demeanor of humility. Thank you, President Huang, for your kind acknowledgement, but I truly feel unworthy. The credit for these 2 articles belongs entirely to Professor Lu and Associate Professor Huang for their meticulous guidance, as well as to Professor Lu for facilitating their publication. There are still areas for improvement in these articles, and I hope that esteemed professors and scholars will provide their insights. Witnessing his modesty, the president and others nodded in approval. Subsequently, Associate Professor Huang seamlessly introduced the circumstances surrounding the articles. He candidly explained the origins of Yao Yuan's work, clarifying that he had not contributed significantly to the guidance, merely assuming the role of second author due to his position as the course instructor. Such situations are all too common in academia, and the president and his colleagues regarded it with indifference. in their view. Since Associate Professor Huang was Yao Yuan's instructor and taught relevant courses, his designation as second author was entirely justified. Had it been a more opportunistic instructor, Yao Yuan might have struggled to retain even the position of first author. After a few casual exchanges, the president finally turned to the main topic. Yao Yuan, since you penned those remarkable articles, the stock market has soared over the past 2 weeks, and the real estate market in the capital is experiencing a similar surge. These developments seem to validate your astute judgments. The domestic stock and real estate markets are on the cusp of a significant bull market. What are your thoughts on the future trajectory of these markets? Please share your insights. The moment had arrived at last. This was indeed the first report. Fortunately, Yao Yuan was well prepared and felt no trepidation in facing the occasion. Internally, he mused briefly before commencing his presentation. Principal Huang, Dean Shen. My perspective remains unwavering. The domestic stock market has entered an unprecedented bull market, and the real estate sector is thriving, with property prices soaring rapidly. Let us first discuss the stock market. Over the past fortnight, it has exhibited a remarkable upward trajectory, displaying a robust acceleration. The situation in the capital's real estate market mirrors this trend. Data indicates that in September alone, property prices surged by 10. Based on my first-hand investigations alongside my classmates, I can assert that the increase in October will undoubtedly surpass that of September. This is evident from the sales office of a particular residential complex near the South Gate, where prices are frequently adjusted, often with astonishing increments. As he elaborated, Principal Huang and the others were somewhat astonished, though their surprise was tinged with delight. Their gazes towards Yao Yuan shifted, increasingly reflecting their heightened regard for him. In the ensuing moments, they posed a myriad of inquiries, predominantly centered around the fervent stock and real estate markets. Regardless of the questions raised, Yao Yuan responded with aplomb, offering answers that were not only persuasive but nearly flawless. This scenario further intensified the astonishment of Principal Huang and his colleagues. Little did they realize that Yao Yuan was deliberately concealing certain insights. There were aspects that transcended contemporary understanding, such as the forthcoming series of real estate policies and numerous new regulations in the stock market. For Yao Yuan, these represented the advantages of a reborn individual, knowledge that he could not casually disclose. The presentation lasted approximately 40 minutes, concluding only when the principal's secretary entered to remind him of an impending meeting. Yao Yuan and Associate Professor Huang stood to take their leave from the principal's office. At that moment, Principal Huang unexpectedly inquired, "Yao Yuan, are you currently a party member?" "Not yet. I submitted my application in my sophomore year, but there has been no follow-up. It would be best for you to join the party. Having party membership will greatly benefit your future development. Thank you for your concern. I will strive for it. Would you be interested in pursuing graduate studies with me? I can offer you a direct admission opportunity without an entrance exam." "Ah," Yao Yuan exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Associate Professor Huang mirrored his astonishment, while Dean Shen, present at the scene, appeared regretful, seemingly lamenting a missed opportunity. Yet, in the next instant, Yao Yuan shook his head. "Thank you for your appreciation, Principal Huang, but I must consult Professor Liu regarding the graduate program. I cannot give you an immediate response. I hope you understand." Principal Huang paused, then nodded in resignation. "It seems I will not have the chance to be your mentor. How could old Liu let go of such a promising talent? Although I may not become your mentor, I hope you continue to work hard and achieve even greater success. Thank you for your guidance. I will certainly strive for improvement," Yao Yuan replied with a bow. Subsequently, he and Associate Professor Huang exited the office. Upon reaching the elevator, Associate Professor Huang suddenly whispered, "You should write another application for party membership, Yao Yuan. I will be your introducer." Yao Yuan turned to look at him and nodded in response. "Thank you, Professor Huang. I will write another application for party membership." As they spoke, the elevator arrived. They promptly entered and descended. Before long, it was around 7 in the evening. Yao Yuan had brought his parents to Professor Liu's residence for a visit, presenting a pot of blooming begonias as a gift. At that moment, his parents were comfortably seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in reading their respective internal references, their smiles radiating joy. Similarly, Associate Professor Huang and Counselor Liu were also absorbed in their own copies of the internal references, brimming with excitement. It was evident that they were perusing the Central Internal Reference and the State Council Internal Reference, naturally most concerned about Yao Yuan's 2 articles. However, they could only read these internal references in that location, prohibited from taking them outside or casually disclosing any content therein. On another sofa, Professors Liu and Ouyang were perusing Yao Yuan's comprehensive guide to purchasing property, their enthusiasm unabated. They were fully aware that Yao Yuan had inspired his classmates to invest in real estate in the capital, swiftly leading students and numerous parents to explore various properties. Thus, Professor Liu requested that he bring this guide along for an in-depth examination. In no time, Professors Liu and Ouyang had finished the profoundly insightful guide to property acquisition. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting a measure of astonishment. The next moment, Professor Ouyang exclaimed, "Yao Yuan, this guide you have created is truly remarkable, with immense value. If one strictly adheres to the procedures outlined in this guide, one can undoubtedly avoid the vast majority of pitfalls in the real estate market. Please reserve a copy for us. I wish to study it thoroughly, as it could prove invaluable in future property purchases." Yao Yuan smiled and nodded. "Of course, Professor Ouyang. The purpose of this guide is to assist everyone in navigating the various traps in property transactions and to secure the most desirable home." As his words fell, Professor Liu interjected, "Yao Yuan, considering the current circumstances, your initiative to encourage classmates to invest in real estate in the capital is commendable. However, certain matters warrant caution. Particularly regarding finances, do not jeopardize your future for the sake of a mere sum of money." Upon hearing this, Professors Ouyang and Huang nodded in agreement. In contrast, Yao Yuan's parents maintained a relaxed demeanor. The next moment, Yao Yuan confidently stated, "Thank you for your reminder. Rest assured, I will not touch any of my classmates' funds. Even if they trust me implicitly and offer me money for investment, I would refuse." Professors Liu and Ouyang exchanged a glance, nodding in appreciation. "Excellent. It is reassuring to see you possess such awareness. There should be no issues. Let us discuss your 2 articles. You may need to report to various places, so it is best to prepare in advance." Subsequently, Yao Yuan began a discussion with the professors. Chapter 36. Unapproachable as the clock approached 11 at night. The dormitory was filled with laughter and idle chatter, with everyone settled in their beds after completing their evening routines. Suddenly, Zhou pushed the door open and entered. Yao Yuan leaned forward to glance at him and inquired, "So, Zhou, how many properties did your father acquire today?" Being a local native with substantial compensation from demolitions, Zhou's father was the earliest to act in the property market, securing multiple homes. Zhou casually tossed his bag onto the bed, excitement evident in his voice as he declared, "My father just acquired 3 more properties today, all adjacent to Shurjia Hutong Primary School. Although these 3 apartments are quite small, around 30 square meters each, they come with admission to Shurjia Hutong Primary School. Unfortunately, my father refuses to take out a loan and insists on paying in full, no matter how much I persuade him." As soon as he finished speaking, the dorm erupted with exclamations of astonishment. 3 properties in a single day, all with access to Shurjia Hutong Primary School? Your father truly is a big spender. Indeed, the total cost for these 3 apartments must exceed $1 million. It must be wonderful to have such wealth, allowing for such swift property acquisitions. Yao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle softly at this. Spending $1 million to acquire 3 properties with access to Shurjia Hutong Primary School would be a dream many years from now in the capital. Parents would be desperate to enroll their children in that renowned institution, yet few could achieve such an aspiration. In the next moment, Yao Yuan continued, "Your family is not short on funds. Buying properties outright is indeed more convenient and expedient. Once your father experiences the substantial benefits of rapidly rising property values, he is likely to reconsider his stance." At this point, Yao Yuan shifted the conversation's direction. "Zhou, do you have any means of obtaining a Beijing A license plate? If so, I would greatly appreciate your assistance, and I wouldn't mind spending extra. I wish to purchase a vehicle for my own use. Relying on your golf isn't a sustainable solution." The others were momentarily taken aback, then erupted in disbelief. "Wow, it seems you truly are a second-generation rich kid. You've already secured 5 properties outright, and now you want to buy a car? Were you putting on an act this whole time? Come on, Yao Yuan. Which publicly listed company does your family own?" In jest, Yao Yuan replied, "All right, I won't pretend anymore. I'm a billionaire, and I'm revealing my true identity." This rather audacious claim elicited a wave of playful ridicule. "Sure, keep dreaming. A billionaire? You really have the audacity." In response to the banter, Yao Yuan merely smiled softly and offered no explanations. After a few more jests, the conversation returned to its original topic. Zhou pondered for a moment before stating, Acquiring a Beijing A license plate is quite difficult. I'll ask my father to look into it. Many people have been changing their vehicles in recent years, so perhaps we might find one. What kind of car are you planning to buy, Yao Yuan? Share it with us. We'd love to hear. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Yuan promptly provided his answer. I am contemplating the purchase of an Audi A8. Its performance is commendable, and the interior space is quite spacious. Despite being a luxury vehicle, it possesses a certain understated elegance, making it suitable for any occasion. Unsurprisingly, my dormitory mates were once again taken aback. Really? The Audi A8 is low-key? That seems a bit of an exaggeration. The Principal S official vehicle appears to be the Audi A6. Why opt for the Audi A8? Isn't that somewhat outdated? A BMW X5 would be a splendid choice. It has long been my dream car. You, being from another province, can you even purchase and register a vehicle in the capital? Furthermore, why spend money on a Beijing A license plate? The conversation buzzed with various inquiries. Just as we were speaking, the lights in the dormitory suddenly went out. It was time to turn in for the night. In the enveloping darkness, Yao Yuan's voice emerged. It seems there are many questions, so I shall address them one by one. Firstly, regarding the residency issue, we currently have a collective household registration with the school, which is equivalent to a Beijing residency, allowing us to purchase and register a vehicle in the capital. Now, concerning the choice of the Audi A8 and the Beijing A license plate, can anyone guess which vehicle is deemed the safest to drive on the streets of the capital? Which license plate offers the utmost security? Safety encompasses not only the likelihood of being stopped by traffic police or targeted for scams, but also includes the general perception of ordinary citizens. Upon hearing this explanation, Wu Lan and the others appeared somewhat perplexed. However, as a local, Zhou Su suddenly understood. I see now, indeed. The safest vehicle on the streets of the capital is the Audi A8 with a Beijing A plate, essentially allowing for unobstructed travel. Driving such a car through the capital, few would dare to provoke you. You are quite shrewd. With this revelation, Xia Haitao and the others also caught on. Once they grasped Yao Yuan's intention, they all raised their thumbs in admiration. Following this, the atmosphere lightened as we continued to chat and joke. It was not until around midnight that the dormitory fell silent. The following morning, Zhang Li from IGR Real Estate called Yao Yuan to inform him that the due diligence on the 5 properties he had reserved had been completed. The titles of those 5 properties are clear, without mortgages or long-term leases, and their condition is satisfactory. He could proceed to sign the contracts today. After confirming this, Yao Yuan arranged a time for contract signing with Zhang Li and instructed her to gather the property owners at IGR Real Estate. He then took his parents and uncle and drove directly to the vicinity of Renmin University affiliated primary school. In no time, they arrived at IGR Real Estate next to the school. At that moment, the first property owner was already waiting inside. The owner was a couple in their 70s residing in the nearby community, accompanied by their son. After exchanging greetings, under Zhang Li's facilitation, both parties began discussing the contract signing. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, but just as they were about to sign the contract, the owner's son suddenly interjected. Xiao Yao, once we complete the transfer procedures and settle the payment, may I request that my parents remain in the old house for a few more months? I must tidy up my new house in Chaoyang before my parents can move in. A transition period is necessary. As these words hung in the air, all eyes turned to Yao Yuan. Everyone in the conference room was acutely aware that he was the one who held the power to make decisions, rather than his parents. Yao Yuan glanced at the middle-aged man and then at the elderly couple, before resolutely shaking his head. I sincerely apologize, Uncle Chun, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. According to the contract, the house must be vacated before the transfer procedures are completed. Otherwise, I will not proceed with the payment. Upon acquiring this property, I intend to commence renovations immediately, so it is impossible for Grandfather Chun and his wife to continue residing here. I hope you can understand. We have agreed to handle the transfer procedures on Monday, which means the house must be emptied by this weekend. 2 days should suffice. If you believe this timeline is too rushed, we can postpone the move by a few days and likewise delay the transfer. Observing his firm stance, the Chin father and son exchanged glances and could only nod in agreement. In that case, let us sign the contract, and we will move this weekend. Subsequently, both parties inscribed their names on the property sale agreement. After signing, the Chin family rose and departed, returning home. As they exited the conference room, Yao Yuan's mother immediately voiced her confusion in a hushed tone. Xiao Yuan, why do you insist on having Uncle Chun and his wife vacate the house before the transfer? Isn't that somewhat unkind? We have already purchased the property. What harm is there in allowing them to stay for an additional 2 or 3 months? Yao Yuan regarded his parents with a smile and offered an explanation. Dad, Mom, precisely because Grandfather Chun and his wife are of advanced age, I am reluctant to let them remain in this newly purchased house. To put it bluntly, should anything unfortunate happen to them in this old house, who would bear the responsibility? Moreover, what if Grandfather Chen's son is solely interested in financial gain and has no intention of taking his parents in for their twilight years? We cannot simply cast the elderly couple out onto the streets, which is something we cannot fathom doing. Thus, we must preemptively eliminate any potential risks. His parents were momentarily taken aback, a sense of anxiety washing over them. Before they could fully process the situation, Yao Yuan turned to Manager Zhang. Manager Zhang, the 5 properties I have purchased will be entrusted to your agency for future rental and sale matters. In addition to these 5, I possess dozens more properties, and those related transactions can also be handled by your team. However, this will depend on your performance. If your service is satisfactory, this will not pose a problem. Zhang Li was momentarily stunned, but swiftly regained her composure. In the next instant, she enthusiastically nodded her head in agreement. Rest assured, Mr. Yao. We shall provide you with the finest service. I will personally oversee the clearing and renovation of all the properties, ensuring that no potential issues remain. Furthermore, we will extend appropriate discounts on the commission rates for renting and reselling these homes. This was precisely the answer Mr. Yao sought, and he smiled, nodding in agreement as he said, Very well. I hope for a pleasant collaboration and a long-term partnership. Please allow the next homeowner to enter so we can continue signing the contracts. Certainly. Please hold on, Zhang Li replied, eagerly stepping out to invite the next homeowner. Before noon, the contracts for all 5 properties had been signed, and now they awaited the transfer on Monday, followed by the payment. My uncle also selected 2 older houses, each around 40 to 50 square meters, and met with 2 landlords to reach preliminary agreements. As he was purchasing with a loan, the process was somewhat more complicated and not resolved as swiftly. Meanwhile, several other parents of classmates had also secured a few properties, with each family achieving some success, though some opted for full payment while others chose loans. The progress of other classmates' parents was relatively slower. Many parents remained hesitant or were observing the market, not yet resolved to invest in properties in the capital. After enjoying lunch outside, Yao Yuan returned to school with his parents. Chapter 37. The value of the old house. On a Saturday morning, Yao Yuan drove Lu Jingwen's parents to the airport. The Lu couple was returning to Qiantang to process various loan documents for purchasing a home, planning to return to the capital in a few days. Several other classmates' parents also departed from the capital, heading back to prepare for loans or seek financial assistance from relatives and friends. Upon exiting the capital airport, Yao Yuan did not head back to the city center, but drove directly to the North 5th Ring Road. After a brief drive, he and Lu Jingwen arrived at the bustling car market in Yao Sports Village. Observing the lively atmosphere filled with crowds, Lu Jingwen couldn't help but feel puzzled. What are we doing here? Why aren't we returning to school? Yao Yuan wrapped his arm around her shoulders and softly explained, We are here to buy a car. Of course. Surely, we aren't just here for a stroll. With that, he guided Lu Jingwen further into the market. Ah, you're buying a car? Lu Jingwen turned to him in surprise. Indeed, I intend to purchase a vehicle, which is why I brought you along to have a look. I have been quite busy lately, frequently traveling, and relying on Zhou Su's car is not suitable, Yao Yuan replied quietly. As they entered the car market, they were greeted by numerous salespeople both inside and outside the entrance, each eager to hand out flyers or promote various vehicle models. Sir, we have the latest BMW X5 and Series 7 available. Feel free to take a look. Esteemed sir, consider the latest Mercedes S320 and S350, perfectly suited to your temperament and status. The salespeople surrounded several middle-aged individuals, enthusiastically distributing flyers while exuberantly showcasing the car models, their smiles nearly splitting their faces. Upon Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen's arrival, the salespeople assessed them and promptly dispersed, even neglecting to offer a single flyer. Only a young female salesperson in her 20s casually handed them a flyer. Handsome, how about a look at our second-hand cars? Yao Yuan glanced at her and shook his head dismissively. No thanks, I can't afford a second-hand car either. We're just browsing. He then led Lu Jingwen toward the nearby Audi dealership. Lu Jingwen chuckled softly before inquiring, Shouldn't we discuss such a significant matter with Uncle and Auntie? Do they approve? I've already spoken to my parents. They have no objections. The choice of vehicle is mine alone, Yao Yuan assured her. What car do you plan to buy? Have you chosen the brand and model? I have. I'm considering a black Audi A8. It performs excellently yet remains relatively understated. He replied, Ah, an Audi A8? Isn't that a luxury car? Isn't it too expensive? Lu Jingwen gasped in astonishment. It's reasonable. The model I'm eyeing is around 1.5 million, which isn't outrageous, Yao Yuan remarked casually. At this, Lu Jingwen couldn't help but marvel internally. That's an Audi A8 worth approximately 1.5 million, and he considers that not overly expensive. What kind of family is he from? Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the Audi dealership and walked straight inside. The salespeople at the door exchanged surprised glances upon witnessing this scene. In the next moment, a male salesperson hurriedly dashed towards the Audi dealership, eager to assess the situation. Shortly thereafter, he emerged from the establishment, his expression a blend of regret and disbelief. The other salespeople quickly gathered around him, ready to inquire about what had transpired. Before they could utter a word, the man suddenly stamped his foot in frustration. Damn it, that guy truly underestimated the potential of others and missed out on a significant client. As it turned out, the individual had entered the Audi dealership and promptly ordered an A8, priced over 1.5 million, and had opted to pay in full. He was currently reviewing the contract. Unsurprisingly, a chorus of astonishment erupted among the onlookers. My goodness, an Audi A8 worth over 1.5 million, paid in full. Surely, he must be from a wealthy background. The consensus was that he was indeed a privileged heir, dressed modestly yet displaying such lavishness by purchasing an Audi A8. It was hard to believe otherwise. Amidst their admiration, the salespeople felt a mixture of regret, envy, and resentment. Over half an hour later, Yao Yuan exited the Audi dealership alongside Lu Jingwen, making their way towards the parking lot. The specific A8 model he desired was not available at that location and needed to be transferred from another dealership. Thus, he had only paid a small deposit, having arranged a pickup time before leaving with Lu Jingwen. As they appeared, the numerous salespeople outside immediately turned their gazes towards them. But their expressions had shifted dramatically. Observing their reactions, Yao Yuan chuckled softly, not taking it to heart. Subsequently, he and Lu Jingwen entered the parking lot and drove back to the school. It was now Sunday afternoon. Yao Yuan, accompanied by Lu Jingwen, Wang Xinran, and Xia Haitao, arrived at the IGR real estate office, located on the east side of the Renmin University-affiliated primary school. During their lunch, he received a phone call from Zhongli. She informed him that the 5 apartments he had purchased in the vicinity of Zhongguancun 3rd Primary School and Renmin University-affiliated primary school had been vacated. He was to come and inspect the properties for confirmation. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran expressed their desire to join him for the occasion. Xia Haitao and his companions, being the most reliable labor, were perfect for assisting with any moving tasks. Upon reaching the IGR real estate office, Zhongli promptly began to provide details. Mr. Yao, all 5 of your apartments have been vacated. After the transfer procedures are completed tomorrow, you may begin renovations. However, there are still some pieces of furniture and appliances in those apartments. You can take a look and decide what to keep and what to discard. I will assist you in disposing of the unnecessary items and will then contact a construction team to commence renovations. After hearing her explanation, Yao Yuan nodded with a smile. It was evident that the owners were eager to finalize the transfers and secure their gains. I share the same sentiment. This arrangement benefits everyone involved. Please take us to view the condition of the apartments, so I can ascertain what to discard and what to retain. Zhongli promptly agreed. Certainly, Yao Yuan. Let us begin with the apartment in the neighboring complex. With that, she led Yao Yuan and the others out of the office, crossing the street towards the adjacent residential area. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived beneath an apartment building. This edifice, erected in the 1960s, bore an appearance of considerable age, its architectural style long outdated, yet it remained remarkably sturdy. The great earthquake that struck in the mid-1970s inflicted not a single blemish upon these venerable structures. As they beheld the dilapidated building, Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran exchanged subtle frowns. Upon entering the dimly lit and somewhat disheveled corridor, their expressions deepened further in concern. Yao Yuan, this building is far too old, and its condition appears rather poor. Is it truly worth spending hundreds of thousands on a unit here? And you purchased 5. Wang Xinran murmured in discontent, to which Lu Jingwen nodded in agreement. Yao Yuan turned to regard them, a smile gracing his lips as he softly replied, Do you think my interest lies in these antiquated apartments? You are mistaken. What I value is the educational opportunity associated with Rinda Fushao. That is the true essence of worth in these old buildings. At this juncture, he lowered his voice conspiratorially, jesting. Do you believe me when I say that if I simply hold on to these properties without selling, within a decade their prices could soar tenfold? The two young women paused momentarily, then shook their heads in unison. Tenfold in less than a decade? How is that even possible? That is quite an exaggeration. Whether it is possible or not, you shall see in due time, Yao Yuan asserted with confidence. While they conversed, they reached the entrance of an old apartment on the third floor. Zhongli stepped forward to knock on the door, confirming that no one was home before retrieving her keys to unlock it. Chapter 38. The Overbearing Woman. This is an old two-bedroom apartment, measuring less than 50 square meters. Yao Yuan purchased this property for just over 500,000, a veritable steal. Given that this apartment is over 40 years old and situated in the 4th Ring Road, the immense value of being in a desirable school district had yet to be recognized, resulting in a remarkably low price, an opportunity too good to miss. In merely a year's time, finding such a bargain in Beijing's real estate market would be tantamount to chasing a dream. The layout of the apartment is decidedly outdated, with the dining area and living room combined into a cramped space of merely a dozen square meters. The kitchen and 2 bedrooms share a similar fate, though the only advantage lies in the lofty ceiling exceeding 3.5 meters, which prevents it from feeling oppressive. Having just moved in, the apartment is somewhat disordered, yet not unclean. The kitchen and bathroom, in particular, are impeccably tidy. The previous occupants, the Chen elders, were fastidious individuals, which undoubtedly simplifies matters considerably. Although they have vacated the premises, they left behind a considerable amount of furniture and appliances, including a refrigerator and a color television. While these items may be somewhat outdated, they remain functional. During the home purchase, Yao Yuan had specifically inquired with Mr. Chen about leaving behind any furniture or appliances they did not intend to take to their new home. This arrangement would spare him the expense of acquiring new furnishings when renting out the apartment. Mr. Chen readily agreed, and all items were left behind. Upon entering, Yao Yuan began to survey the apartment, with Zhongli accompanying him to provide details. Mr. Yao, all utilities, water, electricity, and gas have been settled. Once we complete the transfer formalities, we can assist you in changing the account name and reactivating the services. Yao Yuan nodded with a smile. These were minor details, and as long as the transfer went smoothly, he was content. After the transfer, please hire a few renovation workers to give the apartment a thorough repaint. A plain white finish will suffice, but it is imperative to use environmentally friendly paint, as I wish to rent it out promptly. Meanwhile, Lu Jingwen, Wang Xinran, and Xia Haitao were also exploring the apartment, assessing its condition. Compared to the building's antiquated exterior, the interior of this apartment is relatively well maintained, as it has continuously been occupied rather than left vacant. In no time, Yao Yuan had completed his inspection of the apartment. He then turned to Zhongli, asking, what would be the rental price for this apartment? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhongli promptly replied, this is in the Zhongguancun High-Tech Park, and the apartment is quite desirable for rental. Demand far exceeds supply. According to current market trends, it can rent for between 3,000 to 3,500 and will likely be leased quickly. If financed through a mortgage, the rental income would essentially cover the monthly repayments. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen and her companions exchanged glances, their eyes lighting up with realization. They swiftly grasped that if they financed this apartment, aside from the down payment, they would incur minimal additional costs, merely awaiting appreciation. This scenario would effectively amplify their financial leverage 3 to 5 times while the risks remain negligible. If property prices were to double, a mere transfer could yield profits of 3 to 5 times. Is there a more lucrative venture than this? With this thought, their eyes sparkled with excitement. After grasping the rental situation, Yao Yuan suddenly pointed at the furniture within the house. The abundance of furniture created a sense of disarray, necessitating the disposal of some items for a more orderly appearance. You may decide which pieces to discard, yet ensure to confirm with Elder Chen via phone. The appliances, however, could be retained, and it would be prudent to install broadband internet for better rental prospects. Zhongli, standing nearby, nodded vigorously. Very well, I shall manage this, arranging the apartment in the most favorable manner for rental purposes. Just as he spoke, Yao Yuan's phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the screen to find an unfamiliar number, but pressed the answer button, stepping aside to take the call. A strange woman's voice emanated from the phone. Hello. May I speak with Yao Yuan? Her tone was not only unfamiliar, but also carried an air of condescension. Indeed, I am Yao Yuan. May I ask who you are? He replied, astonished. The haughty voice responded again. Who I am is of little significance. Are you at Qaeda? If so, let us meet. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Yao Yuan's eyes. I'm afraid I do not meet with strangers, and I am not currently at Qaeda. I am engaged in other matters and lack the time for idle conversation. If there is something to discuss, let us address it later. Goodbye. With that, he hung up and slipped his phone into his pocket, turning back to Lu Jingwen and the others. Let us depart. We have finished inspecting this property. It is time to view the next one. All right. Everyone nodded enthusiastically. Lu Jingwen approached, concern evident in her voice as she whispered, Who called? You seemed rather displeased. I have no idea where this presumptuous woman emerged from. She wants to meet but refuses to disclose her name. I couldn't be bothered, Yao Yuan explained quietly. Subsequently, he led everyone away from the property to explore another one in the neighboring community. Meanwhile, in a villa on the outskirts of the city, a woman in her late 20s sat on the sofa, staring at her phone in disbelief. Moments later, she erupted into a furious tirade. Damn, this little brat dares to hang up on me. He must have a death wish. Do you believe I could make it so you won't even receive your diploma with a single call? After venting her frustration, she pressed the redial button, only to have the call go unanswered and promptly disconnected. This outcome nearly drove her into a frenzy, and she once again unleashed a stream of curses. Yet, she could only indulge in verbal venting, powerless to act otherwise. Soon, it was around 10 o'clock at night. After escorting Lu Jingwen home, Yao Yuan finally returned to his dormitory. Upon seeing him return, Zhang Feiyu immediately remarked, Yao Yuan, this afternoon a woman called the dormitory searching for you. Upon learning you were not present, she hung up. She did not disclose her name but spoke in an overbearing tone. Have you perhaps entangled yourself in some romantic affair outside, and now someone is seeking you out? Hearing this, Yao Yuan shook his head in annoyance. What romantic entanglements are you talking about? I have no idea where this crazy woman came from. I was viewing some properties this afternoon, and she called me several times. When I inquired about her name, she remained secretive and spoke as if she were superior. I found it bothersome and chose to ignore her. Before he could finish, Wu Lan interjected, with such urgency to find you, it must be something significant. If she can't even reveal her name, it's likely not a pleasant matter. Yao Yuan scoffed and shook his head. Yet, a sense of unease washed over him. He harbored numerous secrets, such as the 2 paintings he acquired for over 100 million and his lucrative ventures in the stock market. Was it possible that someone had discovered these and was now keeping tabs on him? At that moment, Zhou Su returned to the dormitory carrying a basin. Upon seeing Yao Yuan back, he casually remarked, Yao Yuan, my father has managed to inquire about the Beijing A license plate you wanted. A friend of my father has a Beijing A-plated Santana 2000 that is up for sale. You could purchase it along with the plate for a total price of 80,000. I have seen that Santana 2000, and it is in good condition. Buying it at this price is certainly a bargain. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Yuan nodded with delight. Excellent. I will take that Santana 2000, but it must come with the plate. Later, I can register the other license plate for my second vehicle, alternating between the two. All right. I will call my father immediately to finalize this. Zhou Su exclaimed, pulling out his phone to contact his father. Chapter 39. The time to relax on Monday morning. The unfamiliar woman from yesterday called again. Although somewhat vexed, Yao Yuan decided to answer the phone. In the next moment, her voice resonated through the receiver. Yao Yuan, do you have time today? Let us meet. There are matters I wish to discuss with you. Her tone was condescending, instantly provoking Yao Yuan's disdain. What is the matter? Still unwilling to reveal your name? I must know who you are. The woman hesitated briefly before coldly retorting. Didn't I mention yesterday that who I am is of no consequence? You need only understand that our meeting will be highly beneficial for you. With a scoff, Yao Yuan responded with palpable disdain. I apologize, but as I stated yesterday, I refuse to meet with anyone who cannot even divulge their name. Please do not call me again. I am busy and have no time for your ramblings. Goodbye. With that, he hung up the phone and promptly blocked her number to avoid further annoyance. He then proceeded to the guest house, driving his parents and uncle directly to the location of the Beijing Normal University-affiliated primary school, situated on the West 4th Ring Road. Upon arriving at IGA Real Estate, he joined Zhang Li and 5 landlords, and together they headed to the housing authority to finalize the property transfer procedures and make payments. Fortunately, this process went remarkably smoothly. devoid of any complications akin to that of the mysterious woman. The landlords and staff at the housing authority were cooperative and efficient. By 11 o'clock, all 5 properties had completed the transfer process, officially registered under Yao Yuan's name. Following the completion of the transfer, Yao Yuan promptly transferred the funds to the landlords without hesitation. The landlords, upon receiving their payments, were elated, their smiles stretching wide enough to seem as if they might split their faces. Little did they know what they had relinquished. In 4 to 5 months, they would come to understand the taste of regret. Alas, by then, it would be far too late for any restitution. As they exited the housing authority, the landlord scrutinized Yao Yuan before glancing at his parents. "Mr. Yao, this is the first time I have encountered a situation like yours, where the financial reins of the household are held by young Yao. Even in such a significant matter as purchasing property, it is young Yao who calls the shots. It is quite astonishing that such a substantial sum of 2 or 3 million is transacted through his personal account," remarked Elder Chun, reflecting on the peculiarities of their encounter. While the other landlords nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with curiosity. Even the uncle appeared bewildered, having previously inquired about this matter only to be rebuffed by the mother, who insisted on keeping it confidential. The father, feigning helplessness, remarked, "The idea to purchase property in the capital was indeed proposed by this lad. Since these properties are now under his name, we decided to let him take the lead, as it serves as a valuable exercise for him." The landlords exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Perhaps this is the mindset of the affluent, so divergent from that of the common populace. In their eyes, the Yao family, willing to invest 2 to 3 million in several dilapidated old properties, must undoubtedly be wealthy or, conversely, just a wealthy fool. Subsequently, another landlord jestingly inquired, "Xiao Yao, I wonder if you have a girlfriend? If not, Uncle Li can introduce you to my cousin's daughter, who is currently in her sophomore year studying clinical medicine at Peking University. Perhaps you could find a time to meet and chat?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yao Yuan promptly shook his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, Uncle Li, but I already have a girlfriend." Upon realizing this, Uncle Li chuckled, expressing a hint of regret. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the landlords gradually departed. Once they had all left, Yao Yuan immediately turned to Manager Zhang. "Manager Zhang, let us return to the office and finalize the renovation and leasing agency contracts. All the locks of these 5 properties need to be replaced. I will leave the keys at your office for your convenience in showing the houses." "Certainly, Mr. Yao," Zhang Li replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Securing 5 properties in a single day not only promised substantial commissions, but also granted her the leasing agency rights for these homes. The possibility of acquiring the rights for subsequent sales further buoyed her spirits. Next, their group departed from the housing authority and returned to the IGA real estate office adjacent to Renmin University-affiliated primary school. Upon returning, Yao Yuan instructed his uncle to arrange for the locks of the 5 houses to be replaced and to update the relevant information with several property management offices. Just to be safe, he remained at IGA Real Estate, settling the home buying commission before signing several agency contracts with Zhang Li. He entrusted the upcoming renovation and leasing matters of these 5 properties to the agency, reaching a verbal agreement with Zhang Li that she and her agency would be his first choice for any future sales of these houses. In return, Zhang Li promised to offer a 30% discount on the sales commission and a 50% discount on the leasing commission. However, this arrangement hinged primarily on the quality of their subsequent service. Should their future performance fail to meet Yao Yuan's expectations, there would be no need for continued collaboration. In light of this, Zhang Li and her team understood the necessity of utmost diligence. They were acutely aware that retaining Yao Yuan would likely attract numerous property listings. For instance, the 3 properties purchased by Wu Lan's father in the vicinity were entrusted to them for representation, as were the leasing matters. Similarly, several other classmates' parents, who were either in the process of securing loans or preparing to purchase homes, looked to Yao Yuan for guidance. The properties these parents were keen on acquiring exceeded 20 in number. Such valuable resources were not to be overlooked. After addressing the affairs concerning the 5 properties, it was around 2 in the afternoon. Yao Yuan treated Zhang Li and her team to a delightful lunch before he returned to school with his parents. Upon arriving back at their lodgings, just as Yao Yuan was about to leave, his parents insisted he stay. "Xiao Yuan, the property matters are settled. We must return to work. We cannot continuously take leave. Your uncle can accompany us back and come to Beijing to handle the subsequent affairs once the loan is approved." Yao Yuan immediately nodded in agreement. "All right, Mom and Dad, I will book the tickets right away and take you to the airport tomorrow morning. I will keep a close eye on the loan process for your house. You both need not worry. However, his mother shook her head. Tomorrow. There is no need for you to escort us to the airport. You have skipped quite a few classes lately. Be cautious not to fail. We will take a taxi to the airport ourselves. Your studies are of utmost importance. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan could only nod in agreement. After a brief conversation, his father suddenly shifted the topic. Let us discuss your stocks. The total market value must have surpassed 170 million, correct? As I always say, it is wise to take profits when possible. Such a vast sum would last a lifetime. How much is enough? That should suffice. However, Yao Yuan shook his head. Father, your estimation is slightly off. The total market value of my stocks has already exceeded 180 million. The trend of the stock market is accelerating, and it is not yet time to take profits. Rest assured, I have a clear plan in mind and will secure my gains at the appropriate moment. Unsurprisingly, his parents were taken aback. What? The total market value exceeds 180 million? That pace is astonishing. Indeed, it is faster than printing money. After a moment of astonishment, his parents exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Well, as long as you understand the principle of securing gains, you may make your own decisions. We cannot handle this excitement and will refrain from interference. After addressing the serious matters, Yao Yuan finally departed from the guest house and returned to his dormitory. Once back, he locked the purchase contract and other documents in a cabinet and then went online to book tickets for his parents for tomorrow. By the time he completed these arrangements, Zhou Su and the others returned from class. Upon entering, they immediately began to inquire about the situation. Have you finalized the 5 properties? Did you encounter any difficulties? Purchasing 5 properties outright has made it abundantly clear that you are a hidden rich second generation. Yao Yuan looked at his friends and nodded. Everything went smoothly. The transfer of the 5 properties has been completed, and in a month, I will receive the property certificates, allowing for potential resale at any time. I have entrusted the 5 properties to IGA Real Estate for rental. They should be rented out shortly. Hearing this, everyone was filled with envy. Receiving rent from 5 properties simultaneously will yield nearly 20,000 yuan a month. You could simply relax. Wow, this life is splendid. Who needs to struggle anymore? Chapter 40. Lingering spirits. On Tuesday morning, my parents and uncle boarded a flight, departing from the capital. Once the loan is finalized, my uncle will return to complete the remaining procedures for purchasing a home. As for Yao Yuan, he disregarded his mother's advice and chose not to attend class. Instead, he went to the security office to retrieve his household registration page, then hailed a taxi to seek out Zhou Su's father, aiming to acquire that Beijing A license plate Santana 2000. The price for the Santana 2000 was set at 80,000, a deal that had already been negotiated over the phone. Although the vehicle was in commendable condition and performed well, it failed to capture Yao Yuan's interest. After securing the vehicle, Yao Yuan promptly completed the transfer paperwork with the previous owner and obtained a new Beijing C license plate for the Santana 2000. As for the Beijing A plate, he intended to affix it to his newly purchased Audi A8. In this era, possessing a Beijing A license plate on an Audi A8 signifies immense prestige, a fact not lost on him. In a decade or so, the Beijing A plate would only grow more valuable, while the Audi A8 itself would depreciate. Having settled this matter, Yao Yuan drove the Santana 2000 back to campus. Upon returning, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. With some time to spare, he first visited the security office to return his household registration page. Afterward, he returned to his dormitory, securely locking away the Beijing A license plate. Once the new Audi A8 arrived, he would mount the plate and proudly cruise through the streets of the capital. Just the possession of such a distinctive license plate would draw many gazes and help him evade numerous inconveniences. After securing the license plate, Yao Yuan checked the time and prepared to leave the dormitory to meet Lu Jingwen for dinner. At that moment, a few of his classmates returned from their classes. Entering the dormitory, upon seeing Yao Yuan, Zhou Su immediately remarked, Yao Yuan, that Beijing C license Santana 2000 downstairs is yours. I assent to it? It looks somewhat familiar. Indeed, it is the Santana 2000 belonging to Uncle Li. It's in good shape and now belongs to us. Yao Yuan replied with a nod. Your efficiency is impressive. You completed the transfer so swiftly and even changed the plate to Beijing C. Zhou Su continued. The Audi A8 I ordered will be ready for pickup tomorrow, and I need to utilize that Beijing A plate, so I had to act quickly. At this point, Wulan interjected. Just imagine the presence of an Audi A8 adorned with a Beijing A plate. Once you retrieve that luxury vehicle, I must take it for a spin around the second ring road. Count me in. I'm eager to experience the thrill of driving a luxury car through the capital. Another classmate chimed in excitedly. And me? I've never even sat in an Audi A8, let alone driven one. The others echoed, their enthusiasm palpable. Yao Yuan surveyed their eager faces and smiled, nodding in agreement. No problem. As long as everyone has a driver's license, you can all take it for a joyride. But once the thrill is over, you'll have to settle for the Santana 2000. The reason I purchased this Audi A8 was to create an impression in relatively significant situations. If anyone shares such a desire, they too may utilize this vehicle. As for the Santana 2000, feel free to drive it, but let me be clear, any responsibility for accidents lies solely with the driver. Understood? The few fellows in the dormitory nodded in agreement, without any dissent. For Xia Haitao and the others, the mere availability of a car sufficed. Driving a luxury Audi A8 worth over $1.5 million, they would feel anxious, fearing they could not afford the damages should an accident occur. They might not even be able to cover the repair costs. In contrast, a modest Santana 2000, costing only around $70,000 to $80,000, would instill far fewer worries and would serve as a fine opportunity to hone their driving skills. After some further conversation, Yao Yuan prepared to leave the dormitory. At that moment, Wulan suddenly interjected. Yao Yuan, our Western economics professor, Ms. Sun, came to the classroom during the second period this afternoon looking for you. Not seeing you there, she asked me to convey that you should contact her upon returning to school or visit her office if you prefer. Accompanying Ms. Sun was a woman in her late 20s or early 30s, exuding an air of aloofness, with quite an alluring figure. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He had completed his Western economics course in his sophomore year without any issues. Why would Ms. Sun seek him out? There was no mention of any particular matter. Wulan shook his head. She did not specify any details, merely suggested that you reach out to her when you return. Very well, I shall call her now. Yao Yuan replied, pulling out his phone and making his way to the balcony to make the call. A few minutes later, he returned to the dormitory with a grim expression. His demeanor raised questions among the others. What happened? Something seems off. What does Ms. Sun want with you? In the next moment, Yao Yuan shook his head coldly. It is not Ms. Sun who seeks me. Rather, it is that woman who has called me several times before, yet has never revealed her identity. Ms. Sun mentioned that this woman is a junior colleague of hers and wishes to discuss something with me, but still refrains from disclosing her name. I had blocked her number yesterday, which is why she resorted to contacting me through Ms. Sunday. This woman is like a persistent adhesive plaster, never letting go. I cannot fathom what she desires, he concluded. Upon hearing this explanation, the others were filled with curiosity. They began to analyze the situation. Ms. Sun graduated from Tsinghua University's School of Economics and Management. Her mentor must be a Tsinghua professor, someone with no connection to us. The woman accompanying Ms. Sun today is likely the one who has been incessantly bothering you. Certainly not from our university, as I have never seen her on campus. Perhaps we should arrange a time to meet her? It would be prudent to discern her intentions. Being harassed in such a manner is hardly tenable, they discussed animatedly. A mix of curiosity and apprehension evident on their faces. After all, being persistently pursued by a woman who would go to such lengths to find him could hardly bode well. Yao Yuan nodded, his voice cold as he remarked. Since this woman is so insistent and has even enlisted Teacher Sun to arrange our meeting, I am quite eager to ascertain her true identity. I have just informed Teacher Sun that I am available to meet this woman during the intermission of the first 2 classes tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Zhou Su and the others immediately expressed their interest. Given that the meeting was set in the academic building, they too were curious to discover who this woman was and what her intentions might be. Tomorrow, the rest of us will accompany you. If her intentions are nefarious, we shall deal with her accordingly. After a brief exchange, Yao Yuan departed the dormitory to have dinner with Lu Jingwen. Before long, it was around 8:30 in the evening. In the library, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen were engrossed in their studies, each absorbed in their books. At that moment, Wang Xinran and Su Wen suddenly approached them. Upon reaching them, Wang Xinran lowered her voice and said, "You two managed to find solitude quite well. Come with us to the academic building, Yao Yuan. Everyone has something to discuss with you." "What is it? Couldn't you just send a text?" Yao Yuan asked, astonished. Before he could finish, Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. "I already sent you both a message, which you should have seen. You two have been so wrapped up in your own world. Did you even check your phones?" After her words, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen promptly pulled out their phones to check. Indeed, There were several unread messages from Huang Xinran. My apologies, Xinran. We switched our phones to silent mode as soon as we entered the library and didn't hear them, Lu Jingwen said, her cheeks flushed. Don't worry. No one is attempting to steal your boyfriend. We simply have matters to discuss with Yao Yuan, Huang Xinran teased softly. As they spoke, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen packed their books and left the library. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a large classroom within the academic building. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find that all the students from the 2 accounting classes of the 2004 cohort were present, filling the entire room. As Yao Yuan and the others walked in, they were met with the curious gaze of 70 or 80 pairs of eyes. Chapter 41. We are not rich second-generation kids in the classroom. Observing the astonished expression on Yao Yuan's face, everyone erupted into laughter. With the sound of mirth, both Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen came to their senses. The next moment, Yao Yuan, filled with bewilderment, asked, "Why is everyone here? What transpired? This scene is rather unsettling." As soon as he spoke, his classmates chuckled once more. "Yao Yuan, have you committed some misdeed? Why do you appear so apprehensive?" It was likely true. This fellow was adept at concealing things, such as his identity as a rich second-generation kid, which he had managed to keep hidden for over 2 years. Surely, he harbored countless undisclosed secrets, thus his current demeanor. Listening to his classmates' playful banter, a flicker of pride flashed in Yao Yuan's eyes. Indeed, the secrets he kept could astonish these fellows if even a single one were revealed. After silently mocking himself for a moment, he smiled and said, "Huang Xinran just informed me that everyone wishes to discuss something with me, hence my summons here. What exactly is on your minds? With this atmosphere, I can't shake the feeling of being at a banquet of intrigue." In the next moment, the students all chimed in. "We indeed have matters to discuss with you concerning property purchases, which affect each of us. The initiative to encourage everyone to invest in real estate in the capital originated from you, and now that issues have arisen, it is only natural for us to seek your counsel." As the chatter intensified, the doors at the front and back of the classroom had been closed. At this point, only the 2 classes of the 2004 accounting cohort remained, with no outsiders present. Lu Jingwen, who had accompanied Yao Yuan, found a seat, leaving Yao Yuan standing alone at the front of the classroom. Suddenly, he raised his hands and gently pressed downwards. At this gesture, everyone immediately ceased their conversations, and the classroom fell silent. Curiously, Yao Yuan then inquired, "Given the current atmosphere, something significant must be unfolding. Who will enlighten me on the situation? I am eager to understand." In the next moment, a round-faced girl seated in the front row interjected, "Yao Yuan, when you previously encouraged everyone to invest in real estate in the capital, did you not mention that primary and middle schools in the capital were likely to fully implement the principle of proximity enrollment? This matter is soon to become a reality." Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan was momentarily stunned. Proximity enrollment policies for primary and middle schools in the capital being fully enforced? Is this true? Wasn't it supposed to be this year? According to the original timeline, this policy was meant to be announced and fully implemented next year, causing the prices of school district properties in the capital to soar. Could it be that his rebirth had triggered a chain reaction, resulting in this policy being advanced by 6 months? In the blink of an eye, Yao Yuan regained his composure. "Chao Beibei, please elaborate on this matter. This policy is of utmost importance. If it is indeed true, it will significantly impact each of us, and our actions regarding property purchases must be expedited." In the next moment, Chao Beibei proclaimed with pride, "My uncle works at the education committee in the capital. Last night, while dining at his residence, I overheard him mention that the committee is already discussing the formulation of the admission policies for primary and junior high schools in 2007. The reason for this advanced discussion on next year's admission policies is entirely due to the principle of proximity in schooling, which involves complications regarding school district delineations. My cousin is about to transition from primary to junior high next year, and my uncle's family is quite anxious about securing a place in a reputable school. Upon returning from my uncle's house, I shared this information with several roommates in our dormitory. After numerous discussions, we all agreed that this matter is of utmost significance. As the scope of our discussion widened, we arrived at the current situation, where you, the instigator, have been brought into the fold." As he spoke, he pointed toward the classmates present, his pride evident. Every student in that classroom felt an exhilarating surge, each eager to seize the opportunity. With a palpable ambition to dominate the capital's real estate market, no student capable of gaining admission to the prestigious financial university could be deemed foolish. They naturally recognized the immense prospects and wealth concealed within this situation. Moreover, as accounting students, their sensitivity to financial matters surpassed that of the average individual. However, some students from less affluent backgrounds displayed signs of distress. At that moment, Yao Yuan exclaimed excitedly, "I never anticipated hearing such wonderful news." The comprehensive implementation of the proximity policy for primary and secondary education in the capital. Do you understand what this signifies? Undoubtedly, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for financial gain. Do not let it slip away, or you will regret it for a lifetime. You all must act immediately, following the housing investment guide I summarized, and scour the properties surrounding esteemed schools. If you seize this opportunity, I cannot guarantee that everyone will achieve financial independence, but at the very least, you won't have to worry about housing by the time you graduate. You won't be burdened by mortgage debt. Following his words, the classroom erupted into a fervor, buzzing with excitement. The term school district housing was unfamiliar to many, yet it resonated perfectly, encapsulating the essence of the situation. Yao Yuan was indeed correct. This was a providential opportunity for wealth accumulation, and anyone who missed it would be foolish. Discussions erupted amongst the students, each pair of eyes sparkling with anticipation. In the next moment, a student from the central region abruptly stood up. "Yao Yuan, you are a second-generation wealthy individual, and money is no object for you. Purchasing a house is as simple as drinking water for you. You can afford 5 properties outright, which is enviable. However, we are not in the same position. I have been tirelessly persuading my parents to invest in a property in the capital, and they are finally considering it. But where will we find the tens of thousands required for a down payment? Even if we manage to scrape together the down payment, will the bank lend to a family like mine from a rural background?" Before he finished speaking, another student stood up, saying, "My situation is similar. My family is quite agreeable but lacks substantial funds. Just this afternoon, my father called to say that the maximum we could muster is 50,000, of which 20,000 is borrowed from relatives. My father is of the opinion that real estate in the capital will appreciate, making it a worthy investment. However, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without ingredients. Can one truly acquire a home in the capital for 50,000? Such a delightful occurrence likely exists only in dreams." After these two individuals spoke, another classmate rose to share their own difficulties. My father remarked that while he could scrape together a down payment for a house, securing a loan was out of the question. "You are fortunate. My parents are utterly resistant to persuasion and categorically refuse to part with any funds for a house. If I wish to purchase a property in the capital, I must resort to borrowing money myself. As everyone is aware, I am engaged in work-study. But it is not akin to the experiential life that Yao Yuan once encountered. Rather, it is a genuine struggle, with the funds available to my family being exceedingly limited." The conversation was animated, with each individual voicing their own burdens and challenges. While sharing their situations, all eyes remained fixed on Yao Yuan, watching to see how he would navigate this predicament. His remarkable demeanor in recent times led everyone to subconsciously believe that he might be able to resolve these issues and lead them all to prosperity. However, Yao Yuan appeared deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, a spark ignited in his eyes. "Classmates, these challenges are, in fact, quite surmountable." Chapter 42. A timely assistance. All the students were taken aback, gazing at Yao Yuan in astonishment. The next moment, the atmosphere in the room erupted into a flurry of excitement. "These problems are indeed difficult to solve? Am I hearing this correctly? Is the bravado overblown? Yao Yuan, please elucidate how you intend to tackle these challenges." Curious murmurs filled the air as everyone spoke in unison. Yao Yuan surveyed the room filled with his peers and smiled before responding, "Since some of you are short on funds, why not consider co-investing in real estate and jointly owning a property? For instance, a dilapidated old apartment valued at 500,000 requires a down payment of around 100 to 150,000. We could divide this into 10 or 15 shares, each share costing 10,000. Each of you could purchase according to your financial capacity, and then a few of us could acquire this property together." The students were left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they absorbed Yao Yuan's suggestion. The concept of collaborative property investment, which is commonplace in later times, was still relatively unknown to many. This proposal struck a profound chord with everyone present, sending shockwaves through the classroom. "Wow, the idea of co-investing in real estate seems utterly fanciful," someone exclaimed. "But it appears feasible. We are all classmates, so trust isn't an issue. As long as we draft a proper contract, we can indeed collaborate on purchasing a property. Indeed, If we can genuinely co-invest, many challenges would be effortlessly resolved. As discussions ensued, the students with limited funds suddenly felt a spark of hope. They realized they need no longer regret missing out on this fortuitous opportunity. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and continued, raising his voice. Once we confirm our collaboration, everyone must sign a partnership agreement and have it notarized, clearly indicating each party's share of the property to avoid disputes. During the transfer of ownership, all collaborators' names must be included and notarized, and the property can only be sold with unanimous consent. Furthermore, he added, during the period of ownership, the shares can be transferred at market value, allowing other classmates to take over. However, such transfers must remain confined to our group and necessitate a transfer contract, along with updates to the property certificate. At this juncture, a student in the audience suddenly stood up to inquire, Yao Yuan, your suggestion is brilliant and indeed addresses the down payment issue for some of us. But have you considered how we would tackle the loan situation? Would we also need to apply for loans in proportion to our contributions? Would the banks even grant such loans? Yao Yuan regarded the student thoughtfully for a moment before nodding and responding. That is indeed a valid concern, Linan. However, I believe it is not impossible for each of us to apply for loans individually. Let us not forget, we are students of financial university. Which bank in the capital does not have alumni from our institution? Moreover, many senior students hold esteemed positions. To put it bluntly, the banking system in the capital is akin to a domain belonging to our university, and many of us will eventually enter this realm. Each individual is a potential asset. Upon hearing this, all the students nodded in agreement. Having grasped the essence of Yao Yuan's words, he was appealing to their emotions. Standing before them, Yao Yuan continued his oration. He encouraged everyone to take the initiative and reach out to senior alumni responsible for credit in various banks, even suggesting they could connect through faculty members. To my knowledge, the alumni network from our university within the banking system wields significant influence, offering mutual support and a willingness to guide the next generation. Provided that all actions are lawful and compliant, those alumni managing credit operations in banks would likely be more than willing to facilitate opportunities for everyone. One crucial point to note is to prioritize safety when engaging with these alumni. It is advisable for male and female students to pair up, as the financial sector is rife with unseemly characters. At this moment, Yao Yuan appeared unfazed by the prospect of these students failing to secure loans. Unlike the heavily regulated real estate market of 2023, the current banking policies regarding mortgages are notably lenient. Presently, banks are eager to lend to homebuyers, and even individuals without employment can obtain loans, albeit these are commercial loans, with interest rates slightly higher than those of Provident Fund loans. In the future, however, the situation will be vastly different. Laughter erupted in the classroom as everyone found the situation amusing. Once the laughter subsided, a male student from the class stood up and inquired, what if we exhaust all avenues and still cannot secure a mortgage? Such a scenario is indeed plausible. Yao Yuan glanced at the student and promptly responded, in that case, my friends, I will step in. I can guarantee your loans. I will put my property on the line as collateral with a maximum guarantee period of 1 year. This means that any property purchased through this method must be sold within a year to repay the loan. Given the current pace of property appreciation in the capital, the value is likely to at least double in a year. Since these purchases are financed by loans, you would stand to gain 4 to 5 times your investment, if not more. Consequently, when you seek to purchase property again after a year, financial constraints will no longer be an issue. Gasps of astonishment filled the room, as everyone was taken aback. Did I hear correctly? Someone is willing to offer their own property as collateral for others? They were merely university classmates, not family by blood. Even among family, such willingness is not guaranteed. With this thought, the students' gazes towards Yao Yuan shifted significantly, especially among those from economically disadvantaged backgrounds, whose eyes reflected a glimmer of gratitude. This was precisely the outcome Yao Yuan desired. As the saying goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but it is challenging to provide timely assistance in the midst of adversity. His intentions were not born from a saintly disposition, but rather from a strategic purpose. Among those students struggling to secure homes, several would later succeed in passing national civil service exams and secure positions in various central ministries, thriving in their careers. Several influential figures have entered the headquarters of major banks, top investment firms, and securities companies, as well as the municipal and local governments of Beijing, alongside some renowned enterprises. By 2023, A significant portion of them have ascended to prominent positions, wielding considerable influence. Such connections are invaluable. With a firm belief that property prices in Beijing will soar and that he will not be deceived, this present opportunity is one that Yao Yuan cannot afford to miss. As stated previously, he has little regard for the modest profits made from property speculation. However, he is more than willing to strengthen his network by capitalizing on the collective endeavor of property investment. At that moment, Li Nan jestingly remarked, "I heard from Zhou Su that you only have 5 fully paid properties. What if that's insufficient for collateral?" In the next instant, Yao Yuan confidently waved his hand. "It's quite simple, my friends. I can purchase a few more properties. It's just a matter of minutes." With the imminent implementation of the local policy for nearby school admissions, the opportunity is too precious to squander, and I have decided to acquire 5 additional properties. As soon as the words left his mouth, his classmates were once again astounded. Wow, this is incredible. Is he actually buying properties or simply treating it like purchasing cabbages? Amidst the cacophony of gasps, Wang Xinran gently poked Lu Jingwen's arm. "Jingwen, how much money does Yao Yuan's family possess? This is utterly outrageous. You must be ready to embrace the life of a young mistress." Coming back to her senses, Lu Jingwen quickly shook her head. "I have no idea how much his family has, but he spends money like water. Yet, doesn't he squander it and has no vices?" Just as she finished speaking, Wang Xinran rolled her eyes. "Enough. Stop right there. If you continue, I will be consumed by jealousy." Chapter 43. A glimpse of genuine emotion. Wednesday morning. In order to meet that persistent woman, Yao Yuan did not hasten to the Asian Games Village car market to pick up the newly purchased Audi A8. Instead, he opted to attend class in the teaching building. Soon, the first class concluded. As the bell rang, Li Nan and another classmate from the back row approached him directly, presenting a folder. "Yao Yuan, this is a collaborative housing purchase agreement that we drafted after last night's discussion. We would appreciate your insights. Given your experience in real estate and that it was you who proposed this collaboration, which grants you a significant voice in the matter." Yao Yuan glanced at them and shook his head. "Let us discuss this back at the dormitory, or perhaps you could refine it further with other classmates. I anticipate someone will be looking for me shortly, and I currently lack the time to review this agreement." No sooner had he spoken than Teacher Sun entered the room. He quickly scanned the classroom and soon spotted Yao Yuan. "Yao Yuan, please step out for a moment. I need to speak with you." "Certainly, Teacher Sun." Yao Yuan replied with a nod, promptly rising from his seat. As he left, he swiftly retrieved his phone, activated the recording mode, and tucked it back into his pocket before proceeding towards the door. Witnessing this, Zhou Su and the others chuckled softly. They soon vacated their seats and made their way towards the front and back doors of the classroom, understanding that the persistent woman had arrived. For safety reasons, they encircled the area to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Other classmates, including Lu Jingwen, remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In just a few strides, Yao Yuan reached the entrance and greeted Teacher Sunday. "Yao Yuan, the person seeking you is in the hallway. I am uncertain why she is so eager to find you. An old friend entrusted her to me, and I felt obliged to bring her here. You may converse directly." Yao Yuan nodded subtly. "I understand, Teacher Sunday. Regardless of the circumstances, this is not your concern." With that, they exited the classroom. In the hallway, positioned between the front and back doors, stood a woman clad in a form-fitting dress, adorned with wide-brimmed sunglasses. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with an alluring silhouette, and carried a Dior handbag. Yao Yuan scrutinized her carefully, confirming that he had never encountered her before. Yet, her haughty demeanor instantaneously led him to recognize her as the woman who had incessantly harassed him via phone calls. Simultaneously, she assessed Yao Yuan, though her gaze was obscured by her sunglasses. As they approached each other, Teacher Sun quietly remarked, "Yao Yuan, this is the lady looking for you. Take your time to converse. I will step aside." With that, he moved toward the classroom door. Meanwhile, Zhou Su and his companions had arrived at the front entrance, while Xia Haitao and Wu Lan had gone to the back, all curiously peering in their direction. Moments later, Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran joined them at the front, equally intrigued by the scene. "Excuse me, but it seems we are not acquainted. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" Yao Yuan was the first to speak, his tone decidedly unfriendly. The woman, affectatiously adjusting her sunglasses, scrutinized Yao Yuan before softly saying, "We indeed do not know each other. Yao Yuan, I have matters I wish to discuss with you. Shall we find a more private place to converse? It is rather crowded here." However, Yao Yuan dismissively shook his head. Whatever it is, let us discuss it here. I have class and no time to go elsewhere. Upon hearing this, the woman in sunglasses nearly laughed out loud in exasperation. You little brat, as if you're so dedicated to your studies. For the past 3 days, I've come to school searching for you, and this is the first time I've seen you actually in class. You, the king of truancy. How dare you utter such words? As the woman silently cursed, Yao Yuan spoke again. Moreover, I still do not even know who you are. Is it too much to ask for a name? If you refuse to provide one, I'm afraid I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to walk away. The scornful attitude of Yao Yuan made the woman's teeth clench in frustration. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and said, My name is Zhang Qi. The reason I sought you was to purchase something from you. Upon hearing her name, Yao Yuan halted. Zhang Qi, I've never heard of you. You're not exactly a celebrity. Why the pretense? You wish to buy something from me? Pray tell, what might that be? Zhang Qi nearly exploded with anger at his words. Yet, she suppressed her fury and quietly conveyed her intent. I wish to buy your 2 articles. Analysis of the investment environment in the Beijing real estate market in a Super Bull market may be approaching, for a total of 100,000. That is a considerable sum. The annual salary of a master's graduate from a prestigious university is only about 40 to 50,000 at best. After selling these 2 articles, you cannot submit or publish them in any form. They will no longer be your concern. Upon understanding her proposition, Yao Yuan stood dumbfounded. He never anticipated that Zhang Qi's objective was indeed his articles, leaving him quite startled. As long as it wasn't about selling art for millions or making a fortune in the stock market, there was nothing to fear. While surprised, he swiftly came to a realization. Zhang Qi and the individuals behind her were unaware that those 2 articles had already been published in the Central Internal Reference and State Council Internal Reference, garnering attention from higher-ups. Had they known this, even with tenfold courage, they wouldn't dare engage in such self-destructive folly. With this thought, Yao Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. So, they were after my 2 articles. What a futile endeavor. I do not know your relationship with Professor Zhang, but few have seen those articles. If I am not mistaken, you must be a junior of his. Regardless of who you are or your background, I can unequivocally state that those articles are not for sale, he declared loudly, ensuring that all his classmates gathered at the doors of the classroom, along with teacher Sun, heard him clearly. Initially, everyone was taken aback, only to quickly be replaced by expressions of disdain and contempt. Teacher Sun appeared exceedingly embarrassed, his face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi's countenance flickered with panic. But the sunglasses she wore spared her from utter humiliation. Yet, she remained unwilling to concede, attempting to dazzle Yao Yuan with money. If 100,000 was insufficient, then surely 200,000 would suffice. No chance. I advise you to abandon this futile endeavor. 500,000, an amount you wouldn't earn in a decade after graduating from university. It seems you are quite affluent, yet I have no interest in such filthy lucre. It is beneath me. Yao Yuan disdainfully shook his head and turned to exit the classroom. The students gathered at the front and back doors, utterly astonished, could scarcely believe their ears. 50,000 for just 2 articles. Was it truly credible? Yao Yuan was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Zhang Qi gritted her teeth and declared loudly, 1 million. This is my final offer. You will regret missing this opportunity. The students at the doors gasped in unison, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. 1 million RMB, who could resist such an offer? In the next instant, Yao Yuan abruptly turned around. He scrutinized Zhang Qi from head to toe and scoffed. The reason you are willing to pay such a high price for these 2 articles is clearly to publish them publicly, thus seeking greater profit and fame. Let me offer you this piece of advice. You are merely attempting to embellish a half-open door with genuine sentiment. With that, he pivoted and strode towards the exit. Zhang Qi stood frozen in place, her face darkened with fury. At that moment, Zhou Su, relishing the spectacle, boisterously inquired, what does it mean to embellish a half-open door with genuine sentiment? Yao Yuan, please enlighten us. Yao Yuan glanced at him and chuckled. A half-open door refers to a clandestine prostitute from the old society, also known as a half-hidden door, one of the lowest ranks among courtesans. This phrase implies that one wishes to play both the harlot and maintain a respectable facade. As his words hung in the air, everyone was left speechless. In the next heartbeat, the corridor erupted into a cacophony of uproarious laughter. Ha ha! All the students roared with laughter, cheering loudly. That was a brutal insult, yet it felt undeniably exhilarating. Incredible! Yao Yuan, you are the master of insults. Amidst the resounding cheers, Yao Yuan chuckled softly. This is merely the beginning. There is still a long way to go. In 2023, the song Rua Sha Hai Shi by Daoshan left countless people in tears, yet none dared to retort. That is what it truly means to reach the pinnacle. As for Zhang Qi, the harsh rebuke left her momentarily dazed, nearly causing her to collapse onto the floor. Fortunately, she managed to steady herself against the wall, avoiding a fall. Chapter 44, Daddy Sponsor. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yao Yuan drove his newly acquired Audi A8 and slowly approached the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Coming to a gentle stop by the curb, once the car was parked, he turned to glance at his girlfriend in the passenger seat. Jingwen, you should head back to your dorm. I need to find Professor Huang. He has been calling me several times, he said. Lu Jingwen nodded softly. All right, go talk to Professor Huang. I suspect it might be about that woman from this morning. You were rather harsh in your words. She might have reported you to the department. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Who gave her the audacity? She attempted to plagiarize my 2 articles. I was quite restrained not to slap her. Let us not dwell on that nonsense. Please ask your parents when their flight arrives tomorrow so we can pick them up at the airport. Sure. I'll call them once I get back to the dorm. Lu Jingwen replied, nodding. However, she did not exit the vehicle immediately. Instead, she opened her Chanel CF bag and retrieved her lipstick and hand cream. Then she opened the storage compartment in front of the passenger seat and placed her items inside. Seeing this, Yao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. What is this? Claiming your territory? Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed a deep red, and she nodded vigorously. Indeed, from now on, this passenger seat belongs solely to me. No other women can sit here, except for my mother, your mother, and our counselor, Lu. Of course, the guys can sit here freely, like Zhou Su and those fellows. She added. Yao Yuan nodded in agreement. No problem. This passenger seat in the Audi A8 is exclusively yours from now on. But shouldn't I also assert my claim? Otherwise, wouldn't that be unfair? He teased, suddenly reaching over to pull Lu Jingwen closer and leaning down to kiss her. You naughty boy. We're in front of the girls' dormitory. Aren't you afraid someone will see us? She protested, her voice a mix of embarrassment and playfulness. Don't worry. This Audi A8 is equipped with privacy film, so no one can see inside, Yao Yuan explained as he continued his playful antics. After a while, he released Lu Jingwen, who was blushing. You are incorrigibly flirtatious. She scolded him gently, playfully punching him with her fist filled with affection. Ha ha ha, it's human nature to desire. Yao Yuan joked, reveling in the beauty of his girlfriend. If I maintain my composure in the presence of such a lovely lady, am I still a man? The consequence of his words was predictable, eliciting another round of playful punches and bashful laughter. Meanwhile, as they flirted inside the car, everyone outside was captivated by the gleaming Audi A8, whispering among themselves. Wow, a brand new Audi A8, one of the top luxury cars. Rumored to be worth 1 to 2 million. It seems there's another beauty in our building being sponsored. This must be Daddy Sponsor's luxury vehicle. Definitely. I've never seen this luxury car here before. It's clearly a recent acquisition. Among those gossiping fervently were several female students from the accounting department, including some of Yao Yuan's classmates. Like other girls, they gossiped and speculated randomly, their eyes betraying a hint of envy. At that moment, the passenger door of an Audi A8 swung open unexpectedly. Lu Jingwen, whose complexion had finally returned to normal, stepped out of the car, elegantly carrying a Chanel CF bag, and appeared before everyone. Upon realizing it was her who had emerged from the vehicle, all the girls in front of the dormitory fell into a stunned silence, particularly those from the accounting department in her class, who were utterly dumbfounded. Could it be? Wasn't Jingwen the girlfriend of Yao Yuan? How could she possibly be kept by someone else? If she were to be supported, it should be by that very Yao Yuan. Before the girls could fully process the situation, Yao Yuan suddenly opened the car door and stepped out. After greeting a few girls from their class with a wave, he turned to Lu Jingwen and said, Jingwen, if I don't make it to class this afternoon, could you ask Zhou Su and the others to help me with the assignments? He was clarifying the situation for Lu Jingwen, ensuring that no one misunderstood her as being kept by a wealthy benefactor, which could lead to rampant rumors. Understood. Drive carefully, Lu Jingwen replied with a nod. Subsequently, Yao Yuan lowered himself back into the car and drove away. As soon as the Audi A8 departed, the girls from the class rushed over, surrounding Lu Jingwen with a flurry of questions. Jingwen, what is the story with this brand new Audi A8? It can't possibly be a new purchase by Yao Yuan, can it? I heard this luxury vehicle is quite expensive. Didn't he just buy a used Santana 2000 yesterday? How could he afford an Audi A8 today? That's extravagant. Lu Jingwen glanced at them, a sense of pride evident in her demeanor as she nodded. Indeed, this Audi A8 was just purchased by Yao Yuan, costing approximately 1.7 million. According to him, the Audi A8 is mainly for more formal occasions, while the Santana 2000 is for practice. Before she could finish, several girls gasped in astonishment. Spending over 1.7 million on a luxury car for himself and casually giving us a used Santana 2000 for practice? Yao Yuan is incredibly extravagant. Oh no, I have been completely won over by Yao Yuan. I declare him my idol from this day forward. Sigh, had I known Yao Yuan was this lavish, I should have made my move sooner. Jingwen, let us negotiate. You should let him go to me. With that, Xiao Beibei wrapped her arms around Lu Jingwen's, playfully pleading. Lu Jingwen pinched her playfully and retorted, "Get lost, Beibei. One doesn't just give away their boyfriend. Don't worry, I don't mind. Perhaps we could share him. Have some dignity, you crazy woman." Amidst their banter, they entered the dormitory, disappearing from view. The remaining girls in front of the dormitory, however, had yet to recover from the shock they had just experienced. No way, the owner of that Audi A8 is one of our classmates? A student driving an Audi A8 worth over 1.7 million is simply outrageous. Did you see the Chanel CF bag that beautiful girl was holding? Valued at around 40 or 50,000, it must surely have been a gift from her boyfriend. Oh, how I wish to have such an extravagant partner. This scene unfolded before the dormitory soon spread throughout the entire female dormitory building and, before long, reached the entire campus. In no time, the names of Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen were unearthed, and they swiftly became the most renowned campus couple at the university. After departing from the girls' dormitory, Yao Yuan drove directly to the faculty housing area, parking beneath the residence of Professor Huang. Upon securing the vehicle, he did not ascend immediately, but instead placed a phone call to Professor Huang. It would be rather impolite to intrude if Professor Huang and Teacher Lu were enjoying their midday rest. Upon connection, Professor Huang requested that Yao Yuan wait downstairs, as he and Teacher Lu would soon descend to discuss some matters at Professor Lu's residence. Confused, Yao Yuan complied and waited below. In a short while, Professor Huang and Teacher Lu emerged. Upon catching sight of Yao Yuan's brand new Audi A8, they were instantly taken aback. Moments later, Teacher Lu inquired with curiosity, "What is the story behind this new vehicle? Yao Yuan, from whom did you borrow it? If I am not mistaken, this appears to be an Audi A8. Worth around 1 to 2 million. You ought to return such an expensive car. Be cautious not to scratch it." Professor Huang, regaining his composure, gazed at the Audi A8 with eyes alight with admiration. He circled the car, subsequently exclaiming in astonishment, "This is the latest model of the German-imported Audi A8, valued at around 150 to 160,000. I have seen it in automotive magazines. It is the luxury car that every man dreams of possessing. Moreover, this Audi A8 bears a Beijing license plate. Could it possibly belong to some high-ranking official?" As they spoke, both teachers turned their attention to the beaming Yao Yuan. Moments later, he replied with a smile, "Professor Huang, Teacher Lu, this is my new car, which I just purchased today for a little over 1.7 million. When you called earlier, I was driving, hence I could not answer." Unsurprisingly, both teachers were left utterly astonished. "Ah, this is your new car? I must have misheard. My goodness. To buy a luxury vehicle worth 1.7 million without a second thought. Are today's university students truly this extravagant?" Chapter 45. Worse than a prostitute, Yao Yuan drove away from the school's family area, heading straight for Professor Lu's residence outside the West Gate. In the back seat, Associate Professor Huang and Professor Lu were still a bit dazed. Professors Huang and Lu, should you ever require a vehicle, do not hesitate to let me know, Yao Yuan remarked, engaging in conversation with the two educators as he drove. With his words, the two professors finally snapped back to reality. Moments later, Associate Professor Huang jested, "Perhaps it is best if we refrain. We cannot dare to ride in such a luxury vehicle. President Huang's official car is merely an Audi A6. If I were to flaunt your Audi A8 around campus, do you think President Huang would feel a twinge of jealousy and make my life difficult?" Upon hearing this, Professor Lu burst into laughter. "I must admit, Yao Yuan, you are truly extravagant and generous. How did I not realize before that you were quite the affluent second generation?" Yao Yuan chose not to elaborate on whether he was indeed the scion of wealth. To him, fostering such misunderstandings was not entirely undesirable. It was far preferable to reveal that he was a first-generation millionaire, which would inevitably attract undue attention and scrutiny. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and continued, in all seriousness, professors, given that Lu is expecting, it is likely that you will require transportation. Should you need a vehicle, simply let me know, and I will be at your service. Even if I am not on campus, I can arrange for other students in the dormitory to assist. I also have a Santana 2000 parked beneath the dormitory, readily available for use. Unsurprisingly, the two professors were once again taken aback. They exchanged quick glances before nodding in agreement. In that case, I shall not be shy. I will call you when we need a vehicle. However, the Santana 2000 will suffice, mainly to take Lu to the hospital for her prenatal checkup. Understood. Just give me a shout when the time comes. Yao Yuan responded with a nod. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he broached the main topic. Professor Huang, was there a specific reason for your urgent call? Associate Professor Huang nodded, explaining with a hint of annoyance. It's because of your remark about half a door frame adorned with genuine feelings, which has spread like wildfire throughout the university, creating quite a stir and reaching countless ears. You were rather harsh in your criticism, and the woman you scolded is reportedly on the verge of a breakdown. Do you know who she is? While you may have found satisfaction in your outburst, have you considered the repercussions it may bring? With this explanation, Yao Yuan finally grasped the situation. He shook his head disdainfully. That woman, Zhang Qi, was so arrogant as to offer me 1 million for those 2 articles. Was it wrong for me to criticize her as I did? Few have read those articles, and if I am not mistaken, Zhang Qi must have some connection to Professor Zhang. As for the consequences, I haven't thought much about them, but wherever one goes, a thief attempting to plagiarize another's work can never be in the right. Professor Huang and Teacher Lu exchanged a glance, then reluctantly continued the conversation. You are not mistaken. Zhang Qi is indeed the daughter of Professor Zhang, and she serves as an editor for a fashion magazine. Academic misconduct is all too common and is deeply disdained, yet your approach seems rather excessive. As they spoke, Yao Yuan had already arrived at the foot of Professor Lu's building. After parking the car, Professor Huang immediately called Professor Lu. Once they confirmed that both Professor Lu and Professor Ouyang were home, they alighted from the vehicle and ascended the stairs together. During their ascent, Yao Yuan curiously inquired about the situation regarding Zhang Qi, given that she was an editor for a fashion magazine rather than a professional in the realm of economics. Why would she invest 1 million in purchasing those 2 articles? It seemed illogical, if it were claimed that she was buying them for Professor Zhang. Yao Yuan found that hard to believe. Professor Zhang had long since achieved acclaim and held a considerable influence in the academic sphere. He had no need for such articles to embellish his scholarly prowess. In response to Yao Yuan's question, Professor Huang remained tight-lipped, merely stating that he would soon discover the answer. Moments later, they entered Professor Lu's home. Upon entering, Professor Ouyang heartily laughed and patted Yao Yuan on the shoulder. Little Yao, your line about the half-open door adorned with genuine feelings was truly magnificent. Those scoundrels guilty of academic misconduct deserve such a scathing rebuke. This phrase has spread throughout the Tsinghua School of Economics and Management, and someone is surely in for a downfall. Observing Professor Ouyang's exuberance, Professor Lu shook his head in resignation, though he could not conceal the amusement in his eyes. Yao Yuan, still somewhat bewildered, found the smiles on the faces of Professors Ouyang and Lu sufficiently reassuring. It seemed the matter was not as grave as he had initially thought. Realizing this, he let out a sigh of relief. The next moment, he curiously asked, Professor Ouyang, what does this have to do with the Tsinghua School of Economics and Management? Who is in trouble? Teacher Huang just informed me that the woman who wishes to spend 1 million on my article is Professor Zhang's daughter. Is there more to this story than meets the eye? Please enlighten me. As Yao Yuan finished speaking, Professor Lu took over the conversation. Your tongue is indeed sharp. That phrase about the half-open door adorned with genuine feeling strikes at the very core. Allow me to show you something that will clarify the situation. With that, he gestured for Yao Yuan and Professor Huang to sit on the sofa in the living room. Once they were settled, Professor Lu pointed to several newspapers on the coffee table. Little Yao, these are today's editions of the Securities Times and the 21st Century Economic Report. The front page of the Securities Times features a significant article titled Our Stock Market is Entering an Unprecedented Super Bull Market, along with another piece published on the front of the 21st Century Economic Report titled My Observations on the Investment in the Capital's Real Estate Market. Take a good look at these 2 articles. Do they not evoke a sense of familiarity? Following his words, Yao Yuan glanced at the newspapers on the coffee table. Very well, Professor Lu, he replied, picking up the Securities Times to begin reading. Indeed, on the front page of the Securities Times, There indeed exists an article titled "Our Stock Market is Entering an Unprecedented Super Bull Market." Upon reading it, Yao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. The article bore the signature of an individual named Lin Jianfeng. However, the opening lines of this piece bore a striking resemblance to his own article. The Super Bull market may be approaching, differing only in a few words while conveying the identical meaning. The first chart presented in the article was one that Yao Yuan had painstakingly crafted himself, one that could not be found in any literature. At this realization, Yao Yuan understood all too well what had transpired. It was evident that his substantial article, "The Super Bull Market May Be Approaching," had been plagiarized. Moreover, this Lin Jianfeng had acted swiftly, promptly publishing the article in the Securities Times, thus solidifying the matter as a fact. As for that foolish woman Zhang Qi, she was undoubtedly closely tied to Lin Jianfeng. Her willingness to spend $1 million to acquire these two articles was merely an attempt to silence him and cover up this breach. Upon grasping this, Yao Yuan couldn't help but smirk. Clearly, his remark about the half-closed door frame was spot on, and perhaps even too mild. "Ha ha ha, you truly delivered that insult perfectly," Professor Ouyang exclaimed with laughter, joined by Professor Liu and others. In the next moment, Associate Professor Huang handed over another newspaper. "Yao Yuan, take a look at this article titled 'My Insights on the Beijing Real Estate Market.'" This fellow was so indolent he couldn't even be bothered to change a single word, merely altering the title and the author's name. Yao Yuan set aside the Securities Times and picked up the 21st Century Economic Report. Indeed, on the front page of this publication lay the very article, and the phrasing, sentence structure, and charts felt strikingly familiar, given that the article spanned over 4,000 words. This Lin Jianfeng had even serialized it. What was published today was merely the first half. After just a glance, Yao Yuan found himself both infuriated and amused. I was indeed too lenient in my scorn. They are even less refined than the courtesans of the old society. At least the courtesans would have taken the effort to present themselves before entertaining clients. These individuals couldn't even muster that much effort. Hiss! Professor Ouyang and the others collectively gasped, their astonishment palpable. How ruthless! This fellow truly possesses a venomous tongue. Chapter 46. A Family of Loyalty and Valor. As Yao Yuan swiftly perused the two articles in the newspaper, Professor Liu began to elucidate the situation. Zhang Qi is the youngest daughter of Professor Zhang, and this incident should not be closely associated with him, as he is a man who values his reputation greatly. The individual referred to as Lin Jianfeng is Zhang Qi's husband. The couple had only wed last spring festival, a ceremony we attended. Lin Jianfeng returned from the United States 2 years ago, a PhD graduate who has taken a position at Tsinghua University, emerging as a rising star in the field of economics with a modest degree of fame. However, I never anticipated that he could stoop to such despicable acts. He appears to be nothing more than a charlatan. Professor Ouyang disdainfully nodded, interjecting, "I found that young man unseemly at the wedding. He is nothing but a yellow-skinned traitor." Not just Lin Jianfeng, the entire Lin family are of the same ilk. None of them are virtuous. At this juncture, she abruptly turned her gaze to Yao Yuan. "Surely you are aware of the illustrious Dream Group, a business that the Lin family has acquired through unscrupulous means. The Lin family wields considerable influence domestically, and due to this affair, you might have to endure some pressure." Yao Yuan paused momentarily, then dismissively shook his head. "Oh, so it is the illustrious Lin family known for their loyalty and valor. No wonder they are so affluent, casually offering $1 million to purchase my two articles. But what of it? I do not lack that $1 million. And even if the Lin family possesses great influence, they cannot distort the truth." Upon hearing this, the professors were momentarily taken aback. A family of loyalty and valor? What a curious expression. It sounds almost sardonic. Yao Yuan offered no explanation, merely chuckled softly. In the next moment, Professor Ouyang nodded appreciatively, saying, "You possess integrity, Yao Yuan. The worth of your two articles far exceeds $1 million. It is precisely this value that has attracted the attention of that little scoundrel from the Lin family." As they spoke, Yao Yuan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from his mother. He glanced at the screen and informed Professor Liu and the others that he would step onto the balcony to take the call. Once connected, his mother's anxious voice immediately came through. "Xiao Yuan, have you seen today's Securities Times and 21st Century Economic Report? If not, you must check them quickly. Those two pivotal articles you wrote have been plagiarized by a scoundrel named Lin Jianfeng and published in those esteemed newspapers." Yao Yuan chuckled derisively and proceeded to provide her with an overview of the situation. "Mother, I am already aware of this matter. I just read the articles published in those newspapers. You are entirely correct. My work has indeed been plagiarized. But do not worry, I am currently at Professor Lu's house, discussing with several professors how to address this situation. With a sigh of relief, his mother seemed to relax a bit. Following this, Yao Yuan offered her a few words of comfort to alleviate her anger and worry. At her insistence, he returned to the living room, handed his phone to Professor Lu, and facilitated a conversation between his mother and the professor. After concluding the call with his mother, Yao Yuan resumed discussions with the professors regarding strategies to tackle this issue. After a brief discussion, Professor Lu suddenly remarked, I surmise that Lin Jianfeng is likely unaware that these two articles have been published in the State Council Internal Reference and Central Internal Reference. If he were aware, even with several lifetimes of courage, he would not dare to plagiarize. I shall give old Zhang a call. He may also be oblivious to this matter. With that, he rose and headed towards his study. Professor Ouyang, however, let out a cold laugh. Just wait and see. A most thrilling spectacle is sure to unfold. In a luxurious villa in the western suburbs, Zhang Qi was in a fit of rage, cursing like a madwoman. In over 20 years of my life, I have never been so publicly humiliated. To dare label me as a half-closed door whore, I shall ensure the sharp-tongued scoundrel pays dearly. He will never obtain his degree from the university, and I swear I shall not rest until I avenge this insult. The scene of her hysteria left Professor Zhang's countenance ashen with fury. As a father, he could not bear to see his beloved daughter, Zhang Qi, being verbally assaulted in such a manner. What was even more infuriating was the cruel nature of the insult, which had swiftly spread throughout the university and the School of Economics and Management at Tsinghua University. From that moment on, wherever Zhang Qi and Lin Jianfeng went, they would be subjected to scornful whispers and derision from countless onlookers. The venomous curse was indeed too malicious. Seated on the sofa, Lin Jianfeng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot, his anger nearly palpable. At that moment, Professor Zhang, suppressing his rage, spoke up. I wonder what you all are thinking. Did you not notice who the third author of those two papers is? It is Lu Qinhui, a renowned expert in economic finance, whom that little rascal Yao Yuan has shamelessly used as a shield. How dare you publish an article co-authored by Lu Qinhui without altering a single word? As he spoke, Lin Jianfeng's expression soured further, revealing hints of resentment. Zhang Qi remained unrepentant, defiantly justifying her actions. Jianfeng is on the verge of being promoted to associate professor. We need these two significant articles to enhance his credentials. I thought I could settle the first author with money, and as for Lu Qinhui, he is merely a FAAD and should not pose a problem. But who would have guessed that the rascal named Yao would be so reckless? Just then, Professor Zhang's phone rang unexpectedly. He pulled it out to check, and his expression shifted dramatically. It was Lu Qinhui, likely coming to demand accountability. Do not speak. I shall handle this. Despite the awkwardness, he answered the call. Zhang Qi and Lin Jianfeng exchanged worried glances. Before long, Professor Zhang hung up, his face even more grim, and a hint of fear flickering in his eyes. He slumped onto the sofa, looking utterly disheartened. Observing his demeanor, both Zhang Qi and Lin Jianfeng felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Father, what has transpired? What did Lu Qinhui say? With Zhang Qi's inquiry, Professor Zhang finally regained his composure. The next moment, he anxiously declared, Jianfeng, immediately retract those two articles from the newspapers and issue a public apology. The sooner, the better. By any means necessary, find someone to take the blame at both newspapers, whether it be an editorial or layout error. Make sure to distance ourselves from those articles. Act swiftly, or you will face grave trouble, perhaps even jeopardizing your standing in the field of economics. His fervent demeanor startled both Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Qi. Father, what on earth has happened? Is it truly that severe? Professor Zhang glanced helplessly at the two bewildered individuals. Is it truly that severe? Of course it is. Do you realize that these two articles were published in the State Council Internal Reference and Central Internal Reference last week, garnering high-level attention? However, due to the extreme confidentiality of these top-tier internal references, the articles have not circulated widely and are instead poised for public release at an opportune moment. A gasp of astonishment escaped Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Qi, both of whom leapt from the sofa in shock, particularly Lin Jianfeng, whose complexion turned ashen, his eyes wide with fear. At that moment, his phone rang. He retrieved it, trembling as he said, It's a call from my father. He must be aware of this situation. Zhang Qi, in a daze, murmured to himself, That little rascal is only a junior in college. What qualifications does he possess to publish 2 articles in the Central Internal Reference and State Council Internal Reference? Professor Zhang regarded the 2 disoriented youths and sighed in resignation. Regardless of what unfolds next, you must remember, under no circumstances should you engage with that little scoundrel, Yao Yuan. Lu Qinwei just mentioned that in a few days, the office may have him report. Unsurprisingly, both Zhang Qi and Lin Jianfeng were once again taken aback, their eyes turning red with envy. Lin Jianfeng's phone continued to ring incessantly. After a brief moment of astonishment, he finally answered the call. As soon as he did, a barrage of furious exclamations erupted from the other end of the line. Chapter 47. Life and Death. Indifference to challenges the following morning. As soon as he emerged from the dormitory, Yao Yuan hastened to a nearby newsstand to purchase 2 copies of the day's newspapers. Unsurprisingly, these papers were the Securities Times and the 21st Century Business Herald. Prominently displayed on the front pages of both publications was a public apology statement. The content of these apologies bore a striking resemblance to one another, attributing the blunder to the negligence of the editorial staff, who had mistakenly published 2 articles that were not meant for public release. More significantly, each newspaper erroneously credited these articles to the same author, a rising star in the field of economics and a young faculty member at Tsinghua University's School of Economics and Management, Lin Jianfeng. Lin Jianfeng himself stepped forward to clarify that these articles were not his work, but rather the product of a student from a rival institution. Both newspapers, along with Lin Jianfeng, expressed their regret over the error, offered sincere apologies to the original author, and pledged appropriate compensation to mitigate any adverse effects. However, throughout the entire ordeal, they conspicuously omitted any mention of Yao Yuan's name. After swiftly perusing the 2 apology statements, a sardonic smile crept across Yao Yuan's face. As rumored, the Lin family's influence was indeed formidable, and their response was impressively swift. Their willingness to publicly apologize demonstrated a remarkable adaptability. No wonder they thrived in such turbulent waters. After a moment of inward mockery, Yao Yuan took out his phone to call his parents, seeking to clarify the situation. Fortunately, his parents had already seen the public apologies. Although they remained indignant, they were somewhat reassured. Subsequently, Yao Yuan contacted Associate Professor Huang and Professor Lu to explain the circumstances through alternative channels. Both professors had already been informed and were aware of the situation. Chairman Lin and Professor Zhang had personally called Professor Lu to apologize and provide an explanation. Echoing the statements made in the newspapers, they adopted a humble stance, hoping to let the matter fade away without further discussion. Chairman Lin even offered a sum of money as compensation to Yao Yuan, but Professor Lu rejected it outright. Additionally, Lin Jianfeng had called Associate Professor Huang, feigning innocence as he portrayed himself as an unwitting victim, victimized by a few opportunists eager to ingratiate themselves with his family. Listening to the professor's recounting of the events, Yao Yuan's disdain for the Lin family's duplicitous nature deepened. After concluding the phone calls, Yao Yuan intended to meet Lu Jingwen for breakfast. At that moment, he received 2 text messages from Professor Zhang. Demonstrating a sense of decorum, Professor Zhang preferred to text rather than call, seeking to clarify his stance. Xiao Yao, I sincerely apologize for the situation regarding those 2 articles. This was a result of my oversight. I only became aware of the matter afterward. Had I known sooner, this incident would never have occurred. Upon reading the message, Yao Yuan promptly replied with a text of his own. I have never lodged a complaint against you, Professor Zhang. Given your esteemed position in academia, it is inconceivable that you would engage in such behavior. I have seen the apology statements published in the Securities Times and the 21st Century Business Herald. Since the other party has expressed remorse, we may consider this matter settled. Nevertheless, in his heart, he is acutely aware of the reality. This incident will certainly not be brushed aside. He has irrevocably established enmity with the Lin family. Given the opportunity, Lin Jianfeng will undoubtedly retaliate, even if he himself is the one who plagiarized the article. Those who shamelessly engage in such conduct possess no discernible sense of right and wrong. It is also quite possible that Professor Zhang will seek opportunities to undermine him in order to avenge his daughter. However, Yao Yuan remains unfazed by these considerations. Life and death hold little weight for him. If one is unwilling to accept it, one must fight back. As he made his way toward the girls' dormitory, the 2 public apology statements in the Securities Times and the 21st Century Business Herald had already garnered considerable attention. The publication of those 2 articles yesterday immediately sparked a significant uproar, attracting countless gazes. Particularly in the real estate and stock markets of the capital, There were numerous cheers. Yet, no one anticipated such a dramatic reversal within just one day. A discerning eye could easily discern the truth of the matter. Clearly, Lin Jianfeng had plagiarized someone else's work, only to be swiftly countered, thus compelled to issue a public apology. Although many understood the situation, few were willing to articulate it openly or engage in discussions regarding the plagiarism incident. Concurrently, curiosity about the students from the finance university who authored those 2 articles was palpable. Before long, Yao Yuan arrived at the base of the girls' dormitory. Having received a text message in advance, Lu Jingwen happened to descend from above, accompanied by Wang Xinran and another classmate. Upon their encounter, Lu Jingwen inquired with concern, "How has the situation regarding those 2 articles been handled?" What was their response? Yao Yuan raised the newspaper in his hand dismissively and replied, "That fellow named Lin Jianfeng and the 2 newspapers issued an apology today, indicating that those 2 articles were not his work. These shameless individuals have merely scapegoated 2 unfortunate souls to bear the brunt of this plagiarism incident. On the surface, it may seem as though this matter has been resolved, but I believe it is far more complex." As he spoke, Lu Jingwen and the others had already taken 2 copies of the newspaper and began to peruse them. Upon seeing the 2 apology statements, Lu Jingwen let out a sigh of relief. However, Wang Xinran and her companions wore expressions of dismay. Those 2 articles could have fetched $1 million. What a lucrative opportunity you've thrown away without hesitation. $1 million could buy 2 modest apartments of about 50 square meters each. How regrettable to let it slip away. Everyone in our class is fixated on buying property, almost to the point of obsession. Yao Yuan glanced at Wang Xinran and the others and gently shook his head. What do you know? The value of those 2 articles far exceeds 1 million. Even if it were 10 million, I would not part with them. Enough of that. Let us go have breakfast. It's on me. Subsequently, he guided Lu Jingwen and the others towards the restaurant. Just as they had taken a few steps, Wang Xinran caught up with them. Her voice brimming with excitement as she whispered, "Yao Yuan, I've finally managed to persuade my parents. They are planning to come to the capital in the next couple of days to assess the situation and decide whether to invest in a property. However, they still harbor some reservations, so I hope you can lend your persuasive tongue to encourage them." After a moment of contemplation, Yao Yuan smiled and replied, "No matter how eloquently I speak, it pales in comparison to a first-hand investigation. When your parents arrive in the capital, it would be best for you to take them for an on-site visit to truly grasp the fervent state of the real estate market here. Once they witness the actual conditions of the market, there will be no need for persuasion. They will undoubtedly make the right choice." Wang Xinran paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "All right, you make a valid point. I shall follow your strategy and take them to understand the real circumstances." As soon as she finished speaking, another girl chimed in, "Yao Yuan, we several girls from the countryside have decided to unite in purchasing a property. We will pool our funds for the down payment and seek loans together, and we might need your assistance. Regarding the matter of buying a home, we are completely clueless." Without the slightest hesitation, Yao Yuan nodded affirmatively. "No problem, Chen Feifei. I can assist you throughout the entire home buying process. However, I must remind you that you must keep your funds secure. Do not hand them over to me or anyone else. Before the property transfer procedures are completed, anyone who asks for your money is a fraud. Just give them a good slap." "Ha ha ha, understood," Qian Feifei replied with a smile. And Lu Jingwen and the others joined in laughter. As they conversed, they had already entered the restaurant and headed towards breakfast together. Chapter 48. A grand spectacle noon at the capital airport. Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen arrived to greet the elderly Lu couple, who had flown back to the capital once again. As he led them to the parking lot and casually opened the door of his Audi A8, the couple was left utterly astonished. "Xiao Yao, what is the story behind this Audi A8? And it's a new car. We are so familiar with each other. There was no need to borrow such an extravagant vehicle to pick us up," old Lu remarked in surprise. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Jingwen burst into laughter. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and offered a brief explanation. "Uncle, Auntie, this Audi A8 is not borrowed. I purchased it just a few days ago. I find myself using a car quite frequently, and relying on others' vehicles is rather inconvenient, so I decided to buy my own." "Ah," the Lu couple gasped in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. They were aware of the prestige of the Audi A8, especially old Lu, who immediately recognized it as a German-imported model, with a price tag of at least several 100,000 yuan upon delivery. The sheer extravagance of such a luxury vehicle, purchased so casually, was indeed astonishing. Moreover, The fact that this lavish car belonged to a third-year university student only added to the incredulity. Aside from the fabled offspring of the wealthy and the politically connected, which university student drives a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan to class? They had never heard of such a thing. Amidst their shock, the Liu couple felt a surge of pride. They were delighted for their daughter to have found such an exceptional boyfriend. Just then, Lu Jingwen interjected, "Dad, Mom, I accompanied Yao Yuan to the dealership to purchase this Audi A8, which cost over 1.7 million yuan. From now on, the front passenger seat will be my exclusive domain." In addition to the Audi A8, Yao Yuan had also acquired a nearly new Santana 2000, parked beneath their dormitory. There's even a Santana 2000. The Liu couple was once again taken aback. "Uncle, Auntie, please get in the car. Let us head back to school," Yao Yuan said, prompting the elderly couple to finally register what was happening. They exchanged swift glances, each seeing the other's astonishment reflected in their eyes. Next, they opened the car doors and settled into the back seat, while Yao Yuan stowed their luggage in the trunk. He then joined Lu Jingwen in the front, and they swiftly departed the airport, racing towards the city. As they drove out of the parking lot and onto the airport expressway, the Liu couple soon noticed something peculiar. The other vehicles on the road seemed to maintain a deliberate distance, hesitant to draw near to their car, particularly during moments of traffic congestion. The cars trailing behind kept a considerable distance, as if they were intentionally keeping away from this luxurious vehicle. Even the occasional appearance of other luxury cars and sports cars mirrored this behavior. Observing this scene, the Liu couple could not help but express their bewilderment. "Xiao Yao, what is with the other vehicles around us? Why are they all keeping their distance? It's as if they are avoiding your car," old Liu inquired. Yao Yuan nodded, a hint of pride in his voice as he offered a brief explanation. "Such circumstances are quite commonplace. The reason other vehicles maintain a distance is due to the license plate of my car. My vehicle bears the Jing'e plate, issued in 1994 and no longer distributed after 1996. In the streets of the capital, an Audi adorned with a Jing'e license plate is regarded as a symbol of privilege, particularly the Audi A8, which few dare to provoke." With this clarification from Yao Yuan, Mr. and Mrs. Liu finally understood. However, they couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could it be that Yao Yuan's family possesses significant connections, belonging to the so-called privileged class? After some idle chatter, Yao Yuan transitioned to the main topic. "Uncle and Aunt, we have received confirmed news that the implementation of the nearby enrollment policy for primary and secondary schools in the capital is under discussion at the Education Committee. I wonder how prepared you are. If possible, it would be best to finalize the house purchase soon to prevent any leaks that could drive up housing prices, thereby increasing costs." As Yao Yuan drove, he elaborated on the relevant details. In the next moment, Mr. Liu responded with surprise, "Your information is quite timely. Once this policy is enacted, housing prices in the capital are bound to soar. We have prepared all the necessary documents and proofs and have scheduled an appointment for tomorrow to secure a mortgage for those properties." Yao Yuan nodded and promptly added, "Very well, Uncle and Aunt. Tomorrow I will drive you to handle the mortgage. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, Xiao Yao. We can take care of it ourselves," they replied. "Please, do not be so courteous. It is my duty. Besides, I would like to explore other properties as I intend to purchase 5 more. Unsurprisingly, Mr. and Mrs. Liu were once again taken aback. Approximately an hour later, Yao Yuan returned to the school. After dropping off Mr. and Mrs. Liu at the guest house, he bid them farewell. No sooner had he left than Mr. and Mrs. Liu seized Lu Jingwen, commencing their inquiries. "Dear, what exactly does Yao Yuan's family do? It seems they have inexhaustible wealth, which is a bit alarming. A college student, spending over 1.7 million on an Audi A8, and purchasing houses as if they were mere groceries. It's utterly unimaginable." Lu Jingwen glanced at her parents and shrugged with a smile. "I truly have no idea. Yao Yuan spends money as if it were flowing water. Whether on houses or cars, he pays in full without batting an eye. But you can rest assured of one thing. Yao Yuan personally assured me that all his funds are entirely legitimate, with no fear of any investigations." Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Liu genuinely breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the best scenario. They feared it might be a false hope and were even more concerned about her being implicated. After spending some time in the room, Lu Jingwen finally departed for her dormitory. Before long, it was already the second period of the afternoon. Just as the class concluded, Associate Professor Huang unexpectedly entered the room. Upon entering, he directly gestured for Yao Yuan to come over. "Yao Yuan, come here for a moment. I need to discuss something with you." "Certainly, Professor Huang." Yao Yuan replied with a nod, promptly grabbing his backpack and heading towards the door. Approaching him, Associate Professor Huang led him out of the classroom to a relatively secluded spot for their conversation. Upon coming to a halt, Associate Professor Huang presented a folder to him. This contains your previously written application for party membership. Lu and I have refined it a bit. You may copy it verbatim and submit it through the proper channels. Afterwards, send me a message, and I will oversee the subsequent matters. Understood. Thank you both. Yao Yuan replied with a smile as he accepted the folder and casually tucked it into his bag. In the next moment, Associate Professor Huang continued. I just received a call from Professor Lu, urging you to prepare diligently for the presentation this Saturday afternoon at the Great Hall. The audience will not only include leaders from the Office of the General Office, but also officials from the National Development and Reform Commission, the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development, and other national ministries, including a few high-ranking leaders. Moreover, numerous economic experts participating in this National Economic and Financial Conference will likely attend as well. Professor Lu advised you to refrain from withholding any information and to express all that you have not included in your article. Seize this opportunity to speak freely. Yao Yuan stood there, utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with astonishment. After a moment, he whispered in disbelief, Goodness! Such a grand occasion. This is truly intimidating. With such a high-stakes presentation, I fear my mind will go blank, and I won't be able to utter a word. Hearing this, Associate Professor Huang chuckled in amusement. Enough. Stop acting in front of me. With your audacious demeanor, you'll handle any situation with ease, regardless of its magnitude. The reason this presentation has garnered such significance is partly due to Lin Jianfeng's actions, albeit inadvertently. His act of plagiarism inadvertently amplified the influence of those two articles, allowing many to see them in advance and causing quite a stir. However, do exercise caution. There may be experts and scholars present who could challenge you. Yao Yuan chuckled lightly, then boldly waved his hand. No worries. When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water arrives, I shall build a dam. Regardless of their origins or intentions, I will find a way to manage. Observing his demeanor, Associate Professor Huang shook his head with a smile. What did I tell you? You, my friend, will not flinch at the sight of an audience. Chapter 49, 5 more sets Friday morning. Yao Yuan drove the Lu family to the IGR real estate office located beside the Renmin University attached primary school. Upon arriving in a brand new Audi A8 valued at over 1.7 million, Zhang, who had stepped out to greet them accompanied by 2 sales associates, was momentarily taken aback. The striking Jing-A license plate only intensified the impact on her. As they traversed the bustling streets of the capital daily, they understood all too well what an Audi A8 with such a plate signified. The appearance of this luxury vehicle elevated Yao Yuan's status in their eyes, cloaking his identity in an air of mystery, precisely the effect Yao Yuan sought to achieve. After all, how could a mere university student command the respect of seasoned professionals adept in the ways of society? After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Li ushered Yao Yuan and his party into the office, leading them directly to the conference room. Once seated, Old Lu provided a brief overview of their situation and produced various documents and proofs necessary for the loan application, including salary statements. Zhang Li reviewed these materials and nodded, saying, Mr. Lu, your documentation is exceedingly thorough. Securing a mortgage will pose no issue. I will have one of my associates explain the loan particulars before we proceed with the subsequent steps. With that, she summoned a sales associate to introduce the Lu couple to the mortgage process. Turning her attention to Yao Yuan, she smiled and whispered, Mr. Yao, the renovation work on your several properties commenced yesterday and will be completed by this weekend. We have utilized environmentally friendly paint for the walls, and once they dry, the units will be ready for rental. Hearing her update, Yao Yuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you for your assistance. Once the renovations are complete, I shall come by to assess the situation. I will settle the renovation fees then, and I will also require your help in renting out those properties. Zhang Li eagerly nodded in agreement. She then retrieved her laptop and displayed images of the renovations for the properties, detailing which unnecessary furniture had been discarded and what had been retained. She also shared updates regarding the properties purchased by the parents of Zhou Su and others, as well as the status of those currently undergoing the loan process. Under Yao Yuan's influence, many parents of his classmates had purchased homes through this real estate office in the vicinity. After acquiring the properties, they entrusted the office to manage rentals in order to earn rental income. In just over a week, Zhang Li and her team had secured the leasing rights for over 20 to 30 properties. Moreover, they successfully rented out several units, transferring the rental income to various parents while earning substantial commissions for themselves. Given these circumstances, Zhang Li placed even greater importance on Yao Yuan, her esteemed client, eager to cater to his every need. After she concluded her presentation, Yao Yuan offered a few words of praise before seamlessly shifting the conversation. Manager Zhang, I intend to purchase 5 additional old houses, adhering to the same conditions as the previous 5. I will be making the purchases in full payment. The location need not be strictly near the Zhongguancun 3rd Primary School or the Renmin University attached primary school. Properties surrounding the Zhongguancun 1st and 2nd primary schools are also acceptable. If you have such listings, please present them to me. If not, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in locating suitable options swiftly, as this transaction may otherwise be seized by other real estate agencies. Are you planning to acquire 5 more properties? Zhang Li exclaimed, her face instantly lighting up with excitement. She quickly nodded in agreement. Mr. Yao, we sincerely hope you will entrust this business to our agency. We are committed to delivering the most satisfactory results for you. We possess several properties that may meet your requirements. If they do not satisfy you, I will promptly dispatch an agent to other branches to gather listings from various neighborhoods. As she spoke, she swiftly retrieved a property listing from her laptop and began to showcase it. This particular property had just been listed yesterday. Situated directly opposite the north gate of the Renmin University attached primary school, with an available school placement that had never been utilized. The only drawback was that it exceeded 60 square meters, but for Yao Yuan, this was hardly a concern. He was primarily interested in the school placement. He quickly reviewed the details and nodded in approval. This property seems acceptable. I will take it. Please arrange a meeting with the owner to discuss the transaction. Aside from this Saturday, I am available at any other time. Let us meet at your agency, and then proceed to view the property. Zhang Li and her associate were momentarily taken aback, their expressions one of astonishment. Was this truly how one acquires a property valued in the hundreds of thousands? It seemed almost too casual, akin to purchasing groceries. Recovering from her surprise, Zhang Li excitedly nodded, saying, "Very well, Mr. Yao. I will ensure everything is arranged accordingly. Now, let us look at the next property. This one is adjacent to the Zhongguancun 2nd primary school." With that, she retrieved another property listing and began to introduce its details. Before long, it was approximately 11:30 a.m. Yao Yuan and his companions exited the Ijia real estate office and drove to the China Construction Bank branch in Zhongguancun to process the mortgage. Accompanying them were the original owners of the properties, there to assist with the loan procedures. At that moment, the elderly Lu couple and the original owners were engaged in the loan application, while Zhang Li provided guidance from the side. In a corner of the room, Yao Yuan was quietly conversing and joking with a middle-aged man in his 30s. This gentleman, named Huang Yuan, was an alumnus of the accounting department at the University of Finance and Economics and currently served as a credit manager at this branch. Yao Yuan had met Huang Yuan while accompanying his uncle to secure a housing loan, and they had hit it off quite well. Upon discovering that they were both alumni, Yao Yuan had subsequently referred several parents of his classmates to Huang Yuan for their mortgage needs, thereby generating significant business for him. As their interactions increased, their familiarity and rapport deepened. Huang Yuan recognized the substantial potential Yao Yuan possessed, as well as the advantages he could bring, making him eager to maintain a connection with him. During a casual conversation, Huang Yuan cast a glance at Lu Jingwen, who stood behind the elderly couple, and with a smile, softly remarked, "Xiao Yao, this stunning beauty must be your girlfriend. She is indeed lovely and possesses an admirable figure. No wonder you are so attentive." "Indeed, she is my girlfriend and a classmate," Xiao Yao replied. "So she is a junior. How fortunate you are to have her close by. The caliber of female students in the accounting college has greatly improved compared to my time." Speaking of juniors, Xiao Yao mentioned that a group of students, accompanied by their parents, had been coming to secure home loans, or even applying for loans themselves. He requested, within the bounds of legality and compliance, for some consideration in their cases. As the conversation shifted, Xiao Yao broached the main topic. Huang Yuan paused for a moment, then, in astonishment, whispered, "What on earth has transpired? Why are the parents of your classmates, or even students who have yet to graduate, the ones you are recommending for home loans? Is it now fashionable for students at the financial university to purchase homes before graduating? Or am I simply out of touch with the current trends?" Xiao Yao glanced at the senior and offered a brief explanation. The rationale was rather straightforward. He observed that housing prices in the capital were surging rapidly, with daily increases becoming more pronounced. Thus, he encouraged everyone to invest in real estate as soon as possible, even if it meant taking out loans. This would serve not only as an investment, but also as a future residence after graduation. Moreover, he had evaluated the feasibility of purchasing older properties to rent out, discovering that the rental income could comfortably cover the mortgage payments. Consequently, the cost of holding a property would be nearly negligible, while one could reap substantial profits from the swift appreciation in property values. Why not seize such an opportunity? He then succinctly shared his thoughts without concealing anything from Huang Yuan. He harbored no reservations about allowing Huang Yuan to partake in this lucrative venture. Such collaboration would undoubtedly facilitate smoother transactions at the bank in the future. Huang Yuan, utterly bewildered, stared at Xiao Yao in disbelief. After Xiao Yao concluded his explanation, he remained silent for a considerable time before eventually exclaiming, "Your university classmates are incredibly fortunate to have someone like you guiding them to wealth. They can earn money while reclining. If only I had a classmate like you back in my day, I would have thrived and lived a life far more prosperous than I do now." Chapter 50. Confidence under Huang Yuan's guidance, Lao Lu's mortgage process proceeded remarkably smoothly. He dispersed the substantial down payment across several regulatory accounts and now awaited the review and disbursement of funds, which would take approximately 15 working days. Given the currently exceptionally lenient mortgage policies, even though Lao Lu and his wife were from out of town, as long as the property they intended to purchase was located in the capital, there was no reason for the bank to deny their application. In fact, the review might even be completed in less than 15 days. Once approved, and the bank released the funds, the several properties Lao Lu and his wife had set their sights on would be firmly secured. Having completed the mortgage application, it coincided perfectly with the noon closing time. At this moment, the landlords had all departed, leaving only Yao Yuan, Zhang Li, and Huang Yuan in the room. Yao Yuan glanced at the time and smiled, suggesting, "Brother Huang, it's time for lunch. Let's go eat together. I've booked a private room at the Shangri-La. This will be a great opportunity for us to strengthen our bond. And I have some matters I wish to discuss with you." After a brief contemplation, Huang Yuan nodded in agreement. "All right, Yao Yuan, but this meal is on me. I graduated several years before you. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to treat me." However, Yao Yuan shook his head with a smile. "Please, there's no need for formalities. I am the one seeking your assistance and wisdom today, so it is only fitting that I treat you. Next time we dine together, you can invite me then. I will certainly be seeking your guidance often in the future, so we will have plenty of opportunities to share meals." With this, Huang Yuan did not insist further. Soon after, they gathered their belongings and exited the office, heading towards the Shangri-La. Yao Yuan's invitation to dine at a 5-star hotel served not only to foster camaraderie, but also to lay groundwork for future interactions. In the coming period, many parents of classmates in their cohort would be purchasing properties in Haitian and would require assistance with loans. Thus, it was essential to cultivate a good relationship with a senior like Huang Yuan, who held the position of manager in the credit department of a construction bank. Under lawful and compliant circumstances, there was a wealth of potential business waiting to be seized, which Huang Yuan could not possibly refuse. As they spoke, they exited the bank and beheld Yao Yuan's German-imported Audi A8, distinguished by its Beijing license plate. Huang Yuan was unsurprisingly taken aback. "Xiao Yao, is this your car? I must be mistaken." Yao Yuan nodded gently. "Indeed, Brother Huang, this is my car. I just bought it a couple of days ago." Huang Yuan paused for a moment, then expressed his admiration. "Are current students of Financial University this impressive? A mere student, not yet graduated, driving a luxury German Audi A8 worth over 100,000. And with a Beijing license plate no less." He circled the Audi A8, his admiration evident as he continued to exclaim in awe. The way he regarded Yao Yuan had noticeably shifted. Yao Yuan's stature in his eyes had significantly increased. After exchanging a few playful remarks, they finally got into the car and set off towards Shangri-La, where they enjoyed a lavish lunch. During the meal, Yao Yuan succinctly introduced his initiative to encourage their classmates to inform their parents about the opportunities for investment in real estate in the capital. Moreover, the majority of parents have already been swayed and have commenced their inquiries into the property market of the capital, even securing several properties. Listening to his introduction, both Huang Yuan and Zhang Li were visibly excited, their eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. In this matter, they perceived a plethora of opportunities. Even contemplating their own foray into real estate speculation, Additionally, Yao Yuan broached the topic of collaborating with those classmates whose financial circumstances were relatively modest, inquiring about the possibility of securing a mortgage. After contemplating his words for a moment, Huang Yuan did not provide a definitive answer, merely stating that the issue was manageable. Subsequently, when Yao Yuan mentioned that if those classmates and their parents were ultimately unable to secure a mortgage, he was willing to leverage his own property as collateral. Both Huang Yuan and Zhang Li were left dumbfounded. Even Mr. and Mrs. Liu appeared utterly astonished. Yao Yuan, it seems the bond among you classmates is truly admirable. However, is this not a bit too reckless? What if property prices decline? Would that not result in significant losses for you and potentially strain your friendships? Huang Yuan remarked, astonishment lacing his voice alongside a hint of caution. Before he could finish, Mr. Liu interjected, Huang is correct, young Yao. How can you casually agree to act as a guarantor for others? It is far too risky. In this day and age, even relatives are hesitant to serve as guarantors, let alone classmates. Yet, Yao Yuan simply chuckled lightly. Uncle Liu, Brother Huang, I appreciate your concern, but I am well aware of what I am undertaking and the inherent risks involved. I previously informed my classmates that I would only assist them with guarantees for a year, and this is a one-time offer. This means that after 1 year, they must sell the property to repay the loan, and my properties will be released from collateral. The reason I am confident in this decision is due to the camaraderie among my classmates, but more importantly, I am certain that property prices in the capital will continue to rise rapidly, ensuring no losses. To put it another way, if necessary, I could reclaim all the properties, and that would yield even greater profits for me. At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. Wow, such confidence! What issues could possibly remain? With their astonishment palpable, Huang Yuan and Zhang Li gazed at Yao Yuan with even greater admiration. Mr. and Mrs. Liu exchanged swift glances, each perceiving a shared surprise in the other's eyes. Thereafter, they engaged in discussions about the capital's real estate market and the process of purchasing properties while relishing delicious dishes. After lunch, Yao Yuan drove the Liu family back to the school, while Huang Yuan and Zhang Li returned to their respective workplaces. Shortly thereafter, Yao Yuan returned to the school. As he parked in front of the guest house, Mr. Liu, sitting in the back seat, suddenly said, Young Yao, thank you for accompanying us in these matters. We plan to fly back to Qian'an the day after tomorrow. Once the mortgage is approved, we will return to finalize the transfer procedures for those properties. Yao Yuan turned to look at the couple, smiling graciously in response. There's no need for formality, Uncle Liu, it's my duty. If you two are not in a hurry, why not stay a few more days in the capital? Jingwen and I can accompany you on your excursions. The matter of purchasing a house is nearly settled. So now you can relax and enjoy. The late autumn in the capital is the most picturesque time of the year, perfect for visiting Xiangshan to admire the crimson leaves or exploring places like the 8 great places in the Western Hills. Before he could finish, Lu Jingwen exuberantly interjected, Indeed, now is the most splendid time to visit Xiangshan, where the mountains are ablaze with fiery foliage, making it a sight worth beholding. Additionally, the scenery at the 8 great places, Yanting Avenue, and other locales is breathtaking. Since you have come to the capital at this opportune moment, do not let it pass you by. Upon hearing this, the elder Liu couple was instantly intrigued. They exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Well, since you speak so highly of it, we shall stay a few more days to wander around and truly savor the beauty of late autumn in the capital. Yao Yuan promptly nodded, saying, You will not regret it. During other seasons, the scenery in the capital pales in comparison to Qian'an, but in late autumn, the tables turn. The beauty of Qian'an cannot rival that of the capital S at this time. I am available to accompany you to enjoy the sights at any time, except for tomorrow afternoon. Lu Jingwen, taken aback, inquired, Why are you unavailable tomorrow afternoon? Do you have plans? Yao Yuan turned to her and briefly explained, Tomorrow afternoon, I must accompany Professor Liu and others for a report, so I won't have time. Where is the report taking place, and what is it about? You never mentioned it before. She pressed. It pertains to the 2 articles I published in the internal reference, and the audience will include leaders from the General Office and several national ministries. It's quite significant. Ah, I see. Then you should go ahead with your report. Tomorrow, I will take my parents to stroll along Yanting Avenue. The ginkgo trees there are magnificent. As Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen exchanged remarks in a casual tone, the elder Liu couple in the back seat felt a tumult of emotions within. Particularly, the mention of leaders from the General Office left them somewhat astonished. They instantly realized the implications of this office. Moments later, As they watched Yao Yuan drive away, standing at the entrance of the guest house, they felt as if they were in a dream. Chapter 51. You young man, indeed, have secrets on Saturday, around 1:30 in the afternoon. At the foot of Professor Lu's building, both Professor Lu and Professor Ouyang were somewhat taken aback as they watched Yao Yuan arrive in his old Santana 2000. Oh, with such a grand occasion today, why haven't you brought along your luxurious imported Audi A8? Yao Yuan, blushing slightly, chuckled in response. It is precisely because today's gathering is somewhat intimidating that I opted not to drive the Audi A8. It is better to maintain a low profile. Upon hearing this, the professors erupted into laughter. Professor Lu then reached out playfully and remarked, "You rascal. You know when to be discreet and when to be ostentatious. That's quite commendable. Many officials' and scholars' vehicles do not compare to your imported Audi A8. If you had taken that luxury car to the report, some might have scrutinized you, and a flamboyant reputation would be inevitable." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they all entered the vehicle. Professor Lu and Professor Ouyang settled into the back seat, while Associate Professor Huang took the passenger seat. However, Yao Yuan did not immediately start the car. Once the three professors were comfortably seated, he promptly retrieved a backpack, opened it, and handed each of them a folder. "These are some thoughts I've pinned down. They are closely related to the two articles, but were not included in them. I would appreciate it if you could review them for any errors or omissions, and see if they can be presented during the report." Professor Lu and Professor Ouyang exchanged glances in the back seat and then burst into laughter. "What did I tell you? This young man is surely hiding something, and indeed he is," they remarked, curious about the treasures he might have concealed, possibly containing some astonishing insights. As they perused the contents, the expressions of the three professors transformed within moments, their faces alight with surprise, even disbelief. After quickly finishing the manuscripts, Professor Ouyang suddenly slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "I never anticipated such a delightful surprise. Yao Yuan, you are truly remarkable. I am certain that if you articulate these ideas during today's report, you will astound the entire audience. You are exceedingly crafty. This is not merely hiding secrets, but concealing a veritable treasure." Professor Lu's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, albeit tinged with concern. "Some of the viewpoints you've proposed are rather radical, once made public. They could provoke significant upheaval. For instance, limiting loan scales for large real estate companies and imposing restrictions on major shareholders of listed companies are exceedingly bold." However, Professor Ouyang held a contrary opinion, sweeping his hand grandly. "Radical is precisely what is needed. Yao Yuan is a vibrant young scholar, not a weary old pedant. Overly cautious and retrospective. Speak your mind freely during the report. Do not hold back. Nothing catastrophic will ensue." "Very well. With your reassurance, I feel much more at ease," Yao Yuan replied with a smile and a nod. Subsequently, he engaged in a brief discussion with three professors before igniting the engine and departing from the location. As he drove out of the community, Professor Lu suddenly remarked, "Xiao Yao, let us head to the administrative building at the school. Principal Huang is also attending the meeting this afternoon, and we shall go together." "Understood," Yao Yuan responded promptly, steering the vehicle towards the west gate and making his way to the administrative building. Upon arriving at the base of the building, Principal Huang and another school leader were descending the stairs. The Audi A6 parked in front of the administrative building indeed paled in comparison to the imported Audi A8. Observing this scene, Yao Yuan quickly pressed the brakes, exited the car, and greeted them. The three professors followed suit, alighting from the vehicle to exchange pleasantries with Principal Huang and his companions. Shortly thereafter, Principal Huang scrutinized Yao Yuan, gently patting his shoulder. "I am already aware of the previous plagiarism incident. There's no need for you to dwell on it. Just perform well today. The school will steadfastly support you. However, your words can be quite biting. You have a way of criticizing that strikes deep. It instills fear in others. Perhaps you should temper it a bit." Ha ha. Laughter erupted, and everyone shared a hearty chuckle. Following this, they all entered their respective vehicles and departed the school, heading directly toward the city's second ring road. Approximately half an hour later, Yao Yuan, alongside Professor Lu and the others, arrived at the entrance of a renowned building located on the west side of the square, where they queued to enter. This building, well known to the public, was hosting a series of national economic and financial work conferences, drawing experts and scholars from across the country. It was for this reason that Yao Yuan had been invited to present. Just as they stood at the entrance, two staff members swiftly approached. One, a 30-something individual, leaned in and quietly inquired, "Excuse me, are you Yao Yuan?" Yes, I am Yao Yuan. How may I assist you? He responded with a smile and a nod. In the next moment, the staff member retrieved a name badge for comparison and handed it over. This is your name badge, Yao Yuan. Please keep it and wear it at all times while in the hall, so that staff can guide you appropriately. Additionally, I must remind you to turn off your mobile phone upon entering the hall. Without prior permission, the use of other electronic devices, including laptops, is prohibited. Yao Yuan casually accepted the name badge and affixed it around his neck, politely nodding. I understand. Thank you for the guidance. I will be mindful. With that, he took his phone from his pocket and removed the battery. Seeing his action, the two staff members chuckled. Very well, Yao Yuan. See you later, they said before turning to enter the auditorium. As soon as they departed, Principal Huang leaned in and whispered, Yao Yuan, your information and photograph were provided to the office staff by the school. Once inside the hall, you must wait a while before your presentation. Be patient and refrain from wandering around. Yao Yuan gently nodded and replied, I understand, Principal Huang. I shall patiently await my turn. And it is a perfect opportunity to organize the content for my upcoming presentation. As his words fell, Professor Ouyang interjected, Yao Yuan, today you must truly shine. This is a fortuitous opportunity for you to make a remarkable impression. If you perform well today, it will undoubtedly bring you substantial benefits. Very well. I shall demonstrate my abilities for you all. Yao Yuan responded with unwavering confidence. As they spoke, they had already passed through 2 rounds of checks and undergone a security screening. Once their identities were verified, they proceeded up the stairs towards the main entrance of the conference hall. At that moment, 2 esteemed scholars, both around 60 years of age and renowned economists, unexpectedly approached them. Yao Yuan not only recognized them, but also knew they hailed from the prestigious Tsinghua Business School. Previously, these economists were unfamiliar with him. But following the recent plagiarism incident, that was no longer the case. Upon reaching them, the 2 economists first greeted Professor Liu and then turned their attention to Yao Yuan. They scrutinized him from head to toe before quietly remarking, So you are Yao Yuan, a truly vibrant young man, quite impressive. Your 2 articles are commendable, well-reasoned, and insightful. They certainly caught my attention. I eagerly anticipate your presentation and hope to hear some substantial insights and innovative perspectives. From the subtly disdainful glances exchanged between them, Yao Yuan perceptively sensed that these economists did not hold him in high regard. As for the reasons behind their judgments, he hardly felt the need to inquire. He dismissed their attitude with courtesy, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am Yao Yuan, a junior from the University of Finance. Thank you both for your kind words, but I am merely a humble student, unworthy of such praise. If I err in my presentation, I would greatly appreciate your direct feedback. Observing his demeanor, which balanced humility and confidence, the 2 experts from Tsinghua paused momentarily, their eyes briefly reflecting a hint of intrigue. In an instant, they had entered the conference hall. As they stepped inside, Professor Ouyang leaned closer and whispered, Yao Yuan, these 2 gentlemen from Tsinghua have a good rapport with the Lin family. They may pose some challenges for you later, so be prepared. Understood, I know how to handle it. Rest assured. Yao Yuan nodded confidently. Chapter 52. A stunning revelation upon entering the Grand Hall. Yao Yuan parted ways with Professor Liu and his colleagues, who proceeded to their meeting, while Yao was escorted by staff to a small reception room to await his turn. The room was sparsely furnished, leaving Yao Yuan alone in solitude. After pouring him a cup of tea, the staff member exited, leaving Yao Yuan to wait in silence for over an hour. Finally, around 3:30 in the afternoon, the door to the reception room swung open once more. Led by a staff member, Professor Liu and Associate Professor Huang entered. Upon their arrival, Yao Yuan promptly rose to greet them. Professor Liu, Associate Professor Huang, have you concluded your meeting? The afternoon session has wrapped up. Now, it's time for your performance. Do not falter. Are you prepared? Professor Liu inquired with a smile. I am fully prepared. You need not worry. I shall not disappoint, Yao Yuan assured confidently. Excellent. With such confidence, let us proceed, Professor Liu replied. Understood, Yao Yuan responded, grabbing his backpack and following them out of the conference room. As they exited, he quietly asked, Professor Liu, should I have the staff make copies of the materials I brought for distribution later? Professor Liu gently shook his head. There is no need for you to concern yourself with that. I have already provided your written materials to the office staff. Whether they require copying and distribution will be decided accordingly. During your presentation, just be mindful not to go too far afield. Of course, I will maintain a proper balance. Yao Yuan replied softly. As they conversed, They arrived at the entrance of a medium-sized conference room. The staff member quickly scanned Yao Yuan's name badge before opening the door. In that moment, Yao Yuan beheld a gathering of 30 to 40 esteemed scholars and experts, many of whom were renowned figures in the fields of economics and finance within the country. On the podium sat several familiar faces frequently seen in the news, including leaders from the Office of the State Council, the National Development and Reform Commission, the China Securities Regulatory Commission, and the Ministry of Housing and Urban-Rural Development. At the center of the podium sat a distinguished man in his 60s, a figure well known to the public. The attendees were engrossed in a discussion of an economic issue, paying little attention to the door of the conference room. Observing the scene within, Yao Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration. Having never encountered such grandeur in either his past life or this one, it was impossible for him not to feel a thrill. However, he quickly composed himself and followed Professor Lu into the conference room. At that moment, all eyes in the room turned towards them, including that of the prominent leader at the center of the podium, who regarded them with a hint of curiosity. Yao Yuan took a deep breath, bowing slightly in acknowledgement without uttering a word. "Ah, old Lu, it appears this is the remarkable student from Financial University, radiating youthful exuberance. This young chap, rumored to be merely a junior, has penned 2 exceptional articles. Quite impressive indeed." Numerous experts and scholars lining the corridor greeted one another while casting curious glances at Yao Yuan, who maintained a composed demeanor, nodding in acknowledgement. In a brief moment, guided by the staff, Professor Lu and Yao Yuan arrived at the side of the podium. The next instant, Professor Lu gently patted Yao Yuan on the shoulder and softly advised him, "Relax, there's no need to be anxious. Even if you do not perform well, it matters not. Who could hold a third-year student to such high standards?" Yao Yuan nodded in understanding, aware that Professor Lu was attempting to alleviate his pressure to prevent any potential mishaps during this significant occasion. In truth, he felt no such necessity. Subsequently, Professor Lu took a seat in the front row, right beside Professor Ouyang, while Associate Professor Huang occupied a seat at the back. As Professor Lu settled in, all eyes converged upon Yao Yuan. "Yao Yuan, there's no need to be nervous. Just relax and treat this as if you were in a classroom at your university. Introduce yourself so everyone can get to know you. Your 2 articles carry considerable weight." The leader presiding over the report smiled as he spoke. Following his words, laughter rippled through the assembly of experts and scholars present in the conference room. As his voice faded, the staff handed the microphone to Yao Yuan. After accepting it, Yao Yuan bowed to the leaders at the podium, then turned to bow to the array of experts and scholars before him. Straightening up, he commenced his self-introduction. "Good afternoon, esteemed leaders, professors, and seniors. My name is Yao Yuan, hailing from Chang'an, currently a third-year student at Yanjing University of Finance and Economics, majoring in accounting." As he began his introduction, his emotions swiftly settled, and he appeared increasingly at ease. Witnessing this, both Professor Lu and Professor Ouyang felt a wave of relief wash over them, their surprise evident. They understood that as long as Yao Yuan maintained this state and performed normally, he would undoubtedly astonish the audience, making a remarkable impression. The leaders and experts present in the conference room were taken aback by Yao Yuan's poised performance. It was quite a rarity for an ordinary third-year student to exhibit such composure in such a grand setting. Regardless of how the forthcoming report would unfold, this remarkable steadiness was already worthy of admiration. In a fleeting moment, Yao Yuan completed his self-introduction. The leader overseeing the report nodded approvingly, stating, "Well done, Yao Yuan. Please proceed to the podium. Everyone is eager to hear your report." He gestured towards the adjacent lectern. However, Yao Yuan did not immediately advance. Instead, he held the microphone and said, "Sir, I request to use my laptop for the presentation as it requires the conference room's projector. I have prepared some PowerPoint slides that will elucidate my viewpoints more effectively and concisely." As he concluded his request, a moment of silence enveloped the room. The office leader then turned to glance at the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister gazed at Yao Yuan with keen interest, then gently nodded. He could acquiesce to the young man's request. His subsequent performance had become increasingly anticipated. Upon receiving instructions, the leader from the office promptly responded, "Very well, Yao Yuan. You may utilize the projector in the conference room, and the staff will assist you with your presentation." "Thank you, sir. I will prepare right away." Yao Yuan replied with a nod. Meanwhile, a staff member approached, carrying his laptop, and handed it over to him. Once in possession of the laptop, Yao Yuan busied himself at the podium while the staff member stood by to assist, or rather, to oversee his efforts. As Yao Yuan immersed himself in his tasks, Professors Lu and Ouyang engaged in a hushed conversation. I truly did not expect that this young man had crafted a PowerPoint presentation for his demonstration. He possesses numerous aces up his sleeve, continually revealing more. Professor Lu remarked with mild exasperation. Haha, Professor Ouyang chuckled lightly. This fellow is quite cunning and adept at concealing his talents. Yet, he consistently surprises us. I have a fondness for this young man. In the midst of their conversation, Yao Yuan completed his setup and commenced his performance. He opened a PowerPoint presentation and, microphone in hand, proclaimed, esteemed leaders and distinguished experts. The reason I stand before you today to present is entirely due to the 2 articles I previously published. These articles are titled An Impending Super Bull Market and Analysis of the Investment Environment in the Capital's Real Estate Market, which merely represent my humble insights. Now, I will integrate these 2 articles to report to all present. Should there be any inaccuracies, I kindly ask for your corrections. First and foremost, let us discuss the currently fervent stock market. This PowerPoint illustrates the trends of our nation's stock market over the past 2 years. Chapter 53. A stunning revelation. Minutes have passed, yet the presentation continues unabated. At the podium, Yao Yuan holds a microphone in one hand and gestures towards the graph projected on the screen with the other, eloquently expounding upon his points as if oblivious to his surroundings. The graph illustrates the stock market trends over the past 3 months, revealing an increasingly pronounced upward trajectory. Building upon his previous 2 articles, he employs meticulously crafted PowerPoint slides, integrating a wealth of detailed economic data and real-world circumstances to elucidate the domestic real estate and stock market conditions in an accessible manner. Occasionally, he interjects with slightly avant-garde remarks that captivate the audience's attention. Initially, many experts and scholars dismissed him, regarding the presentation as inconsequential. They speculated that the articles might have been ghostwritten by Professors Lu and Ouyang, who were merely mentoring a junior. However, as the report progressed, the condescension in their eyes evaporated completely, replaced by a newfound respect. Even the experts from Tsinghua's School of Economics and Management exhibited similar transformations in their demeanor. As the presentation unfolded, the audience became increasingly engrossed, their expressions revealing a hint of astonishment. The way they regarded Yao Yuan shifted dramatically, akin to gazing upon a hidden treasure. The distinguished leaders seated at the center of the dais, along with their colleagues, listened intently, displaying signs of surprise in their eyes. Meanwhile, Professors Lu and Huang, seated in the audience, were visibly thrilled, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had not anticipated Yao Yuan to perform with such exceptional prowess, far surpassing their expectations. In their astonishment, they realized that Yao Yuan was destined to make a remarkable impact. Following this day, Yao Yuan would undoubtedly emerge as a rising star in the realm of domestic economics, garnering widespread acclaim, even before reaching the age of 21. In stark contrast to the brilliant Yao Yuan, Lin Qianfeng's caliber was utterly inconsequential and hardly worth mentioning. This realization dawned on nearly everyone present, particularly the experts with closer ties to the Lin family, who felt a bittersweet taste in their mouths. Initially, they had intended to seize this opportunity to undermine Yao Yuan, but now those thoughts had dissipated. As the presentation neared its conclusion, Yao Yuan remarked on the flourishing state of the real estate market in our country, with property prices surging across various regions, signaling a period of prosperity. The stock market mirrored this trend, having ascended remarkably from 2005 to the present, heralding the impending arrival of a monumental bull market. Yet, it is precisely during such times that we must remain vigilant, preparing for unforeseen risks. With these words, a wave of discussion erupted in the audience. In the next moment, the prominent leader seated at the center of the stage smiled and said, "Yao Yuan, could you elaborate on the unforeseen risks you mentioned? I'm quite interested." As he spoke, he casually picked up a document in front of him, flipping through its pages with keen interest. If Yao Yuan or Professor Lu were to take the stage, they would witness the esteemed leader perusing a document that Yao Yuan had brought today, filled with astonishing remarks that transcend this era. From the perspective of Professor Lu and his colleagues, many of these viewpoints are rather radical and unsuitable for public dissemination, at least not at this current juncture. Yao Yuan glanced at the esteemed leader in the center of the stage, offered a slight bow, and then took the microphone to declare, "There are numerous unforeseen risks. Regarding the domestic real estate market, it is imperative to strictly regulate the borrowing scale of major real estate enterprises to prevent them from becoming too unwieldy. potentially leading to systemic risks. We must be vigilant about the encroachment upon arable land during real estate development, as well as protecting our natural environment of green mountains and clear waters, resources that are irreplaceable. If we wait until destruction has occurred to take action, the cost will be extraordinarily high. We must also guard against land finance infringing upon public interests. Real estate development is profit-driven, and we must prevent malevolent incidents such as forced evictions and demolitions, which tarnish social morals and erode government credibility. Additionally, we must address the significant waste generated during real estate development, such as numerous vacant properties and unfinished buildings. These represent a colossal waste of human, financial, and material resources. Furthermore, we must remain alert to the corruption that may arise during real estate development, ensuring that the sector does not become a breeding ground for such malfeasance. There must be a clear demarcation between local governments and developers. Let us also consider the potential risks within the stock market. Historically, at the end of every bull market, the aftermath is often a chaotic mess, leading to prolonged bear markets. Given the current exuberance of the stock market, it is crucial to enhance oversight and guidance, preventing excessive speculation and implementing stringent regulations to avoid allowing investors and institutions to recklessly plunge into madness. Standing at the podium, Yao Yuan spoke eloquently, evoking a sense of grandeur and fervor. The experts and scholars present in the conference room were left utterly astonished, each face reflecting shock. Even Professors Liu and Ouyang exhibited the same reaction. The reason was simple. Much of what Yao Yuan articulated was, for them, entirely novel. After a brief moment of astonishment, Professor Ouyang could not help but exclaim, "This young man is indeed a treasure trove. I never imagined he harbored so many profound thoughts. It's incredible." Professor Liu nodded in agreement. Indeed, it appears this fellow has been concealing his talents, waiting for the moment to astound us all. His previous performances had already been remarkable. Who could have anticipated that today he would surpass even those lofty expectations? As they conversed, a nearby economist from the Academy of Social Sciences suddenly interjected, "Old Liu, Ouyang, may I propose a deal? How about you let me have this young lad, Yao Yuan? Name your terms. As long as they are not too excessive, I can accommodate them." Before he could finish, Professor Ouyang shot him an incredulous glance. What a fanciful dream. I have already set my sights on Yao Yuan, intending to offer him a direct doctoral slot. No one shall lay claim to him. Upon hearing this, the economist from the Academy of Social Sciences let out a resigned sigh. I anticipated such an outcome. How could you, as a couple, possibly overlook such a prodigious talent? Ha ha ha, it's good that you understand. Professor Ouyang chuckled with pride. At that moment, Yao Yuan concluded his performance. The esteemed leader at the center of the podium nodded in approval. Exemplary work, Yao Yuan. You have truly imparted a valuable lesson to us. The old adage holds true. The waves of the Yangtze River drive away the previous ones, as a new generation succeeds the old. As he spoke, the distinguished leader began to applaud. With his lead, all the officials and scholars in the audience swiftly followed suit, showering Yao Yuan with enthusiastic applause and accolades. Overwhelmed by the tidal wave of applause and commendation, Yao Yuan's face flushed with excitement. In such a setting, anyone would be moved, and he was no exception. He then bowed deeply to the eminent leader on stage and subsequently to all the experts and scholars present. Thank you for your kind words, and thank you all for your applause. I am truly undeserving of such praise. I humbly ask for your guidance." Witnessing his humble demeanor, the admiration in the eyes of the audience intensified. Once the applause subsided, the esteemed leader on the podium engaged in a quiet exchange with several officials from various ministries. Subsequently, the leader of the office overseeing the report suddenly announced, "Yao Yuan, we will pose some questions now. Are you prepared to respond?" Without a hint of hesitation, Yao Yuan confidently nodded. "I am ready, esteemed leaders. I will do my utmost to address your inquiries." The office leader smiled and nodded, saying, "Excellent. It seems you are thoroughly prepared. Let us begin." Chapter 54. Imposing Restrictions on Real Estate. Classmate Yao Yuan. You just mentioned the necessity of strictly controlling the borrowing scale of major real estate companies to avert systemic risks. Isn't that somewhat alarmist? Queried a leader from the Ministry of Construction. His statement garnered agreement from numerous experts and scholars present at the gathering. The real estate market appears to be flourishing, yet many remain oblivious to the substantial risks lurking beneath the surface. Yao Yuan nodded towards the leader of the ministry and replied, "I stand by my perspective that it is imperative to rigorously regulate the borrowing scale of real estate companies, particularly private enterprises. However, This does not imply an intention to suppress the private economy. To elucidate my point, I would like to provide an example for better comprehension. Very well, classmate Yao Yuan. We are all ears, the leader of the ministry responded with a nod. Yao Yuan then proceeded to unveil a striking illustration. Suppose I were the owner of a real estate company possessing considerable funds, and I happened to seize an opportunity during a land auction, acquiring a parcel valued at 10 billion. Upon securing this land, I would promptly approach the bank to mortgage it, potentially obtaining around 9 billion in loans, substantially offsetting my acquisition costs. However, instead of immediately investing this 9 billion into development, I would continue to acquire more land and subsequently mortgage again, this time likely securing approximately 5 billion. At this juncture, the audience nodded in agreement. It is a common practice among domestic private real estate companies. Very few adhere to the principle of developing properties immediately after acquisition. Many firms harbor no genuine intent to develop projects. They merely use project pretexts to acquire land and then extract loans from banks. Pausing briefly, Yao Yuan continued, this same operation can be replicated numerous times. The initial 10 billion could swiftly escalate into hundreds of billions or even trillions, with the surplus being comprised entirely of bank loans. Through this series of maneuvers, the substantial risks initially borne by me, the developer, would ultimately be transferred to the generously lending domestic banks. If everything proceeds smoothly, regardless of the quality of the houses I construct, there will always be citizens ready to purchase them, allowing this game to persist and grow exponentially. However, should any segment of this game falter, be it a disruption in my cash flow or a lack of funds from potential buyers, the entire scheme would collapse instantaneously. At that point, the thousands of billions, even trillions, I borrowed from the banks would transform into bad debts, and the ensuing chain reaction could be catastrophic. A collective gasp resonated throughout the venue. Without exception, everyone was taken aback by Yao Yuan's depiction of the situation. Even the senior officials on the podium displayed expressions of shock, their faces growing noticeably grave. In the next moment, he unexpectedly interjected, classmate Yao Yuan. Your perspective on the issues at hand is remarkably farsighted and possesses a certain elevation, given your ability to conceive these problems. Might there be solutions you could share with us? Yao Yuan glanced at him and then shook his head. In response to your inquiry, I do not possess any particularly effective solutions, but I have a few preventative ideas. Firstly, it is imperative that no real estate company be permitted to engage in unlimited mortgage loans or to hoard land indefinitely. Loan limits should be established based on the qualifications and scale of real estate companies. Once these limits are exceeded, banks should refrain from extending any further loans, even if collateral is provided. Furthermore, there should be restrictions on land acquisition. Once a property company acquires land, they must develop it within a stipulated time frame. Stringent measures should be enacted against land hoarding, and any company that fails to develop within the designated period should have their land reclaimed. It is also essential to prevent the creation of complex structures that allow overseas companies or offshore family foundations, which bear minimal financial responsibility, to control domestic real estate companies burdened with substantial loans, as this is akin to deception. The identities of real estate company owners must be scrutinized. If an individual holds foreign nationality and uses an overseas entity to manage a domestic real estate company, lending must be approached with utmost caution, or perhaps even halted altogether. Unsurprisingly, this statement sent shockwaves throughout the room. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yao Yuan, filled with disbelief. Some experts and scholars with closer ties to the real estate sector exhibited hints of concern. The prominent leader seated at the center of the dais fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, Yao Yuan added a few more remarks. Additionally, considering the current pre-sale system for off-plan properties, I believe it is crucial to establish a comprehensive and stringent regulatory framework. When real estate companies initiate pre-sales, the funds from buyers should not be directly transferred to the companies, but rather deposited into a designated bank supervision account, earmarked for this specific purpose. Subsequently, disbursements should be made by the bank according to the progress of the project. For instance, upon completion of the foundation, 20 of the funds could be released. Upon reaching halfway, 50, at the topping off stage, 70, and upon acceptance of the completed property, 90. The remaining 10 should serve as a quality assurance deposit, to be released only after 3 years without any significant quality issues arising. This approach should effectively prevent the emergence of unfinished buildings, ensure the quality of housing, and guarantee timely delivery, while also safeguarding the security of bank loans. The common people, having exhausted their savings and overextended their future incomes to purchase a home, must not be subjected to the misfortune of acquiring unfinished properties, as this would be detrimental to social stability and harmony. As his words echoed in the hall, a wave of astonishment erupted. Wow, this young man is remarkably audacious in both thought and expression. How could a junior student conceive such ideas? It is simply unfathomable. Amidst the chorus of admiration, a financial expert in the second row leaned over to whisper in Professor Lu's ear, "Old Lu, your student is incredibly bold. Does he harbor a grudge against real estate companies? He is clearly intent on placing a stringent constraint on all real estate enterprises. If what he proposes were to materialize, it would indeed avert numerous potential crises, yet it would be akin to dousing the fervent real estate market with a bucket of cold water. This is particularly alarming for many private real estate companies, as tightening loans could spell doom for numerous enterprises in this sector." Upon hearing this, Professor Lu feigned helplessness and shook his head. "Old E, I am at a loss as to why this young man is so eloquent and audacious. Truly, a young calf knows no fear of tigers. His intentions are commendable, yet his idealism may render his proposals difficult to actualize." At that moment, Professor Ouyang interjected. "Yao Yuan is indeed correct. These issues warrant our attention, and the sooner we formulate countermeasures, the better, to prevent them from escalating into significant troubles." As he spoke, a senior leader at the podium chimed in. "Student Yao Yuan, your remarks are quite striking and insightful. These are excellent suggestions. Please prepare a written document for my review. I shall examine it closely." With his words, the entire audience was taken aback, particularly Professors Lu and Principal Huang, whose faces were alight with astonishment. They had never anticipated that the senior leader would place such importance on Yao Yuan's statements. Could it be that there is an intention to reform the real estate sector? Undoubtedly, Yao Yuan's performance today would create quite a stir, instilling a sense of trepidation in many. The senior leader's endorsement served as an added layer of protection for him. Following this, Yao Yuan addressed several questions regarding real estate. His responses elicited further gasps of admiration, illuminating the minds of those present. After discussing real estate matters, a leader from the Securities Regulatory Commission began to inquire. "Student Yao Yuan, you mentioned the need to enhance regulation and guidance over the stock market. Do you have specific measures in mind? The stock market's robust performance undeniably propels the economy. Yet, as with all things, excess can be detrimental. How do you propose to reconcile this contradiction?" As the question settled, all eyes turned once again to Yao Yuan. He nodded toward the leader of the Securities Regulatory Commission and provided his answer. "In the current bullish market environment, strengthening regulation of the stock market without undermining its positive momentum necessitates a strategic approach. For instance, controlling the scale of margin financing, regulating the extent of financial leverage, strictly limiting major shareholders from reducing their holdings at high levels, and effectively guiding public opinion are all essential measures." Chapter 55. The favor of the high-ups. Approximately 10 minutes later, the report finally came to a conclusion. With a sigh of relief, Yao Yuan felt the tension that had gripped him for so long begin to dissipate. At this moment, his back was nearly soaked with sweat, a stark contrast to the composure he had tried to project on the surface. The distinguished leaders on the dais, along with several department heads, had already departed, while numerous experts and scholars in the audience began to rise, preparing to leave the conference room. As they stood, these experts and scholars continued to gaze at Yao Yuan, engaging in fervent discussions. Many of their eyes gleamed with intense admiration, as if beholding a priceless treasure. This young man is truly remarkable. The content of his presentation, once disseminated, is bound to create quite a stir. It seems that the 2 articles he published in the internal reference were merely appetizers. Today's presentation was the main course. Old Lu and Ouyang have stumbled upon a veritable gem. It is genuinely enviable. Amidst the rising tide of murmurs, Yao Yuan swiftly gathered his laptop and descended from the podium, making his way toward Professors Lu and Ouyang. At that moment, Associate Professor Huang had already arrived at the front of the conference room, joining Lu and the others. As Yao Yuan approached, before he could even steady himself, Professor Ouyang stepped forward, arms wide open, to embrace him warmly. "Xiao Yao, your performance was simply outstanding. It was nothing short of breathtaking." Standing nearby, Professor Lu also patted Yao Yuan on the shoulder in approval. "Very well done, Xiao Yao. Your presentation was exceptional, far exceeding my most optimistic expectations." Yao Yuan smiled modestly, quickly deflecting their praise. "You both flatter me. I still have much to learn, and I hope to receive your guidance in the future. I may have gotten a bit carried away earlier and said some things that perhaps I shouldn't have. I ask for your understanding. Hearing this, Professor Lu shook his head in exasperation. Hey, you are aware, then? I mentioned before that some of your ideas are too radical to be expressed at this moment. Yet, you spoke so candidly, without considering the potential repercussions. Yao Yuan quickly responded with a smile, attempting to clarify. I'm merely a junior undergraduate, not an economist or a policymaker. How could I possibly cause any adverse effects? Even if my presentation were to circulate, I believe no one would take a school student seriously. Upon uttering these words, everyone paused for a moment. Then, Professor Lu and Principal Huang exchanged knowing glances, both wearing broad smiles. Professor Ouyang nodded in agreement, chuckling heartily. Indeed, well said. I am curious to see who would be so shameless as to argue with an undergraduate. Just then, a sudden unfamiliar voice broke through the conversation. Classmate Yao Yuan, would you be interested in pursuing graduate studies at Peking University's Guanghua School of Management? Moreover, it would be a direct doctoral program. If you are willing to come, all expenses will be waived. I can accommodate any conditions you may have. As the words hung in the air, everyone turned in unison to look. The speaker was none other than the dean of the Guanghua School of Management at Peking University, a leading economist in the country. Upon recognizing her, Yao Yuan promptly prepared to greet her. However, Professor Ouyang interjected. Director Zhang, what business do you have here? Yao Yuan is solely my graduate student, and I can offer him the same conditions you do. At her remark, several professors present erupted in laughter. Just then, a staff member from the office approached and quietly said, Please come with me, Yao Yuan. The leadership wishes to continue discussing your thoughts. Yao Yuan hesitated momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. All right. After exchanging farewells with Professor Lu and the others, he followed the staff member out. As they watched him depart, the professors were momentarily taken aback. After a brief silence, Director Zhang from Peking University remarked, Indeed, the youth are formidable. I wonder what astonishing insights this young man will express next. Professors Lu and the others shared a knowing smile, their faces alight with joy. Around 5:30, Yao Yuan rejoined Professor Lu and the others. Upon meeting, they did not inquire further, yet Yao Yuan took the initiative to share his news. The leadership has granted me permission to attend tomorrow's meeting, as well as the National Financial Work Conference scheduled for January next year. It seems I won't be able to return home for the winter break. I must remain in the capital for the meetings. Professors Lu and the others were taken aback, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Soon after, Professor Ouyang lightly tapped Yao Yuan's arm with mild irritation. What is the matter? You seem somewhat displeased. That is the National Financial Work Conference. When has a university student ever been invited to attend? You are the first of your kind. Before her words could settle, laughter erupted from Professors Lu and the others. Can't you see? This lad is boasting. He is not genuinely concerned about missing the winter break. Amidst their jest, they exited the auditorium. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, in the library, Lu Jingwen gently pushed open the door to the journal reading room and quickly scanned the area. The next moment, she spotted Yao Yuan seated at a desk in the corner, his fingers flying over the keyboard as he diligently wrote something, utterly engrossed. In front of him lay a collection of newspapers and journals. Surprised by this scene, Lu Jingwen approached Yao Yuan and took a seat next to him. He turned to glance at her and quietly asked, Jingwen, where did you all go today? Did your parents enjoy themselves? Lu Jingwen nodded and replied softly, We visited Yuan, then went to Beihai Park and Shikahai. The scenery at those places was stunning, and my parents took many photos. They had a wonderful time. But it's a pity you weren't there. It would have been great if you could have joined us. As she spoke, she pulled several books from her bag and placed them on the table, preparing to study. As long as your parents are happy, that's what matters. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll drive you all around to explore, Yao Yuan said gently. After speaking, he turned back and continued writing his article on the computer. Lu Jingwen leaned over to glance at the content, curiously whispering, What are you working on? It appears to be related to the real estate industry. I am drafting a report for a senior leader who needs to review it. It must be submitted in the next couple of days, so there is a pressing timeline, he replied. Oh, materials for a senior leader. Lu Jingwen exclaimed softly, her curiosity satisfied. She was aware of where Yao Yuan had been that day and what he had been engaged in. When he mentioned a senior leader, it was clear he referred to someone beyond the office director, and she quickly deduced the identity he implied. With a gleam of joy in her eyes, Lu Jingwen took pride in his endeavors. Subsequently, she picked up a book from the table and began reading quietly. Before long, it was 10 o'clock in the evening. After the evening study session concluded, Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen gathered their belongings and exited the library. As soon as they stepped outside, Lu Jingwen softly remarked, "Before coming to the library, Xiaoran asked me to tell you that her parents have found 2 properties they are considering purchasing. One is located next to Tsinghua Primary School, and the other is near Zhongguancun Primary School, both offering access to prestigious educational institutions. Her parents plan to meet with the landlords tomorrow to negotiate prices. Is there anything they should be cautious about?" Yao Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he pondered for a moment before stating, "When you return, inform Wang Xiran to remember this until the property transfer is completed. They must not hand over any money to the original owners. As long as they keep their wallets closed, they will not be deceived. I'll call Zhang Li to investigate the details of those 2 properties and check their prices. Tomorrow is Sunday. I will ask Wulan and the others who is available to accompany Wang Xiran's family to discuss the contract. Those guys are quite familiar with the real estate transaction process now. All right, I will tell Xiran as soon as I get back." Lu Jingwen nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Yao Yuan wrapped his arm around her waist, and together they walked toward the girls' dormitory. Chapter 56. Another bloom of the courtyard flower. It was already the following day, morning. Before stepping out, Yao Yuan casually tossed the keys to his Santana 2000 to Wulan. "Wulan, please drive Wang Xiran and her family to view the house. Be mindful of safety. I've informed Zhang Li, so if any issues arise, don't hesitate to reach out to her. If necessary, she can assist them in person. I'll treat her to a meal later." Wulan accepted the car keys and nodded in response. "Understood. I'm well versed in the property transaction process, so there shouldn't be any problems. However, if you would let me drive that Audi A8, it would certainly boost my motivation and command respect." Yao Yuan glanced at him, jesting. "It's true that Wang Xiran is quite beautiful and has a lovely figure. If you perform well today, there's a chance you might find love. But if you take that Audi A8, your efforts will be overshadowed by the grandeur of the car. It might end up being a futile endeavor." As soon as he finished speaking, the others chimed in. Indeed, it is human nature to compare. Wang Xiran's parents would undoubtedly do the same. They would recognize that the Audi A8 belongs to Yao Yuan, and driving that car might just backfire. I also believe driving the Santana 2000 is preferable. We must not allow a luxury vehicle to eclipse your own merits. Aren't you quite interested in Wang Xiran? Seize this opportunity and don't let Yao Yuan, who isn't even present, steal the spotlight." Looking at Wulan, he was still putting up a facade. "Who says I'm pursuing Wang Xiran? I'm merely going to help them, all right? I don't want them to be deceived." Despite his words, he unconsciously adjusted his hair in the mirror, scrutinizing his appearance. At that moment, he was impeccably dressed, remarkably donning leather shoes that shone like mirrors. Seeing his contradictory demeanor, everyone burst into laughter. "Really? Last night, when I inquired who would take Wang Xiran and her family to buy a house, I wonder who it was that eagerly volunteered and claimed the task for himself?" With Yao Yuan's remark, Wulan's face flushed crimson, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After exchanging a few playful jests, Yao Yuan finally picked up his backpack and departed from the dormitory. Upon exiting the dormitory building, he headed straight towards the southern entrance of the teaching building, preparing to retrieve his car. His Audi A8 was parked there, not beneath the dormitory. The campus of the Southern Road branch of the Financial University is rather compact, with limited parking spaces available. The area beneath the dormitory already hosted 4 or 5 vehicles, including Zhou Su's Golf, leaving no room for additional cars. Seeing this, Yao Yuan parked both of his vehicles at the southern entrance of the teaching building, where some parking spaces were available. Additionally, parking there was deemed safer. It was adjacent to the southern gate, monitored by security personnel around the clock, and equipped with surveillance cameras, ensuring no worries about theft or accidental damage. Especially since that imported Audi A8 was the most expensive and luxurious vehicle on campus. The ownership by a mere junior like Yao Yuan was bound to incite envy among some. Among the university students who have yet to step into society, the likelihood of such occurrences is, paradoxically, even greater. One cannot rule out the possibility of someone being consumed by jealousy, resorting to acts of mischief such as deliberately scratching a car. In the realm of society, upon encountering an Audi A8 adorned with a Beijing A license plate, individuals would instinctively distance themselves, as few would dare to provoke trouble. During his journey, Yao Yuan placed a call to both Professor Liu and Associate Professor Huang to inquire about their itineraries. He learned that Professor Liu and his wife had separate commitments today. attending meetings at different locations, thus parting ways with Yao Yuan. Furthermore, they were being chauffeured by designated vehicles from their respective institutions, eliminating the need for Yao Yuan to pick them up. Associate Professor Huang, on the other hand, opted not to attend any meetings today, choosing instead to remain at home to accompany his wife. Subsequently, Yao Yuan contacted Lu Jingwen, requesting her to prepare to descend and to inform her parents to be ready for departure, as he would soon drive to collect them. As he spoke, Yao Yuan arrived at the parking lot in front of the south gate of the teaching building. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed a group of girls, seemingly sophomores, striking poses and taking photographs beside his Audi A8, some of whom appeared familiar to him. Observing this scene, Yao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. At that moment, a security guard in his 20s hurried over. Approaching with a respectful demeanor, he quietly conveyed the situation. Yao Yuan, those girls taking pictures are students from our university. They are merely capturing photographs and are not engaging in any improper conduct, so we cannot intervene. The guard's polite demeanor was not without reason. The Audi A8 with a Beijing A license plate commands significant attention from the university's security department. Leaders within the security offices of universities in the capital are well aware of what such a vehicle signifies. Moreover, Yao Yuan had been seen entering and exiting the campus with President Huang the previous day, sharing laughter and camaraderie. The security department had taken note of his excellent rapport with the university's senior administration. Additionally, Yao Yuan had previously shown kindness to the guards stationed nearby after parking his vehicles, small gestures that were sufficient for them to remember him fondly and greet him warmly. In light of these circumstances, the security department had afforded him a heightened level of attention and special consideration. After listening to the guard's explanation, Yao Yuan gently shook his head. It's all right, legal. If those students enjoy taking pictures, let them do so, as long as they refrain from causing any damage. Should this occur again, please remind them not to include the license plate in their photographs, as that would not be advisable. Now, I must be on my way to pick someone up. Here is a box of Zhonghua cigarettes. Take it and enjoy. With that, he produced a box of hard Zhonghua from his pocket and tossed it to the guard, who quickly caught it, expressing his gratitude with a few courteous remarks. How could I possibly face this, classmate Yao Yuan? You always provide everyone with fine cigarettes. The matter of a few packs of cigarettes should not weigh on your mind. They were given to me by others, and since I do not smoke, it is only fitting to share them with everyone. Yao Yuan smiled nonchalantly. In truth, all these cigarettes were purchased by him. The reason for gifting cigarettes to the security personnel was, of course, to facilitate matters and to ensure that they remembered him favorably. This way, entering and exiting the school, as well as parking his car in front of the teaching building, would become considerably more convenient. As he spoke, Yao Yuan had already approached his Audi A8. Upon seeing him, several girls who had been taking pictures immediately halted, turning to look at him, momentarily taken aback. Yao Yuan glanced at the girls and then smiled, saying, Have you finished taking pictures, ladies? If so, you may disperse. I have matters to attend to. Please review the photos you've taken, and if you happen to capture my license plate, it would be best to delete that, as it pertains to my privacy. With his words, the girls finally regained their composure. The next moment, the most beautiful among them blushed and said, Hello, Senior Yao Yuan. My name is Cheng Weiwei, a sophomore majoring in human resources at the International Business School. It is a pleasure to meet you. She added, These are all my classmates. We just came in from outside and saw your car, so we took a few pictures. I hope you do not mind. As she spoke, Cheng Weiwei extended her delicate hand. However, Yao Yuan did not shake her hand. Instead, he regarded her with surprise. How do you know my name, Yao Yuan? It seems we have never met before. Yet, I am aware of you, Cheng Weiwei, the beauty elected as the campus flower of the business school on the BBS. You are even more stunning in person than in photographs. As his words fell, Cheng Weiwei's face turned an even deeper shade of red. Simultaneously, a glimmer of pride and delight sparkled in her eyes. Chapter 57. Not a fever, but a flare. Upon recognizing Yao Yuan, Cheng Weiwei's smile blossomed even more brilliantly. Thank you for the compliment, Senior. It's merely the ramblings of others. I hardly consider myself the belle of the college. There are many beauties in the business school far more striking than I. However, as for you, Senior, you are quite well known at the university. I certainly recognize you. Yao Yuan glanced at the insincere beauty before him, smiling as he nodded, then turned to greet several other girls. It is a pleasure to meet you, juniors. I must take my leave now. Please remember to check the photos later and delete any that bear a license plate. If you do not delete them, please do not disclose them, as they pertain to personal privacy. With that, he gently pressed the key fob to unlock the car and moved towards the door to enter. At that moment, Cheng Weiwei suddenly asked in a charming tone, "Senior, could we take a few photos inside the car? Please. This is an Audi A8, a vehicle reserved for provincial leaders, and we would love to experience it. What exactly does this belle of the business school intend?" Yao Yuan pondered, fully aware of her intentions. Unfortunately, he was not a scoundrel, at least not at present. He looked at the beautiful girl and, feigning reluctance, shook his head. "I'm sorry, Junior, but I cannot fulfill your request. Perhaps you are unaware, but I have a girlfriend, and I cannot casually allow other girls to sit in my car. More importantly, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Goodbye." With that, he lowered himself into the car and closed the door behind him. Cheng Weiwei, who had been filled with hopeful anticipation, stood frozen in place until her friends pulled her aside, snapping her out of her daze. Moments later, Yao Yuan drove slowly out of the parking space, heading directly towards the girls' dormitory. Watching the Audi A8 depart, Cheng Weiwei ground her teeth in frustration and lightly stomped her foot. Suddenly, she turned to her roommates. "I declare that from this moment forth, Senior Yao Yuan is my idol. I intend to pursue him until he is mine." "Ah!" the other girls exclaimed in unison. Utterly stunned, in the next instant, one girl stepped forward, reaching out to touch Cheng Weiwei's forehead. "Weiwei, you're not running a fever, are you? Why are you talking nonsense? He has a girlfriend. Why would you chase after him? Are you planning to be a mistress?" Before she could finish, another girl joked. "I think Weiwei isn't feverish, but rather fervent. It seems she is preparing to pounce on Senior Yao Yuan." Laughter erupted among the girls, while Cheng Weiwei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Straightening her neck, she declared, "What if he has a girlfriend? He is not married yet, so I still have a chance. And so what if I pursue him? A man as exceptional as Senior Yao Yuan is worth the effort. Missing out on him would be a true misfortune." Seeing her resolute attitude, the other girls were left speechless. Meanwhile, Yao Yuan had picked up Lu Jingwen and was now driving towards the guest house. "Jingwen, today I must attend a conference at the Great Hall, but I will be free in the afternoon and can join you for a stroll. I will first escort you to the Forbidden City, where you can explore its wonders. After my meeting concludes at noon, I shall come to pick you up, and we can enjoy lunch together before deciding on our afternoon excursion." As Yao Yuan spoke, he was simultaneously driving, outlining the day's itinerary. "Understood, you needn't worry about us. Just focus on your meeting," replied Lu Jingwen, her curiosity piqued. "What will be discussed in today's meeting? Is it related to the report materials you prepared last night?" "I am not privy to the details of today's agenda," Yao Yuan casually explained. "I am merely an invited observer and lack the standing to engage in discussions. The report I authored is intended for the senior leadership and will not be presented at this meeting just yet." While they conversed, they arrived at the entrance of the guest house. At that moment, Lu Jingwen's parents had already descended and were waiting at the door. After picking up the couple, Yao Yuan drove away from the university, heading directly towards the square. During the journey, he briefly outlined the circumstances surrounding the meeting. While Lu Jingwen's parents listened in stunned silence, their eyes wide with astonishment. Before long, they arrived at the parking lot on the east side of the Great Hall. As he entered, Yao Yuan retrieved his representative badge and identification to show the security personnel. Once his identity was verified, the guards saluted and permitted him entry. He casually hung the badge around his neck and drove into the parking area. After securing the vehicle, he escorted Lu Jingwen and her parents out. Once outside the parking lot, he politely said, "Uncle and Auntie, please take some time to explore the Forbidden City. I will come to find you after my meeting, and we shall have lunch together." "Very well, Xiao Yao, you go attend your meeting," Mr. Lu replied mechanically, still visibly astonished. Lu Jingwen's mother exhibited a similar demeanor. Amid their surprise, they also felt a thrill of excitement. Yao Yuan then turned and walked toward the main entrance of the Great Hall. Just a few steps away, a familiar voice suddenly called out, "Good morning, Xiao Yao. What astonishing pronouncements do you have in store for us today? I eagerly await them." The voice belonged to Dean Zhang from Peking University's Guanghua School of Management, who had just alighted from his official vehicle. Yao Yuan glanced at him and quickly returned the greeting. "Good morning, Dean Zhang. You appear to be in excellent spirits. I am primarily attending as an observer today, so I doubt I will have the opportunity to speak." As they converged, they walked together towards the main entrance of the Great Hall. Lu Jingwen and her family observed everything with keen interest. "That is Dean Zhang from Guanghua, one of the nation's premier economists and a member of the national think tank," Lu Jingwen excitedly elaborated. However, Mr. and Mrs. Lu seemed lost in thought. their expressions reflecting awe. After a moment, Mr. Lu broke the silence, exclaiming, "Is Yao Yuan truly just a junior student? What student could possibly attend a conference of this caliber, let alone speak at it? I never imagined, nor dared to think, that the young Yao Yuan could ascend to such lofty heights. It is truly astonishing." Before the words had fully escaped her lips, Lu Jingwen, with an air of triumph, whispered, "This is merely the beginning. Last night, Yao Yuan worked tirelessly to prepare a report, which he intends to submit to the higher-ups today." Unsurprisingly, Mr. and Mrs. Lu were left utterly astonished. The higher-ups. They gasped in unison as Mr. Lu extended his right index finger and pointed upwards with a gentle motion. Indeed. Lu Jingwen nodded vigorously, her meaning unmistakable. The couple exchanged swift glances, each reflecting a shared sense of shock. In the next moment, Mrs. Lu suddenly voiced her concern. "I find myself worried. Do you think our daughter is truly worthy of Yao Yuan?" Mr. Lu was momentarily taken aback and turned to gaze at their daughter, his eyes betraying a hint of worry and doubt. Lu Jingwen could hardly bear such remarks and pouted angrily as she strode ahead. "How can you say such things about your own daughter? Why on earth do I not deserve someone like Yao Yuan? It's infuriating." Mr. and Mrs. Lu exchanged another quick glance and hurried after her. "Dear, it was a slip of the tongue. Our precious girl is more than capable of being with that young man." As they spoke, the family of three had already moved on, crossing the street and queuing to enter the Forbidden City for a day of exploration. Chapter 58. The Amulet of Boundless Power. Upon entering the Grand Hall, Yao Yuan was escorted to a small reception room by the staff, where he was instructed to wait. In a short while, a secretary in his 40s entered the room. After exchanging pleasantries, the secretary promptly delved into the matter at hand. "Yao Yuan, the 2 articles you authored will be published simultaneously tomorrow in the Economic Daily, the 21st Century Business Herald, and the Securities Times. Due to the lengthy nature of your pieces and the limited front-page space, they will be serialized over 3 days, with the complete text released within that time frame. Considering you are still a university student, the leadership would like to inquire whether you intend to use your real name or adopt a pseudonym for protection." Yao Yuan gasped, nearly overwhelmed by this anticipated yet tremendous surprise. In the next moment, he hurriedly responded, "I sincerely appreciate the leadership's consideration, Secretary Chiu. I would like to use Yao Yuan as my pen name, as it phonetically mirrors my real name. As a university student, I prefer not to attract excessive attention or draw the gaze of numerous media outlets." Before he could finish speaking, a smile appeared on Secretary Chiu's face. "Yao Yuan, this pen name possesses a certain poetic charm. Let us proceed with it for your publications. You are indeed wise, knowing how to safeguard your privacy rather than seeking the limelight. This is commendable. With your secrets, should they come to light, you would undoubtedly become a focal point for the media, so discretion is paramount." Yao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, frozen in place. How could he not realize that his every secret had been thoroughly investigated? Beyond the extraordinary matter of his rebirth, the authorities had uncovered his earnings exceeding $1 billion from selling paintings and his frenzied profits in the stock market. However, this was to be expected. Given his current access to high-ranking officials, a thorough examination was inevitable. "Well, it seems my secrets are already known to the leadership," Yao Yuan chuckled, his face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Secretary Chiu nodded lightly in acknowledgement. "Indeed, one cannot deny your remarkable fortune and keen insight. You possess a true talent for generating wealth. Rest assured, as long as your sources of income are legitimate and taxes are duly paid, no one will question your earnings. In fact, it is encouraged." "That reassures me greatly," Yao Yuan responded with a joyful nod. He then opened his backpack and retrieved the report he had written the previous night. He had worked tirelessly on this approximately 5,000-word document until around 2:30 in the morning to complete it. "Secretary Chiu, here is the report I prepared. I would appreciate it if you could deliver it to the leadership. Although it was written in haste and may contain some errors, I kindly ask for their guidance." With that, he handed the report to Secretary Chiu. After glancing through the material, Secretary Chiu closed it and nodded appreciatively. "To have produced such a report in one night, Yao Yuan, it seems you are quite well prepared." "Quite well. After the leaders have reviewed this report, I will reach out to you to inform you of the relevant circumstances." With that said, he casually opened his briefcase and placed the report inside. He then extracted a folder and handed it over. "Xiao Yao, here is my business card. Should you have any inquiries in the future, do not hesitate to call me." In addition to the card, there was also a special pass designed to facilitate your future discussions with the leaders. This special pass must be used judiciously. Do not flaunt it recklessly. Upon receiving the folder, Yao Yuan's eyes briefly sparkled with overwhelming joy, a fleeting glimpse of elation. My goodness, are these not two talismans of boundless power? As long as I abide by the law, who could possibly threaten me? Who would dare? Yao Yuan silently rejoiced yet humbly nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I am fully aware of what I should and should not do. I will never become arrogant. That's good to hear. Now, go ahead and attend the meeting. You have a bright future ahead of you. Secretary Chiu nodded approvingly. He then turned and exited the meeting room. The moment he left, Yao Yuan eagerly opened the folder for a glance. Indeed, within the folder lay Secretary Chiu's business card. The card bore only Secretary Chiu's name and phone number, devoid of any additional information such as his position. Though the card appeared simple and elegant, its significance was profound, coveted by many who could only dream of possessing it, yet could not even approach it. As for that special pass, it was jointly issued by the General Office and the Security Bureau, entirely unseen in society. Yao Yuan cherished these two treasures, examining them with wide-eyed astonishment. After a moment, he closed the folder and stowed it in his backpack before departing the meeting room to attend the grand conference. Though he merely planned to observe, his presence in the grand conference room nonetheless attracted the attention of numerous experts and scholars. At noon, at the east gate of the Forbidden City, Yao Yuan drove over and immediately spotted Lu Jingwen and her family emerging from the palace. He gently honked his horn, drawing their attention. He then pulled over to the roadside, welcomed them into the car, and drove away. As soon as they were on their way, old Lu curiously inquired, "Have you finished the meeting?" Yao Yuan, what topics were discussed? Yao Yuan nodded and briefly explained, "Indeed, Uncle Lu, the meeting has concluded just at noon. It lasted 2 days, primarily addressing various economic and financial issues. Regarding the meeting's content, you may wish to follow up with television news and newspapers, as they will report on and publish the information." As he said this, he suddenly shifted the topic. "Uncle, Aunt, it is now mealtime. Shall we proceed to have lunch? I have made a reservation at the Jingqing Hotel. After we enjoy our meal, I shall accompany you both to explore and appreciate the autumn scenery of the capital. In the coming days, I should be free to accompany you on various excursions." The elderly couple exchanged a quick glance and nodded gently, understanding that, regarding the contents of the upcoming Economic and Financial Work Conference, as participants, Yao Yuan must maintain confidentiality until the news is officially released. It was for this reason that he tactfully shifted the conversation. Acknowledging this, the elder Lu refrained from further inquiries. "Very well, Xiao Yao, let us proceed to lunch." They agreed, intending to discuss their sightseeing plans over the meal. Yao Yuan nodded and drove directly to the Jingqing Hotel. Within a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the hotel. Coincidentally, as they entered, they encountered a group of experts, scholars, and local officials who were also attending the conference. There were over 20 individuals, presumably staying at the Jingqing Hotel. They had just returned from the main hall and were animatedly chatting as they entered the hotel. Noticing this, Yao Yuan leaned in and whispered, "Uncle, Aunt, those are the experts and scholars attending the conference, along with several local dignitaries. I will go greet them. Please wait here for a moment. I shall be quick." With that, he approached the group of experts and officials. As the scholars and officials spotted him, they paused, smiling in his direction. "Xiao Yao, what a surprise to see you here so soon. What brings you to the Jingqing Hotel?" inquired an economist from Fudan University with a smile. Before he could finish his sentence, Yao Yuan had stepped closer. He bowed slightly to the group and respectfully addressed them. "Greetings, esteemed professors, Governor Zhang, Secretary Chun. I have come here for lunch with my friends and their family. It is quite a coincidence to encounter you all here." His demeanor was poised and gracious, earning him appreciative glances from the scholars and local officials. Meanwhile, observing Yao Yuan engaging effortlessly with the dignitaries from a distance, Lu Jingwen's parents were once again astonished. Isn't that Vice Governor Zhang? And the president of Zhejiang University? Who would have thought that Yao Yuan would know them and handle himself so adeptly? They whispered among themselves, marveling at his ability to consistently exceed their expectations. Moments later, Yao Yuan concluded his greetings and returned. Their gazes towards him had transformed, now filled with an even greater warmth and admiration. Chapter 59. Do not cause a fatal incident on Monday. Just as dawn broke, Yao Yuan drove to the girls' dormitory to pick up Lu Jingwen, and together they hurried to the school guest house to collect Lu's parents before heading straight to the capital airport. The previous night, during dinner, Lu's parents had unexpectedly changed their minds, deciding to fly back to Qiantang early that morning instead of continuing their sightseeing in the capital. Their excuse was the need to return to work, having taken too many days off recently. However, the true reason lay in the series of events they had witnessed over the past few days, which had left them somewhat shaken. Yao Yuan's remarkable potential and energy, coupled with his astonishing financial resources, made them uneasy, necessitating some time to process it all. They understood that they could no longer interact with Yao Yuan as they had in the past. What they were thinking, Yao Yuan could almost discern with precision. Yet, he chose not to say much, instead booking them first-class tickets for a direct flight to Qiantang. At the capital airport, outside the security check, Lu Jingwen's mother pulled her aside and whispered in Qiantang dialect, "My dear, I see clearly that Yao Yuan is the ideal son-in-law every parent dreams of, a treasure that one cannot find even with a lantern. You must hold on to him tightly. If you let go, he will be snatched away by other girls in an instant, and you will regret it for a lifetime. I know, dear mom, you've said this countless times. My ears are nearly worn out." Lu Jingwen replied, her cheeks flushed, but her tone resolute. "Don't be impatient, you silly girl. I'm just afraid you might act rashly and do something you'll regret," her mother continued, then abruptly shifted her tone. "And one more thing, you must prioritize safety. Do not let anything untoward happen before you graduate." "What do you mean by safety and causing a fatal incident? We are not criminals," Lu Jingwen exclaimed in astonishment. In the next moment, realization dawned upon her, and her face turned crimson. "What are you saying? What mother tells her daughter such things?" "I won't. You needn't worry." Lu's mother shot her a disapproving glance. "You are both young adults in your 20s, brimming with energy. Do you think I will believe you? Even if you wouldn't, Yao Yuan might have other thoughts. All men are the same. Therefore, you must be cautious and take preventive measures." As she spoke, Lu Jingwen's face grew even redder, resembling a vivid scarlet cloth. Yet, she had nowhere to escape and could only lower her head, mumbling her agreement. Meanwhile, Lu's father was also advising Yao Yuan to take good care of Lu Jingwen, to be more accommodating, and to avoid any disagreements. Yao Yuan could do little more than nod in response. After 5 or 6 minutes, Lu's parents finally entered the security check with their luggage, undergoing the necessary procedures. It was only after they had passed through that Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen turned to leave. As soon as he turned around, Yao Yuan curiously inquired, "My dear, what did Auntie just say to you? Your face has been flushed ever since." Lu Jingwen, blushing, rolled her eyes and linked her arm with Yao Yuan's. "That was merely a secret exchange between women. Do refrain from prying." Yao Yuan chuckled softly, choosing not to press further. After walking a short distance, he spotted a newsstand nearby and promptly approached to purchase several newspapers. These included the Economic Daily, the 21st Century Business Herald, and the Securities Times. Upon receiving the newspapers, Yao Yuan casually opened the topmost Economic Daily. In the next moment, he found one of his own articles. The title remained unchanged, Analysis of the Investment Environment in the Capital's Real Estate Market, yet the author was attributed as Yao Yuan. The content was, of course, all too familiar. However, only a third of it was published, with the remainder to be serialized in the following days. Yao Yuan quickly skimmed through the article, a hint of pride illuminating his expression. At that moment, Lu Jingwen leaned in to take a look at the article. "Isn't this your piece? Finally published in a newspaper. Oh, but why is the author's name not correct? I see. This must be your pen name." Yao Yuan turned to her and nodded gently. "Indeed, this is my pen name, to avoid being approached by certain media reporters for interviews. Both articles are published under this name today, and they will be serialized over the next 2 days, certainly creating a considerable impact." In truth, his choice of the pen name Yao Yuan was not motivated by a fear of media scrutiny. Rather, he sought to evade the attention of staff from Rongbo Zai and the construction bank, as well as managers from CITIC Securities and some prominent clients. He wished to prevent those individuals from making connections to him upon seeing the authorship in the newspapers. Should that occur, confidentiality would be lost, and many secrets would inevitably be exposed. Upon hearing his explanation, Lu Jingwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll call my parents and ask them to buy these 3 newspapers as well. It will be a delightful distraction on their journey." As she spoke, she took out her phone and began dialing. Although her parents had passed through security, they still had to wait about half an hour before boarding. During this time, they could peruse the newspapers to pass the time. Yao Yuan, however, did not follow suit in calling his parents. He had already informed them of this matter the previous evening. Knowing his parents well, They would have undoubtedly rushed to buy the newspapers early that morning and would have seen it by now. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yao Yuan drove out of the airport parking lot, heading straight into the city. Just as he entered the airport expressway, he suddenly remarked, "My dear, I am considering purchasing or renting a larger apartment, thus moving out of the dormitory. It would be more convenient, allowing me more time in the evenings to attend to various matters." Before he could finish, Lu Jingwen's lovely face turned a deep crimson. She glanced at Yao Yuan warily and shook her head vigorously. "Purchasing a residence is a commendable endeavor. However, I shall not cohabit with you before I graduate from university. That would render me unable to face others, and heaven knows they would surely find amusement in my predicament." Yao Yuan paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. "Who said my intention behind acquiring a spacious abode was to live with you? Am I truly that desperate? In January, I am to attend the National Financial Work Conference, and it seems improbable that I will return home during the winter break. Perhaps I will only manage to return at the year's end. Residing at school during the winter break is quite inconvenient, particularly for activities such as bathing, as the schedules do not align. I often find myself burning the midnight oil to write various materials, and trading stocks necessitates a relatively private space, which is why I contemplated purchasing an apartment." "Ah," Lu Jingwen exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Clearly, it was her own oversensitivity that led to a misunderstanding of Yao Yuan's intentions. "I cannot bear this. I am mortified." Lu Jingwen cried out in embarrassment, swiftly covering her flushed face, feeling as though her cheeks were ablaze. In the next moment, Yao Yuan jestingly remarked, "My dear, I find your proposal quite appealing. Shall we cohabit? I am eagerly looking forward to it." "Get lost. Who would want to cohabitate? What a fanciful dream." "Ah, if you decline to live with me, are you not afraid that I might hide a beautiful woman within that large house?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen became genuinely incensed. "Hide a beauty? How naive. No woman but myself is permitted in your home." Saying this, she playfully pinched Yao Yuan's arm. "Aside from yourself? Does that not imply cohabitation is still a possibility?" Yao Yuan replied with a smile. Amidst their playful banter, the Audi A8 continued to speed along the highway. Fortunately, Yao Yuan's driving skills were commendable, and no incidents occurred. Chapter 60. A house full of charm. Nearly an hour later, Yao Yuan and his companions returned to the school. He parked the car in front of the south entrance of the teaching building, but did not immediately exit. Glancing at Lu Jingwen in the passenger seat, he smiled and inquired, "My dear, where do you think I should purchase a house? There are not many new residential communities around the school. The nearby Teak Institute community is one, having been completed just 2 years ago. The environment of the community is quite pleasant, with many residents being faculty from both Jiaodong University and Finance University, which contributes to a relatively high standard of living and a wonderful community atmosphere. Moreover, the educational district is commendable as it feeds into the Agricultural Institute's affiliated elementary school. Purchasing a property here not only serves as a residence, but also possesses significant appreciation potential." As he spoke, he pointed towards the Teak Institute community across the street. However, Lu Jingwen shook her head. "Why not consider a different community? Many of our colleagues live in the Teak Institute community. Wouldn't it be a bit awkward to run into them frequently? Furthermore, this community is right outside the south gate, facing the teaching building. So we are bound to encounter familiar classmates often. What is there to feel awkward about? Unless you are harboring some unhealthy thoughts, such as cohabitation, which may lead to embarrassment," Yao Yuan teased. "Get lost. You lecherous man. Who would want to live with you?" Lu Jingwen retorted, playfully hitting him. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. After their playful banter, Yao Yuan finally took out his phone and began to call Zhang Li. The call connected almost instantly, and Zhang Li's voice came through. "Good morning, Mr. Yao. How can I assist you today?" "Good morning, Sister Li. We are quite familiar with each other now. There is no need for such formality," Yao Yuan smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, he delved into the matter at hand. "Sister Li, could you help me find a spacious house near Financial Street? It should be no older than 3 years, not too high up, and must face north and south, ensuring ample light and a good view. The property should be of high quality with clear ownership, and the area should be between 100 and 200 square meters. Though slightly larger would be acceptable. A single level is preferable, but a duplex could also work. Ideally, it would be well decorated and minimally lived in. Most importantly, it must have a place in the experimental primary school. It's the most prestigious school in the West City." Before he could finish, Zhang Li gasped in surprise. Clearly, the sudden influx of such a substantial request had startled her into exclamation. Yao Yuan chuckled softly before continuing to elaborate on his requirements. Once he had concluded, Zhang Li, bewildered, asked, Mr. Yao, weren't you always fond of those old, rundown properties with school placements? Why the sudden shift to seeking a house of around 200 square meters? Purchasing such a large house near Financial Street would cost at least $3 million. Enough to buy 6 or 7 of those old, dilapidated homes. Everyone at my office has been diligently searching for various old properties for you. I must admit, your sudden change in requirements is quite perplexing. Yao Yuan promptly clarified, the old, rundown properties were for investment purposes. This larger house is for my personal residence. Naturally, I desire a bit more comfort. In truth, this large house also represents an investment, hence the necessity for a placement in the experimental primary school. Understanding this, Zhang Li immediately patted her chest, assuring him of her commitment to finding the right property. Rest assured, I shall undoubtedly find a dwelling that meets your satisfaction. Striving to ensure your swift occupancy, I will personally oversee all matters pertaining to this spacious residence, maintaining a steadfast commitment to the task at hand. May I inquire whether you intend to purchase with a mortgage or pay in full? This will assist me in my discussions with the homeowner. With a confident smile, Yao Yuan promptly replied, certainly, I shall pay in full. It streamlines the process. Very well. Leave this matter to me, and I shall swiftly locate a suitable property for you. Zhang Li responded with excitement, elated at the prospect of earning a substantial commission. She then shifted the conversation. The due diligence for the 5 older properties I previously sourced for you is complete. One is currently embroiled in a divorce dispute, presenting some complications. However, the other 4 are problem-free. Not to worry, I've identified a supplementary older property near Zhongguan's second primary school that should meet your requirements. She proceeded to briefly outline the details of those older homes. Once she concluded her presentation, Yao Yuan contemplated for a moment before scheduling viewings and meetings with several homeowners, thus ending the call. Just after hanging up, Lu Jingwen gently tapped his arm. You are rather mischievous. You had already planned to purchase a large house near Financial Street, while deceiving me into believing you sought a property near the school. But is a house over 200 square meters not excessively large? Wouldn't he living alone in such an expansive space feel somewhat desolate and eerie? Yao Yuan grasped her delicate hand, teasingly replying, Who says I will be living alone? You will be with me, of course. I intend to decorate each room with different scenes and themes, changing them nightly. Wouldn't that be delightful? For instance, a black silk theme, a maid theme, and so on. The mere thought is exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Delightful, you say? You lecherous rogue. I have no intention of living with you. With that, she withdrew her hand and playfully pinched Yao Yuan. 5 or 6 minutes later, as the second class period approached, they gathered their backpacks and alighted the vehicle, making their way towards the academic building. After walking a few steps, Lu Jingwen suddenly whispered, Isn't it somewhat precarious to entrust all these property dealings to Zhang Li? What if she colludes with the homeowners to deceive you? Wouldn't it be wiser to diversify? Yao Yuan, however, shook his head. There is no need for concern. Zhang Li is an ambitious and astute woman. Otherwise, she would not have ascended to the role of manager at a branch within just 3 years. She knows what she desires and what is beneficial for her. It is precisely her ambition that prevents her from engaging in self-destructive behavior. Not to mention, the commission she has earned from us over these past few weeks could easily afford her a property beyond the 4th Ring Road, with even more commissions to come. In such circumstances, why would she jeopardize her promising future by risking imprisonment? Lu Jingwen nodded, unable to suppress her astonishment. Wow, I had no idea real estate agents could be so lucrative. As they spoke, they entered the classroom located on the 4th floor. Upon entering through the back door, the students seated in the rear rows turned their heads in curiosity. Suddenly, the bell rang to signal the start of class. Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen hastily found 2 seats in the back and took out their textbooks to begin the lesson. Before long, the class concluded. Just as Yao Yuan and his companions were about to rise, 7 or 8 classmates surrounded them. Yao Yuan, could you please take a look at this cooperative housing agreement? If there are no issues, we are ready to sign. Li Nan interjected, handing over the document. We consulted with Teacher Zhu from the Economic Law Department, and he believes there are no problems with it. Moreover, he is quite interested in investing in real estate in the capital. As Li Nan elaborated, he casually passed Yao Yuan the cooperative housing agreement. Yao Yuan examined the group of students before reviewing the document. He found no flaws in the agreement. The key points he had previously mentioned were clearly articulated within it, delineating the rights and responsibilities of each collaborator. in a matter of moments. Yao Yuan had thoroughly read the cooperative housing agreement. In my view, this document is entirely sound and can serve as a standard contract. Should our classmates decide to collaborate on purchasing property in the future, we ought to adhere to this agreement. However, I must emphasize that before any property transfer procedures are initiated, everyone should safeguard their funds. Except for a possibly minor deposit, no money should be entrusted to anyone, even among close friends. Li Nan and the others exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Understood, Yao Yuan. We will certainly guard our finances. Since you believe this cooperative housing agreement is sound, we will prepare to sign it and then proceed to notarization. This weekend, we have already viewed properties and selected 2 dilapidated units, both of which qualify for prestigious school districts. Once we sign the agreement, we will immediately move forward with the next steps. Hearing this, Yao Yuan smiled broadly. You're acting swiftly, which is excellent news. I hope your property acquisition goes smoothly. If you encounter any issues, feel free to reach out to me. Understood, Yao Yuan. We will not hold back, Li Nan and the others responded, their eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Before the conversation could continue, Qian Feifei approached with several girls from the class. Similar to Li Nan's group, these young women, whose families had modest financial backgrounds, also decided to collaborate on purchasing property. They sought Yao Yuan's assistance, hoping he could clarify the process of securing a loan. After briefly understanding their situation, he promptly called Fang Yuan to provide them with an explanation over the phone. Chapter 61. The Investment Salon of Cutting Leaks on Wednesday. Early in the morning, Yao Yuan set out in his car, accompanied by Wu Lan and Xie Haitao, to inspect the 5 pre-selected old houses. As Zhang Li had indicated, the condition of these houses was quite satisfactory, devoid of any issues. Most importantly, they were all within the catchment areas of several prestigious schools, and the slots for enrollment were available. Once this was confirmed, Yao Yuan met with the homeowners that very day, negotiating prices and signing contracts one by one. Furthermore, the 5 houses he had previously purchased were rented out within the last couple of days, with rental prices ranging from 3,500 to 4,000. At Yao Yuan's request, all tenants were young professionals working in the Zhongguancun Science Park, each possessing stable employment. With the 5 houses rented together and payment made biannually, Yao Yuan received over 100,000 in rent at once. The following Thursday, he drove with Zhou Su, along with Zhang Li and several homeowners, to the housing authority to finalize the transfer of ownership. The transfer process went remarkably smoothly and was swiftly completed. In addition to the 5 old houses, Yao Yuan also reviewed the information Zhang Li gathered regarding several new large houses located near the financial district. While these houses were relatively new, built within the last 3 years and sufficiently spacious, they were ultimately rejected by Yao Yuan for specific reasons. Despite their modernity, each house possessed its own flaws, such as poor layout, outdated decor, or excessive noise from being adjacent to the second ring road. With some time remaining before January, Yao Yuan was in no rush. Observing his dissatisfaction, Zhang Li had to accept the outcome and continued her search for other properties. During the same week, many of Yao Yuan's classmates and parents also made notable progress. Everyone was actively engaging in house hunting, forming groups to explore various neighborhoods, and they were all busily occupied. As days passed, they successfully acquired numerous old and rundown houses that came with prestigious school enrollments. These properties, which many still regarded as undesirable, were akin to an aging beauty. However, in 4 to 5 months, or even sooner, they would transform into highly sought-after gems in the eyes of the public. Additionally, on Thursday afternoon, in an effort to assist several financially challenged classmates in purchasing homes, Yao Yuan facilitated his first guarantee loan. Through his endorsement, this cooperative home buying group successfully acquired 2 old, rundown houses, each approximately 50 square meters in size. Both houses were located within the catchment area of the Beijing Normal University affiliated primary school, boasting significant appreciation potential. The terms of the guarantee loan were consistent with what Yao Yuan had previously outlined for his classmates. No fees or interest were to be incurred, but the repayment period was strictly 1 year. After 1 year, they would be required to sell the 2 houses to repay the loan. At that point, the 2 properties Yao Yuan had guaranteed would naturally be released from the obligation. Aside from the property transactions, numerous events unfolded over the course of these few days. The 2 articles Yao Yuan published in the Economic Daily and other newspapers caused quite a stir in academia and society at large, particularly within the real estate and stock markets of the capital, eliciting a chorus of acclaim. The sensational reaction sparked by these articles led many to speculate about the identity of the author known as Yao Yuan. Numerous financial media outlets have sought to locate this elusive author for face-to-face interviews. However, their efforts have consistently yielded no results, even when they stumbled upon faint traces. The proposed interview plans were invariably dismissed by higher-ups. This led some journalists to suspect that there was a deliberate effort to shield the author, known as Yao Yuan. Unbeknownst to him, Yao Yuan remained blissfully ignorant, preoccupied with purchasing properties. Furthermore, his report in the conference hall had sparked some reactions, with several discussions emerging in various financial newspapers and magazines. Yet, the depth of these articles was sorely lacking. They merely skimmed the surface and failed to delve into more incisive and profound analysis. Although Yao Yuan noticed these articles, he paid little heed to them. Amidst his bustling activities, it was already Friday noon. After finally attending a class, he prepared to join Lu Jingwen for lunch. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID, momentarily taken aback. It was the manager of the South Road branch of CITIC Securities. Without hesitation, Yao Yuan stepped aside and answered the call. "Good afternoon, Mr. Luo. What prompted you to call me?" he inquired. The voice on the other end responded, "Good afternoon, Mr. Yao. Is this a convenient time to speak?" "Certainly. Please go ahead," Yao Yuan replied with a smile. Subsequently, Mr. Luo elucidated the purpose of his call. "Mr. Yao, our branch is hosting an investment salon at the Chuigong tomorrow, where participants will engage in discussions and share investment insights. All the prominent investors will be in attendance. Which is why I'm reaching out to you, a distinguished investor, to invite you to join us. In our branch, you have become a legendary figure, achieving astonishing returns of over 100% in just a month. Everyone is eager to meet you and seek your guidance. Unfortunately, your elusive presence has left them hoping for this investment salon." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Yao Yuan's eyes. What discussions and exchanges of investment insights? He thought, how wonderfully eloquent. They merely wish to leverage my considerable prowess to collaborate on manipulating the market and exploiting retail investors, or even my own interests. Such morally questionable profits are not worth pursuing, especially with watchful eyes above. Contemplating this, Yao Yuan casually concocted a fib. "Regrettably, Mr. Luo, I am currently out of the capital and will be unable to attend the investment salon. However, once I return to Beijing, I will certainly visit the branch to engage in meaningful conversations with everyone. I have matters to attend to now, so I must bid you farewell. Until next time." He did not immediately hang up, waiting until Mr. Luo politely said goodbye before disconnecting the call. He then proceeded to enjoy lunch with Lu Jingwen. Meanwhile, in the office of the South Road branch manager, Mr. Luo wore a troubled expression. This guy claims he is out of the capital. What a blatant lie. He has firmly resolved not to reveal himself, which indeed causes quite a headache. Before the words had barely left his lips, the lobby manager seated across the sofa immediately shook his head. "Nonsense. Just yesterday afternoon, I spotted him at the parking lot of the south gate of the Finance University, driving a brand new Audi A8 worth over 1.7 million yuan, having just returned from outside. This Audi A8 is a recent acquisition, likely purchased not long ago, and it bears a Beijing A license plate, with the security guards at the university entrance treating him with utmost respect." Upon hearing this, Mr. Luo felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids. He straightened his posture and spoke gravely. "Driving an Audi A8 valued over 1.7 million yuan, sporting a Beijing A license plate, and receiving such deference from the university as security, coupled with his low-profile demeanor yet astonishing capabilities, could he possibly be a second-generation wealthy individual? His mannerisms certainly suggest as much." The lobby manager paused momentarily, his expression shifting dramatically. "Indeed, his conduct is reminiscent of a second-generation rich kid. I believe there is no doubt about it. Otherwise, how could someone of his age still be in university, casually wielding tens of millions for stock trading? From my estimation, the stocks in his account are valued at nearly 200 million, yet he seems utterly unfazed, treating it all as inconsequential. If it were an ordinary person, who would possess such composure? Were I in his position, I would have long since secured my profits and embraced a life of leisure." After thorough analysis, both gentlemen solidified their conclusion. A moment later, Mr. Luo spoke in a low tone. "Since this individual is indeed a second-generation heir, we must approach him with caution. We cannot divulge any information regarding his stock account, as that would invite trouble. If he prefers not to appear at the brokerage, so be it. Should other major clients inquire, we shall simply claim ignorance of the situation." "Understood, Mr. Luo," The lobby manager nodded in response. They exchanged a few more words before both departed for lunch. Chapter 62. Do you all wish to repeat a year? Chapter 62. Do you all want to repeat a year? After finishing lunch, Yao Yuan hummed a little tune as he returned to his dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, a group of classmates approached him. Yao Yuan, here is the loan proposal that Senior Huang Yuan just sent over. Could you take a look and see if this interest rate seems a bit steep? I checked, and it's about 5 points higher than the standard mortgage rate. With that, he handed over his laptop. The screen displayed a loan proposal pertaining to 2 dilapidated old houses. Yao Yuan took the computer and quickly skimmed through the document before offering his insights. My friend, you are applying for a commercial loan, not a provident fund loan. The interest rate will naturally be higher. If your father were working in the capital and qualified for a provident fund loan, the rate would be significantly lower. Given the current circumstances, that is evidently not feasible, so one must accept the commercial loans rates. We are purchasing these old properties as an investment. Once the housing prices rise to a certain level, we can sell them off. A slightly higher interest rate won't have a substantial impact. Upon hearing this explanation, the classmates suddenly grasped the situation. All right then, let us proceed with acquiring these 2 dilapidated houses. Just as they were conversing, the class monitor pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering, he immediately announced, I just received a call from Teacher Lu. After the afternoon class on investment behavior, everyone must remain in the classroom. Teacher Lu wants to hold a meeting and has emphasized that no one can be absent. Understood, the class responded in unison. Without much thought. Before long, it was time for the afternoon class on investment behavior. As the students filed into the classroom, they each found their seats. Just as they settled down, Jian Baiyang suddenly stood up, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed loudly, the Municipal Statistics Bureau has just released last month's economic data. Housing prices in the capital rose by 10.7% last month, leading the nation. This marks the 5th consecutive month of over 10% growth in housing prices here, with the increase in the central urban area even surpassing 15%. Those who purchased homes at the beginning of October have seen a 15% profit if they bought outright. And for those who took out loans, the profit exceeds 50%. This is quite astonishing. A wave of gasps filled the classroom. In the next moment, everyone turned to look at Yao Yuan, as well as Zhou Su and Wu Lan. The earliest purchasers of property were indeed a few individuals from Yao Yuan's dormitory, naturally reaping the most significant rewards. Meanwhile, Zhou Su and Wu Lan were grinning broadly, while Yao Yuan merely smiled softly. At that moment, Associate Professor Huang entered the classroom. Ascending to the podium, he smiled and addressed the students. I overheard your conversation just now. It appears that you are all quite invested in the current economic data, which is commendable, as it reflects the application of what you've learned. He then abruptly gazed at Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan, thank you for previously suggesting that I and Teacher Lu expedite our home purchase. We secured a loan for a property, and within less than a month, the price has surged by 12%. If we consider the investment yield, the returns on this property have already surpassed 50%, which is somewhat staggering. As Associate Professor Huang shared his insights, the classroom erupted in a chorus of astonished exclamations. The atmosphere of excitement intensified, particularly among those who had hesitated to invest in real estate, as they expressed their regret with frustrated foot stomps. With a confident smile, Yao Yuan proclaimed loudly, this is merely the beginning of the skyrocketing property prices in the capital. It is but a prelude. I assure you, by this time next year, the prices will have undoubtedly doubled, perhaps even more extravagantly. The classroom buzzed with fervor in response to his bold assertion. Suddenly, the class bell rang, but it could not overshadow the exuberant cheers of the students. It was only when Associate Professor Huang took the microphone to announce the commencement of the lecture that the room gradually quieted down. The 2 lessons passed swiftly. As soon as the class concluded, Lu Yu, visibly pregnant, entered the classroom with a ringing bell. Accompanying her were a pair of counselors, both wearing stern expressions that suggested displeasure. Upon seeing his wife, Associate Professor Huang promptly stepped forward to support Lu Yu's arm, guiding her to the podium. He cast a quick glance over the students, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his eyes. The sight of the counselors' grim faces instilled an unsettling feeling among the students, particularly in Yao Yuan, who felt a chill when Lu Yu shot him a piercing glare upon her entrance. Once on the podium, Lu Yu surveyed the students and spoke sharply. I've heard that you all have been skipping classes with reckless abandon, daring to miss any subject. Teachers have reported that at least a dozen students are absent from every class, making them hesitant to call the roll. What is going on? Do you no longer desire your diplomas? Or are you collectively aiming for a year of retention? At these words, realization dawned upon the students, understanding the reason behind the counselor's displeasure. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Yao Yuan, including those of the teachers on the podium, while the counselors stared at him in disbelief. Yao Yuan, however, lowered his head, avoiding eye contact with the counselors. His demeanor ignited a sense of irritation in Lu Yu. Stop hiding, Yao Yuan. From what I know, you are the primary instigator behind this widespread class skipping. What were you thinking? Did you intend for everyone to extend their undergraduate studies by an additional year? Her words elicited immediate laughter throughout the classroom. With no choice but to lift his head, Yao Yuan forced a smile towards the counselors. By all that is sacred, Teacher Lu, I truly had no intention of leading everyone to repeat a year. Such a thing is simply impossible. The reason for the frequent absences is that everyone has been preoccupied with the matter of purchasing property and has failed to manage their time properly. However, I assure you, this will not happen again. Please rest assured, esteemed teachers. Lu Yu and the counselors were momentarily taken aback, while many students remained perplexed. Did this imply that to avoid skipping classes, they should cease their property pursuits? Everyone was acutely aware of the substantial profits from real estate speculation. With some students having already tasted its sweetness, even Lu Yu and her husband had enjoyed considerable benefits. In such circumstances, asking everyone to cease their endeavors was utterly inconceivable. In a fleeting moment, several teachers regained consciousness. The next instant, Lu Yu curiously inquired, "You assure us that we need no longer worry and that absences will become infrequent. What guarantees do you provide? Pray, share your solutions, for I am eager to learn." As her words fell, Yao Yuan stood up decisively. He surveyed all his classmates present, then glanced at the teachers before proclaiming with clarity, "In truth, this matter is not difficult to resolve, as long as we meticulously arrange our time. All issues shall be effortlessly addressed. From now on, when we go to view properties, we shall only do so during evenings or weekends, and for safety's sake. It is imperative that male and female students travel in pairs. As for the real estate agents and property owners, I can arrange for them to provide door-to-door service, presenting us with the finest listings, and we can finalize contracts right here at school. Our demand for housing is substantial. They are eager to profit and will undoubtedly strive to offer us exceptional service, each party benefiting from the arrangement. Conducting these transactions at school also has its advantages, as we can rely on the institution for support, allowing us to consult knowledgeable teachers and classmates to oversee the contracts. Regarding bank loans and property transfers, these can only be processed during our free periods, and within a week, we each have a morning and an afternoon without classes. Ample time indeed. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly astonished. Lu Yu exchanged glances with her peers, and they nodded in unison. Well done, Yao Yuan. You always manage to conjure up the most ingenious ideas. This approach seems feasible, as long as you refrain from excessive absences. I shall not hinder your pursuit of home ownership and prosperity. At this juncture, Lu Yu abruptly shifted her tone. Everyone, follow me to the large lecture hall. Someone is waiting for you there, especially you, Yao Yuan. There is someone who is quite eager to meet you. With that, both counselors proceeded towards the classroom exit. An associate professor Huang promptly followed suit. All the students, including Yao Yuan, stood frozen in place. Who could possibly be waiting for them in the large lecture hall? Chapter 63. Expanding the real estate speculation group. After 5 or 6 minutes, all the students followed Lu Yu and her companions, bewildered, into the grand lecture hall. Upon entering, they were momentarily taken aback, standing frozen in place. At that moment, over 100 individuals were seated in the hall, all eyes fixed on the entrance. In the front 2 rows sat the dean and vice dean of the accounting department, along with various faculty members and several counselors. Behind them were more than 100 students from the 2004 cohort of the accounting department. Additionally, students from other classes, including those in the CPA, management accounting, and financial management programs, totaling over 120, were also present. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt slightly overwhelmed. Goodness, this atmosphere is rather intimidating. It resembles a grand tribunal. Did we really miss a few classes to warrant such a spectacle? Whispers filled the air as they entered the classroom one after another. At that moment, the dean of the accounting department suddenly stood up and addressed the assembly. Hello, students. Please find your seats. Is there a student named Yao Yuan? Please step forward so that everyone can recognize you. With his words, all the teachers and classmates who knew Yao Yuan turned to look at him. The many instructors and students already in the classroom wore expressions of curiosity, tinged with amusement. Having met Dean Ming before, Yao Yuan stepped forward. Summoning his courage to greet him, "I am Yao Yuan. May I inquire what the esteemed faculty requires of me?" Dean Ming appraised him with a smile and nodded. "So you are Yao Yuan. Quite handsome, I must say. I have heard much about you. Please remain at the front. We have some questions to ask, and I would appreciate your insights." "Certainly, Dean Ming. Please feel free to ask any questions. I am at your service," Yao Yuan replied politely. Meanwhile, all the accounting students, including Lu Jingwen, found their seats, still in a state of confusion. Professor Huang and Lu Yu also settled into 3 seats in the second row, smiling at Yao Yuan. In a brief moment, everyone was seated, save for Yao Yuan, who stood alone at the front of the classroom. Suddenly, Dean Ming gestured towards the podium. "Yao Yuan, please go to the podium. There is a microphone there. You can use it to speak, so everyone can hear you." "Of course, Dean Ming," Yao Yuan responded. Walking to the podium, he picked up the microphone placed there and looked out at Dean Ming and the other leaders and teachers, as well as all the students. "Please, do not hesitate to ask any questions, Dean Ming, along with the other esteemed leaders and teachers. I shall answer to the best of my ability." Seeing his confident demeanor, an expression of admiration flickered in the eyes of all the department leaders and teachers present. Dean Ming nodded slightly and then took up the microphone, saying, "There is no need to feel anxious, Yao Yuan. We are merely engaging in casual conversation. I want to hold you accountable for leading the class and skipping classes. That falls under the purview of your counselor." Yao Yuan paused for a moment and then jokingly replied, "That is wonderful. As long as we aren't held accountable for our absences, everything else is manageable." His words elicited laughter from the audience. After a few light-hearted exchanges, Dean Ming proceeded to the main topic. "Firstly, I would like to inquire about the 2 articles published in the Economic Daily and the Securities Times, as well as in the 21st Century Business Herald, titled Analysis of the Investment Environment in the Capital's Real Estate Market and a Super Bull Market May Be Coming. Were those written by you? These articles have indeed caused quite a stir." Yao Yuan did not deny it, but gently nodded. "Indeed, Dean Ming. Those articles were written by me, though I published them under a pseudonym to avoid being approached by the media. My work was completed under the guidance of Associate Professor Huang and Professor Lu, who were the second and third authors, respectively." "Excellent," Dean Ming remarked appreciatively. "I have read those articles several times. Their quality is exceptional, well-reasoned, and insightful, reflecting your substantial foundation. I must admit, it is somewhat surprising to find such an outstanding student among our undergraduate accounting cohort." Yao Yuan smiled modestly, responding, "You flatter me. I truly do not deserve such praise. Regarding my identity, I hope everyone can keep it confidential to prevent any disturbances from the media," he added, bowing slightly to all the leaders, teachers, and fellow students present. His humility garnered nods of agreement from the audience. In the next moment, Dean Ming continued, "The reason we sought you out today, as well as the students from your 2 classes, is not solely due to these sensational articles. From what I understand, under your influence, the students from the 2004 accounting classes have recently ventured into the market, acquiring numerous properties in the capital. The real estate prices have been consistently rising during this period. You must have made quite a profit, haven't you?" Understanding dawned on Yao Yuan, and many students in the audience similarly grasped Dean Ming's intentions. "Indeed, Dean Ming. Just over a week into October, the real estate prices in the capital have risen by more than 10. Some of us who purchased earlier, especially those who acquired properties through loans, have indeed made a bit of money, and everyone is quite pleased." Yao Yuan briefly outlined the situation without concealment. Feeling there was no need to do so, he had already surmised Dean Ming's intentions and felt a surge of private delight. For him, this represented a splendid opportunity to further expand his valuable network, one that he could not afford to overlook. He was quite aware of the considerable influence wielded by the leaders and faculty of the academy, recognizing that their students are present across various industries in the capital. Moreover, many students occupy esteemed positions and wield significant authority, particularly in financial matters. Although these leaders and educators remain within the confines of the school, their influence should not be underestimated. Following Yao Yuan's explanation, numerous leaders and teachers in the audience were instantly filled with delight. Moments later, Dean Ming continued, "Since such a favorable opportunity has arisen, could you elucidate the background and the methods you employed? According to the counselor of Class 1 in accounting, you have compiled a document referred to as the Home Buying Bible, aimed at guiding students in their property purchases. May we have the privilege of perusing this home buying Bible? We are all quite intrigued and eager to delve deeper into your investment strategies, particularly the concept of collaborative property purchasing, which indeed presents itself as a novel case study worthy of analysis. In response to this request, Yao Yuan naturally acquiesced. Certainly. Dean Ming, my roommates should possess copies of the home buying Bible. Please, feel free to take a look. With that, he glanced at Zhou Su and the others. The group instantly understood and promptly retrieved their respective copies, presenting them to several deans. Upon receiving the home buying Bible, Dean Ming and his colleagues eagerly began to examine its contents. Within moments, expressions of surprise and amazement graced their faces, with some even appearing somewhat stunned. The other teachers gazed at the home buying Bible with eyes gleaming with curiosity and desire. In the next instant, Dean Ming casually passed the book to a teacher seated in the back row, expressing a few heartfelt remarks. Indeed, this is genuinely a treasure trove for home buyers. The value of this book alone is considerable. Yao Yuan, many of our faculty members are in dire need of improved housing conditions, as their current situations are quite poor. If this truly is a fortuitous opportunity, I hope you can offer guidance to our teachers so that we may all benefit from your insights and enhance our living conditions. Before his words could fully settle, students from the accounting and financial management classes, along with several from the management and accounting class, suddenly stood in unison to voice their desires. Yao Yuan, we are all aware of your success in purchasing properties alongside your classmates in accounting. We are all part of the same institution, and it would be unjust for you to reap all the benefits alone. Indeed, such a splendid opportunity for profit should not be exclusive to you. Let us partake in this venture together. Exactly, Yao Yuan, let us all thrive together. The real estate market in the capital is vast. It is impossible for you to monopolize all the properties. As these students clamored enthusiastically, the classroom erupted in a lively commotion, with everyone's eyes shining brightly. Observing this scene, Yao Yuan swiftly realized the necessity of organizing a larger real estate investment group. Chapter 64. An unexpected turn of events as anticipated by Yao Yuan, the scale of the real estate speculation group expanded severalfold. Almost all the faculty and administration from the accounting college, along with over 100 students from 3 other classes of the 2004 cohort, joined the ranks of property speculators. Even some professors from other colleges were drawn into the frenzy, although many remained cautious observers. With the burgeoning size of the speculation group, the demand for housing surged exponentially. Following Yao Yuan's advice, the majority of the newly joined faculty and students targeted dilapidated yet prestigious properties associated with esteemed educational institutions. Only those teachers with an urgent need to improve their living conditions considered purchasing new or relatively new homes, as well as larger residences. Even in these cases, their primary requirement remained unchanged. The property must be within the vicinity of a prestigious school. The significance of esteemed school credentials was deeply understood among the faculty. When Yao Yuan relayed the news of the speculation group's expansion to Zhang Li and Fang Yuan, they were nearly overwhelmed with joy at the overwhelming demand for both housing and loans. They responded swiftly, rallying their respective teams to provide on-site services at the university. Zhang Li and her team of agents were tasked with offering a plethora of quality housing options to the faculty and students of the accounting college. Should any teacher or student express interest in a particular property, they would promptly arrange viewings, conduct due diligence, and negotiate with homeowners until the contracts were signed and the properties transferred, providing a comprehensive service. Fang Yuan, accompanied by several staff members from the construction bank's credit department, offered consultation services to all faculty and students in need of loans, conducting on-the-spot assessments. Once the reviews were successfully completed, they would immediately escort clients to the bank to facilitate the loan process. Given that the applicants were all students and faculty from the university, each with promising futures, the bank willingly relaxed its lending policies, ensuring that securing a mortgage was virtually guaranteed. Additionally, many executives at the bank were alumni of the university, fostering a natural affinity and willingness to support its students and faculty. Even the district notary office, coordinated by Dean Ming, dispatched 2 staff members to the university to assist students and faculty in need of notarization services. Furthermore, several lawyers among the faculty, including those specializing in economic law, contributed to this collaborative effort. Consequently, the efficiency of property transactions soared, alleviating the need for frequent class absences. In just a week or two, Numerous faculty and students successfully acquired around 150 to 160 properties, showcasing remarkable speed and efficiency. During this period, Yao Yuan successfully rented out his remaining 5 properties, generating approximately 100,000 in rental income. Not only that, but he also utilized his 10 dilapidated properties to secure loans for his classmates. Through his guarantees, students from the 2 accounting classes with challenging financial circumstances were able to purchase homes through collaborative efforts. This outcome left those classmates immensely grateful to Yao Yuan, while others looked upon him with admiration. In this time frame, the mortgages for his uncle and Aunt Lu were consecutively approved. They traveled to the capital, completed the necessary procedures, and entrusted several properties to Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen for management before departing the city. In no time, these several properties were successfully leased, with the rental income directly deposited into their bank accounts. As Yao Yuan had previously mentioned, the rental yields not only fully covered their monthly repayments, but also provided a surplus. This outcome brought them immense joy, further solidifying their confidence in investing in real estate in the capital city. As November came to a close, the chill of winter began to settle in. After class one afternoon, Yao Yuan, along with Lu Jingwen and her companions, stepped out of the classroom, intending to enjoy a meal. However, upon exiting, they encountered 2 girls standing in the corridor. Among them was Qing Weiwei, the belle of the International Business School. The sight of this enchanting beauty instantly gave Yao Yuan a headache. Over the past few weeks, she had sought him out no fewer than 10 times, even orchestrating several chance encounters. The most frequent of these meetings occurred in the parking lot at the southern entrance of the academic building. After several such encounters, Yao Yuan could discern her intentions with crystal clarity. Even Lu Jingwen and other classmates had perceived her motives. Clearly, this sophomore beauty was intent on pursuing Yao Yuan, disregarding the fact that he already had a girlfriend. How shameless! Lu Jingwen muttered under her breath, her teeth clenching audibly. This vixen is practically forcing us to confront her. Huang Xinran, evidently siding with her friend, seemed ready to charge forward and confront the situation. Meanwhile, the other classmates present merely chuckled, reveling in the drama as if it were an entertainment spectacle. Faced with this scenario, Cheng Weiwei's delicate face flushed momentarily, yet that was the extent of her reaction. The next moment, she approached Yao Yuan directly, her tone sweet and inviting. "Senior Yao Yuan, do you have a moment? I have a few matters I would like to consult you about." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Jingwen had already clenched her fists, glaring at the sophomore beauty. Huang Xinran was even more direct, retorting sharply, "What exactly do you want? After all this time, are you not aware that others have girlfriends?" In contrast, Qing Weiwei assumed a look of feigned innocence. "Senior, you misunderstand. I came to seek Yuan's advice regarding purchasing a property. The news about Senior Yao Yuan collaborating with our accounting faculty's 2004 class to invest in real estate has spread throughout the university. Coincidentally, my family is also looking to buy a property in the capital, which is why I approached Senior Yao Yuan for guidance." Seeing her pitiable demeanor, Huang Xinran found herself momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Lu Jingwen, too, though brimming with indignation, struggled to articulate a response. This sophomore beauty was quite adept at navigating the situation indeed. Yao Yuan quietly mused to himself before responding. "Qing Weiwei, if you're seeking advice on purchasing property in the capital, you need not rely solely on me. My classmates here are well versed in the buying process and can certainly guide you on what pitfalls to avoid. You may consult them instead. Old Xia, why don't you assist this lovely junior? Please treat them to lunch and charge it to my account," he suggested, pushing Xia Haitao forward to divert Cheng Weiwei's attention, thus sparing himself from further entanglement with her. Initially taken aback, Xia Haitao quickly donned a radiant smile and stepped forward to introduce himself. "Cheng Weiwei, is it? I am Xia Haitao, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. When it comes to matters regarding real estate, I can provide comprehensive consultation entirely free of charge." As she gazed at Cheng Weiwei, she found herself momentarily stunned. She never anticipated such a situation unfolding, leaving her momentarily speechless. Before she could gather her thoughts, Yao Yuan had already taken Lu Jingwen away, waving his hand as he did. "Jingwen, shall we go for a meal?" With that, they circumvented Cheng Weiwei and proceeded towards the staircase. It was only at that moment that Cheng Weiwei snapped back to reality. She swiftly turned to glance at Yao Yuan's retreating figure, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, thankfully managing to hold back her sobs. Recognizing that this opportunity had slipped away, she chose not to voice any further comments. "Dear juniors, What would you like to eat for lunch? Given the chill in the air, how about hot pot? We can chat while we eat. Xia Haitao extended his invitation once more. Unfortunately, it was akin to casting a flirtatious glance at a blind person. Apologies, senior, but we have already dined. You may go ahead and eat alone. Cheng Weiwei replied curtly before departing with her friend. Not interested in a meal? But weren't you seeking consultation regarding real estate? Xia Haitao clearly remained undeterred. Noticing Cheng Weiwei's beauty and figure, he couldn't help but entertain thoughts of his own. Thank you for your concern, Senior Xia, but I suddenly recalled some pressing matters to attend to. We can discuss the real estate issue later, Cheng Weiwei replied politely. Not even bothering to look back. By this time, they had already distanced themselves. Meanwhile, as Yao Yuan descended the stairs, he felt a sudden pinch on his arm. No need to inquire. It was Lu Jingwen expressing her displeasure. What in the world is going on with this beauty from the business school? Speak honestly. Yao Yuan glanced at her, resignedly whispering, Darling, you saw it too. It was a surprise attack. I barely had time to dodge. How shameless. From now on, don't engage with her. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Understood. Having you is enough for me. Rest assured, nothing will happen between her and me. Humph. I find that hard to believe. I'll be keeping a close watch on you. Lu Jingwen replied, still irate. At that moment, Yao Yuan's phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from Professor Huang. Once the call connected, Professor Huang's voice came through immediately. Yao Yuan, are you at school? Of course I am. I was just about to have lunch. I can't afford to skip class again, or else Teacher Lu will certainly have my head. That's good. After lunch, come to my home. There have been some developments concerning Lin Jianfeng. All right, I'll head over after I finish eating. Yao Yuan responded with a nod, his expression shifting. Could it be that the Lin family, known for their loyalty and valor, is once again stirring trouble? After such a lengthy period of silence, I thought you had conceded. But it seems you are merely biding your time for a grand revelation. Chapter 65. Who will bring whom to ruin around 12:30 in the afternoon? Yao Yuan arrived at Professor Huang's residence, carrying a bag of fresh fruit. After exchanging pleasantries upon entering, Professor Huang casually handed him a copy of the Economic Observer. Yao Yuan, take a look at the article on the second page entitled The Shackle on Private Real Estate Enterprises. There seems to be an insidious undertone in this piece. All right. Professor Huang, Yao Yuan replied with a nod, promptly taking the newspaper to read. Within moments, his brow furrowed, and his gaze turned icy. The article titled The Shackle on Private Real Estate explicitly stated that during the Economic and Financial Conference held in Beijing at the beginning of November, a young representative, still an undergraduate, publicly proposed that the credit scale for private real estate enterprises should be strictly limited. It advocated for establishing loan ceilings based on the qualifications and scale of these enterprises and emphasized rigorous scrutiny of the identities of private real estate owners, calling for a crackdown on land hoarding practices. To Yao Yuan, such rhetoric was all too familiar. The young representative mentioned in the article could only refer to him. The viewpoints expressed were a verbatim recounting of what he had presented during that pivotal briefing in early November, with no alterations whatsoever. However, toward the conclusion of the article, the author abruptly shifted tone, deeming these opinions overly radical. If implemented, they would undoubtedly place a shackle on all private real estate enterprises. Given that these enterprises were already looked down upon by banks, the addition of such constraints would likely lead many to bankruptcy. In the current thriving climate of the private economy and the overall prosperity of the national economy, such radical views were evidently ill-timed and potentially destructive. After finishing the article, Yao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Clearly, someone was inciting conflict, attempting to redirect blame towards him. Indeed, these viewpoints were ones he had publicly articulated, and he could not deny them. He was left with no choice but to acknowledge their origins. Unsurprisingly, his identity would soon be inadvertently disclosed by certain individuals, provoking the sensitive nerves of private real estate owners, who would then unite to target him en masse. One had to admit, it was a clever and ruthless maneuver. Professor Huang and Teacher Lu exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. We share the same sentiment. The author harbors ill intentions and is clearly inciting numerous private real estate owners to turn against you. There are quite a few similar articles that have suddenly emerged in recent days, appearing in various local newspapers. The content of these pieces is remarkably similar, all drawing upon the content of your report, subtly sowing discord. Yet, these authors were all unknown figures, none being economic experts. Yet their articles managed to find a place in prominent sections of the newspapers, indicating some unseen hand at work. With that, Professor Huang reached for the laptop resting on the coffee table. He then opened his computer, navigating through several local newspaper websites and 2 major portals, subsequently uncovering a number of recently published articles. Without exception, these articles subtly targeted Yao Yuan, yet none explicitly mentioned his name. It was merely a matter of time. Currently, it was in the brewing stage. Once the conditions were ripe, it was likely that someone would divulge Yao Yuan's identity. Once revealed, he would undoubtedly become a focal point of public scrutiny. Those writers, nurtured by private real estate moguls, would surely launch a relentless barrage against him. Yao Yuan quickly skimmed through these articles, his expression growing increasingly cold. Sitting beside him, Associate Professor Huang was providing context. Professors Liu and Ouyang were already aware of the situation and concurred that someone was covertly orchestrating this against him. The 2 professors had asked him to come over to inquire about his course of action. Yao Yuan did not respond immediately. Instead, he wore a stern expression, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly turned to Associate Professor Huang, inquiring curiously, "Earlier, you mentioned that these matters were related to Lin Jianfeng. Could you elaborate?" Associate Professor Huang paused briefly before nodding and saying, "My assertion that these issues are linked to Lin Jianfeng is speculative, and Professor Ouyang shares this belief. You may not be aware, but due to your line about the half-closed door adorned with genuine feelings, Lin Jianfeng could no longer remain at Tsinghua University and resigned 2 weeks ago. After leaving, he went abroad, reportedly to the United States. Some say he enrolled in a postdoctoral program at Columbia University, while others claim he secured a position at a prestigious Wall Street investment bank, Goldman Sachs. Just days after his departure, articles hinting at you began surfacing in the media, raising suspicions. I investigated the authors of these pieces and discovered that several hail from the PR department of Dream Group, as well as the fashion magazine where Zhangqi works." Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan was suddenly enlightened. In the next moment, he sneered disdainfully. "I was wondering who possessed such influence to covertly target me across numerous media outlets. It turns out to be the Lin family of unwavering loyalty. It is no surprise they have the capability. Since they wish to bring me down, I shall not hold back. If you strike first, I shall retaliate doubly. I intend to see who prevails in this contest." Both Associate Professor Huang and Teacher Liu were momentarily taken aback, even feeling a chill run down their spines. The next moment, Teacher Liu voiced his concern, "But that's the illustrious Lin family of Dream Group, with immense influence. Are you truly willing to confront them? That may not be the wisest course of action. You are still a university student. Even if your identity is exposed, it should not pose a significant issue." Yao Yuan glanced at Teacher Liu, then shook his head. "To refrain from retaliating or defending myself. That is not my style. What of the Lin family of Dream Group? If they seek to undermine me, they must be prepared for the consequences." As he spoke, Yao Yuan was acutely aware of the many secrets he harbored, and he would not allow others to pry into them at will. In that case, one would inevitably become the center of attention, potentially dragging one's family into the turmoil, forcing parents to resign and relocate. Therefore, a swift and decisive counterattack is imperative, executed with precision and ferocity. Only by striking at the vulnerabilities of the Lin family, inflicting pain upon them, can these despicable individuals be made to hesitate, perhaps even refrain from casually disclosing their identities. Observing his unwavering resolve, both Professor Huang and Teacher Liu exchanged glances of surprise. Moments later, Professor Huang curiously inquired, "Yao Yuan, how do you intend to launch this counteroffensive? Do enlighten us." After a brief pretense of contemplation, Yao Yuan provided his response. "He will pursue his agenda, and I shall pursue mine. Let us see who can strike the other's sore spot. For instance, how did the Dream Group transition from being a state-owned enterprise wholly controlled by the Computer Institute of the Chinese Academy of Sciences to a private enterprise? This transformation presents a plethora of topics for exploration. Does this shift not implicate the massive loss of state assets? Are there not potential violations of law, such as deceitful practices and the brazen embezzlement of state property?" Gasped. Professor Huang and Teacher Liu simultaneously inhaled sharply, their eyes wide with astonishment. This was a truly ruthless strategy. Subsequently, Yao Yuan engaged in further discussion with Professor Huang and the others. During this time, he reached out to Professors Liu and Ouyang, seeking their opinions. It was not until around 1:30 that he departed from Professor Huang's residence, returning to his dormitory. Upon arriving, he busied himself at his computer, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as he fervently penned his article. With the rapid clatter of keystrokes, a tempest began to brew. Chapter 66. A sharp retaliation around 8 o'clock in the evening. A series of remarkably impactful essays finally took shape under the deft fingers of Yao Yuan. The titles of these essays were striking and compelling, effortlessly capturing the attention of readers and drawing them into the content. Does the transformation of Dream Group from a state-owned enterprise to a private entity raise concerns of significant loss of state assets? Beware of certain individuals who, under the guise of deception, shamelessly plunder public assets. Is the trade, industry, and technology route potentially a profoundly detrimental strategic miscalculation? The approach of taking without giving is ultimately unsustainable. We must remain vigilant against potential chokeholds. On what grounds does a computer assembly factory, devoid of any core technology, dare to claim the title of a high-tech enterprise? What is the true nature of Dream Group's so-called funding and management? Mere distractions or a revelry of capital? Upon glancing at these titles, Yao Yuan felt a shiver of exhilaration. Fortunately, the concept of an online army had not yet emerged, and relevant legislation remained underdeveloped. Otherwise, he would have hesitated to concoct such essays, as it would undoubtedly invite trouble. Now that the essays were ready, his next consideration was how to disseminate them, creating a colossal wave of public discourse that would deliver a significant blow to the Lin family, known for their unwavering loyalty. Only by striking at their vulnerable spots would they be compelled to show restraint. With this thought, Yao Yuan couldn't help but smirk. He then began to prepare for subsequent actions. For instance, he would apply for a new QQ account and notify each dormitory, urging all male classmates to create new accounts and add his. At this moment, the male students of the 2004 accounting department looked up to him without hesitation, exhibiting no signs of doubt. By 10 o'clock that evening, all male students had added Yao Yuan's new QQ account, unaware of his true intentions. And he did not rush to disclose them. Time passed, and soon it was the afternoon of the following day. As the second class of the afternoon concluded, everyone was tidying their books, preparing to leave for self-study or return to their dormitories. At that moment, Yao Yuan unexpectedly entered the classroom, dragging a suitcase behind him. Upon seeing him, laughter erupted among the students. Class is ended. Why are you so late? And what's with the suitcase? You look like a boss. As the banter continued, Yao Yuan approached the podium. He surveyed his classmates and then spoke in a clear voice. Please don't rush to leave. I have some matters to discuss with you. Zhou Su, Wu Lan, please call the male students from the other 3 classes. The lecture hall at the east end of the corridor is empty. Let us move there for more space. With that, he began to carry his suitcase towards the exit. The students promptly followed, though all were filled with confusion. Zhou Su and his companions were equally puzzled, but refrained from asking further, quickly starting to make phone calls to rally others. Jingwen, what scheme is Yao Yuan up to this time? Wang Xinran inquired curiously in a hushed tone. I am equally perplexed. Since yesterday afternoon, I have been unaware of what he has been preoccupied with, and I have scarcely seen him. Lu Jingwen shook her head, equally bewildered. As they spoke, the group reached the lecture hall at the eastern end of the corridor. The classroom was filled with students engaged in self-study. Upon noticing the arrival of Yao Yuan and his companions, many assumed there was a class and hastily gathered their belongings to leave. This inadvertently alleviated some complications. Once inside the lecture hall, everyone promptly sought out their seats. Shortly thereafter, several students began to inquire about the purpose of Yao Yuan's gathering. However, Yao Yuan merely smiled enigmatically and urged everyone to be patient, assuring them that the answer would soon be revealed. Over the next few minutes, boys from 3 other classes gradually filled the classroom, creating an increasingly lively atmosphere. When all had arrived, Yao Yuan instructed Zhou Su and others to close the front and back doors of the lecture hall and to prop them shut to prevent any intrusions. Witnessing this, the students grew even more astonished. At that moment, Yao Yuan suddenly opened the suitcase he had brought and casually retrieved 5 bundles of bright red 100 yuan bills. Stacking them upon the podium, gasps of astonishment filled the air. This amounted to 500,000 yuan. As the exclamations echoed, all the students stood in sheer disbelief. A moment later, Yao Yuan's voice resonated once more from the podium. As you can see, this is 500,000 yuan, he announced. I require your assistance for a particular undertaking. This sum encompasses operational expenses as well as your compensation. However, this is merely the initial funding. I may invest an additional 50 to 100,000 later on. I must clarify that this venture is entirely legal, but it is exclusively for the male students. Ladies need not apply. No sooner had he finished speaking than the lecture hall erupted in a frenzy. Wow! He asked, starting with 500,000 yuan and might add more. This is outrageous. What could Yao Yuan possibly be planning? The situation was a bit intimidating. With such a sum, one could even contemplate hiring a hitman. The students began to speculate fervently, some even gripped by fear. Of course, envy simmered beneath their astonished exclamations. Amidst the discussions, many of the boys promptly responded. As long as it's not illegal, who wouldn't he jump at the chance to earn money? Speak up, Yao Yuan. What do you need us to do? We're all in. Yao Yuan scanned the room filled with students and gently motioned for quiet. Once the commotion subsided, he smiled and said, "It's quite simple. I need your help to engage in a debate online with some shameless individuals. Recently, someone has exploited my remarks made at an economic and financial conference, launching various slanderous attacks against me through the media. Their true intention is to incite a backlash from numerous private real estate entrepreneurs in the country against me. I have never been one to suffer insults in silence, so I am prepared to retaliate online and strike at the heart of their accusations." As he spoke, he retrieved several newspapers from his backpack. In light of the subtly disparaging articles published in the newspapers, a brief overview of the situation was provided. He elaborated on his contributions during the economic and financial conference held in early November, aiming to clarify the context and sequence of events. As for the identities and backgrounds of Lin Jianfeng and Zhang Qi, they're already well known to everyone, due to that infamous phrase about the half-open door. These two buffoons have become notorious, their backgrounds thoroughly exposed by the students of Financial University in Chihuahua. With Yao Yuan's introduction, the classroom erupted in a chorus of astonishment. Aside from Lu Jingwen and a few individuals in the dormitory, the other students were oblivious to Yao Yuan's remarkable performance at the National Economic and Financial Conference. No one had anticipated, or even dared to imagine, that Yao Yuan could participate in such a prestigious event, deliver a focused presentation, and engage with individuals of such elevated status. While they were struck with awe, a wave of indignation swept through the crowd. These nefarious individuals were utterly despicable. We must retaliate and take action. Indeed, we shall confront them head-on. Yao Yuan, just tell us what you need us to do. Observing the fervent expressions of his classmates, a glimmer of pride flashed in Yao Yuan's eyes. This was the scenario he had longed to witness. Lin, do you believe that I am weak and can only endure your attacks in silence? Little do you know that all my classmates at Financial University are my allies. Even more significantly, I possess promotional strategies that far exceed the capabilities of this era to deal with your ilk. In the next moment, Yao Yuan declared loudly, to inflict pain upon these vile characters, I have penned over a dozen counter-articles, and I require your assistance in disseminating them to create a tsunami of public opinion online. I will provide detailed instructions on how to proceed. You need only follow my directives. Chapter 67. Tempestuous Winds in the Lecture Hall. Yao Yuan confidently articulated his marketing strategy. Collectively, our classes comprised 90 male students, who would freely pair up into groups of 2, forming a total of 45 teams. Each team would receive 10,000 yuan in cash from me, along with an additional 1,000 for transportation expenses, and would then seek out internet cafes to hire individuals to post on various online forums, igniting discussions. Once the internet cafes were selected, we would ensure to establish a good rapport with the owners, offering them 500 yuan as an incentive. After all, no one would decline easy money. Should any CAF owners refuse or demand exorbitant fees, we would simply move on to another establishment. There were plenty to choose from, and we would not indulge them. Laughter erupted among us, each person brimming with excitement, particularly the multitude of boys, whose eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. This endeavor felt refreshingly novel and immensely entertaining, especially with the prospect of earning money. Who would turn that down? As the laughter subsided, Yao Yuan continued. Once we had confirmed the cooperative internet cafes, we would promptly organize the patrons within to post on major forums, but strictly refrain from any insults. The forums in question encompassed not only large platforms like Tianya and Shitsi Hutong, but also university BBS sites, without concern for their scale. We would inform the individuals surfing the internet that they could earn 1 yuan for every post they made, with no limit on the number of posts. The more they posted, the more they earned. At a reasonable pace, a single individual could easily post 100 times in an hour, thereby earning 100 yuan in just 60 minutes, enough to cover a week's worth of internet fees. Yao Yuan then shared several tactics from the future concerning online marketing. To ensure the safety and financial security of his classmates, he advised them to select internet cafes situated near universities, collaborating with students who frequented these establishments. With over 100 universities in the capital, it was unlikely that any campus lacked a few nearby internet cafes. Along Academy Road alone, there were likely hundreds. Yao Yuan specifically directed his classmates to these relatively secure cafes, where the clientele largely consisted of earnest university students, rarely engaging in deceitful practices. The mere suggestion of earning money would undoubtedly ignite their enthusiasm. With just a few posts online, they could claim cash based on their posting records. How could they possibly refuse? By harnessing their fervor, it would be a trivial task to generate tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of posts in a single evening. When such a deluge of posts inundated the internet, all aimed at the Lin family of Dream Group, it would inevitably create a colossal wave of public opinion. Even with the Lin family's substantial influence and numerous subordinates, erasing hundreds of thousands of posts would be an insurmountable challenge. And this was merely the beginning. The following Saturday and Sunday would witness an even greater surge of public discourse. As for the origins of these posts, they would stem from Yao Yuan's newly registered QQ accounts, which would then be disseminated by numerous classmates using their freshly created QQ accounts to the patrons of dozens. Even hundreds of internet cafes, subsequently surging like a tempest across the web. All the students participating in this venture will receive a reward of 1,000 yuan each afterward. Should the duration of the operation be extended, the compensation will be correspondingly increased. Standing confidently at the front, Yao Yuan elaborated on various arrangements, leaving the students below in a state of astonishment, their eyes nearly popping out with excitement. As he concluded his introduction, the classroom erupted with enthusiasm. "You are truly remarkable, Yao Yuan. This is set to ignite the internet." The prospect was immensely intriguing, not only offering a chance to vent frustrations, but also the opportunity to earn money, an exhilarating prospect for the boys, who were eager to participate. However, the many girls in the classroom were less than pleased. In the next moment, the secretary of the class committee for accounting suddenly stood up and exclaimed, "Yao Yuan, why have you excluded us girls from such a wonderful opportunity? We also wish to earn some pocket money. If posting online can generate income, why seek outsiders? We could all engage in this endeavor ourselves. Why should such a lucrative opportunity be handed to strangers?" Following her words, the other girls voiced their agreement, unwilling to forfeit this chance to earn. Yet Yao Yuan shook his head. "The reason I excluded the girls is due to safety concerns. I cannot allow you to carry 10,000 yuan to an internet CAF at night to hire someone for posting. Generating public opinion online is ultimately not a commendable task. That is why I prefer to hire outsiders rather than involve our classmates in these activities. Those who go out to hire others must keep their identities concealed. And once this matter concludes, everyone will promptly delete the QQ accounts that were just created. Rest assured, this venture is entirely legal. The essays I have written are not malicious rumors. They are based on facts, albeit not widely known." After this explanation, many girls in the audience nodded in agreement, and no further dissent arose. Yao Yuan then addressed several important precautions, particularly emphasizing safety issues. He advised that if anyone encounters trouble during their tasks, they should immediately retreat or contact the police. In the event of encountering robbers, it is advisable to surrender the money and report to authorities only after ensuring safety. Additionally, he urged everyone to take photographs of all posting records for reconciliation upon their return. After imparting these instructions, Yao Yuan casually opened a bundle containing 100,000 yuan, and from his backpack, he retrieved a new notebook and a pen, tossing them onto the podium. "Students, you may now freely form groups. Once your groups are established, come forward to collect your funds. Each group will receive 10,000 yuan for expenses, along with 1,000 for transportation. How you utilize the transportation fee is entirely up to you, but the 10,000 must be spent wisely. As for your rewards, I will distribute them after the operation concludes. None will be shortchanged. Upon receiving the operational funds and transportation fees, each individual must sign, and after the conclusion of the venture, I will burn this notebook." With this proclamation, the atmosphere in the room became charged with excitement. Seizing the moment, Yao Yuan summoned Lu Jingwen and Wang Xinran to the stage, instructing them to distribute the transportation fees. Upon hearing about the substantial sum being disbursed, Lu Jingwen displayed a pained expression. Wang Xinran, with a light-hearted demeanor, felt no remorse over the money, as it did not belong to her. Moments later, Zhou Su and Xia Haitao stepped forward first, inscribing their names in the notebook and marking them with a check. Yao Yuan casually handed over 10,000 yuan, while Lu Jingwen counted out an additional 1,000 for them. With these two leading the way, other male classmates gradually approached in pairs, each collecting 11,000 yuan. These individuals were almost bursting with anticipation, eager to spring into action at once. Before long, all 45 groups had received their operational funds and transportation allowances. The initial stack of 500,000 yuan on the podium dwindled to a mere 5,000, a rather pitiful sight. After distributing the funds, Yao Yuan surveyed the crowd below and declared loudly, "After dinner, you may commence your operations. I await your good news. Once you have received your allocation of 10,000, you can take a taxi back to school. I cannot stress enough that safety is paramount. This is all I have to convey. Now, prepare for your actions." As his words resonated, the male classmates below responded with fervor. "Rest assured, Yao Yuan, we shall ensure that those despicable scoundrels are utterly defeated," they proclaimed. "Watch us. Tonight we will make a substantial impact, transforming the entire network into a battlefield." Witnessing the spirited determination of these individuals, Yao Yuan felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. This was his counterattack, fierce and relentless like a tempest. Chapter 68. A single move to defeat the enemy at 8 o'clock in the evening. In the largest internet CAF near the university, Zhou Su stood at the bar, microphone in hand, addressing the crowd. Beside him stood Xie Haitao, part of his team. The multitude of university students online at the CAF turned their attention to Zhou Su. As I mentioned earlier, everyone can earn 1 yuan simply by posting a message on the forum. Given the speed at which they play games, posting 100 messages in an hour is a trivial task. This implies that with just 1 or 2 hours of effort, they can effortlessly earn between 1 to 200 yuan, sufficient to sustain their gaming activities for an entire week. Just as he articulated this point, a fellow with headphones around his neck interjected loudly, "Bro, this sounds tempting, but is there a catch? I've never encountered a windfall from the sky." Zhou Su glanced at him and proceeded to clarify, "Rest assured, what we are doing is entirely legitimate. It does not involve politics, terrorism, nor does it slander or attack anyone. The articles we want everyone to post are all based on factual evidence, addressing issues from different perspectives." He continued, "If anyone is interested, feel free to review those articles and reach out to me if you have any questions." Upon hearing this, the university students in attendance nodded in agreement. Zhou Su went on to explain, "I must clarify that each individual can post a maximum of 10 messages on the same forum and cannot flood their respective schools' BBS. Once you add me on QQ, I will provide you with a list of websites and forums. You simply need to post according to that list. I will send the articles to everyone in bulk, and you can easily copy and paste them. It's merely a matter of clicking the mouse." As he spoke, he revealed a new QQ number he had registered just the night before. The students exchanged glances with their friends, swiftly arriving at a decision. "Let us do it. Earning money through posting is 100 times better than washing dishes at McDonald's. Not participating would be foolish. Who could argue otherwise? With our speed, we could cover an entire month's internet fee in no time." After a brief, spirited discussion, they promptly took action. They settled in front of their computers, added Zhou Su's QQ number, and began to fervently post on various forums. A similar scene unfolded in numerous internet CAF south along Shuyuan Road, all synchronously engaging in the same activity. In no time, countless posts targeting the Lin family of the Dream Group flooded the internet, appearing on countless computer screens. Many were drawn in by the eye-catching titles of these articles, only to be captivated by the well-reasoned content. As the number of readers increased, a modest storm began to brew. At Financial University, in the dormitory, Yao Yuan remarked, "We've already commenced here. The folks from the political and legal university are quite enthusiastic." At the Xingyun Internet CAF outside the south gate of the Geological University, their students are posting like mad. Should we consider increasing the budget? The speed at which these individuals from Beiyang University are operating is astonishing. A mere 10,000 yuan is utterly insufficient. Ever since 8 o'clock in the evening, Yao Yuan's phone has been incessantly ringing. The male classmates who ventured out with money are continuously calling back to report the latest developments. At this moment, Yao Yuan is simultaneously answering calls while browsing the Tianyao forum, engrossed in the series of essays he has crafted. I believe the article accurately articulates that the transformation of Dream Group from a state-owned enterprise to a private entity indeed represents a significant loss of state assets and warrants thorough investigation. This statement is spot on. Dream Group is merely a computer assembly factory with no genuine connection to high technology. Yet it enjoys the benefits of policies designed for high-tech enterprises. Several phrases within this article are particularly incisive. The leadership of Dream Group has an excessively short-sighted perspective. as they can only perceive profits within a mere meter of their immediate surroundings. The debate surrounding whether trade should precede technology or vice versa is undoubtedly worthy of in-depth discussion. As he observes these fervent discussions, a faint cold smile crosses Yao Yuan's face. Lin, this is my counterattack. Brace yourself. In a luxurious residence in western Beijing, a man in his 60s sits behind his desk, his expression dark and foreboding as he navigates the internet. Coincidentally, he too is perusing articles and comments on the Tianyao forum. Each word in those articles ignites a mix of embarrassment and confusion within him as this unexpected assault unfolds. Suddenly, the phone on his desk rings. He presses the speakerphone button and begins to take the call. In the next moment, the voice of the public relations manager of Dream Group comes through, sounding somewhat disheartened. Chairman, we just conducted an inquiry, but we are unable to ascertain the identity of the individuals posting these articles. The volume of posters is simply overwhelming. Almost every second, there are hundreds of similar posts emerging across all domestic portals and forums, including numerous university BBS platforms. Without exception, these posts target our group and you. Yet not a single one mentions your name or resorts to personal attacks. However, many commenters are hurling insults, and more importantly, these posts have sparked a tremendous reaction online. Upon hearing this, Chairman Lin's fury escalates to the point where he feels as though smoke is billowing from his nostrils. He clenches his teeth and bellows. Immediately organize personnel to delete these posts. We must eradicate every single one of them. We cannot allow these malicious posts to continue to fester. Furthermore, continue the investigation. We must uncover the puppet master behind this incident. I intend to discover who this scoundrel truly is. The public relations manager, with a tone of resignation, responds, Chairman, it is not that we do not wish to delete the posts. It is simply that we are unable to keep up with the sheer volume. The number of posts is far too great, and their distribution is excessively widespread. Our influence over the websites and forums is quite limited. Unless we restrict their posting functionalities, we cannot prevent an influx of new posts, and we can only gradually remove the existing ones. As for the other sites and forums, we are utterly powerless, merely witnessing the incessant emergence of posts that continue to exert their influence. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Chairman Lin was already seething with rage. He abruptly swept his arm, sending a rosewood pen holder crashing to the floor. What use do I have for you incompetent fools if you cannot even delete a few posts? Regardless of the methods you devise, you must quell this uproar. Otherwise, pack your belongings and leave. Most crucially, ensure that every insinuating post is eradicated and uncover the puppeteer behind this. Understood, Chairman. We are exploring solutions. The public relations minister responded anxiously. At that moment, the mobile phone resting on the desk suddenly rang. Chairman Lin glanced at the caller ID, then abruptly hung up the landline before answering the mobile. The next moment, Professor Zhang's voice resonated from the device. Old Lin, I have given it considerable thought, and it is highly likely that this incident is the handiwork of that little rascal, Yao Yuan. He may have discovered some articles on websites and in newspapers alluding to him, prompting his counterattack. Given his temperament, it is indeed plausible that he would resort to such tactics. Moreover, those articles that have recently surfaced online exhibit a sharpness in their rhetoric that closely resembles his writing style. Chairman Lin was left in stunned silence, his teeth grinding together in disbelief. Could it be that a mere university student possessed such formidable power? What gave him the audacity to challenge me? This little rascal cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Have you ever witnessed an undergraduate speaking so fluidly and confidently in the presence of high-ranking officials? Professor Zhang lamented. Upon hearing this, Chairman Lin fell into a deep silence. Chapter 69. Mutual Scheming in a Single Night. The Dream Group and the Lin family were thrust into the limelight of public discourse, becoming the focal point of domestic opinion, almost as if they were targets of collective scrutiny. Observing this situation, the long-standing adversaries of the Dream Group and the Lin family were unwilling to let this fortuitous opportunity slip away. They eagerly joined the fray, both overtly and covertly, stirring the waters and even adding insult to injury. After Zhou Su and his team completed their mission and returned to their dormitory for rest, the online tumult showed no signs of abating. Countless individuals continued to post, share, and comment, creating a cacophony akin to a boiling pot. Furthermore, many new articles proliferated across the internet, all aimed at the Dream Group and the Lin family. The authors of these articles, however, lacked the decorum exhibited by Yao Yuan. Some individuals boldly asserted that the Lin family was brazenly embezzling state assets, urging relevant authorities to conduct thorough investigations. The number of those indulging in foul language was countless. Such individuals are perpetually abundant online. The volume of these subsequent posts even surpassed those that Yao Yuan had paid for. Naturally, Yao Yuan welcomed this development. With the situation unfolding as it did, he might not need to spend more money hiring others to retaliate. There were plenty of people eager to undermine the Dream Group and the Lin family, and he was merely the spark that ignited the flames. On Friday morning, around 8 o'clock, due to this sudden onslaught of public opinion, all employees at the Dream Group headquarters were instructed to arrive an hour early, ready to be dispatched at a moment's notice. Shortly after 8, the entire staff had assembled. At that moment, the atmosphere within the building was notably oppressive. Many employees whispered to one another, their faces etched with concern. Like his subordinates, Lin Yuan had also arrived at the company early, urging his team to swiftly address this public relations crisis. However, as soon as he entered his office, his secretary presented him with several newspapers. "Chairman, these are today's freshly published newspapers, all featuring reports on last night's events. These newspapers evidently sought to boost their sales and attract attention through sensationalism. How should we respond?" The secretary inquired, placing the papers on the desk. The topmost issue of the Jingxing Morning Post bore an exceptionally glaring headline. "Does the Dream Group's transition from public to private indicate significant loss of state assets?" Upon reading this headline, Lin Yuan was immediately consumed by rage. With a crash, he slammed his hand onto the desk, seething with fury. "This little scoundrel is utterly despicable. Does he really think I am made of clay?" The secretary was taken aback, curiosity piqued. Who was this little scoundrel the chairman referred to? Was he the mastermind behind this tidal wave of public opinion? Who possessed such audacity and capability to brazenly attack the Dream Group and Chairman Lin? After all, Chairman Lin was a prominent figure in the business world. After a moment of expletive-laden venting, Lin Yuan began to peruse the newspapers laid before him. He swiftly flipped through the newspapers, seeking out reports related to Dream Group and himself. Without exception, each publication contained articles that, to varying degrees, pointed fingers at him and Dream Group. Moreover, these articles were of considerable quality, primarily the same few that had first appeared online the previous night, rather than the subsequent flood of inconsequential drivel. After perusing the newspapers, Lin Yuan fell into a profound silence. After much contemplation, he finally clenched his jaw and spoke. "Huang, please seek out the public relations minister and have him contact the leaders of major newspapers. Subtly advise them to refrain from publishing such malevolent articles in the future. Otherwise, when we launch our advertising campaign at the beginning of the year, Dream Group may reconsider our collaboration with them, possibly even seeking alternative partners." Secretary Huang was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. "Understood, Chairman. I will find Minister Yang right away." With that, he exited the office. As soon as he left, Lin Yuan took out his phone and made a call. When the line connected, he spoke in a low, stern voice. "Xiao Chun, hold off on sending out those remaining articles for now. There has been an unforeseen development. I will inform you when to proceed with their release." A moment later, the voice on the other end responded promptly. "Understood, Chairman Lin." After hanging up, Lin Yuan pondered briefly before dialing another number. The phone rang several times before being answered. "Good morning, Director Zhang. Are you busy at the moment? Is it convenient for you to take this call?" Lin Yuan greeted with a smile, although a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Meanwhile, in a classroom on the 4th floor of the Finance University, the instructor was elaborating on the various types of financial derivatives, including stock-based and currency derivatives, while the students listened intently. Given that this was a specialized course, everyone was deeply focused, with one exception, Yao Yuan, who sat in the last row, engrossed in his laptop. The university did not yet offer wireless internet, but each classroom and certain other locations were equipped with campus network ports, with a cable and a computer. Along with a campus network account, one could access the internet at any of these locations. It was already past 9:30, and the stock market had just opened. Yao Yuan glanced at the time and promptly launched the CITIC Securities trading application, opening his watch list to check the market trends. His selection comprised over 20 stocks, the majority of which were in the green, with several rapidly hitting the ceiling price and 2 stocks opening at the ceiling. Only 5 stocks were in the red, but their declines were minimal, with signs of potential recovery. Among the stellar stocks he held, they were nestled within this selection, all currently performing exceptionally well, particularly Guangchuan, which had opened at the ceiling price with a firm lock on it. Naturally, his focus remained on these exceptional stocks, as the others merely served as a facade. In the past 2 months, Yao Yuan's portfolio has surpassed 200 million, and it continues to rise rapidly. This is despite him having withdrawn several million. As he gazed at the computer screen displaying a handful of exceptionally lucrative stocks, a look of pride filled his eyes. In the next moment, he casually closed the stock trading software and opened the MOP forum, eager to observe the progression of the public outcry he had orchestrated. Upon entering the forum, he immediately encountered a rather explosive post titled "The Dream Group has become a forbidden fruit for certain individuals." It was evident that this was likely the work of rivals of the Dream Group or the Lin family, rather than a product of Yao Yuan's own doing. These individuals clearly aimed to exploit this sudden wave of momentum to undermine the Dream Group and the Lin family. Yao Yuan found this situation quite amusing, as it spared him the expense of hiring people to post on his behalf. He chuckled derisively and proceeded to read the post. The post garnered significant attention, with numerous comments from netizens creating a lively atmosphere. However, the quality of the content left much to be desired. Yao Yuan found it unworthy of his consideration. The matters discussed were readily available online, accompanied by baseless hearsay and fabrications. Realizing this, Yao Yuan quickly lost interest. He then navigated to another related post for further examination. In the ensuing moments, he browsed through numerous forums and threads, discreetly assessing the shifts in public sentiment. Yet, he refrained from contributing to any discussions. Suddenly, a clear ringing sound echoed from outside. Just after class, several boys seated in front of him promptly turned around in unison. "Yao Yuan, are you going to continue with this? This is too entertaining." Chapter 70. Life in Rome. Yao Yuan glanced at the group of individuals before him and shook his head in dismay. Given the current circumstances, it seemed unnecessary for us to intervene any further. The online atmosphere had become increasingly lively. The Dream Group and the Lin family faced a multitude of adversaries, all eager to seize such a splendid opportunity, and thus they had all emerged from the shadows. Numerous posts targeting the Dream Group and the Lin family had surfaced online, launching various assaults that would surely leave these individuals overwhelmed. These people were preoccupied with extinguishing the flames of controversy, frantically attempting to manage the situation, and had ceased their subtle attacks against me. In light of this, we shall temporarily declare a truce and observe the situation unfold. I will transfer your rewards later. A collective sigh escaped the group, their expressions revealing an undeniable sense of longing. Clearly, these troublemakers had yet to satiate their appetite for chaos. Moreover, the prospect of such a lucrative opportunity was too enticing for them to overlook. Each of them had earned 1,000 yuan the previous night, and factoring in the savings on transportation, they likely pocketed around 1,300 to 400 yuan. For university students in 2006, that amount could sustain them for several months. For those who were particularly frugal, supplemented by the allowances provided by the school, it could cover an entire semester's living expenses. It appeared that the Dream Group and the Lin family were nothing more than paper tigers, utterly lacking in formidable resistance, failing to mount even a semblance of a counterattack. Who could argue otherwise? With such feeble combat effectiveness, they had the audacity to expose themselves to ridicule. Just as these thoughts were exchanged, Teacher Gao Kai suddenly descended from the podium and approached them. Upon his arrival, the conversation came to an abrupt halt. As he neared, Teacher Gao greeted everyone with a nod, then turned his attention to Yao Yuan. "Yao Yuan, over the past few days, I have viewed several properties and am contemplating the purchase of 2. Would you be so kind as to offer your counsel? Counsel is too grand a term. However, I can certainly provide some suggestions. Please, Teacher Li, enlighten me about these properties," Yao Yuan replied with a gentle smile. In the next moment, Teacher Li began to describe the properties in question. These dwellings, as you mentioned, were indeed old and dilapidated, each spanning approximately 50 to 60 square meters, located near both the Normal University and our institution. The 2 properties close to the Normal University were connected to the affiliated elementary school, while the 2 near our school included one linked to the Agricultural Academy's affiliated elementary school and the other to the Jiaodong University's affiliated elementary school. Although the latter 2 elementary schools were also district key schools, they fell slightly short of the Normal University's affiliated institution, despite the properties corresponding to them being in somewhat better condition. Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Without hesitation, he provided his recommendation. "From what I gather, Teacher Li, your intention in purchasing these 2 properties is not for personal use, but rather as an investment. In that case, the choice is quite straightforward. When the property rights are clear and the price differences are not substantial, one should undoubtedly opt for the old dilapidated homes linked to the Normal University's affiliated elementary school. As I previously mentioned, acquiring these old properties is a strategic move to secure a foothold, primarily aimed at gaining access to prestigious school placements, which are undeniably the most valuable assets. As he finished speaking, Teacher Li pondered briefly before nodding vigorously in agreement. Agreed. Having decided to purchase the 2 dilapidated apartments near the Normal University, I plan to sign the contract this afternoon to prevent others from seizing the opportunity. I must commend you, Yao Yuan, for your astute insight in real estate investment. It is truly remarkable. With that, he gave a thumbs up. Before Yao Yuan could respond, his phone rang. He pulled it out, glanced at the caller ID, and said to Teacher Li, "I apologize, Teacher Li. I need to take this call. It's Zhang Li, and it might pertain to the property." With that, he answered the call without stepping away from the group of teachers and students. Moments later, Zhang Li's voice came through the phone. "Yao Yuan, class has just ended, right? Is it convenient for you to talk?" "Yes, we just finished. What is the matter?" Yao Yuan replied with a nod. "Here is the situation. The owner of the large house I previously introduced to you has flown back from Pingcheng specifically to handle the sale. When would you be available to meet and discuss the transaction? The owner is pressed for time and won't be in Beijing for long before returning to Pingcheng." Zhang Li succinctly explained. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yao Yuan responded, "I have time this afternoon. We can head to Financial Street to view the house and meet the owner. We can finalize everything in one go. If I am satisfied with the property and the ownership is clear, I can sign the contract on the spot and handle the transfer procedures on Monday. As for the price, please inquire if the owner can reduce it by 200,000. I am prepared to pay in full." Upon hearing this, Zhang Li promptly replied, "Yao Yuan, we have already completed the due diligence for this large house. The ownership is clear and there are no liens. Moreover, the house is exquisitely furnished, reportedly costing several $100,000 for the renovations. The owner's family has barely stayed there before heading back to Pingcheng. They seem quite eager to sell. And since you are purchasing in cash, negotiating a reduction of 20,000 should be feasible." After arranging a time with Zhang Li, Yao Yuan ended the call. Just then, Jian Baiyang curiously inquired, "Reducing the price by 20,000 in one go? It sounds like you're planning to buy a luxury residence on Financial Street. How large is this mansion, and what is its total price? Please share, so we can all marvel at it." At this, everyone turned their attention to Yao Yuan, including Teacher Li, who appeared equally intrigued. Yao Yuan did not withhold any details and briefly outlined the situation. "Indeed, I am looking to purchase a spacious house near Financial Street for personal use, which can also serve as an investment. I have viewed several properties but found them unsatisfactory, until this one, which is quite appealing. It was completed less than 3 years ago, spans 260 square meters over 2 levels, and is priced at 4.68 million. Additionally, it comes with a school district designation from experimental primary school. I will inspect the property this afternoon, and if it meets my expectations, I will proceed with the purchase to avoid further complications." Unsurprisingly, the atmosphere erupted in excitement. "Wow, a luxury residence priced at 4.68 million. And you're ready to buy it just like that? Incredible! A space of 260 square meters. You could practically play basketball inside. This is extravagance taken to an extreme." The crowd gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. Just moments ago, Teacher Li, brimming with curiosity, seemed on the verge of having his eyes pop out of their sockets. After toiling for most of his life and taking out loans to purchase 2 dilapidated apartments, he still hesitated. Meanwhile, this young man effortlessly acquired a luxurious penthouse on Financial Street, paying in full without a flicker of hesitation. Rumor has it that he possesses at least 10 additional properties, all purchased outright, coupled with his Audi A8, valued at over 1.7 million. One must wonder just how much wealth he truly possesses. Could it be that he owns a publicly traded company? Some are born into privilege, while others seem destined to labor. Comparisons are futile. As everyone marveled in astonishment, Yao Yuan merely smiled serenely. Is spending 4.68 million on a 260 square meter luxury apartment in Financial Street truly exorbitant? Not by a long shot. By 2020, the value of this apartment will undoubtedly soar to no less than 80 million. In the front row of the classroom, a few female classmates, drawn by the commotion, turned in unison to gaze at Lu Jingwen. "Jingwen, is it true that Yao Yuan is purchasing a 4.68 million 260 square meter luxury apartment on Financial Street?" How outrageous. Goodness. What kind of residence could this possibly be? Jingwen, you must take me to see this apartment, so I can truly broaden my horizons. Count me in. It would be even better to spend a night in such a magnificent abode. Lu Jingwen, lost in thought, suddenly felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. After a moment, she gently nodded. Indeed, Yao Yuan had long harbored the intention of acquiring a spacious home for himself. I had accompanied him on several viewings previously, but he was never satisfied. It seems this particular property is quite appealing. Just as the conversation continued, the school bell rang unexpectedly. Chapter 71. The Malicious Stranger. It was already midday. After having lunch, Yao Yuan escorted Lu Jingwen back to the girls' dormitory and then turned to head towards the boys' dormitory. Not long after he stepped out, his phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Secretary Chiu. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yao Yuan felt a jolt of unease. The next moment, he quickly brought the phone to his ear to answer. Good afternoon, Uncle Chiu. What prompted you to call me? Do you have any directives? Yao Yuan. I have seen the articles you organized for university students on various forums and websites. It appears you are quite relentless. Secretary Chiu remarked with a smile. As expected, my little maneuvers cannot possibly escape the notice of certain individuals. In the eyes of someone like Secretary Chiu, I am as exposed as if I were unclothed. With no secrets to speak of, Yao Yuan inwardly scoffed, maintaining a smile as he replied, Hee, just a few tricks, forgive my audacity. I had my reasons for doing this. One cannot simply endure insults without retaliation, can one? Upon hearing this, Secretary Chiu spoke in a calm tone. I understand that you have a conflict with the Lin family. You are allowed to retaliate, but be cautious not to overstep your boundaries. From what I can see, you are currently exercising enough restraint, so there shouldn't be any major issues. At those words, the tension that had gripped Yao Yuan's heart immediately eased. Rest assured, I know what actions are permissible and what are not. I will not overreach. That's good to hear. The reason I called was not to issue a warning. Secretary Chiu continued, suddenly changing the subject. Among the articles you wrote, two stood out to me: the trade and technology route, perhaps a far-reaching strategic error, and the danger of reliance on others. Always be wary of being choked. The perspectives presented in these pieces are quite innovative. I would like you to prepare 2 documents elaborating on your thoughts regarding these articles. Feel free to express yourself freely. So that was the purpose of the call. Yao Yuan silently mused, feeling the weight lift off his shoulders. Understood, Uncle Chiu. I will begin drafting the materials tonight. I indeed have some thoughts to share on those articles. As he conversed on the phone, he strolled forward. After exchanging a few more words, Secretary Chiu finally ended the call. Moments later, he returned to his dormitory. Seeing him enter, Wulan immediately approached, saying, Yao Yuan, we would like to join you this afternoon when you go to view the house. A mansion worth $68 million is something we have never seen. We must broaden our horizons. The other guys chimed in, expressing their agreement. Yao Yuan glanced at them, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. All right, let us go together. It will be more lively that way. I'll call Zhongli to reschedule the viewing time. With that, he casually tossed his backpack onto the bed and took out his phone to make the call on the balcony. Shortly after, he finished the call and returned to the dormitory. He casually informed Wulan and the others that the house viewing time had been rescheduled to 5:30 in the afternoon, and they would all go together after class. After speaking on this matter, he took a basin and headed to the bathroom to refresh himself. As the afternoon approached, Yao Yuan and his companions exited through the south gate of the teaching building, preparing to head to Financial Street for the house viewing. Accompanying Yao Yuan and Lu Jingwen were Wulan and several girls from Lu Jingwen's dormitory. Upon arriving at the parking lot, they encountered Zhou Su, who had just driven his Golf there. With Yao Yuan's 2 vehicles added, they had just enough space for everyone, for individuals per car. Once inside the parking lot, Yao Yuan led Lu Jingwen and the 3 other girls directly towards his Audi A8. Wulan drove the Santana 2000 with the remaining 3 classmates. Zhongli had already gone ahead to Financial Street to scout the area, just as Yao Yuan was about to open the car door. A security guard stationed nearby hurried over. Upon reaching them, the guard immediately stated, Yao Yuan, about an hour ago. 2 men in their 20s or 30s came to the parking lot and took pictures of your 2 cars, specifically capturing the license plates. We were about to question them when they quickly exited through the south gate and drove away in a parked vehicle. Hearing this, Yao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. In the next moment, he raised his voice. Lao Wu, don't start the car right away. First, inspect the vehicle. Pay close attention to the electrical system. the fuel tank, and the brakes. Only start the engine after ensuring everything is in order. Wulan paused for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. I will conduct a thorough check. Yao Yuan nodded and then turned to the security guard. Thank you, Brother Chen, for the reminder. I would like to ask if those two strangers touched either of my cars. They didn't touch the cars, they merely took photographs. Upon seeing us approach, they fled. Please keep a vigilant eye on these two vehicles, ensuring that no ill-intentioned individuals attempt any damage. In return, I'll arrange a few foot spa vouchers for everyone. Yao Yuan added. Upon hearing the mention of the vouchers, the guard's expression brightened, envisioning a well-deserved relaxation. Rest assured, we will keep a close watch on your cars. No one will dare to cause harm. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts, Yao Yuan replied with a smile, and then suddenly lowered his voice. Please notify the security office to make a copy of the surveillance footage showing those two strangers photographing my cars. I will come to collect it once I return to school. Not a problem. It's a simple task. The guard nodded in agreement. Afterward, Yao Yuan opened the car door and got in. Lu Jingwen opened the passenger door and, along with the other three girls, settled into the vehicle. As soon as she sat down, Lu Jingwen curiously asked, "What happened, Yao Yuan?" "It's nothing serious. It seems someone had an interest in this luxury car and its license plate, so they took a few photos." Despite his casual words, Yao Yuan quickly conducted a check of the vehicle, particularly the brakes. Once he confirmed everything was in proper order, he started the engine and drove out through the south gate. Wulan had completed his inspection of the Santana 2000 and found no issues. He promptly drove off to catch up. After merging with Zhou Su's Golf, the trio of vehicles formed a line and headed directly towards the financial street within the second ring road. At the moment when Yao Yuan and his companions were departing from the school, two unfamiliar men observed this scene from a vehicle parked on the west side of the southern gate. "Should we follow and see where this fellow is headed?" inquired the man in the driver's seat. Before he could finish his sentence, the other man, visibly irritated, retorted, "What nonsense? Have you lost your mind? Do you think a person driving an Audi A8 with a Beijing license plate is just an ordinary individual? It's best for us lowly ones to keep our distance from such people, or we might not even realize how we met our demise. Our task today is simply to take photographs, and now that it is accomplished, we should return to report." The driver paused for a moment, only to soon grasp the situation. "You're right. It's south best not to court misfortune. This guy certainly does not resemble an ordinary person." With that, he started the engine and drove away. A mere 15 minutes later, Yao Yuan and his companions arrived at an upscale residential complex near Financial Street. As they approached, they spotted Zhang Li standing at the entrance alongside a middle-aged man. Without question, that man was the owner of the luxurious residence they were visiting today. Upon seeing Yao Yuan's Audi A8, Zhang Li immediately waved in their direction. Chapter 72, Luxury Residence on Financial Street. Upon seeing the youthful Yao Yuan, who was in the market for a home, and his Audi A8 bearing a Beijing license plate, the homeowner, just returned from Pengcheng, was taken aback. Could this be a mere college student capable of purchasing a luxury residence valued at 4 to 5 million? Is this truly legitimate? Moreover, the Audi A8 he drove bore a Beijing license plate. Could it be? At this thought, the homeowner involuntarily shuddered. Fortunately, he quickly regained his composure, revealing no significant signs of surprise. Through the introduction by Zhang Li, both parties made their acquaintance. Subsequently, Yao Yuan politely inquired, "Mr. Chen, as I understand, this community has a vehicle separation policy. Shall we drive to the underground parking?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen immediately shook his head. "No need, Mr. Yao. I have already informed the property management. You may park your vehicle outside the community, as long as it does not obstruct traffic. Your visit will not be lengthy. So parking outside for a while is perfectly acceptable. This area at the entrance is managed by the property." "Excellent. This saves us the trouble of heading to the underground parking. We can also take a look at the community's internal environment as we enter." Yao Yuan responded with a smile. He then greeted Zhou Su and the others, parking the three vehicles outside the community's entrance. After securing the cars, they followed Mr. Chen into the upscale community. Although situated in a bustling area and not particularly vast, the greenery was exceptionally well maintained. The community featured 2 gardens, with pavilions, bridges, and flowing water, harmoniously integrating architecture, landscaping, and scenic views. However, as it was winter, a hint of desolation lingered in the air. As they walked, Yao Yuan engaged in casual conversation with Mr. Chen. Through the latter's introduction, he learned that Mr. Chen originally conducted business in the capital, which led to his purchase of this luxury residence. Subsequently, he relocated his company to Pengcheng, along with his family, necessitating the sale of this property. Additionally, Zhang Li had gathered information from other sources indicating that Mr. Chen's company seemed to be facing some difficulties, urgently requiring funds, which explained his haste to sell the residence. Meanwhile, Mr. Chen elaborated on the community's features and the advantages of its location. Mr. Yao, this residential community was completed at the end of 2003. My apartment was renovated and occupied by mid-2005, and in total, I have lived here for only a few days. This is one of the most prestigious neighborhoods surrounding Financial Street, inhabited by numerous senior executives from major financial institutions and elite business figures. Behind the community lies the Xiqing District Government, opposite which are the Xia Hospital West Campus and its inpatient department, as well as the Ministry of Education and the Xiqing Public Security Bureau. Within a mere 200 meters, one can find the headquarters of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China and the China Construction Bank, among other financial institutions. Historically, during the Qing dynasty, this area was renowned for its concentration of pawnshops and banks, boasting exceptional feng shui. The community is in close proximity to Chang'an Avenue, Xidan, and Financial Street, all reachable within a 10-minute walk, making it a truly prime location that offers tranquility amidst the hustle and bustle. Surrounding the neighborhood are prestigious educational institutions such as Beijing Experimental Primary School No. 2, Beijing No. 8 Middle School, and the affiliated Experimental Middle School of Beijing Normal University, providing unparalleled access to the finest educational resources in the capital. Listening to Boss Chen's introduction, Yao Yuan nodded in agreement. He was not unfamiliar with this neighborhood. In his previous life, he had visited this community several times and had witnessed its opulence, though he could only covet it from afar. Even in 2023, this community ranks among the elite in the capital, a place where wealth alone may not guarantee residence. The residents here are those who occupy the pinnacle of the social hierarchy, each either wealthy or noble, predominantly comprising long-established financial magnates. It was only in 2006 that Yao Yuan had the opportunity to purchase an apartment here for over $4 million. Had it been post-2020, the price would have soared into tens of millions, with no assurance of securing a property. As Yao Yuan engaged in casual conversation with Boss Chun, the others, Lu Jingwen and Zhou Su, followed closely behind, their eyes sparkling as they observed their surroundings. The luxury of this elite community left a profound impression on each of them. Even Zhang Feiyu, a second-generation rich kid, and Zhou Su, a second-generation demolition expert, were experiencing such a high-caliber neighborhood and residence for the first time. Despite their wealth, their living conditions paled in comparison to this community. While surveying their surroundings, they exchanged hushed remarks. After seeing so many dilapidated places, I thought the living conditions in the capital were dismal, that the houses were all in shambles. It turns out that's far from the case. The lives of the affluent are truly like this. I can't believe such remarkable neighborhoods and residences exist in the capital. This is what life should be. No wonder Yao Yuan intends to purchase an apartment here. If I had his wealth, I would undoubtedly buy a place here without hesitation. Just as everyone was enveloped in envy and admiration, Wang Xinran suddenly reached out to embrace Lu Jingwen's arm, playfully murmuring, "Jingwen, if Yao Yuan truly buys a luxury apartment here, you must reserve a room for me, so I can occasionally experience the most extravagant lifestyle. That way, I would be even more motivated to strive for success. Rest assured, I would never intrude upon your sweet moments together." As her words lingered in the air, the other girls giggled and nodded in agreement. Lu Jingwen's cheeks flushed bright red, and she playfully pinched her dear friend. What utter nonsense! What sweet world for two are you speaking of? In the midst of their banter, they had arrived beneath a residential building in the community. Mr. Chen approached and swiped his access card to unlock the door, leading Yao Yuan and the others into the building. Unsurprisingly, the interior once again elicited gasps of amazement. In a fleeting moment, they found themselves within Mr. Chen's lavish abode. The instant Yao Yuan stepped into this luxurious residence, his eyes sparkled with delight. The girls trailing behind, including Lu Jingwen, gazed in awe, their eyes brimming with admiration and enchantment. Comparatively, Zhou Su and his companions maintained a somewhat composed demeanor, yet their expressions were still filled with envy. Moments later, Mr. Chen gestured invitingly. "Mr. Yao, please come in and take a look. I hope you find this house to your liking. Everything in this home is available for sale, of course, depending on your preferences." Indeed, Mr. Chun. This residence appears quite splendid, Yao Yuan replied with a smile, nodding appreciatively. He then accepted a pair of shoe covers from Zhongli, donned them, and stepped further into the opulent dwelling. Lu Jingwen and the other girls followed suit, eagerly putting on their shoe covers before entering. Upon crossing the threshold, Mr. Chen began to guide Yao Yuan and Zhang Li on a tour, providing insights into the luxurious property. Lu Jingwen and her companions stood in the spacious, brightly lit double-height living room, their eyes wide with wonder as they surveyed the grandeur surrounding them. This magnificent residence was situated on the third floor, comprising a triplex layout with a total area of approximately 260 square meters across 2 levels. As it was a 2-unit per floor design, the layout was square and symmetrical, allowing for excellent light and views, with a pleasing sense of privacy as the home did not face the street. From the windows on both the north and south sides, one could gaze upon beautifully landscaped gardens, akin to a private oasis. Moreover, the interior decor was remarkably fresh, resembling a newly completed project with minimal signs of wear. The design style was notably appealing, embracing the contemporary minimalist aesthetic that has recently gained popularity. This style lends itself well to personalization, allowing for various decorative elements to transform the space into one's own vision. The home was also furnished with nearly new furniture, polished to a high sheen. However, Yao Yuan found some of the furniture designs less to his liking. Mr. Yao, this house features 5 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with an additional small family room upstairs. The living room has a ceiling height of over 7 meters, and combined with the dining area, the space reaches an impressive 68 square meters, spacious and bright. Mr. Chen elaborated as he walked about, detailing the property. Just as he finished a few sentences, Yao Yuan interjected, Mr. Chen, this house is indeed impressive. I did some research prior to my visit. Let us discuss the price directly. If it is reasonable, I shall purchase this property outright, in full. Yao Yuan's straightforwardness momentarily stunned Mr. Chen. Was this truly how one bought a house? It seemed remarkably decisive. However, Lu Jingwen, Zhang Li, and the others present had already grown accustomed to such encounters. This house is priced at 5 million, came a voice from upstairs, offering a bid. Chapter 73. The dreamy abode amidst the gaze of the onlookers. A middle-aged woman descended from the upper floor, followed closely by a middle-aged couple. The woman in the lead was the one who had just made a bid of 5 million. Upon their arrival, Mr. Chen hurriedly introduced her. Mr. Yao. This is my wife, accompanying me back to the capital to sell our property. These 2 friends behind us are also here to view the house. However, as Mr. Chen made the introductions, a flicker of disdain crossed his wife's eyes. Unbeknownst to them, this moment did not escape the notice of Yao Yuan and Zhang Li, who immediately grasped that there were underlying issues between Mr. Chen and his wife, possibly even a looming divorce. Perhaps it was this urgency to sell the house that signified their desire to part ways. With this understanding, Yao Yuan felt increasingly confident in securing the luxurious residence. Subsequently, he exchanged pleasantries with Mr. Chen's wife before addressing the matter directly. Mr. Chen, wasn't the asking price for this house for 68 million? How did it suddenly escalate to 5 million? Such a rapid increase in price renders our negotiations unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chen prepared to provide an explanation, but his wife interjected. The house is indeed priced at 5 million. We invested around 700,000 to 800,000 in renovations, and the imported furniture and appliances alone account for several tens of thousands. All of this is factored into the price, not to mention the 2 parking spaces in the basement. Is 5 million truly excessive? Yao Yuan regarded the woman with a smile and responded. As far as I am aware, when this community first opened for pre-sale in 2002, the price per square meter was merely 5,000. Now, the price has soared to approximately 18,000, nearly quadrupling. Regardless of your initial investment in renovations, the value has multiplied several times over. You can either retain or sell the furniture and appliances. I will simply acquire new ones. The 2 parking spaces are inherently included with this property. At this, both Mr. Chen and his wife were taken aback. Before they could respond, Yao Yuan continued, the 5 million price tag is excessively high. I am willing to offer a maximum of 5 million, and if we exclude the furniture and appliances, I can reduce it by an additional 100,000. If you can accept this, we can sign the contract now. If not, I shall continue my search for other properties. Emphasizing his intent, he added, I am prepared to purchase outright, which would simplify matters for both parties. As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Chen's wife scrutinized him with skepticism. An outright purchase sounds appealing, but can you truly produce such a sum? 4.5 million is far too low. We cannot possibly accept it. Yao Yuan chuckled softly and shook his head. If that is the case, then further discussion is unnecessary. Zhongli, let us take our leave. With that, he began to exit. In an instant, Mr. Chen stepped forward to retain him. Mr. Yao, please hold on. Allow us to deliberate on this matter. Since this is a transaction, the price is indeed negotiable, he added. Yao Yuan regarded him before nodding in agreement. Well, of course you may discuss it. I shall wait here for a moment. Having said that, Mr. Chen grasped his wife's hand and proceeded towards the study, leaving the middle-aged couple who had come to view the house languishing in the living room, without even a word of greeting. Observing the couple, their expressions remained remarkably calm. Witnessing this scene, Yao Yuan and Zhongli quickly grasped the situation. It became evident that the middle-aged couple was likely a ruse, friends of Mr. Chen's, ostensibly there to assist in inflating the price. Regrettably, Yao Yuan had not afforded them the opportunity to perform. Meanwhile, in the study, Mr. Chen, visibly irritated, whispered sharply, "Why are you raising the price indiscriminately? Aren't you eager to sell this house and secure funds for our move abroad? I do not have the time to indulge in your whims. There are pressing matters in Pingcheng, and our son requires care." As soon as he closed the door, Mr. Chen questioned her with annoyance. His wife turned to glance at the door, her face a mask of disdain. "I wish to sell this house swiftly and divorce you immediately. I have endured enough of this life. But that young man outside, does he truly have 4.5 million to purchase this house? I find it hard to believe." Mr. Chen shook his head in resignation. "You are so short-sighted. Do you not know what car he drives? It's an imported Audi A8 with a Jing-A license plate, costing over 1.7 million. Surely, you understand what such a vehicle signifies? A person of his caliber cannot possibly lack funds." His wife was taken aback, her expression one of disbelief. Before she could gather her thoughts, Mr. Chen continued in a hushed tone, "This young man intends to buy the house outright, by Monday. We shall have the money. We can split it evenly, straightforward, and efficient. If it were alone, we would have to endure multiple back and forths and wait an interminable time for the funds. We cannot afford such delays." "Humph, it's that vixen who cannot wait." Mr. Chen's wife scoffed, then nodded in agreement. "If this young man can indeed pay in full, then there is no issue. I too wish to avoid unnecessary complications." Following this exchange, the couple, who had long since grown apart, engaged in a brief, hushed consultation before exiting the study. Upon returning to the living room, they promptly delivered their decision. "Mr. Yao, we have discussed and decided to accept your offer of 4.5 million for the house. The previous conditions remain unchanged. Everything in the house, including the 2 parking spaces, is included in the sale." Yao Yuan nodded gently and stepped forward to shake hands with Mr. Chen and his wife. "It's a deal, Mr. Chen, Mrs. Chen. I am delighted to collaborate with you. We may proceed to sign the contract, and on Monday, I shall pay the full amount at the time of the transfer." His promptness left Mr. Chen and his wife momentarily speechless. The other middle-aged couple present began to harbor doubts. Is this truly a transaction involving a staggering 4.5 million, rather than 450 yuan? Are today's youth so affluent and decisive? It seems rather extraordinary. After a brief moment, the group of middle-aged individuals finally regained their composure. Under the guidance of Mr. Chen, Yao Yuan thoroughly explored the luxurious residence, including a visit to the underground garage to inspect the 2 parking spaces. After the tour, under the auspices of Zhongli, he signed the property transaction contract alongside Mr. and Mrs. Chen. In no time, the contract was finalized. Yao Yuan transferred a deposit of 50,000 to Mr. and Mrs. Chen in person, receiving the complete set of keys and access cards for the opulent home. Subsequently, Mr. and Mrs. Chen departed with their luggage, opting for a hotel stay. This arrangement was made because the residence was furnished with both decor and appliances. As soon as the Chen couple left, the long-suppressed emotions of Zhou Su and Huang Xinran erupted. "Wow, this house is extraordinary, truly the dwelling of my dreams. Once I acquire wealth, I shall certainly purchase a luxurious abode like this. Now that is what I call living." After a few moments of reflection, everyone swiftly dispersed to explore further. At this point, the mansion was devoid of outsiders, allowing the guests to shed their pretended reserve. Although Zhongli remained, she was no longer regarded as an outsider. Like Zhou Su and the others, her eyes sparkled with excitement at the sight of the grandeur. As the group scattered, Yao Yuan gently wrapped his arm around Lu Jingwen's slender waist and whispered into her ear, "Darling, now that we have this mansion. It yearns for a captivating beauty like you. When do you plan to move in? Before he could finish, Lu Jingwen blushed and playfully pinched him. Dream on. Who would want to move in with you? How delusional. Are you not afraid that I might keep a secret lover here if you don't move in? Yao Yuan replied softly, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. His hand, still resting on Lu Jingwen's waist, began to slide lower. Sensing the impending danger, Lu Jingwen swiftly pushed him away, escaping his embrace. Get lost, you lecher. After a few playful exchanges, Yao Yuan pointed towards the sofa in the living room. Darling, over the next few days, browse online for a new sofa, mattress, and various linens. Let us replace everything. Hearing this, Lu Jingwen was taken aback. But these items are practically new. Mr. Chun and his wife have only used them for less than a month. Why replace them? Yao Yuan shook his head. Even if they have only been used for a month, they are still considered old. Especially mattresses, it is best to use one's own. I feel a bit uneasy using a mattress someone else has slept on. All right, I will check online for the sofa and mattress later. Lu Jingwen nodded in agreement. Chapter 74. Trouble knocks during the weekend. Yao Yuan remained at the school library, diligently crafting his reports, drawing upon the wisdom and lessons of his past life. He candidly articulated in his materials that the trade industry technology approach adopted by the Dream Group constituted a strategically fatal error, citing Huawei's rapid ascent as a prime example. He advocated for a technology trade industry strategy, urging a substantial increase in investment in scientific research and development, with the aim of mastering more core technologies and enhancing the quality of development. In another report, he cautioned the government's upper echelons to remain vigilant. He warned that once national strength reached a certain threshold and threatened to undermine the United States' status as the world's foremost power, a comprehensive confrontation between the two nations would become inevitable. At that juncture, the United States would resort to every possible means, employing various insidious tactics to stifle China's rapid advancement. He particularly emphasized the necessity of guarding against potential American strangleholds in the high-tech sector. For instance, the U.S. might weaponize chip technology, imposing restrictions on chip exports. Therefore, it was imperative to prepare proactively and vigorously develop the domestic semiconductor industry, ensuring that core technologies remained firmly in Chinese hands. While drafting these two reports, Yao Yuan exercised utmost caution, striving to exclude any overly avant-garde concepts. Nevertheless, the weight of these documents was undeniable. Their public release would undoubtedly provoke significant upheaval. It was not until around 5 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, after numerous revisions, that Yao Yuan finalized the drafts. Following the completion, he promptly contacted Secretary Chiu to brief her on the situation. In less than an hour, personnel from the office arrived at the school to collect the two reports. On Monday, Yao Yuan, accompanied by Wu Lan, Zhang Li, and the Chun couple, proceeded to the housing authority to complete the transfer procedures for their newly acquired 260 square meter luxury apartment. Additionally, Yao Yuan obtained the property certificates for his 10 old and dilapidated units. Not only he, but Zhou Su and others also received a considerable number of property certificates, each person filled with joy. After securing the financial street luxury apartment, Yao Yuan promptly arranged to change the locks and conducted various administrative procedures with the property management, including reissuing access cards. However, he did not immediately relocate to the opulent residence and continued to reside on campus. During this period, he remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements of the Dream Group and the Lin family, ever prepared for a counterattack. Yet, to his surprise, both the Dream Group and the Lin family had fallen utterly silent, exhibiting no activity whatsoever, as if rendered mute. The barrage of online and newspaper critiques targeting the Dream Group and the Lin family had significantly diminished. The public uproar that Yao Yuan had ignited was gradually subsiding. Before long, it was already early December. Thursday morning arrived. As the second class concluded, Yao Yuan was tidying his books in preparation to depart from the classroom. At that moment, his phone unexpectedly rang. The caller was Dean Ming. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yao Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. After a brief pause, he pressed the answer button. Good morning, Dean Ming. This is Yao Yuan. Class is over, isn't it, Yao? Please come to my office. Dean Ming requested. Certainly, Dean Ming. I will head over right away, Yao Yuan replied with a nod. After ending the call, he turned to greet Lu Jingwen before leaving his seat and heading towards the door with his backpack slung over his shoulder. As he stepped out of the classroom, he immediately noticed two strangers clad in jackets with piercing gazes in the corridor, accompanied by a school security guard. The moment the strangers laid eyes on him, they exchanged glances and nodded subtly. Although Yao Yuan noticed their presence, he paid them no mind. However, as he walked past them, one of the men, appearing to be in his 30s, suddenly inquired, "Excuse me, are you Yao Yuan?" As he asked, the two men moved swiftly to flank Yao Yuan on either side. Seemingly wary of his potential escape, Yao Yuan paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, I am Yao Yuan. May I ask what this is about? Who are you?" He glanced at the two men and then at the security guard in front of him. The strangers maintained serious expressions, while the security guard merely shook his head lightly. "You will understand who we are shortly. Where are you headed?" The man in his 30s replied coldly, evading the question. Yao Yuan scrutinized him with annoyance. "What is going on lately? Why are there so many people who want to even disclose their names, lurking about? Who have I wronged to encounter such individuals?" As the words left his mouth, the expressions of the two strangers shifted instantly. In unison, they warned, "Mind your language, Yao Yuan. Do not bring trouble upon yourself." Yao Yuan scoffed disdainfully. "Trouble? Perhaps you should reserve that advice for yourselves. You are the ones seeking trouble. This is a prestigious university. Do you think I want to raise my voice and summon a crowd? You wouldn't even make it off this floor." Upon hearing this, the strangers' expressions darkened further, and a flicker of apprehension crossed their eyes. They had a slight understanding of Yao Yuan's influence within the accounting college and recognized the truth in his words. If he were to shout, the boys in the corridor and those in the nearby lecture hall would undoubtedly rush to his aid. Before the strangers could respond, Yao Yuan continued, "Regardless of who you are or where you come from, remember that this is a university, not your own little domain. I have business with Dean Meng and have no time to entertain you." With that, he strode confidently forward. Upon hearing his intent to visit Dean Meng's office, the two men exchanged swift glances and chose not to speak further. As Yao Yuan proceeded, they immediately followed in his wake, mirroring his steps. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhou Su and his companions who had emerged from the classroom immediately sensed that the situation was dire. These two individuals were clearly targeting Yao Yuan, and their intentions appeared far from benign. "Let us follow and see what these rascals are up to. We mustn't allow them to ambush Yao Yuan," Zhou Su urged, prompting a throng of boys in the corridor to rally behind him. Moreover, Jian Baiyang dashed into the classroom and shouted, "Someone's causing trouble for Yao Yuan. Let us all go check it out." As his words echoed, all the students, both male and female, swiftly gathered their belongings and followed suit. They surged behind Zhou Su, a tidal wave heading straight for Dean Meng's office. This sudden turn of events made the two unfamiliar men visibly uneasy, their eyelids twitching with a hint of trepidation. It was only at this moment that they truly grasped the gravity of Yao Yuan's earlier declaration. If he were to call out, these spirited university boys would undoubtedly charge to his aid without hesitation. The mere thought of such a scenario was enough to instill a sense of dread. Meanwhile, Yao Yuan remained unfazed, wearing an expression of disdain. He had come to realize that it was likely Director Lin orchestrating this scheme against him. Though he was yet to discern the nature of their ploys, rather than feel apprehensive, he found himself invigorated by the prospect. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of Dean Meng's office, only to find two security guards standing sentinel like imposing sentries, an unprecedented sight. Taken aback by this development, Yao Yuan mused that the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. In the next moment, he halted abruptly, turning to face Zhou Su and the others who had followed him. He surveyed their anxious faces and spoke with clarity. "There is no need for alarm. Please refrain from any rash actions. I assure you, I will be fine. I will have a brief conversation with Dean Meng and will return shortly. Just wait for me outside." With that, he cast a dismissive glance at the two unfamiliar men before turning and knocking on the office door. Moments later, Dean Meng's voice resonated from within, "Please, come in." Yao Yuan then pushed the door open and stepped inside. Zhou Su and the others halted in their tracks, fixated on the office door. At this juncture, the corridor outside Dean Meng's office was completely blocked by their presence. The commotion drew the attention of several teachers from the nearby offices, who emerged to investigate. Peering curiously in their direction, the scene in the corridor startled them, leading them to believe that a significant incident had transpired. Chapter 75. Some people should not be provoked. As Yao Yuan stepped into the dean's office, he paused momentarily. In addition to Dean Meng, the deputy secretary of the school's disciplinary committee and two committee staff members were unexpectedly present. There were also two stern-looking middle-aged men dressed in jackets. Upon Yao Yuan's entrance, all eyes in the office turned towards him. Dean Ming and Secretary Zhou of the disciplinary committee both flushed slightly, while the others maintained their serious demeanor. In an instant, Yao Yuan regained his composure. Observing the situation in the office, he quickly deduced the intentions of the business magnate, Mr. Lin, regarding his plans to deal with him. No wonder there had been a lull in activity recently. It appeared he had been biding his time, preparing to leverage the disciplinary committee against him. Unfortunately for them, such schemes would not only fail but could also backfire spectacularly. The next moment, Yao Yuan greeted everyone with a smile. "Good morning, Dean Ming. I wonder what brings you to summon me." He continued. "What a coincidence to see you here, Secretary Zhou." Upon hearing this, Dean Ming's face flushed once more. He immediately recognized that Yao Yuan was unperturbed and clearly did not regard the disciplinary committee members with any seriousness. Realizing this, Dean Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then nodded gently. "Yao Yuan, it is not I who seeks you. Rather, it is a few comrades from the disciplinary committee who wish to understand a few matters." As he spoke, he gestured towards Secretary Zhou and the others. Secretary Zhou promptly nodded, saying, "Indeed, Yao Yuan, we would like to inquire about certain matters, and we hope for your cooperation." Yao Yuan looked at Secretary Zhou, feigning confusion as he shook his head. "There is something I do not quite understand, Secretary Zhou. I am not a faculty member of the university, merely an ordinary student. It seems the disciplinary committee does not have jurisdiction over me, does it? Regardless of what occurs within the school, I should not be the one they seek." Secretary Zhou was momentarily taken aback before reluctantly nodding in agreement. "You are correct, Yao Yuan. Under normal circumstances, the school disciplinary committee would indeed not concern itself with you. However, it has been reported that you have been profiting by collaborating with real estate agents and bank employees under the pretense of assisting your classmates and teachers in property investments. In such circumstances, the school disciplinary committee must intervene and seek clarification from you." Before he could finish, Yao Yuan burst into a sardonic laugh. "Are you accusing me of colluding with real estate agents and bank staff to deceive my classmates and teachers? Who made such a ludicrous claim? If they have the courage, let them step forward and see if I wouldn't give them a good earful." As he spoke, he directed his gaze towards the two unfamiliar middle-aged men, his meaning unmistakable. With this outburst, everyone in the office was left dumbfounded. They never expected Yao Yuan to be so audacious, daring to lash out during an investigation by the disciplinary committee without a hint of restraint. Such behavior was unprecedented for Secretary Zhou and the others, leaving them momentarily stunned. It took them a moment to regain their composure. In the next moment, one of the unfamiliar middle-aged men abruptly rose from the sofa, his voice sharp as he commanded, "Mind your attitude and language, Yao Yuan. This is the Discipline Inspection Commission questioning you." Yao Yuan disdainfully scrutinized the man, sneering as he retorted, "And where have you sprung from? This is the financial university. You don't appear to be one of our faculty, do you? Someone has slandered me, and I am not permitted to retaliate? My rebuke is but mild. If my grandson were here, I wouldn't hesitate to give him a resounding slap." The man's face flushed crimson, nearly driven to the brink of madness. Was he not akin to cursing a monk for being bald? The next moment, he erupted in anger. Yao, if you continue with this uncooperative demeanor, do not blame us for resorting to coercive measures." Yao Yuan dismissively shook his head. "Coercive measures? I truly do not believe you. Go ahead, try it. Do you dare? If you lay a hand on me today, tomorrow you will find yourself in dire straits. Perhaps even stripped of your official garb." A chorus of gasps filled the office, everyone taken aback. All, including Dean Ming and Deputy Secretary Zhou, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Yao Yuan, filled with suspicion. Could it be that this young man possessed an undisclosed and formidable background? This audacity, this unabashed confidence. Dean Ming, who understood Yao Yuan better than most, suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically. Just as he was about to speak, a tumult erupted in the corridor. A cacophony of noise ensued. "Did you hear that? Someone is indeed targeting Yao Yuan, damn it. Just for Yao Yuan's willingness to help us prosper, we too shall stand up for him." With shouts of indignation, chaos ensued in the corridor. Soon, the sounds of commotion escalated into a scuffle. "Step back. We are officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission." "Ouch, who kicked me?" "Students, everyone calm down, do not be misled." Who the hell just kicked me in the ribs?" Listening to the uproar emanating from the corridor, all in the office were rendered speechless. Could it be that officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission were being assaulted by a throng of university students? Can you believe it? Such an absurd occurrence, should it spread, would undoubtedly become a colossal joke. In today's society, who would not shy away from the Discipline Inspection Commission, at the very least showing them deference? How could anyone dare to gather and assault their personnel? Was there no rule of law remaining? In the next moment, all eyes in the office turned to Yao Yuan. Filled with astonishment, they had never imagined that Yao Yuan wielded such influence at the financial university, powerful enough to embolden those outside to confront officials of the Discipline Inspection Commission. To dare to strike such officials was simply outrageous, unprecedented. Immediately call the police and have these ruffians apprehended, bellowed the older, unfamiliar middle-aged man in exasperation. Upon hearing this, Dean Ming and Deputy Secretary Zhou's expressions turned exceedingly grim. In the next moment, they spoke in unison with great urgency. Yao Yuan, you must immediately go out and prevent your classmates from their impulsive actions. The disciplinary committee personnel are not to be trifled with. It could lead to grave consequences. Without needing a reminder, Yao Yuan was well aware of this truth. He vividly recalled the devastating fire that occurred at the Shantou Welcome Hotel in July 2000 and its horrific aftermath. Of course, the current situation was far from comparable. Understood. Esteemed leaders, Yao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. With that, he turned and made his way to the door, preparing to quell the turmoil. Dean Ming and Deputy Secretary Zhou exchanged a swift glance before hastily following him. The two unfamiliar middle-aged men had intended to join, but were promptly waved off, fearing further escalation of the conflict. As Yao Yuan pulled open the office door, Zhou Su and Xia Haitao stumbled in, nearly colliding with him. Fortunately, Yao Yuan reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time and grabbing hold of the two. They were on the verge of crashing into the dean's office door, only to find themselves met with empty air. Behind them, a group of boys was beating the two strangers mercilessly, employing underhanded tactics reminiscent of a monkey stealing peaches. In mere moments, the two strangers were left battered and bruised, blood streaming from their noses, their clothes torn and in tatters. The two security guards, who had been stationed at the office door, had retreated far away, their hats askew. Each bore a distinct handprint on their faces, the origin of which remained a mystery. Witnessing the scene unfold in the corridor, Yao Yuan nearly burst into laughter. The next moment, he suppressed his amusement and called out loudly, "Everyone, cease this at once. There is no need for violence." At the sound of his voice, all the students in the corridor turned to look at him. Just then, one of the men on the ground let out a sudden, anguished cry, "Ouch! Who kicked me?" It was evident that a classmate had been practicing some unorthodox fighting style and had delivered a stealthy kick to the unfortunate fellow. Chapter 76. The nobleman is untroubled in the corridor. All the students ceased their actions, gazing with concern at Yao Yuan. The two individuals who had been beaten lay on the ground, moaning incessantly. Just emerging from the office, Dean Ming and Vice Secretary Zhou wore expressions of utter astonishment, their faces notably grim. "Yao Yuan, are you all right? We just heard from inside the office that someone intended to employ coercive measures against you, which is why we couldn't contain ourselves," they exclaimed. "We are merely students, not public officials. Even if these individuals are from the disciplinary committee, they have no authority over us. You have committed no crime. On what grounds do they seek to impose such measures? Is there no sense of reason left?" The multitude of students spoke in unison, their voices echoing with indignation. Yao Yuan surveyed the crowd, feeling a swell of gratitude. Their willingness to stand up for him illuminated the fact that his efforts to guide them toward prosperity had not been in vain. He had not erred. These students represented the connections he needed. Though they might seem insignificant now, filled only with youthful fervor, once they graduated and entered the workforce, their potential would burgeon, and their influence would become formidable. With this realization, Yao Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The next moment, he smiled and declared, "There is no need for concern. I shall be fine. I have my means of self-preservation. Furthermore, I have committed no crime. So let us see who dares to employ coercive measures. Now disperse. We have classes to attend." Witnessing his confidence and the fact that he appeared unscathed, the students felt a wave of relief wash over them. Zhou Su and his peers exchanged swift glances before collectively stating, "We shall not attend class. We will remain here to support you. We will stand guard and see who dares to move against you." The students voiced their solidarity, eager and ready for confrontation. Observing this scene, Dean Ming and Vice Secretary Zhou felt a profound headache, yet they were powerless to intervene. They understood that any attempt to forcefully resolve the situation would only exacerbate tensions. The disciplinary committee members, who had appeared from seemingly nowhere, were filled with trepidation, secretly regretting their decision to undertake this mission. However, An even greater source of fear loomed ahead. In the next moment, Yao Yuan spoke again to reassure them. Thank you for your concern. I will treat everyone to a grand feast later. Since you are willing to stand firm here, let us do so. After all, if we have time to spare, we might as well call the police. There may be individuals impersonating public officials or violating the law, and it would be prudent to have the local police investigate. Also, please contact Professor Liu, Vice Professor Huang, and Principal Huang to inform them of the situation. They will know how to handle this matter. After speaking, he gently nodded at the tearful Lu Jingwen to reassure her. Understood, Yao Yuan. We will call the police immediately and then reach out to Vice Professor Huang and the others. Zhou Su and the others replied in unison. Standing at the office door, Dean Ming, Vice Secretary Zhou, and the members of the disciplinary committee collectively inhaled sharply. Particularly, the officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission were filled with trepidation. Their approach to seek out Yao Yuan was fundamentally flawed, riddled with loopholes. Merely due to their unique positions, Deputy Secretary Zhou did not contemplate these issues deeply. Upon reviewing their work credentials, he complied without examining the official letter. Had Yao Yuan demanded to see the official correspondence and reported them to the authorities, their predicament would have escalated significantly. If this matter were to be exposed, each of them would find themselves in dire straits. Before they could react, Yao Yuan turned to Deputy Secretary Zhou and Dean Ming. Esteemed leaders, the matter here has been resolved. Let us proceed to the office for further discussion. Should anyone pursue accountability for the students' actions, I will take full responsibility and am willing to provide appropriate compensation. With that, he was the first to step into the dean's office. Dean Ming and Deputy Secretary Zhou exchanged a resigned glance before following him inside. Once the door closed, Yao Yuan regarded the two stunned men with disdainful amusement, remarking, "If my intuition serves me correctly, you must be dispatched by Chairman Lin of Dream Group. Or perhaps your superior is acting on his behalf, leaving you to execute orders. Here, I advise you to refrain from complicating your own situations. The sooner you extricate yourselves, the better." The countenances of the two middle-aged men transformed dramatically, becoming exceedingly grim. They exchanged glances, each reflecting surprise and a hint of panic. In the next moment, the elder of the two spoke in a harsh yet subdued tone. "Please refrain from making unfounded assumptions, Yao Yuan. You must be accountable for your words." However, Yao Yuan had already turned his attention back to Deputy Secretary Zhou, disregarding them entirely. "Deputy Secretary Zhou, you are a school leader, and I am but a student at the financial university. I must show you respect. Please, feel free to inquire. I shall answer any question honestly. Yet, before we begin, I require clarification on their identities. Which discipline inspection personnel are they? Regardless of who they are, should they not disclose their identities before initiating an investigation? You do recall that I am the school leader." Deputy Secretary Zhou inwardly scoffed, observing the two visibly enraged middle-aged men, and proceeded to disclose their identities. "These gentlemen have come from Guangzhou, representing the Discipline Inspection Department of the Transportation Bureau. We have verified their identities, hence the reason for your summons." Subsequently, Deputy Secretary Zhou introduced the names and positions of the two men. One was named Ma Cha-shan, the other Feng Jun, both from a division within the Discipline Inspection Department of the Guangzhou Transportation Bureau, with Ma Changshan holding the title of Section Chief. Upon hearing Deputy Secretary Zhou's introduction, Yao Yuan instantly grasped the situation. Moments later, he sneered, "I see, someone intends to target my father in a bid to undermine me. Since you have taken the first step, do not blame me for retaliating in kind. What is given must be reciprocated." At his words, a shiver ran through the room, leaving everyone feeling a chill down their spines. Especially Ma Changshan and his companions felt a chilling presence. What underlying cards does this young man possess to be so audacious? In the next moment, Yao Yuan shifted the conversation. "Deputy Secretary Zhou, you may now pose your inquiries. I have a basic understanding of the disciplinary committee's questioning procedures. As I am a student of the financial university, the responsibility for inquiries should fall to the school's disciplinary committee rather than others." In his previous life, Yao Yuan had undergone numerous investigative inquiries, including those by disciplinary committee personnel, making him quite familiar with the process. What he did not expect was that merely a few months into his rebirth, the disciplinary committee would come knocking so swiftly. Observing his confident demeanor, Deputy Director Zhou and the others were somewhat taken aback. This young man, indeed a junior, appeared more like a seasoned veteran. His calm and self-assured attitude during the disciplinary questioning suggested either a clear conscience or an exceptionally strong trump card. After a brief pause, Deputy Secretary Zhou responded, "Indeed, Yao Yuan, the inquiry regarding you will be conducted by the school's disciplinary committee office. This is for your protection. The officials from the Discipline Department of the Transportation Department in Guangzhou are presently only here to observe. Do you need to prepare anything, or shall we commence? Yao Yuan, however, shook his head. A gentleman is open and above board. There is nothing to prepare. Let us begin directly. Upon hearing this, Deputy Secretary Zhou nearly burst into laughter and frustration. So we are the petty individuals, always in a state of worry. After silently ridiculing, Deputy Secretary Zhou nodded to the two staff members from the disciplinary committee office. The two instantly grasped the cue and promptly brought over a chair for Yao Yuan to sit, ready to commence the inquiry. Yao Yuan said little and straightforwardly took a seat. Shortly thereafter, the questioning officially began. Student Yao Yuan, there have been reports indicating that during the organization of your classmates and teachers to invest in real estate, you colluded with real estate agents and bank loan personnel to profit from the situation. How do you explain this matter? Chapter 77. A thunderbolt without a moment's hesitation. Yao Yuan resolutely asserted, it is true that I encouraged my classmates and teachers to invest in real estate in the capital. For I firmly believe that property prices will soar, and I do not wish for anyone to miss this fortuitous opportunity. However, I have never touched a single penny of my classmates' or teachers' money, not even a cent. Furthermore, I have pledged 10 properties, which I purchased outright, to assist some financially struggling classmates in securing loans for purchasing homes in the capital. Upon hearing this, both Ma Changshan and Feng Jun's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they had stumbled upon a crucial clue. Yao Yuan cast a disdainful glance at them and continued. As for the allegations of collusion with real estate agents and bank personnel to deceive my fellow students and teachers into unfavorable purchases, such accusations are utterly baseless and unfounded. If necessary, I can summon those real estate agents and bank employees here for a face-to-face confrontation. The students in the corridor, along with all the classmates and teachers from the School of Accounting who followed my investment advice, can also testify on my behalf. While he elucidated the situation, two staff members from the school's disciplinary committee diligently recorded notes on paper. To ensure no details were overlooked, they were also simultaneously making audio recordings. The inquiries they posed were precisely those articulated by Ma Changshan, and they were pointedly directed. In a short span, Yao Yuan had answered the first question. Deputy Secretary Zhou nodded in acknowledgement. We have taken note of what you have said, Yao Yuan. We will verify with other classmates and teachers and investigate the real estate agents and bank personnel as needed. Let us proceed to the next question, and we hope for your continued cooperation. Not a problem, Deputy Secretary Zhou, Yao Yuan replied with a nod. Immediately, the next question was posed. According to investigations conducted by Director Ma and his team, during this period, you have purchased a total of 10 old properties and 2 vehicles in the capital. One of the vehicles, an imported Audi A8, had a purchase price exceeding 1.7 million. Just this past Monday, you acquired a luxury residence valued at over 4.5 million. Can you elucidate the origins of the funds used for these purchases? This is a substantial sum. Reports indicate that your father is a mid-level manager at a subsidiary of the Transportation Department, while your mother is a teacher at Normal University, and their salaries evidently cannot support such extravagant expenditures. Could you clarify the source of the funds for these properties, the mansion, and the 2 vehicles? As these questions were posed, Deputy Secretary Zhou and the 2 staff members from the disciplinary committee were taken aback. Even Director Meng and Ma Changshan were visibly shocked. To spend over 10 million in just 2 months, one could hardly describe it as spending money like water. What sort of family could sustain such reckless expenditure? Yao Yuan glanced at Ma Changshan and the others, a hint of provocation in his tone as he remarked, May I choose not to answer these questions? After all, they pertain to my personal privacy. However, I can assert with utmost clarity that every penny I have spent is from legitimate income and can withstand scrutiny. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Ma Changshan abruptly interjected. Since this is a legitimate income, brought to the light of day, what is there that cannot be said? Your father holds a leadership position at a subsidiary of the Transportation Department. We must be informed of these circumstances. Yao Yuan cast a disdainful glance at him. Director Ma, it is not that I cannot speak, but rather that you lack the qualifications to listen. Just as he uttered these words, the landline phone in Director Meng's office rang unexpectedly. Almost simultaneously, Associate Professor Huang pushed the door open and entered the office. Upon seeing him, Yao Yuan promptly ceased his discourse. The others turned their gazes toward the entrance, some in bewilderment. Upon entering, Associate Professor Huang wasted no time and quickly assessed Yao Yuan. Are you all right? Yao Yuan, what are they trying to do? Yao Yuan gently shook his head, dismissively explaining. I am fine, Professor Huang. There is no need for concern. It appears that Director Lin is resorting to underhanded tactics, attempting to use the disciplinary committee against me, even dragging my family into this. It is utterly despicable. Hearing his explanation, Associate Professor Huang was momentarily taken aback. As for Ma Changshan and his companions, their composure visibly faltered. I warn you once more, Yao Yuan, do not make baseless assumptions or slander. This is a standard investigation. Before he could finish, Yao Yuan turned his attention toward them. A standard investigation, is it? Then please present a formal letter from the Provincial Transportation Department's Discipline Inspection Office. Where's the letter? Ah, Ma Changshan and Feng Jun exclaimed in astonishment, rendered speechless. Their intent was to confront Yao Yuan without prior notice. They had no formal letter. Moreover, this operation was not meant for public knowledge. Without solid evidence, it was unwise to let too many people in on it. They believed that as long as they gathered sufficient and undeniable evidence, the absence of a formal letter would be inconsequential. They could always provide one later. However, they never anticipated that this young university student, barely over 20, would prove so formidable, wielding such remarkable influence at the finance university. The unfolding situation had completely surpassed their expectations and slipped beyond their control. Observing the reaction of Ma Changshan and his associates, Associate Professor Huang quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. The investigative procedures were fundamentally flawed, and that was merely the tip of the iceberg. Realizing this, he coldly stated, Yao Yuan, you are not obliged to answer any of their questions unless they produce a formal letter. He added, furthermore, students have informed me that they have contacted the police, who will arrive shortly. I believe it prudent to verify the identities of these individuals. Who knows if they are merely a group of fraudsters? Ma Changshan and his companions were utterly dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding washed over them. The expressions of Vice Secretary Zhou and his subordinates present at the scene were decidedly awkward. Meanwhile, Director Ming had answered the phone. It was a call from Professor Liu. Even from 6 meters away, Yao Yuan could hear the professor's voice, filled with outrage. Director Ming could only offer a quiet explanation, appearing rather helpless. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open once more. In the next moment, the principal's secretary walked straight in. Upon entering, he first nodded in greeting to Deputy Secretary Zhou, then approached Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan, Principal Huang is attending a meeting at the Development and Reform Commission and is unable to come to the school. He conveyed a message for you to cooperate with the investigation conducted by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Regardless of the outcome, the school will steadfastly support you. You need not worry. Very well, since Principal Huang has said so, I shall comply, Yao Yuan replied with a smile. As he finished speaking, Dean Ming also concluded a phone call. Approaching closer, he promptly relayed Professor Liu's sentiments. Yao Yuan, Professor Liu urges you to cooperate with the investigation and to avoid any form of confrontation. One who upholds integrity has nothing to fear from shadows. Once the investigation is complete, he and Professor Ouyang will advocate on your behalf. Indeed, I shall express my gratitude to both professors later. Yao Yuan responded with a smile and a nod. Observing this exchange, Ma Changshan and Feng Jun felt a surge of trepidation, an ominous premonition intensifying within them. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Yao Yuan suddenly opened his backpack and retrieved an exquisite business card holder. He then pulled out a simple yet elegant card and handed it to Deputy Secretary Zhou, followed by offering his phone. Deputy Secretary, are you not curious about the source of my wealth and its legality? The origins of all my assets, as well as their legitimacy, have already been investigated by the relevant authorities. This leader is well aware of all circumstances. You may contact him for verification. It would be best to use my phone, as other lines may not connect. Deputy Secretary Zhou, somewhat skeptical, accepted the card and glanced at the name and number inscribed upon it. The next moment, he was taken aback. Zhou Xiao X? This name seems somewhat familiar. That is not surprising, Deputy Secretary. Uncle Chiu is the director of the State Council and the Prime Minister's secretary. You have undoubtedly seen him in the news more than once, Yao Yuan replied nonchalantly. This revelation struck the room like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. Chapter 78. A connection beyond reach. The entire office was taken aback, left speechless and astounded. Particularly, Ma Changshan and Feng Jun trembled slightly, fully aware of the significance and immense power held by the director of the State Council. They understood that they had truly encountered an insurmountable obstacle. The consequences they would face were beyond their wildest imagination. Even their superior would not escape unscathed this time. The thought of potential repercussions rendered Ma Changshan and Feng Jun as if their spines had been severed, collapsing onto the sofa in despair. There was not a shred of doubt in their minds regarding the authenticity of the business card held by Yao Yuan. Only someone utterly deranged would dare to fabricate something in a matter of such gravity. Not only Ma Changshan and Feng Jun, but also Dean Ming and Deputy Secretary Zhou stared at Yao Yuan in shock, their eyes nearly bursting with disbelief. They were aware that Yao Yuan had participated in the National Economic and Financial Conference in early November and had delivered a specialized report that garnered considerable attention. Among the students of the Finance University, this was indeed an unparalleled achievement, an extraordinary feat. Yet, they could never have imagined that Yao Yuan had developed such a close rapport with Secretary Chiu, enabling him to reach the highest echelons. He was merely an ordinary university student, and this seemed nothing short of a myth. Who would dare to believe it? The astonishment etched on the faces of those present brought Yao Yuan a sense of satisfaction. In the next moment, he cast a disdainful glance at Ma Changshan and Feng Jun, coldly stating, "As for the origin of my wealth, I have previously reported it to Secretary Chiu, and the State Council has conducted a thorough investigation. The result of the investigation confirms that my fortune is entirely legitimate and can be freely disposed of. Moreover, Uncle Chiu has assured me that as long as the source of wealth is lawful, there is no need for concern. Rather, it should be encouraged." While saying this, he somewhat exaggerated his connection with Secretary Chiu. In truth, he was not entirely mistaken. After several interactions, his relationship with Secretary Chiu had grown increasingly close, and the higher-ups were beginning to take him more seriously. He referred to Secretary Chiu as uncle, and the latter fully acknowledged this title. After a few exchanges, Yao Yuan suddenly turned his gaze towards Deputy Secretary Zhou. "You may make the call now, Secretary Zhou. Uncle Chiu will provide you with the answers." Upon hearing this, Deputy Secretary Zhou was momentarily at a loss. Was this truly necessary? Yao Yuan firmly nodded. "It is indeed necessary. This call must be made. I will ask Uncle Chiu to explain the situation to the leadership of the Shaanxi Provincial Party Committee. My father works for a group company under the Provincial Department of Transportation, and certain matters must be clarified. I cannot allow him to bear the burden of unfounded rumors in his work." Gasped. Deputy Secretary Zhou and the others collectively inhaled sharply, a sense of dread washing over them. This young man was ruthless, indeed. Once the State Council intervened, the fate of all involved in this affair was all but sealed. It was needless to say that losing their positions was a certainty. If any further exchanges of interests or corruption were involved, they would have to prepare themselves for the consequences of imprisonment. Witnessing Yao Yuan's determination to pursue this matter relentlessly, Ma Changshan and Feng Jun were left utterly despondent, devoid of even the strength to defend themselves. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Shortly thereafter, a teacher from the administrative office entered the room. "Dean Ming, several police officers have arrived, stating they received a report from the students," he announced. Upon hearing this, Dean Ming and the others immediately turned their gaze towards Yao Yuan. Yao Yuan nodded towards Dean Ming and, with a smile, said, "I apologize, Dean Ming. I may have overstepped my bounds. Please allow the officers to come in. In addition to addressing the immediate situation, I have some materials I need to hand over to the police for investigation, which might assist them in uncovering the mastermind behind this." The group gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. Had they misheard? This young man possessed a trump card. How frightening. Was this all premeditated? Observing Dean Ming's lack of objection, the teacher promptly nodded at Yao Yuan before turning to fetch the officers. Having heeded Yao Yuan's advice on real estate, he had secured loans in mid-November to purchase 2 dilapidated apartments associated with a prestigious university for investment purposes. Within a mere fortnight, the value of those properties had appreciated significantly, and the rental income proved quite lucrative. With the sweet taste of success, he naturally sided with Yao Yuan. In a matter of moments, 3 police officers entered the office. After exchanging pleasantries, Yao Yuan stepped forward to explain the situation. "Director Huang, my name is Yao Yuan, a junior at the Finance University. I am the one who made the call to the police. There are several unidentified individuals with dubious intentions here. I urge you to investigate. For the past few days, I have been followed, with my movements and vehicle being recorded, likely by criminal elements. I possess relevant surveillance footage, some captured by my dash cam and others by the school's monitoring system. I hope you can conduct a thorough investigation to prevent any potential harm. With that, he opened his backpack and retrieved a USB drive, handing it to Director Huang. Upon seeing the USB, Dean Ming and Deputy Secretary Zhou exchanged knowing glances. This young man had indeed prepared meticulously, laying a series of traps, waiting for others to stumble into them. Realizing this, Dean Ming and his colleagues turned to look at Ma Changshan and Feng Jun, their eyes filled with sympathy. These two, used as pawns, were doomed. Losing their positions was a foregone conclusion. Director Huang regarded Yao Yuan and nodded. All right, Yao Yuan, we will investigate this matter thoroughly. With that, he accepted the USB drive. At that moment, he was unaware that this incident involved higher governmental authorities. Once he grasped the full scope of the situation, it would be an entirely different matter. Subsequently, Deputy Secretary Zhou stepped forward to clarify the circumstances. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 minutes had passed. The door to the dean's office opened, and Director Huang emerged, accompanied by a downcast Ma Changshan and Feng Jun. Alongside them were Deputy Secretary Zhou and 2 staff members from the school's disciplinary committee. Upon reaching the corridor, Director Huang signaled to the 3 police officers waiting there, leading the bruised and battered individuals away from the scene. Witnessing this, those who had been vigilantly waiting in the corridor erupted into cheers, their exuberance echoing in the air. The individuals present comprehended that Yao Yuan was unharmed. In the next moment, Yao Yuan emerged from the office alongside Professor Huang, with Dean Ming trailing behind. Upon witnessing Yao Yuan's intact condition, the corridor erupted into a chorus of cheers. Yao Yuan smiled and proclaimed loudly, "Everything is fine now. You may all disperse and return to your classes. You can still make it to the 4th period. This evening, I shall treat everyone to a grand feast at Dingfeng Building." No sooner had he finished speaking than the students erupted into cheers once more. "Wonderful, Yao Yuan, you're truly impressive. Since we're going to Dingfeng Building tonight, I can skip lunch and save my appetite for a sumptuous dinner." The students chattered excitedly, each one brimming with enthusiasm. Yao Yuan chuckled softly, exchanged greetings with Dean Ming and the others, and then headed toward his classmates. As they gathered together, the lively group departed, returning to their classes. Watching Yao Yuan's retreating figure, Dean Ming and Professor Huang remained contemplative for a long while. After a brief moment, Dean Ming suddenly expressed his thoughts. Who could have anticipated that this young man possesses such remarkable connections, and that Secretary Chiu holds him in such high regard? It is truly astonishing. After all this commotion, I fear many will face dire consequences. In response to his remarks, Professor Huang shook his head. It is not that Yao Yuan seeks to stir trouble. He is not one to instigate conflict, yet he is unafraid of it. Furthermore, he possesses an array of clever stratagems that are always unexpected. From what I know of him, this matter is far from over. He undoubtedly has more in store. Upon hearing this, Dean Ming felt a sudden flicker of unease. After exchanging a few more words, Professor Huang shifted the topic. "Dean Ming, I would like to discuss Yao Yuan's application for party membership with you. I am serving as his introducer, and we are currently in the process." Dean Ming paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded. This is indeed a positive development, indicating that Yao Yuan is eager for self-improvement. Let us return to the office to discuss further. I wish to learn more about this young man. With that, they turned back to the office. Chapter 79. The storm approaches. While Zhou Su and the others attended their classes, Yao Yuan remained in the corridor with Lu Jingwen, preparing to call his parents to prepare them psychologically. Just moments ago, Ma Changshan had informed him that his parents were still oblivious to the situation. Initially, Ma Changshan and his associates intended to extract information from Yao Yuan to obtain the so-called irrefutable evidence before proceeding with their next steps. However, they had not anticipated that their efforts would result in their own downfall. The call was quickly connected, and Yao Yuan wasted no time delving into the matter, briefing his father on the circumstances. Unsurprisingly, his father was taken aback. It was only when Yao Yuan assured him that he had successfully resolved the issue and that the state council would intervene that his father finally felt reassured. Suddenly, his father recalled something and exclaimed, "Just yesterday morning, officials from the provincial department unexpectedly visited the corporation for an inspection, including our department. At the time, I thought nothing of it, but now it is evident that their intentions were malicious." Upon hearing this, Yao Yuan scoffed dismissively. "Do not worry, Dad. Those involved in this matter will face dire consequences. Secretary Chiu just mentioned that he would communicate with the provincial leadership to report the situation. You and Mom should brace yourselves for the unfolding drama. Regardless of what transpires next, it is imperative that you keep me informed." Without hesitation, his father replied, "Understood. We are neither greedy nor opportunistic. Nothing will happen to us, so there is no need for concern. As for you, my son, refrain from being too ostentatious. It is essential to maintain a low profile and conceal your strengths." After exchanging a few more words, Yao Yuan ended the call. He then contacted his mother to explain the situation. She, too, was startled, but upon learning that Yao Yuan had managed to handle everything, she felt a sense of relief. Soon after, she began to scold him over the phone, her harsh words somewhat unbecoming of an educated individual. At the police station, in the office of the chief, Deputy Chief Huang, who had just returned with Ma Cha-shan and Feng Jun, was reviewing the surveillance footage provided by Yao Yuan. The footage clearly displayed that for several consecutive days, one or two vehicles had been tailing Yao Yuan's Audi A8, shadowing him with ill intentions. Not only did these individuals follow him by car, but they also occasionally entered the university to photograph Yao Yuan's vehicle or keep a distant watch on him. After watching for a short while, the chief slammed his hand on the table. "What are we waiting for? Immediately trace these two tracking vehicles and prepare to apprehend them. Who would have thought that such a resourceful individual could be found at the university? We must handle this decisively." Deputy Chief Huang, however, shook his head gently. "Chief Zhao, I suggest that it would be more prudent for the criminal investigation team from the sub-bureau to take the lead in apprehending them. I have heard that this matter is likely orchestrated by Lin Yuan from Dream Group, a well-known business leader. Shouldn't we exercise caution?" The expression on Chief Zhao's face shifted, becoming notably grave. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Shortly thereafter, two men in plain clothes strode in with urgency. Director Zhao, Deputy Director Huang. What on earth is happening here? They had been hastily summoned, and as the saying goes, where there's a need, help arrives promptly. These two were from the criminal investigation team of the sub-bureau, having received a call from Deputy Director Huang just before their arrival. Upon seeing them, Director Zhao immediately said, "Team Chen, you've come at the right time. Come over and take a look at these surveillance videos. After viewing them, I will trouble you to lead the operation to apprehend the suspects." Before he could finish, Team Chun had already approached, gazing at the surveillance footage displayed on the computer screen. After a brief moment of observation, Team Chun inquired with curiosity, "Who is this young man driving the Audi A8? Quite extravagant, isn't it?" The individuals accompanying him seemed to harbor ill intentions. Could they be plotting to abduct him? We cannot afford to witness another spate of heinous kidnapping and murder cases like those from previous years, as the repercussions are far too severe. Deputy Director Huang shook his head gently and offered a brief explanation. The young man behind the wheel of the Audi A8 was a student from a prestigious finance university named Yao Yuan. This individual had extensive connections and could reach the director of the national office with a mere phone call. Unbeknownst to the men trailing him, they intended to unearth some dirt on him, expecting to ensnare him, but instead, they had kicked against an iron plate. Subsequently, Deputy Director Huang provided a concise overview of the case. As he elaborated, the expressions of Team Chun and his colleagues grew increasingly grave. Once Deputy Director Huang concluded his account, Team Chun coolly stated, "The facts are clear, and the evidence is irrefutable. There is no need for further deliberation. Let us proceed with the arrest." He emphasized the necessity of keeping a close watch on Yao Yuan, for he was no ordinary individual. Having dug such a deep pit, one could only speculate how many others might suffer the consequences. Director Zhao and Deputy Director Huang exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us apprehend the suspects. We shall fully cooperate with the criminal investigation team of the sub-bureau." Before long, they had procured the necessary documentation. Immediately, Team Chun and Deputy Director Huang led the charge for the arrest operation. Meanwhile, a small storm was brewing 1,000 miles away in Chang'an. Soon, it was around noon. Numerous employees at the headquarters of the Dream Corporation had just finished their shifts and were preparing to head to the cafeteria for lunch. At that moment, a contingent of police officers suddenly arrived at the building. Upon entering, they made their way directly to the Public Relations Department, taking several individuals, including the head of Public Relations, into custody and seizing two vehicles parked outside the company. The legal department of Dream Corporation attempted to inquire about the situation, but upon seeing the summons presented by the police, they could only retreat in silence. Lin Yuan, who was dining with friends outside, received a call from an old acquaintance, unaware of the turmoil unfolding at the company. As soon as the call connected, a wave of complaints flooded through the receiver. Director Lin, you've landed me in hot water. The provincial leaders just called, demanding that I explain to the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission why we sent personnel to Beijing to investigate a university student. Who is this student, really? Do you have any understanding of his background? The person we sent to Beijing previously messaged, indicating that this young man, named Yao, has connections that reach the highest echelons. It is said that the director of the State Council personally called the provincial leaders to inquire about this matter. Now, what am I to do? Lin Yuan exclaimed in shock, rendered utterly speechless. At that moment, his eyes were wide with disbelief, struggling to trust the words he had just heard. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, his secretary abruptly entered the room. Approaching Lin Yuan with urgency, the secretary lowered his voice and said, Chairman, there has been an incident at the company. Minister Yang from the PR department and several others have just been taken away by a team of police. Once again, Lin Yuan was taken aback, nearly slipping from his chair. The individual on the other end of the line fortuitously overheard the secretary's revelation. The next moment, he sighed in frustration. Chairman Lin, we must fend for ourselves. With that, he hung up. What awaited him was the probing interrogation from the provincial leaders, followed by a series of investigations. Under such circumstances, the prospect of extricating himself unscathed seemed nearly impossible. Meanwhile, at Professor Lu's residence in the community outside the west gate of the financial university, Professor Lu and the recently returned Professor Yang were curiously scrutinizing Yao Yuan. After a moment, Professor Lu, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, Do enlighten us. When did you become so close with Secretary Chiu? We were still racking our brains on how to help you navigate this crisis. And here you are, making a direct call to the State Council, resolving everything. No wonder you are so confident. It appears you have a substantial backing. Yao Yuan, blushing, chuckled, and offered a brief explanation. After the Economic and Financial Conference in early November, I prepared some reports and submitted them through Secretary Chiu. I even reported in person a couple of times, and gradually, we grew closer. Secretary Chiu is slightly older than my father, so I call him Uncle Chiu. When this issue arose, I reached out to him. Professor Lu and Professor Yang exchanged swift glances, their eyes suddenly brightening. You submitted additional materials to the higher-ups? Do share the contents of those materials. This was what truly piqued their interest. Certainly, the USB drive containing those materials is in my bag, Yao Yuan replied, opening his backpack and retrieving the USB drive to hand it over.